Lightning crackled across the dark purple sky as a towering structure crumbled to the ground. The moment they spoke of it, the moment it truly happened, words no one dared to utter finally came to life. The battlefield was soaked in blood. The war was lost. All eyes were fixed on the collapsing tower. One warrior, unable to bear the weight of defeat, turned his back and walked away. Shame clung to him like a shadow. There was nothing left to fight for. A cane struck the earth with fury, the sound echoing like a final cry of defiance. Sun Wukong, his right arm lost, roared in sheer rage. "This isn't over," he bellowed. But the man approaching him simply watched and repeated, "What kind of victory is this if everything around us is in ruins?" Hercules, draped in the skin of a lion, knew the truth. No matter how unyielding Sun Wukong was, he couldn't afford to lose himself, not with an external god standing before him. As he faced the warrior, the hero of Olympus realized that their location would soon be discovered. His gaze flickered to the glowing blue sphere hovering in the air. Perhaps they'd already been found. The magical orb pulsed once before hitting the ground, its energy crackling behind the men as they argued. Footsteps interrupted them. Slow, steady, unshaken. Kim Yu-won approached, his black suit pristine despite the chaos, silver chains draped over his chest. The moment they turned, the warriors froze. They hadn't expected to see him. He lowered himself onto a nearby stone, head bowed, an unsettling silence filling the space between them. Blood stained his face, smudged along his shirt collar. No one spoke. No one dared to ask. But the answer was clear. They were all dead, except him. The magic sphere shuddered before being swallowed by black smoke. The air grew thick with unease. Hercules, barely holding Sun Wukong back, felt the weight of despair settle in. The furious warrior struggled in his grip, unwilling to accept what had just happened. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won's eyes remained locked on the distance. He had learned one undeniable truth today. Internal ones cannot defeat external ones. A blue portal ripped open in the sky. A robed figure emerged, arm outstretched, voice like a prophecy carved in stone. "You cannot win." Kim Yu-won's empty gaze flickered to the glowing doorway, his mind racing. There had to be another way. Kronos, gears shifting and turning in his palm, stepped forward. "Go back," he said. "Return to the previous world line. Start over." The mechanism in his hand clicked and whirred, an intricate dance of small and large gears. At its core, the hands of a clock. A price had to be paid. The existence of Kronos himself would be erased if they turned back time. Kim Yu-won stared at the device, struggling to believe it. Was this truly possible? Could something so absolute simply cease to be? Kronos brought the gears closer, his voice unwavering. "With or without me, the result remains the same." Kim Yu-won clenched his fists, forcing himself to shut his eyes. He couldn't afford to grieve. Not again. This was his last chance. The warriors watched him in silence. They already knew his answer. He was the only one who could walk this path. The only one who could bear the weight of time itself. Kim Yu-won exhaled sharply, then lifted his head, locking eyes with Sun Wukong, whose fury burned brighter than ever. Because he too was strong, Kim Yu-won had been chosen. The answer was clear. He was the only candidate. The reason? Unlike the others, he had entered the tower later. Yet, despite arriving late, he had adapted faster than anyone. He had fought side by side with them, climbed to the highest floor before anyone else. He had proven himself. A man stepped forward, reminding him of an important truth. Creatures from the upper floors faced restrictions when descending to the lower levels. Hercules continued the conversation, explaining that the tower could only be changed from the bottom up. There was no other way. Another warrior, clad in armor, approached from behind. He warned that their bonds wouldn't remain the same once time was turned back. If they met again in the past, they might not even remember each other. Leaning on his cane, Sun Wukong smirked. "Well, if someone forgets, just give him a good smack," he joked. The man in black let out a dry laugh, thanking him sarcastically for the inspiring farewell. Then, without hesitation, he turned and walked away. Kim Yu-won raised his hand toward the floating mechanism. The gears, once steady, spun chaotically above his palm. He had only one thought. He would try. The mechanism hummed, and time began to unravel. Gears clattered to the ground, swallowed by a burst of blinding light. Then silence. Kim Yu-won blinked. He looked down at his hands. Something fell off. His body felt light, almost weightless. His stats, his mana, gone. His fists clenched. They hadn't sent his body back. They had reversed time itself. As he tried to process what had happened, a sudden blow smashed into his face. Staggering back, he barely registered the guy in a school bomber jacket grinning at him. A lighthearted jab? A joke? The stranger playfully poked his shoulder. "You good?" Kim Yu-won barely had time to react. His mind was spinning, but then his gaze locked onto the Chong Seoul University emblem on the guy's sleeve. Recognition hit him like a tidal wave. He knew this place, and he knew this guy. The blonde troublemaker swung again, aiming for another hit. But this time, Kim Yu-won's body moved on instinct. He dodged effortlessly. His attacker's smug confidence faltered. Kim Yu-won exhaled sharply, rolling up his sleeves. Enough games. His cold stare locked onto the blonde as he asked, "What's today's date?" The guy hesitated, clearly not expecting this reaction. Instead of answering, he swung again. But Kim Yu-won was faster. A precise uppercut caught his jaw, sending him stumbling backward. Ignoring the gasps around him, Kim Yu-won grabbed a nearby phone and checked the screen. December 31st, 2019, 8 p.m., 9 hours before he enters the tutorial. He was back. The city of Hongdae area stretched out before him, its streets glowing under the night lights. High-rise buildings stood tall beside small residential homes. Restaurants overflowed with workers unwinding after a long day. The buzz of life filled the air. Among the crowd, a man in a black mask and a Panama hat scowled at the sheer number of people around him. He clearly wasn't enjoying the lively atmosphere. At a nearby table, a group of friends spotted him and called out, "Kim Mi-young-hoon." He strolled over, grabbing a drink the moment he sat down. One of his friends smirked and, as a joke, scribbled down a fake fine for his lateness, 50,000 won. Kim Mi-young-hoon scoffed, flipping them off before downing his drink in one go. His friends laughed, already deep in their celebration. The night was just getting started. Kim Mi-young-hoon scowled beneath his black mask, his clenched teeth barely visible as his frustration simmered. He slammed his empty glass onto the table and motioned for another pour. The drink flowed, and the conversation took a sharp turn to Kim Yu-won. His anger flared at the mention of him. He could still see it. The guy in the bomber jacket lying on the floor, wiping blood from his mouth, while Kim Yu-won loomed over him, calmly talking about how little time was left. Kim Mi-young-hoon had envisioned countless ways to make him pay for that humiliation. But instead of admitting the truth, he smirked and lied to his friends. Probably in a hospital, half dead by now. Laughter erupted around the table. They clinked glasses, mocking their fallen rival, tossing around ideas on how to break him even further. The drinks kept coming. Time passed. One of the guys glanced at his watch. It was getting late. The city streets were still packed with people, the air crisp with the chill of a long holiday weekend in 2022. They were already deep into their second round of drinking, and a third session was being planned. Kim Mi-young-hoon exhaled sharply, steam rising from his breath. He was already sobering up. "Let's move," he muttered, eager to drink more. Then, the sound of suitcase wheels rolling against the pavement caught their attention. Their eyes followed the noise, then froze. A lone figure in a black suit walked past, dragging his luggage behind him. Kim Yu-won. Their laughter died instantly. They hadn't expected to see him here. Kim Mi-young-hoon ripped off his mask, his expression twisting into something unreadable. He didn't hesitate. He took off after him, calling out to his back, "Hey, Kim Yu-won." The dark-haired man didn't stop. A group of friends quickly closed in, surrounding Kim Yu-won before he could pass. The guy in the Panama hat scoffed. "What are you doing here?" Pedestrians moved past them, unaware of the rising tension. But Kim Yu-won? He barely spared them a glance. Instead, he raised his wrist, eyes locked on his watch. "Almost midnight," he murmured. His voice was calm. Too calm. "Let's enjoy these last 3 minutes to the fullest." Then, he removed his watch. Kim Mi-young-hoon's brow furrowed. "What the hell are you talking about?" But Kim Yu-won wasn't listening. He crouched down, calmly unzipping his suitcase. Kim Mi-young-hoon took another step forward, then stopped. His breath hitched. His body went rigid. His friends, who had been ready to taunt Kim Yu-won, staggered backward, faces drained of color. Inside the suitcase was a small black backpack and an arsenal of bladed weapons. Axes, knives, machetes, enough to arm a small war party. Panic spread through the group. They shoved Kim Mi-young-hoon away, suddenly desperate to de-escalate. "Hey man, just chill. We were joking, all right? Just forget it." Kim Yu-won didn't even acknowledge their words. He calmly picked up an axe, slung the backpack over his shoulder, and turned toward the street. His mind was set. This was the moment. The watch, now lying abandoned on the pavement, let out a single, sharp chime. Midnight. Then chaos. Lightning streaked across the sky. Violent purple rays erupted, engulfing the city in a blinding glow. Screams filled the air. People clutched their heads, staggering as reality itself twisted. But Kim Yu-won? He walked forward, unshaken, unbothered. Kim Mi-young-hoon stared at him in horror. Why wasn't he affected? Why wasn't he in pain like everyone else? A blue digital screen flickered to life above the city. Text scrolled across it, cold and merciless. District 2031. Population, 12,140. The tutorial begins. Survive the zombie invasion. In 30 minutes, all creatures will be eliminated. Kim Yu-won exhaled slowly, tightening his grip on the axe. The dead were returning, scanning the streets. He quickly calculated the number of incoming enemies. It all made sense. The difficulty of the tutorial scale with population density. More people meant a higher level of danger. And here, in Hongdae area, the streets were packed. Lightning crackled again. A blue holographic screen, sparking with electricity, appeared before him. Kim Yu-won smirked. It begins. A faint glow flickered near Kim Yu-won's palm. The system interface materialized, mapping out the designated escape area. Except there was none. No matter where he ran, no matter which path he took, zombies would be everywhere. The streets would soon be drenched in blood. A rusted knife appeared in his hand, along with a notification prompting him to check his health status through the system window. He ignored it. His focus was on the weapon, if it could even be called that. With a scoff, he tossed the useless blade to the ground. Reaching into the backpack strapped to his back, his fingers curled around something far more important. For the old him, that knife might have been enough. But now it was nothing. Kim Yu-won pulled out a strange bottle with a red cap. With a flick of his finger, he popped it open. Droplets scattered into the air, glistening for a brief moment before vanishing into the chaos. Catching his reflection in the polished surface of his dagger, he tightened his grip. Then he moved. With precise, calculated swings, his blade sliced through the necks of the undead. Their heads dropped, bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A system notification flashed. Plus 100 points. Experience increased. Blood splattered across the pavement. The corpses piled up. Kim Yu-won's movements remained swift and relentless. Another notification. Level up. His body felt lighter, faster, stronger. The next wave of zombies lunged at him. He didn't hesitate. With smooth efficiency, he struck. Heads flew. Limbs were severed. Torsos split apart. His blade never slowed. Another level up. Nearby, a small crowd had gathered. They watched, stunned, as Kim Yu-won tore through the undead with inhuman precision. Wait, are they really that weak? Someone muttered. Should we try? Another asked. Before anyone could stop him, a man in a vest charged forward, axe in hand. I'm going to kill them all, he roared, swinging his weapon with confidence. It barely made a scratch. His triumphant expression twisted into horror. What the hell? Why didn't it work? A heartbeat later, the zombie lunged. Its teeth sank into his flesh. His screams tore through the night. Kim Yu-won barely spared him a glance. He had already known ordinary strength wouldn't be enough. His blade flashed again, cutting down more of the undead. They were slow, weak, but relentless. They felt no pain. They never stopped, and their bite was lethal. His frustration grew as his knife struggled to cut through their flesh. It wasn't enough. He needed more. With a swift knee strike, he sent one of the creatures flying. Had the effect already worn off? Reaching into his pocket, his fingers brushed against something, a familiar flask. His mind raced. What is this? Without hesitation, he sliced the flask in half mid-air. For a brief second, he remembered a moment from his past, sitting inside an unfinished building, the cold air biting at his skin. Beside him, leaning against a rusted pipe, sat a blonde-haired man. Unlike Kim Yu-won, he had no talent. And yet, even if he wasn't comparing himself to Kim Yu-won, or even to others, the truth remained the same. He wasn't special. The eldest always survives, he muttered. But his companion scoffed. You're just lucky. His voice carried a hint of bitterness. You stumbled onto something insane in the first tutorial. Do you even remember what you were doing before ending up in this damn tower? Frustration flashed across his face as he grabbed a nearby jar of murky liquid. Salt mining, he said through gritted teeth. Then, with a sharp exhale, he added, and these zombies? Their weak spot is salt. Kim Yu-won's mind clicked into place. A moment later, he was cutting down zombies faster than ever. New achievement unlocked. Incredible result. Kill 100 monsters within 10 minutes in the tutorial. The notification flickered in his peripheral vision. He barely glanced at it before another one appeared. Plus 3 free stat points earned. Unlike standard level-up points that increase stats at random, free stat points could be assigned however he wanted. A valuable resource, but only during the tutorial. Once it ended, they would be randomly distributed. Standing amidst a sea of corpses, Kim Yu-won stared at the system banner hovering above him. So free stat points can be earned in the tutorial. Huh? He reached out, his finger hovering over the interface. Should he use them now? A second passed. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he dismissed the banner. No, not yet. Spending points recklessly just to kill zombies wasn't worth it. He needed to save them for when it truly mattered. His gaze lifted toward the sky. The system notification still glowed overhead. Hey, over here, a voice shouted. The Kim Myung-hoon spun around just in time to see one of his allies strike down another zombie. Then, snap, his knife shattered. Terror gripped him as he stumbled backward, weaponless. The zombie snarled, its decayed hands reaching out. Too close. Too fast. He barely had time to react. His arms flew up instinctively, shielding his face as the undead closed in. Then, before the attack landed, the creatures crumbled into dust. And in that instant, they all saw it. The Kim Myung-hoon's breath hitched as he took in the scene before him. Why did they suddenly? Before he could finish his thought, a man with a bowl cut interrupted, eyes locked on the sky. Wait, is something falling? A thick layer of strange dust swirled above them, descending like ash. The blue-eyed man hesitated before stretching out his hand, letting a few particles settle on his fingertips. Curiously, he brought it to his lips. It was salty? Is this salt? He murmured. At that moment, another notification appeared. Level up. Meanwhile, high above the chaos, Kim Yu-won moved swiftly, leaping across rooftops. With every kill, another notification flashed before his eyes. The rooftop beneath him cracked under his landing, sending debris tumbling down. Then silence. Tutorial complete. Survivors, 477. Kim Yu-won exhaled, glancing over his shoulder. So many had died. Below, the surviving participants gathered, their faces a mix of exhaustion and disbelief. His notifications continued to pile up. Final reward calculated. Total enemies killed, 1,427. Points earned, 1,427. Additional stat points received. Strength +1, endurance +2. Free stat point +1. Another notification appeared. Highest kill count achieved. Bonus, +500 points. Kim Yu-won's expression hardened. He let out a slow breath. New achievement. Incredible result. Bonus, +1,000 points. His fingers tightened slightly. How many more of these notifications were going to pop up? A final system message displayed his total. Total points, 3,000. Considering he had started with only 10 points, this was an insane amount for the first tutorial. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, Kim Yu-won prepared for what came next. Second tutorial starting soon. His eyes narrowed. No time to rest. Before he could process his next steps, a sudden voice echoed across the sky, startling everyone. Congratulations on your survival. The survivors froze, confused. They looked around, searching for the source of the voice. Kim Yu-won's thoughts had already shifted to the next tutorial, but now something fell off. The voice continued. There are too many of you. A low murmur rippled through the crowd. Kim Yu-won's gaze snapped upward. A 6. The realization hit him immediately. His body tensed. The voice pressed on. Normally, this would be revealed after the second tutorial, but an exception has been made. Someone reached the threshold too quickly. Panic spread. A man with a cut across his cheek stammered. Is he going to tell us how to get home? Another, a man with a scarred nose, growled. Shut up and listen. The voice ignored them. Now, then, let me tell you how to spend your points. A vivid projection flashed before their eyes. Items, weapons, rare artifacts. There are two primary ways to use them, the voice explained. The first is a store. Perhaps you'll find things there beyond your wildest imagination. A golden image of shaking hands, surrounded by floating coins, appeared. The second is currency. You can trade points with anyone. Kim Yu-won lowered his gaze, deep in thought. With enough points, you could become a god. And that wasn't just an empty boast. The store, it wasn't just useful, it was everything in this world. Kim Yu-won glanced over his shoulder, eyes narrowing. From this moment on, the real struggle began. Points and levels weren't just numbers anymore. They were survival itself. The voice echoed once more, smooth yet merciless. Time's up. I trust you all enjoyed your little vacation. At the heart of the zone, a golden sphere flickered to life, rapidly expanding. The alerts are complete. Now it's time for the next battle. A sudden notification rang out. Safe zones are forming in the center of each district. All participants must reach the safe zone. The moment those words appeared, panic set in. People ran. Another message followed. 100 points will be awarded every 3 hours inside a safe zone. Second tutorial, begin. Multicolored zones pulsed across the landscape, radiating outward from a central purple area. The crowd hesitated at the edges, unsure. Is this really safe? Someone muttered. Among them, a man with a buzz cut grabbed Kim Myung-hoon's shoulder. The Kim Myung-hoon had been clutching his face in silence, lost in thought. Come on, we need to move. Kim Myung-hoon slowly lowered his hand, saying nothing. His comrades glanced around uneasily, whispering amongst themselves. Where's Chang-ho? Dunno, another muttered. His expression darkened. Probably dead. A tense silence hung between them. A cloaked man turned to the blue-eyed warrior, eyes sharp. What's wrong? What are you looking for? The man hesitated, then shook his head. It's nothing. But another spoke up. Where the hell is Kim Yu-won? At that moment, Kim Yu-won was already leaving. He moved with purpose, silently breaking away from the crowd. The cloaked man tracked his movements, muttering under his breath. With the way he fought earlier, he's not normal. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Could he have some kind of talent for daggers? Before he could dwell on it, Kim Myung-hoon noticed Kim Yu-won slipping away. Without hesitation, he followed. "Where are you going?" Kim Myung-hoon called, his voice firm. His men hesitated, unsure whether to chase after him. Kim Myung-hoon didn't stop. He caught up, grabbing Kim Yu-won's shoulder and spinning him around. "Where the hell are you going?" Kim Yu-won barely looked at him. "You heard the announcement. We're supposed to stay in the safe zone." Kim Myung-hoon pressed. He forced a smirk. "Come on, elder. Shouldn't you look out for your unlucky younger brother?" But deep down, he hated admitting the truth. He felt safer near Kim Yu-won. If he reached out first, Kim Yu-won wouldn't refuse, right? But the dark-haired man simply exhaled. His voice was calm. "I know." Without another word, he pulled Kim Myung-hoon's hand off his shoulder. "I have somewhere to be." Kim Yu-won turned, stepping away. "You stay here." Kim Myung-hoon frowned. That was it. Before he could respond, a firm hand landed on his shoulder. "If you want to survive," Kim Yu-won said evenly, "stop sucking up to others." Kim Myung-hoon's expression twisted. His brow furrowed. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Kim Yu-won didn't turn back. A sharp anger flared inside Kim Myung-hoon. His fist clenched. His teeth ground together. Who does he think he is? Kim Myung-hoon stormed off toward the safe zone, frustration simmering beneath his skin. As he passed, one of his comrades stumbled and slammed into a wall, struggling to keep up. Kim Myung-hoon barely noticed. His mind was elsewhere. Would he really be safer in the safe zone? Or would it be better to stay with that bastard? Just then, the Kim Myung-hoon turned around. A sudden scream caught the Kim Myung-hoon's attention. Someone was stuck. Even after being told to enter, the person was unable to move, trapped. Panic surged through the crowd. Then, something flashed above them. A system notification. Safe zone capacity, 2000/2038. The blue-eyed man's gaze locked onto the message, his expression darkening. This place has a limit of 2,000 people. And that was exactly half of the remaining survivors. That means the rest. The thought barely had time to settle before the screams began. Beyond the protective walls, the ground erupted. Massive worms, grotesque, writhing monsters, burst forth, devouring those left outside. Buildings crumbled. The land split apart. People begged for salvation. But there was none. Inside the walls, the blue-eyed man stood frozen, watching in horror. Meanwhile, a dagger sank deep into a monster's neck, its agonized shriek piercing through the chaos. Kim Yu-won pulled his blade free, flicking off the blood before shifting his gaze sideways. The agony, the death, the destruction. It had begun. He descended the stairs with calm precision. Another notification flashing before him. Earthworm defeated. Plus 300 points earned. Plus 2 random stat points awarded. Another message followed. Strength +1, agility +1. Kim Yu-won's eyes darkened. These things, they weren't visible until the moment they struck, burrowing deep beneath the ground before launching their attack. He exhaled sharply. Then I won't rely on sight. Closing his eyes, he sharpened his other senses. Listening, feeling, a distant, low rumble, a slight tremor beneath his feet. The earth cracked open. A worm erupted beneath him, its gaping maw snapping at empty air as he launched himself upward. Now, he dove downward, blade first. A clean strike to the head. Its shriek was short-lived as its body convulsed, then fell still. Another notification. Level up. Strength +1, agility +1, intuition +1. The ground beneath him fractured again. 2 creatures in, and he had already leveled up. Descending further into the tunnels, Kim Yu-won slowed his pace. If I push myself, I can rack up a lot of stats. He took another step, then suddenly stopped. His gaze flicked around, sharp and calculating. Behind him, the blue-eyed man peered around a corner, observing in silence. Earthworms settle underground. They dig their own tunnels. That meant this was their nest, the perfect place to hunt. A notification popped up. Hidden dungeon discovered. Hongdae Area Station. Plus 100 bonus points awarded. Kim Yu-won's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. A nest means one thing, endless prey. Flipping his dagger in his hand, he steadied his stance. Now I just need to reach level 20. A monstrous screech tore through the tunnels. A worm lunged, its massive jaws gaping wide. Kim Yu-won didn't hesitate. With a single leap, he cleared the creature's head, then cut it down mid-air. Green blood splattered the walls as he landed seamlessly, already moving toward his next target. The state of flow took over. His daggers became an extension of himself, striking down the creatures one by one. Fast, precise, unstoppable. Then, something shimmered within the carnage. A sphere tumbled from a fallen worm's body. Kim Yu-won's blades flashed once more as he reached out, and thought, what is this? Kim Yu-won turned the bead over in his palm, studying it with quiet intrigue. So these can be obtained here too? A small chuckle escaped him. He found it amusing, almost charming, in a way. Raising the bead higher, he allowed the dim light to reflect off its surface. A small smile played on his lips. "Apologies," he murmured, voice barely above a whisper. "But I have my reasons for wiping you out." Outside the safe zone, the night was filled with horrific screams. The worms continued their relentless slaughter, devouring people one by one. Inside, fear had settled over the survivors like a thick fog. No one spoke. A hushed voice finally broke the silence. "This is hell," another person, trembling, muttered. "If we're going to die anyway, maybe it's better to bite our tongues." Before despair could fully take hold, a system notification flickered to life. 3 hours have passed. 100 points awarded. Murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd. People stared at the glowing message in disbelief. What is this?" someone stammered. A realization dawned. "It's like money," another whispered. 100 points? That's a lot. But before relief could settle, another notification appeared. Red zone inactive. Safe zone capacity reduced to 1,500. The area began to shrink. People froze. What? The next message hit like a death sentence. If the safe zone exceeds capacity, individuals will be randomly expelled. A ripple of terror shot through the crowd. The ground beneath them trembled. The zone was shrinking. "What the hell is happening?" someone shouted. A scream rang out as the first unlucky survivor was thrown over the edge. He barely had time to beg for help before the monsters descended on him. Panic exploded. People ran, shoving and pushing to stay away from the walls. The counter was ticking down. Another was thrown out. And another. And another. Outside the safe zone, death waited. 3 hours left, someone gasped. The mass of bodies surged forward, everyone desperate to stay inside. A black-haired man suddenly shoved a younger guy, his fist slamming into his chest with force. "Out of my way," he snarled. The younger man stumbled, gasping for air. "You want to die in my hands instead?" the man growled. The crowd became a chaotic mess. Some people fell, trampled underfoot. Others screamed, demanding space, desperate to push forward. "Let me through. Why are you blocking the way?" Then, "Shut up." Kim Myung-hoon's voice tore through the chaos, silencing everyone. The survivors turned, startled. The aggression in his eyes was unmistakable. A cruel smirk tugged at his lips. "Since this is how it is," he said darkly, eyes gleaming with something twisted, "let's decide who dies in my place." The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd changed. Kim Myung-hoon's face twisted with rage as he roared. "That's right. We choose who dies." His fists clenched as his gaze swept over the terrified faces around him. At this rate, he thought, I can make it out of here. His cold stare locked onto a trembling man standing opposite him. The old guy looked weak. Easy target. Kim Myung-hoon grabbed him by the collar, his grip tight. If I offer him up, I'll survive, he thought. The man's eyes widened in terror. He was powerless, helpless. Around them, people screamed in horror. What is he doing? He's lost his mind. But Kim Myung-hoon didn't care. His teeth clenched, determination burning in his gaze. I'll kill this old man if I have to. Meanwhile, Kim Yoo-won's blade flashed. A monstrous maw opened, snapping shut, but it was too slow. His dagger tore through flesh. The creature's body split apart, severed cleanly. Green blood splattered against the ground as he moved forward. Swift, precise, unstoppable. His weapon shone with a blinding light. Then, he swung. Kim Yoo-won's axe crashed down onto the monster's open maw, silencing its furious shrieks. The creature's jaws snapped shut, trembling, before its entire body went still. Without stopping, Kim Yoo-won walked forward, head low, expression unreadable. Behind him, the severed remains of the beast twitched, its limbs still reacting even in death. A system notification flashed before him. Level up. Agility +1, endurance +1, intuition +1. He had finally reached level 20. Kim Yoo-won exhaled, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. The weight of all his trophies settled against his back, but his body felt lighter than ever. His hand tightened around his axe. A new stat had just unlocked. He wiped the blade of his knife with his free hand, then shut his eyes for a brief moment. 3 whole hours. That's how long it had taken. He was exhausted, but his increased stats made it almost unnoticeable. A new achievement window flickered into view. Hunting rewards earned. +3 random stat points. +1 free stat point. Kim Yoo-won tapped the screen, hovering over the prompt. Use stat points. Yes/no. Without hesitation, he confirmed. A surge of energy coursed through him as the system reported his latest increase. Mana +5. His mana, the foundation of all his future power. Stepping over the earthworm corpses, Kim Yoo-won's thoughts sharpened. Right now, nothing was more important than this. His mana stat had reached 18. A huge head start. Even among the few who received the tower's blessing, The average starting mana was only 12. This was the difference between the weak and the strong. As he walked further, axe in hand, Kim Yu-won's gaze flickered upward. Then he stopped. His eyes widened. He wasn't alone. A wide crack stretched across the ceiling above him. Something or someone was there. Without looking away, Kim Yu-won spoke. What are you staring at? Silence. Then, a voice responded. How did you know? Kim Yu-won gripped his weapon tighter, scanning the shadows. You were too focused on me. It was obvious. A chuckle echoed from above. Then, the voice asked, not entertaining enough to look somewhere else? Not really. A figure descended, dropping gracefully from the crack above. Thanks, she said casually. You made my usual job a little more colorful. The woman landed lightly, her eyes filled with amusement. She tilted her head, studying him. Level 20 already? She murmured, almost in disbelief. It was Lackey. Kim Yu-won's grip on his weapon remained firm. Just got lucky. Lackey scoffed. There's no one worse than people who say that. She twirled on the stone beneath her, grinning. So what do you want? Kim Yu-won met her gaze. I need to visit the store. Lackey raised a brow. Shopping already? Not exactly. Her grin faltered slightly as she narrowed her eyes. Then what? Kim Yu-won's voice was steady. I want to buy a skill. A huge holographic window materialized before him. Lackey let out a slow, impressed whistle. Well, the first person to purchase a skill in the second tutorial. Her lips curled into a smirk. This is getting interesting. Kim Yu-won reached for the holographic panel, his gaze sharp. Choose whatever you want. Lackey reminded him with a smirk. His fingers flicked across the display. The store had too many options. Too many skills. Scrolling through them all would take forever. His brows furrowed. Was this really all there was? These are the only skills available in the tutorial, Lackey confirmed. Determination flashed in Kim Yu-won's eyes. Lackey tilted her head. Looking for something specific? No, he replied, but he would keep looking. Drawing too much attention to himself now wouldn't do him any favors. His eyes landed on a particular skill. Monkey Eyes, 2,000 points. He selected it. Lackey let out a small chuckle. That's not exactly a top-tier skill. The system deducted 2,000 points from his balance. Without looking at her, Kim Yu-won simply said, it has a cool name. A notification flickered in front of him. Skill acquired. Monkey Eyes. Before the display could disappear, another skill appeared. Inferior Mono Sword. 1,500 points. He purchased it without hesitation. Lackey hovered around him, chattering excitedly. Nice pick. The inferior magic sword makes up for a newbie's lack of attack power. Kim Yu-won, already irritated, ignored her. Sensing his mood, Lackey waved him off. All right. I'll leave you alone. Enjoy yourself. As he walked away, her voice followed him one last time. I have high hopes for you. Kim Yu-won glanced upward, mulling over her words. So they were watching him, studying him. Not that it mattered. He had earned his place here. There was nothing for them to suspect. His only concern was returning. But would they figure it out? His thoughts drifted to Kronos, the man who had handed him the artifact. The winding watch, the very tool that allowed him to go back. It had been created by Odin himself, and as punishment for using it, Kronos had been erased from existence. Kim Yu-won clenched his jaw. No ordinary examiner would be able to track his return. But what if someone did? A thick yellow smoke coiled around him as he activated Monkey Eyes. His vision expanded. His 5 senses sharpened. He stepped forward, blade in hand. His goal remained unchanged. As he passed the earther, his glowing yellow eyes cut through the darkness. This skill's real power lay elsewhere, and he needed to level it up quickly. A sudden scene stopped him in his tracks. A horrific sight. Toothy creatures devouring people alive. Screams. Flesh torn apart. Blood painting the ground. And then, a lone figure appeared in the distance. Standing still, staring at the monsters. His gaze piercing straight through them. A system notification blinked into view. Time remaining, less than 30 minutes. Kim Yu-won stood before the monstrous creatures, his inferior magic sword gleaming in his grip. His eyes burned with determination. There was enough time to finish this. Spreading his stance, he raised his flame-coated weapon. The intense heat flickered in the darkness, casting long shadows. Then, he felt it. A powerful presence. A massive, purple creature emerged, its enormous maw stretching open in a bone-chilling roar. Kim Yu-won's gaze sharpened. The boss of the second tutorial. The mother of worms. He let out a slow breath. So, this is where you were. Slamming his foot into the ground, he sent a deep shockwave rippling through the cavern. The force echoed, shaking loose small rocks and debris. His boot landed near the creature's tail. The rough, scaly texture met his soul, a direct challenge. The mother shrieked. Fury radiated from her grotesque form as she reared back, her rage palpable. Kim Yu-won lifted his gaze, studying her massive frame. Unlike the lesser creatures that mindlessly devoured humans, She had a different kind of intelligence. A mother's instinct. She wasn't fighting for herself. She was protecting her young. The realization barely had time to settle before she lunged. Her gaping maw snapped shut, sending a spray of stones in all directions. Too slow. Kim Yu-won had already leapt high into the air, his blade flashing. As he soared toward her, he pointed his sword forward, his voice unwavering. I'll end this now. His axe and sword struck in tandem. With a brutal arc, his weapons carved into her massive frame, slicing through the thick outer hide. A piercing shriek erupted from the mother of worms. Thrashing wildly, she tried to shake him off, but Kim Yu-won was relentless. Blow after blow rained down. His gaze hardened, a small grin tugging at his lips. What's next? She tried to throw him. A sudden jerk sent him airborne, tumbling midair. But instead of falling back, he charged. His sword gleamed brighter, the blue flames roaring to life. He twisted his body, flipping above her, and landed another devastating slash. Madness and determination flared in his eyes. This isn't over. The mother of worms, now covered in wounds, let out a final, desperate roar. But Kim Yu-won was already moving. With a single, unstoppable strike, his blade cut deep, splitting her massive form in two. Her death wail echoed through the cavern. Landing gracefully, he stood amid the carnage, watching as the flames flickered across her severed body. Yet, something inside him knew this was only the beginning. Meanwhile, Kim Myung-hoon stumbled backward, his breath ragged. A trembling hand grasped at his leg. Please, help me," a desperate voice croaked. He looked down. A man, half buried under debris, bleeding, reached for him. Kim Myung-hoon's expression twisted. Without hesitation, he ripped out a knife. "Shut up." His voice was cold, ruthless. The old man's eyes widened in horror. Kim Myung-hoon's grin widened. And at that moment, the true monster revealed itself. "Stick to the plan." Kim Myung-hoon's voice echoed, sharp and unyielding. His knife gleamed in his grip. "We all agreed to this," he spat, glaring at the old man in front of him. The crowd erupted. "No one agreed to this," someone shouted. "This is insane." But Kim Myung-hoon didn't care. His fury and desperation burned in his eyes as he gritted his teeth, pointing the knife at anyone who dared step closer. "Don't even think about stopping me," he hissed. "I'll kill you." The mass of people parted as he walked through, their faces twisted in horror. A system notification flashed. Time remaining, 30 seconds. Panic set in. 13 seconds left. People wept, scrambling for cover, but there was nowhere to hide. They weren't just running from the monsters anymore. They were running from each other. And yet, in Kim Myung-hoon's eyes, there was only one goal. Survival. His fingers tightened around the knife, his breath ragged as he scanned the area. Then, something changed. The system froze. The timer stopped. Time remaining, 3 seconds. It didn't move. Silence fell over the crowd. Every pair of eyes turned to the holographic display. Time wasn't ticking anymore. Kim Myung-hoon's chest rose and fell sharply. His gaze darted back to the screen. Safe zone will no longer shrink. A single bead of sweat slid down his face. "We survived," he muttered. Then it hit him. His lips curled into a sudden, wild grin. "We survived," he roared. The crowd erupted in a mix of relief, exhaustion, and disbelief. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won watched as the system displayed his new rewards. 600 points earned. Time remaining until tutorial completion. 15 hours. He silently tucked a small jar into his sleeve. Lackey, hovering nearby, beamed at him. He only sighed. "I tried." Perched atop the lifeless body of the mother of worms, Kim Yu-won sat calmly as the dust settled. The trustee fluttered around him. "Want me to heal you? If it's a reward, I'll pass," he replied. "With my stamina increase, I'll recover in no time." Lackey tilted her head, intrigued. How did an ordinary person get this far in just 2 tutorials? She twirled in the air, eyeing him closely. This is insane. Kim Yu-won barely acknowledged her, his mind elsewhere. 30 minutes ago, he had killed the mother of worms. She had appeared later than expected. That meant her death had severely disrupted the tutorial's ecosystem. This wasn't something the Sixes, the ones overseeing the tutorial, had accounted for. There had been no predetermined reward. That meant the decision would have to be made now. Sitting atop the colossal corpse, Kim Yu-won turned to Lackey. "What about my reward?" he asked. Lackey's playful expression flickered. She crossed her arms. "You figured that out pretty quickly. So there's one." She sighed, spinning on her sphere. "Well, since you seem to understand how things work here, I suppose I can't leave you hanging." Her voice dripped with amusement. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. "Then tell me what it is." Lackey grinned. "You get to choose." With a flick of her wrist, 3 options appeared before him. The first, she announced, is the right to skip ahead to the 5th tutorial. Not only that, this choice also granted the full rewards from clearing the 3rd and 4th tutorials. Kim Yu-won's gaze flickered toward the display. Lackey watched him closely. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. This was a trick. With his current level, there was no reason for him to stay in this tutorial. They weren't offering him an advantage. They were trying to send him ahead prematurely. Lackey, unfazed, continued. The second option is points. His expression shifted. Then what's the third? Kim Yu-won asked. A hologram flickered to life in front of him, displaying a mysterious location. Standing before it, Lackey's tone grew more serious. The third is a connection to Olympus. Kim Yu-won's eyes widened slightly. Lackey studied him. I'm guessing you don't fully understand yet. She wasn't wrong. She continued. The tutorial? It's just the beginning. Her usually playful demeanor hardened. The tower houses countless powers and beings, some who hold authority equal to the gods themselves. Kim Yu-won's mind flashed with images of the gods, mighty, untouchable beings ruling from above. Lackey smirked. Olympus is one of the greatest authorities in the tower. If you accept, they'll recommend you. Her voice lowered. With their backing, you'll be protected after the tutorial ends. Kim Yu-won absently ran his fingers over his leg, deep in thought. He hadn't expected this. He knew Olympus held enormous influence. Kronos was one of their rankers, after all. If he had their support, his climb up the tower would be safer. Faster. But, no. He stood up straight, his decision clear. I'll take the points. Lackey froze. Her eyes flickered with genuine surprise. You're sure? A notification flashed. 10,000 points earned. Lackey sighed, waving her hands. Fine, but at least let me explain before you waste them. She stepped forward, her voice warning him. You should choose carefully. You clearly don't know enough about Olympus yet. You'll regret this later. But before she could continue, Kim Yu-won cut her off. He slung his backpack over his shoulder. If you're just here to deliver orders, then do your job. Lackey stiffened. Kim Yu-won's gaze sharpened. You didn't clear this with the other 6, did you? Her expression shifted. You didn't even check with the manager. Lackey's smile faltered. For the first time, she looked uneasy. Kim Yu-won took a slow step forward. What's the deal, Lackey? His voice was calm, but piercing. Was it just Olympus that bribed you? Or was it heaven? A flash of anger crossed her face. A gun materialized in her hand, the barrel aimed straight at him. But Kim Yu-won only smirked. Thanks for running your mouth. Now, he knew exactly what he had to do. A new prompt appeared. Offer. Private meeting with the manager, 1,000 points. Kim Yu-won's finger hovered over the button. Lackey darted around him, panicked. Wait, what are you? Transaction confirmed. He stepped down from the corpse of the mother of worms, leaving her behind. His gaze hardened as the notification flickered. The manager has accepted your request. The tutorial and the tower, they had to be kept separate, and if he wanted to face Olympus, he had to make his own way. Then, a blinding light filled the space before him. Kim Yu-won squinted, shielding his eyes. A portal split open, and from the void, a single leg stepped through. A low, quiet voice echoed from within. So, you're the one who arranged this meeting? A bandaged hand reached out. A deep, amused laugh rumbled from the portal. So, you paid only 1,000 points for this meeting? The voice carried a mix of amusement and curiosity. Stepping through the portal, the bearded leader fixed his gaze on Kim Yu-won, his towering presence undeniable. You called for me? He asked. Kim Yu-won stood his ground, meeting the giant's gaze. I'm a participant in the tutorial. The leader's lips curled into a grin. A participant who slaughtered over 1,000 monsters in the first tutorial. As the massive figure fully emerged, the ground seemed to tremble beneath his weight. His sheer size was overwhelming. The destroyed land surrounding them, the crumbling buildings, and the eerie atmosphere only heightened the tension. Floating nearby, a creature resembling a terrifying clown, its bloody, clothing drenched in past carnage, watched in shock. How? The clown muttered, his grotesque grin faltering. So many dead in just the first tutorial? The tutorial manager, the true overseer of this realm, studied Kim Yu-won closely. He had heard of him. The rumors surrounding this dark-haired warrior had already spread. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. Ow, the giant rumbled. Did you figure out how to request a private meeting? Kim Yu-won, unfazed, simply looked up at him. All tutorial information must be discovered by the participant alone, without interference from the manager or the tower. Crossing his arms, the tutorial administrator listened carefully. He could see through lies within his domain, and this boy was telling the truth. His red, glowing eyes flickered with interest. Kim Yu-won remained motionless. His voice was calm yet firm, but instead of staying neutral, there was outside interference. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Lackey still hovering nervously nearby. She had witnessed everything. How Olympus approached the Sixes, how they tried to offer him support as a so-called reward. And now, she was terrified. The clown-like figure flinched as the manager's fury turned to him. With a single, bone-crushing slam, the giant's hand smashed down, pinning the Olympian's arm to the ground. A crack, a scream. Blood dripped from the trembling hand beneath his palm. Do not extend your reach where it isn't needed. The warning was absolute. The tutorial manager shook off his hand, his rage simmering down as he turned his attention back to Kim Yu-won. Kim Yu-won exhaled. This is the second rule of the tutorial. The manager's fiery gaze softened. He said nothing, only listened. Kim Yu-won continued. All actions and achievements of a tutorial participant must be rewarded according to their exceptionality. Turning slightly, Kim Yu-won admitted, that's why I called you. He had spent his own hard-earned points. He had exposed the sixth corruption. Now, standing before the towering manager, he asked plainly, what's your opinion? The lower creatures, twisted monsters with razor-sharp teeth, had already been tested, and yet, no abnormalities had been found. The manager scratched his thick beard, deep in thought. Kim Yu-won said nothing. Though it wasn't by his own hand, he had eliminated a six, of being close to a ranker, and that had happened within the second tutorial. The giant leaned forward, his red eyes flickering with something unexpected. Amusement. Then, he let out a thunderous roar of laughter. Incredible, he rumbled. A feat like that deserves an honorary reward. With a snap of his fingers, the air vibrated. A list of rewards flashed before them. The manager studied Kim Yu-won for a moment. I assume you don't care about more points. Kim Yu-won nodded. The giant smirked. Then, I have something else for you. Extending his massive palm, he reached toward Kim Yu-won. Take it. Kim Yu-won hesitated for a moment before extending his hand in response. The gesture was familiar, the same one used when exchanging points. At first glance, there was nothing extraordinary about the reward. He had hoped for more. Then, their hands met. A violent vortex of air erupted around them, spiraling with raw energy. A notification flashed. Skill acquired. Master of Mana. A sudden warmth spread through Kim Yu-won's body. His mana recovery, resistance, and induction power all subtly increased. His total mana pool rose by 5 units. His eyes widened. The tutorial manager watched him curiously. So, what did you get? Before Kim Yu-won could answer, lightning cracked through the sky. The tutorial administrator turned away, glancing toward the lower creatures lurking in the distance. They need to be taught a lesson, he muttered. He looked back at Kim Yu-won one last time. We'll meet again, once the third tutorial ends. Then he was gone. Kim Yu-won stood alone. The dead six lay at his feet, the ruined building surrounding him in eerie silence. He lifted his hand. A faint blue vapor rose from his fingertips. His breath hitched. S+ rank skills exist in the tutorial? A single drop of cold sweat slid down his face. Clenching his hand into a fist, he understood his skill was still at 0. But this was mana control. And in the tower, mana was everything. A soft glow intensified in his palm. A moment later, a sphere of mana formed before him, swirling, unstable. The colors shifted chaotically from blue to violet, flickering like a living entity. His gaze remained fixed on it. 26. That was his current mana pool. But as he held the sphere, the unstable energy dissipated, its form breaking apart. He waved his hand in frustration. The entire building trembled. Cracks deepened in the floor beneath him, groaning under the force of his movement. Kim Yu-won clenched his fist. The skill was unstable, but it was a start. He exhaled sharply. Did he owe Olympus for this? No. Even now, it wasn't enough. It wasn't just about retracing his steps. He needed more. More power. More leverage. And he had no time to waste. A swarm of eyeless, fanged creatures surrounded him. Kim Yu-won darted forward, blade in hand. The second tutorial had 10 hours, 10 minutes, and 11 seconds remaining. Hongdae Area Street, safe zone. The surviving crowd was split into 2 factions. Some still clung to hope, believing that higher powers wouldn't abandon them. Others? They knew better. There's going to be a third, a fourth, and who knows how many more, someone muttered anxiously. In the growing tension, a panicked man suddenly lost control. Hands grabbed his shirt, jerking him back. It was Kim Myung-hoon. Get together, he snapped. You're coming with me. We need to gather the next supply team and move. The man stared at him, wide-eyed. Kim Myung-hoon exhaled. Look, thanks to you, a lot of people who were supposed to die will survive. So don't fall apart now. The man gulped and nodded. Kim Myung-hoon turned back, hurrying the supply team. Then, someone spotted something. A lone figure, dressed in black, walked slowly down the empty street. The crowd murmured. Who is that? Another survivor? Then, a scream. Kim Yu-won's footsteps echoed against the broken asphalt. A faint scraping noise whispered beneath his boot. His eyes flickered downward. The ground shifted. Something was moving. A terrible eyeless creature erupted from beneath. It lunged. The creature lunged. But before it could strike, a shadow descended. Kim Yu-won landed first, his boots slamming onto the worm's head, crushing it into the ground. The crowd in the safe zone stared in stunned silence. Mouths hung open. The timer flickered above them. Time remaining, 5 minutes, 12 seconds. Among them, Kim Myung-hoon expression twisted. Shock, anger, recognition. The brunette in black, covered in green blood. There was no doubt. Kim Yu-won, he muttered. Kim Yu-won, still standing over the fallen monster, barely spared him a glance. Just ignore me, he said casually, wiping away the green slime from his face. Keep talking. A system notification appeared. Stats increased, except intuition, which decreased by 2. Kim Yu-won stepped off the corpse. He had no intention of staying. He was only here for one reason, to collect his reward and move on. Then, someone called out his name, a familiar voice. Turning slightly, Kim Yu-won saw Kim Myung-hoon approaching, the red-haired man, the so-called leader of the group. His hand landed on Kim Yu-won's shoulder, grip firm, almost friendly. I thought I lost you, Kim Myung-hoon said, his voice oddly light. It took forever to find you. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. Disbelief. This guy, his enemy from university, was suddenly concerned about his well-being? The murmuring crowd watched closely. Above their heads, the population counter for the safe zone flickered. Then, the supply group arrived. And immediately, conflict. An unwelcoming figure blocked their way, knives in both hands. Kim Yu-won's gaze sharpened. Hostility. Kim Myung-hoon waved a hand dismissively. Ignore them. He grabbed Kim Yu-won's wrist, dragging him forward. But Kim Yu-won suddenly stopped. His expression darkened. People were thrown out for this? He asked, his voice dangerously calm. Forced to carry food? Kim Myung-hoon sighed, exasperated. They were going to die anyway. This way, at least they're useful. Kim Yu-won's entire stance shifted. He didn't like this. Not one bit. Kim Myung-hoon, sensing Kim Yu-won's growing disgust, barely contained his own frustration. Pointing at the crowd behind them, he snapped, You think you can survive here with norms and morality? His voice rose. You have to be ruthless. Selfish. His teeth bared in irritation. Even you, the great Kim Yu-won, can you really adapt? Kim Yu-won's gaze hardened. His voice was low, steady. Don't cross the line. Kim Myung-hoon blinked. What? But Kim Yu-won was already walking away. A notification flashed. Second stage completed. 500 points and new equipment awarded to safe zone survivors. Kim Yu-won barely acknowledged it. With a flick of his wrist, he dismissed the panel. I won't take part in your version of survival, he said, voice firm. And I sure as hell won't give you advice. Kim Myung-hoon stood frozen, watching him leave. His brows furrowed. What line was he talking about? Then, another notification. Third tutorial begins. Kim Myung-hoon stared at Kim Yu-won's back. A creeping thought entered his mind. Is he bluffing again? But before he could dwell on it, movement stirred in the ruins. Worm-like creatures slithered through the remains of the buildings. The next hunt had begun. 50 more kills to go. Time limit, 72 hours. The entire area was now swarming with creatures. Zombie-like monsters, a massive spider, and a boar with razor-sharp tusks. A system notification appeared. The area will be destroyed after 70 hours. Gate activation, 70 hours remaining. At a major intersection, every imaginable horror crawled, lurked, or hunted. The people in the safe zone watched in growing fear. The monsters had returned, and this time there was no end to them. Among the survivors, Kim Myung-hoon's gaze sharpened. His mind was already working. A pathway. There was a way through. A twisted smile crept across his face. He had an idea, a way to trick the others, to manipulate them. If he played his cards right, they'd kill the monsters for him. He'd just collect the necessary 50 kills without lifting a finger. His expression darkened. With a calm, yet chilling voice, he gave the order. The glass ball fell from his hand, reflecting an ominous pink glow. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won, crouched on one knee, hurriedly formed orbs of mana. He dropped his backpack, patting his pockets. Too many monsters. His gaze flicked across the battlefield. How many could he take down? Raising his palm, he quickly checked his remaining mana. The creatures advanced, climbing the stairs, closing in. His mind raced. He had been lucky to get essences from the second tutorial, but it still wasn't enough. Mana condensed around him, flickering wildly. A notification appeared. Mana concentration complete. Skill registered. His eyes burned with determination. He swung his hand. A thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating the monsters before him. Small lightning bolts crackled in the air. It worked, but then his hand trembled. His mana was completely drained. Controlling it had been difficult. Too much energy spent on concentration alone. Still, as his stats and skill level increased, it would become a powerful asset. He sank onto the steps, catching his breath. The building had suffered heavy damage from the blast. Fingers tightening around the mana spheres, he muttered to himself. This technique determines the scale of mana control. But even as he said it, he knew this wasn't like him. The creatures around him trembled, barely clinging to life. Kim Yu-won didn't hesitate. Pulling out his cold steel blade, he stepped forward. His knife glowed blue. His eyes burned orange. No more wasted time. A timer flickered in his vision. Time remaining, 22 hours, 43 minutes, 22 seconds. Second day of the third tutorial. A group of 3 survivors wandered through the ruins of a collapsed building. Han Lim Joyan, walking ahead, tried to keep his fear in check. In just 2 days, their group had dwindled from 1,400 to only 400. The once massive Hongdae area station was now a wasteland. They tread carefully, hoping, praying, not to run into anything. Han Juno, trailing behind, suddenly froze. Something wasn't right. Peering past a crumbling concrete pillar, his eyes landed on a flickering neon sign. A convenience store. Excitement rippled through the group. Food, one of them whispered. The moment he spotted it, a young man in a red jacket took off sprinting. Kong Sang-kan and the girl behind him laughed, watching his excitement. For the first time in days, a moment of relief. Han Lim Joyan, still on edge, turned. Then his body stiffened. A massive shadow loomed above him. He didn't even have time to scream. The monster struck. Its jaws snapped shut. Blood splattered. His headless body crumpled. The boy in the red jacket crumpled to his knees, headless. His lifeless body remained still for a moment before collapsing onto the cold pavement, surrounded by the very creatures that had killed him. His friends stood paralyzed. Lim Joyan hands flew to her mouth, stifling a scream. Their shock was instant and absolute. Then, the monsters moved. Panic set in. They gripped their weapons tightly, their bodies trembling. The Lim Joyan darted between the creatures, closing in. Could they win? The answer felt like no, but they had no choice. The first monster lunged. Steel flashed. Her blade sank deep into its flesh. Moving on instinct, she twisted the knife, and Kim Yu won it free. She kept swinging. One after another, the monsters fell. Sian Chan, wielding a massive hammer, crushed zombie heads with sheer force. But it wasn't enough. Even with caved-in skulls, the creatures kept growling, kept moving. One finally got through. Sharp teeth tore into Sian Chan's arm. His scream echoed, but he didn't stop. He kept swinging. Lim Joyan heard him cry out. Her resolve wavered. Would they all die here? Her knife slashed through another creature, severing it in half. But then, she froze. Her eyes widened. Something was there. Or rather, someone. A voice muttered from behind a shattered glass door. Man got woken up. Kim Yu won. A soda, kin in his grip. Lim Joyan heart pounded. Impossible. No matter how strong someone was. No matter how high their stats had risen. What she saw defied logic. She watched in stunned silence as Kim Yu won casually swung the can. Crack. The aluminum crushed the monster's skull like paper. Blood gushed. Lim Joyan ducked her head, eyes blinking in disbelief. Did he just kill it with a soda can? This is too much. Then, Kim Yu won moved. Lightning crackled. Electricity swirled around his hands and blade. A spider lunged. He cut it down instantly. The second never even got the chance. Kim Yu won's foot shot out. The kick severed its head from its body. Green blood splattered across the pavement. More bodies fell. The fight ended as quickly as it began. Kim Yu won lowered his leg, turning to the group. Silence hung in the air. Sian Chan clutched his wounded arm, his breath ragged. Lim Joyan instinctively pressed closer to him. His gaze remained locked on Kim Yu won. The tension in the air finally snapped when Lim Joyan stammered. Thanks to you, we survived. Kim Yu won didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached into his pocket. A small container of ointment flew through the air. Lim Joyan fumbled to catch it. Put that on his arm first, Kim Yu won instructed. It's good medicine. She hesitated, then quickly opened it. Kim Yu won's eyes flicked towards Sian Chan. How much stamina do you have? Sian Chan's expression shifted. 17, he muttered. Kim Yu won exhaled, his voice unreadable. Then you won't die. Sian Chan's stomach dropped. But before relief could settle, Kim Yu won added. But there's a chance you'll never use that hand again. Sian Chan's face went pale. Without wasting another second, he rolled up his sleeve and smeared the ointment across his arm. Kim Yu won barely reacted. His hand pressed against his own neck. He shut his eyes. Had he really slept for 6 hours? The exhaustion had mostly faded, but he still felt like sleeping a bit longer. Memories of past battles with monsters flashed through his mind, reminding him that this was the first time he had gotten any rest in 3 days. No wonder he was so worn out. The scene in his head shifted to when he had finally collapsed after purchasing powder to mask odors. He realized he needed to buy a sleep aid as well. Furrowing his brows, he glanced to the side. He hadn't expected any unexpected interference. The group of people nearby watched him tensely. Without a word, Kim Yu-won turned and started walking away. A girl called out after him, asking if he hunted in this area often. Her gaze was sharp as she warned him that losses were more frequent here than in the upper levels. If he was unlucky, he might run into an underground snake. making this place extremely dangerous. Kim Yu-won casually responded that he wasn't here all the time. Glancing over his shoulder at the group, he mentioned that there was a cafe and a rest area nearby. Si Chan frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Kim Yu-won explained that, unlike other hunting grounds, the concrete staircase here was riddled with cracks and water had pooled in a hole on the floor. The group stood up, taking in their surroundings. Si Chan examined the cave, noting that the dungeon was actually two-story. He added that the entire structure looked completely different, more like a proper hunting ground. Si Chan gripped his sword hesitantly, trailing behind Kim Yu-won. The young man studied his blade for a moment before speaking. There's something more important right now. He turned to the group. Why did you come here, knowing how dangerous it is? The girl hesitated before answering. You've been underground this whole time. You don't know what's happening outside. Kim Yu-won turned to face her. She continued, her expression serious. Upstairs, it's chaos. No one trusts anyone. People are killing each other over the battle of entities. Without another word, Kim Yu-won kept walking. The others followed. So, you were attacked, Kim Yu-won said, glancing at them. The girl nodded, confirming his guess. He added, even your pursuers didn't dare come underground after you. Kim Yu-won suddenly stomped on the ground. You barely made it out alive. The girl flinched at the force of his kick, wind blasting through the cave. Before she could finish thanking him for saving them, the pressure of his presence alone made the group tremble. Their gazes locked onto him in fear. A strange sound echoed through the air. Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes. What was that? The wind howled around them as the girl stammered her words of gratitude. Kim Yu-won met their eyes coldly. And what makes you think I won't kill you and take your essence right now? The group tensed, instinctively stepping back. The girl gripped her weapon tightly, her hands shaking. It hadn't even crossed their minds. He had already saved their lives. But now, standing before them, he was far more terrifying than either the monsters below or the chaos above. Kong Sankan spoke cautiously. With your level, you must have gathered more than enough essence by now. There's no reason to kill us. Kim Yu-won's gaze darkened. And what if I want more? Kong Sankan swallowed hard but held his ground. I still don't think you will. Kim Yu-won's piercing stare bore into them, his presence overwhelming. Kim Yu-won spoke calmly, his tone unwavering. Even if I don't kill you, this place will. He paused before adding, and you already know why. The girl's lips tightened as she stared at him, a hint of fear in her eyes. Something about this felt off. If he really intended to harm them, why say something like that? The group stood tensely before him, exhaustion and wariness written all over them. Then, as if a realization struck her, the girl asked, what do you want from us? Kim Yu-won's lips curled into a faint smile. The others exchanged uneasy glances, confused by his reaction. I have a good deal for you, he said simply. They listened as he explained his proposal. If they performed well, he would share the essences with them. Without waiting for a response, he turned and motioned for them to follow. Before they could process his words, a deafening hiss echoed through the cave. A massive serpentine monster lunged, its jaws gaping wide. Kong Sankan's face went pale. This is your idea of a good deal, he shouted, sprinting for his life. His panic cries filled the cavern as the beast chased him down. His mind flashed back to an earlier moment. Kim Yu-won, standing before them while they kneeled, asking, did you hurt yourself much? Kong Sankan had shaken his head, still catching his breath. My leg's fine. Good. Kim Yu-won had replied, giving him a faint smile. Then you should run. And now here he was, running for dear life as the monstrous snake tore through the cave behind him. Kim Yu-won, blade in hand, soared through the air. In one fluid motion, he plunged his sword deep into the monster's throat. A torrent of blood sprayed as he propelled himself off the beast's body, using the force to launch himself toward another approaching threat, a towering red lizard. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, Kim Yu-won's blade slashed through its thick hide in a flurry of rapid strikes. Within seconds, the lizard's massive frame collapsed, its body splitting apart. Si-chan dropped to the ground, gasping for air. His heart pounded as he looked back at Kim Yu-won. His attack speed is insane. As more creatures fell lifeless behind him, Si-chan couldn't help but wonder just how many essences had Kim Yu-won collected. How powerful was he? Nearby, Kong Sankan reached for one of the fallen essences, his fingers trembling as he held it. Could the difference in monster levels be affecting the drop rate? He thought. No, the percentage of essence drops is just ridiculously high. Glancing at the glowing orb in his hand, he muttered, in just 2 hours, we've gathered 50 essences. His gaze shifted back to Kim Yu-won. This man isn't just strong. Kim Yu-won's blood-soaked hand grabbed another entity's essence, his grip firm around his equally blood-covered sword. He turned, locking eyes with Kong Sankan. Kong Sankan swallowed hard, a chill creeping up his spine. He's on a completely different level. Taking an uneasy step back, He stiffened as Kim Yu-won asked, "How many have you collected?" Kong Sankan hesitated before replying, "We've got another one, so that makes 6 total." Kim Yu-won nodded. "You can keep one." Still shaken, Kong Sankan handed over the essences, his mind racing. The monsters aren't appearing fast enough to keep up with our hunting speed. Rising to his feet, he studied Kim Yu-won carefully before asking, "Where do you plan to use all these essences?" Kim Yu-won's expression remained unreadable. "My ally is a little late, but she'll catch up soon." Kong Sankan wasn't sure what to make of that answer. His curiosity finally got the better of him. "What's your level?" he asked. Kim Yu-won lowered his head slightly, but said nothing. The cave was silent, save for the distant echoes of monsters lurking in the darkness. "With a hunting speed like yours, your level must be insanely high by now," Kong Sankan muttered, still trying to wrap his head around it. Kim Yu-won responded calmly, "My level has pretty much stopped growing." Kong Sankan's face went pale. He froze in place, struggling to process what he'd just heard. If his level had stopped increasing, just how high was it? Kim Yu-won continued, "I'll raise it again in the next tutorial." That statement alone sent a chill down Kong Sankan's spine. He hesitated before stepping closer. "Your level, it's personal information, isn't it?" he asked cautiously. "I guess I shouldn't be asking about it." "Same goes for stats." Kim Yu-won gave a small nod. "Exactly." Kong Sankan immediately recoiled, raising his hands in surrender. "I get it. It's just, not long ago, some guy asked me how much stamina I had." Kim Yu-won's expression darkened. "Would you rather I let my arm rot instead?" he asked, his voice carrying a hint of Anno Kim Yu-won's as he dusted off his sword. Realizing his mistake, Kong Sankan covered his face with his hand, feeling a mix of regret and embarrassment. Kim Yu-won added, "If you want to get stronger, you should hunt more monsters. Gather essences, sure, but don't forget to level up too." Before Kong Sankan could respond, a desperate voice cut through the air. "Kim Yu-won." Han Juno sprinted toward him, running at full speed. Behind her, monsters surged forward. She stumbled, barely dodging their attacks, her screams echoing through the cave. Xian Chan's breath caught in his throat as he watched in fear. Kim Yu-won's body tensed. In an instant, he moved. Sonin gasped. "We barely had time to rest." The group sprang into action, dashing toward the charging monsters while Lim Joyan pushed forward with everything she had. Small grains of sand scattered beneath her frantic steps. Kong Sankan gritted his teeth, gripping his hammer tightly. As the monster lunged at him, he swung with full force, slamming the weapon into the base of its neck. With a sickening crunch, the beast collapsed. The system message flashed before his eyes. His level had risen. Not far away, Lim Joyan stood frozen as the monster before her fell lifeless. She turned to her ally. "Did your level go up?" Kong Sankan exhaled, still catching his breath. "Yeah, what about you?" "Same here," Lim Joyan confirmed. A soft glow caught their attention. A sphere of essence shimmered on the ground. Kim Yu-won approached, picking it up effortlessly. "You done?" They both nodded. Kim Yu-won glanced at the fallen entities. "Take them." Surprised, Han Juno watched as he handed her a sphere. His expression remained unreadable. "You should each have 50 now," he stated. Han Juno looked down at her hands, counting silently. "Before coming underground, we only had 20, she let out a breath. "I didn't expect to gain another 30 this fast." She turned to Kim Yu-won. "Thanks." Kim Yu-won barely reacted, lifting his gaze slightly before looking away. "Thanks to you, the hunt went twice as fast." But inwardly, he thought otherwise. These essences, they're barely worth talking about. His eyes flicked up to the system's display. 2 hours and 57 minutes left. Turning his back to them, he took a step forward. "The enemy's activation time is getting closer. Since we're done here, it's time to go up," he announced. The others exchanged glances before nodding. A small, relieved smile crossed their faces. Han Juno, still catching her breath, muttered, "I wonder if things are still a mess up there." Her companion sighed. "The longer it goes on, the worse it gets. The third tutorial is ending soon." He stared ahead, his expression hardening. And the people outside, they're becoming more unbearable. As they climbed the stairs, a faint, ominous glow of scarlet energy flickered in the distance. The swirling energy of the gate rippled through the air, its deep crimson glow casting an eerie light over the city road. The gathered crowd stood at a cautious distance, eyes locked on the ominous portal. "That color, it means the gate is about to open," someone murmured. A man in the crowd absent-mindedly touched the pouch at his belt, feeling the weight of 45 Mona essences inside. His gaze swept over the people around him, their casual chatter masking the tension thick in the air. "They're all hiding knives behind their backs while pretending nothing's wrong," he muttered bitterly. "It's absurd." His jaw tightened as he stared ahead. Beside him, a Hyungnim scoffed. "The drop rate of these damn essences is awful," the Hyungnim said. Why risk your life fighting monsters when it's faster to just take them from someone else? The dark-haired man beside him let out a short, humorless laugh. Everyone's thinking the same thing. Even so, no one's making a move yet. The first man clenched his teeth harder. That's because the real fight starts when the gate opens, he said. And when it does, I'll grab what I can and disappear. From the edge of the road, his comrade suddenly spoke up. Is their leader looking at us? A figure emerged from the crowd, making his way toward them. The men exchanged wary glances. Is he coming this way? The Hyungna muttered. The young man closed the distance between them, stopping just short of them with a smirk. It's been a while, he said. What, 2 days? The dark-haired man narrowed his eyes. Not like we're on friendly terms. The young man's smirk faded into a frown. Still clinging to your pride, huh? He let out a sigh before continuing. You all know what's about to happen. He raised his hands slightly, standing right in front of them. Tell me, are you really aware of the situation? His tone darkened. Once this gate opens, it's going to be a bloodbath. The dark-haired man clenched his jaw, eyes burning with frustration. He's smart, he thought. He gathered a gang just for this moment. The young man tilted his head slightly, then raised his hand. I'll get straight to the point, he said. Compared to you, we have far more resources. A blond man in the group tensed, looking away. The words hung in the air for a moment before someone finally spoke. How many do you need? The answer made them freeze. 700 essences. A heavy silence fell over the group. One man's hand trembled as he clenched his fist. Even if we combined everything we have, we'd barely reach 300. This is insane, he thought. There's no way to avoid a fight at this rate. The young man gestured casually to the sides. All right, how about this? He smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Just give us 400. We'll take the rest ourselves. Yunhun exhaled sharply, his brows furrowing. If we refuse, an all-out massacre begins. He quickly calculated the numbers. They outnumber us 50 to 20. The odds aren't in our favor. Before he could respond, a voice called out from the crowd. Kong Songkan. Heads turned as Kong Songkan pushed through, his expression unreadable. The blond man hesitated. Should I push to give them half? Or should I hold our ground? Before he could decide, more figures emerged from the mass of people. Han Juno and Shanin stepped forward, their presence drawing the attention of the dark-haired man. His eyes widened in surprise as recognition set in. And then, another figure appeared. Kim Yu-won, a cardboard box in his hands. The dark-haired man's breath caught in his throat. Kim Yu-won. A heartbeat later, the box slipped from Kim Yu-won's grasp, hitting the ground with a dull thud. The tension in the air reached a breaking point. With a sharp crash, the cardboard box hit the ground. Kim Yu-won crouched beside it, casually opening his bags. The Kim Myung-hoon beside him frowned. Where the hell have you been? You've been gone for days. Kim Yu-won's expression remained calm. Obviously, I had business to take care of. The Kim Myung-hoon's gaze flickered to the bags. Did you collect all the essences? Kim Yu-won lifted a bag by its strap, nodding. Then, with a single motion, he tilted it over the box. A cascade of glowing spheres tumbled down, the distinct chime of essences clinking against one another, filling the air. The crowd gasped. Incredible, the Kim Myung-hoon muttered, watching as Kim Yu-won sifted through the overflowing pile. Whispers spread like wildfire. How many are in there? There's got to be over 1,000. The Kim Myung-hoon's jaw tightened. How'd he gather so many? He clenched his fists but forced himself to stay composed. No need to be afraid. I've got plenty of people behind me. He turned slightly, scanning the 50 or so men at his back. No matter how strong he is, he can't take on all of us at once. Taking a step forward, he moved toward the box, only to be stopped in his tracks. Kim Yu-won's calm voice cut through the noise. Look down. The Kim Myung-hoon instinctively lowered his gaze. His breath hitched. A thin, deep line was carved into the ground, right in front of his shoe. Kim Myung-hoon furrowed his brows. What is this? Kim Yu-won straightened, addressing the gathered crowd. You all need these, don't you? He reached into the box and picked up a single essence, rolling it between his fingers. His expression remained unreadable as he added, I don't need them anymore. I have more than enough. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd. Hands shot up as voices overlapped. I'll take one. No, me first. Give me 5. But Kim Yu-won's next words silenced them instantly. They're not free. His gaze remained steady as he named his price. 100 points per essence. A murmur of disbelief spread among the people. What? That's way too much. Is he out of his mind? This is robbery. People immediately started checking their points, desperate to see if they could afford the steep cost. Kim Yu-won expression darkened. He drew his sword and pointed it forward. Essences aren't sold in stores. The only way to get them is through people like me. His voice was cold. So tell me, how many of you are actually willing to buy? The Kim Myung-hoon sneered. This deal is ridiculous. How many people here can even afford to buy from you? His grip tightened on his blade. And what if someone doesn't have enough to pay? Kim Yu-won met his glare with unwavering calm. That's an odd question. He leaned back slightly in the circle. No one is being forced to buy. If you don't have the points, don't bother. His voice remained steady as he continued. But there are other ways to trade. You can offer an item or even a skill, assuming it's something useful. The crowd tensed at those words. Kim Myung-hoon turned, catching the flickers of unease in the people behind him. His eyes narrowed. They're actually considering it. Frustration bubbled inside him. He clenched his jaw, grinding his teeth. Ew. His voice was laced with anger. You killed people for these, didn't you? Took everything they had. And now you're trying to sell them for a damn profit? His hand trembled on the hilt of his sword. Who the hell do you think you're fooling? He spat. Lim Joyen raised her hands, stepping between them, trying to defuse the situation. Kim Yu-won, still seated in the circle, fixed Kim Myung-hoon with a calm, almost amused look. And what would have happened if I didn't take them? Kim Myung-hoon's nostrils flared, his knuckles turning white. Say something that actually makes sense, he growled. This isn't going to work. The tension in the air thickened. Then from behind, a girl suddenly shouted, "That's not for you to say." The girl snapped, her voice sharp. The Kim Myung-hoon clenched his jaw, but the people around him frowned, their eyes dark with anger. You killed my friend, the girl continued, her tone laced with fury. Do you even know where they ran? The Kim Myung-hoon scoffed. If they were with me, they shouldn't have survived. A young man, standing behind Kim Yu-won, raised his hand. Who exactly are you blaming? He asked. Because I know nothing about this man. The Kim Myung-hoon's eyes bulged with rage. A vein throbbed on his neck. This is pissing me off, he growled. You're all being idiots. His glare hardened. There are only 3 of you. What the hell do you think you can do? The men behind him drew their swords in unison. The Kim Myung-hoon sneered. If you really think sticking with him will keep you safe, you're dead wrong. His voice dropped into a growl. Kill them. The moment his command rang out, the men surged forward. Kim Yu-won barely moved. With a single swing of his sword, 2 heads flew clean off their bodies. A sickening silence fell as the beheaded corpses remained standing for a brief moment, blood spraying into the air before they crumpled to the ground. Kim Yu-won's cold gaze locked onto the remaining attackers. You crossed the line. The Kim Myung-hoon's breath caught in his throat. His eyes widened as he stared at the fallen bodies, frozen in shock. The others staggered back, their confidence wavering. Kim Yu-won swallowed hard, recalling something. He told me not to cross the line. Did he really mean it? Kim Yu-won's voice cut through the silence. My conditions don't change. He turned his gaze toward the crowd. If you pay, I'll sell. And only those who buy will be allowed inside the circle. His voice was calm, unwavering. Whether you purchase or not is up to you. I won't force anyone. His eyes darkened. But if you step past this line for any other reason, you die. The moment those words left his lips, his sword erupted with an ominous aura. The ground beneath him seemed to tremble as he activated inferior magic sword. The Kim Myung-hoon clenched his teeth and waved his blade furiously. Kill him. His men hesitated, only for a second, before charging again. Kim Yu-won moved like a shadow. He dodged the first strike with a swift bend, then struck. His sword cut clean through one attacker's neck. In the same motion, he slashed another across the chest, sending blood splattering onto the ground. A deep blue aura raged around him as the lifeless bodies thudded against the dirt. The Kim Myung-hoon trembled, his grip on his sword unsteady. His stomach twisted at the sight of the blood pooling around the corpses. Impossible. His mind raced. I'm level 11. This shouldn't be happening. A wave of fear crashed over him. He took an instinctive step back. I have to run. It was all about the line. He said only those who cross it will die. He spun on his heels and bolted. I made it. I survived. A flicker of relief crossed his face. Then, behind him, you think you're safe? Kim Yu-won's voice rang out. The Kim Myung-hoon barely had time to process the words before a cold sensation swept over him. His vision tilted. No, the world tilted. His head was floating. He saw Kim Yu-won standing there, his sword still raised, his eyes unreadable. Then, everything went dark. Blood splattered across the ground, staining the boundary of the drawn circle. The bodies of the fallen lay motionless, a grim reminder of Kim Yu-won's warning. With his sword still in hand, Kim Yu-won walked back toward the box. He crouched down, picking up the essences. What a mess, he muttered. Lifting the box, he turned to face another group of people. The moment their eyes met his, they instinctively took a step back. Fear gripped them. The dark-haired man in the crowd stared at Kim Yu-won, stunned. Only one person could pull off a massacre like this. He tightened his fist. One person's sheer strength had just crushed an entire group's combined force. It was like watching a battle straight out of a movie, unreal, yet happening right before his eyes. He had thought he was getting used to this brutal reality, but he was wrong. Slowly, he unclenched his fist, lowering his hand before raising it slightly above his head. From behind, Kong Sankan rushed toward him. I'll buy an essence, Kong Sankan announced. His ally turned to him, frowning. With what points? Kong Sankan unsheathed a blade and held it up. Lackey told me I could sell this for 500 points. The man beside him gritted his teeth. Think this through, he warned. That guy got all those essences through pure hunting. You sure this is the trade you want to make? Kim Yu-won, standing before the gate, set the box inside a newly drawn circle. Kong Sankan hesitated. Then, how'd he get so strong? There's no way he reached this level just by killing a couple of monsters. The other man exhaled sharply. He didn't even take the essences from the people he killed. Kim Yu-won rubbed his chin, his gaze fixed on the floor. That proves he didn't steal, the man continued. This is a massive haul of essences, and he's sticking to fair trade. That alone says a lot. Kong Sankan's mind raced as he weighed his options. Finally, he stepped into the circle and extended his hand. I'll take 7 pieces. As Kim Yu-won clasped his hand, the system announcement rang out, 700 points transferred. The gathered crowd erupted in murmurs. We could just buy essences and move on to the next stage. Someone immediately checked their balance. I only have 200 points. How much do you have? The moment the man stepped through the portal, others rushed toward Kim Yu-won. I'll buy some too. Same here. People shouted out their offers, scrambling for a chance to trade. Someone turned to a companion. Hey, do you have any points left? I'll pay you back in the next tutorial. Meanwhile, Lackey examined Kong Sankan's sword. It's slightly damaged, he muttered. Small creatures floated in front of the traders, appraising items. One of them assessed the blade. 300 points. The man flared up. What? That's way too low. Another lackey chimed in. It's not a popular item. Best I can do is 200 points. What a scam. The second trader scoffed. You're turning around and selling it for 1,000, aren't you? Kim Yu-won stood near the gate, his mind running calculations. One stack could be sold for 100 points. After a brief pause, he made his decision. He sold 3 points of intuition. The transaction went through. Kim Yu-won, visibly displeased, shook the trader's hand as the system displayed. 7,410 points transferred. That deal was terrible. Another person passed through the gate. Kim Yu-won lowered his hand, exhaling. Still, maybe this was better than dying here and now. But as he ascended the tower, he had come to realize losing stats was a steep price to pay. His expression remained calm as he checked his balance. 167,000 points. At least for me, things worked out in the end. Lim Joyan turned toward him. Kim Yu-won was staring into the box, lost in thought. He was expecting at least 100,000. That should be enough for whatever he's planning. Are you leaving? She called out. Kim Yu-won looked back at them. Why aren't you? She paused before answering. We want to go with you. Kim Yu-won glanced at them, his expression unreadable. Kong Sankan stepped forward, meeting his gaze with quiet determination. I know you don't want allies, he said, but you can always use us as bait, like last time. And if we're useless, you can just leave us behind. Kim Yu-won remained silent, staring ahead. Then, he lowered his head, closed his eyes briefly, and let out a small smile. Sorry, but that's all. He bent down, picked up his bag, and slung it over his shoulder. You shouldn't rely on anyone. If you do, you won't make it far. Kong Sankan's brow furrowed. What does that mean? The others stiffened, their expressions shifting to confusion. Kim Yu-won opened his bag, lifted it into the air, and gave it a shake. The fabric rustled, but nothing fell out. I don't have a single essence left. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the empty bag onto the ground. The group stared at him in disbelief. Kong Sankan stepped closer, eyebrows raised in shock. Wait, what are you going to do? You should have at least saved 50 pieces for yourself. Kim Yu-won's expression remained calm. I'm not going. A heavy silence followed. He exhaled slightly. I'm tired of running from you guys. Then, turning away, he added, you should hurry up and leave. Chaos is about to begin. Lim Joyan called out his name, but Kim Yu-won didn't stop walking. The others watched him go, disappointment flickering in their eyes. A hand landed on Lim Joyan's shoulder. His ally gave him a light push. Come on, it's time to go. Reluctantly, they turned toward the gate, while Kim Yu-won walked further and further away. His eyes flicked to the side, locking onto the system window. Next step, defense. A man suddenly ran up to him, panting. Wait, did you sell all the essences? Another man, wearing glasses, let out a desperate groan the moment Kim Yu-won nodded. His eyebrows shot up in disbelief before his knees buckled. He collapsed to the ground, hands pressed against the dirt. More people came rushing over, eyes frantic. Kim Yu-won clicked his tongue. Better to move first. The desperate residents clutched their heads, their frustration filling the air. From now on, Kim Yu-won thought, this place will become a battlefield. People would be forced to risk their lives for a handful of essences. Without another word, he started walking away, putting distance between himself and the chaos. His mind quickly calculated the time. 1 hour left until the tutorial ends. He glanced to the side, considering his next move. I'll visit the store. The ground trembled slightly beneath his feet. A purple aura swirled over the road ahead. His eyes narrowed. Something's coming. In an instant, a figure materialized, shrouded in crackling energy. A manager. The man met Kim Yu-won's gaze with an unsettling calm. Did you call for me? Kim Yu-won looked up at him, unfazed. I did, but not you. His tone remained steady as he glanced around. Where are all the lackeys? The manager smiled faintly. Recruiting new ones. Kim Yu-won's eyes sharpened. Because you lost too many? Precisely. The manager gestured, and 3 new minions appeared behind him. One of them marked with a red cross. Kim Yu-won raised an eyebrow. Thinned your ranks a little too much, didn't you? The manager chuckled. Roughly 1 in 3 lackeys had certain connections. Many were involved in unfortunate incidents. His gaze flickered, as if recalling something. And of course, your recent trade didn't help. His tone was light, but there was an edge to it. A good number of my subordinates stuck around far too long because of you. His expression darkened slightly. The other side's progress has slowed because of it. The manager gritted his teeth slightly, then raised both hands, pointing at Kim Yu-won. Why do you think this is because of you? He demanded. Kim Yu-won remained calm. The manager continued. Over 100 people used the store just to trade with you. Lowering his head slightly, Kim Yu-won closed his eyes for a moment before letting out a small breath. Isn't that a good thing? The trade was successful, wasn't it? Then, looking back at the manager, he added, but still, is your labor shortage so bad that you had to show up personally for something as simple as store usage? The manager, now standing beside him, let out a chuckle. This isn't an ordinary store. He tilted his head. Don't tell me you really don't know what my position is. Kim Yu-won frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing. So, he's an object of special service. Typically, if something wasn't detected through a manager's jurisdiction, they would just turn a blind eye. But apparently, this time they had chosen not to. The air between them remained heavy. Then, the manager added, by the end of the 3rd tutorial, you had 160,000 points. At this rate, your power alone could completely destabilize the ecosystem of the tutorial. Kim Yu-won met his gaze directly. That's not my intention. His voice remained even. So, I don't see the problem. Taking a step forward, he calmly stated, I'm using the store. The manager let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. That absurd self-confidence of yours. His lips curled into a small smile. I've been a manager for a long time, but I've never met someone quite like you. He lifted a hand, summoning a bright glow. In an instant, the store interface materialized in front of Kim Yu-won. What do you need? The manager asked. Kim Yu-won's fingers moved swiftly, clicking on an item. I'll take this first. Purchase confirmed. Mid-grade personal inventory, 10,000 points. With this, I can store and activate team items. Next, he purchased the Arctic Steel Sword for 50,000 points. The gleaming blade materialized in midair before him, its icy sheen reflecting the ambient glow of the store window. The manager watched closely as the sword vanished into Kim Yu-won's inventory upon his command. That's quite the difficult item, he commented. Without hesitation, Kim Yu-won continued. Purchase confirmed. Pyromancy Robe, 60,000 points. Purchase confirmed. Magic Nullification Shield, 20,000 points. At this point, there was no denying it. This was a complete destruction of the tutorial's balance. Kim Yu-won shrugged off his outerwear, letting it drop carelessly to the ground. With gear at this level, I'll be able to use these items well into the higher floors of the tower. He picked up the shield, slung the crimson cloak over his shoulders, and stepped forward, his confidence unwavering. Next, he bought 4 ice crystals for 20,000 points. Standing before the store window, he made one final request. And lastly, I need a well-sharpened sword. A blade appeared before him. Without hesitation, he spent 2,000 points and took it into his hands. As the shield faded into his inventory, the manager let out a knowing smirk. That last purchase, it's the most basic weapon in stock. It doesn't even synergize with the rest of your magic-enhanced items. Kim Yu-won remained unfazed. It'll do. His balance now displayed 54,000 points remaining. The manager grinned. At this point, no one in the tutorial can lay a finger on you. His gaze sharpened. Not only that, your new gear is so durable that it won't even leave clues behind if someone tries. Kim Yu-won's expression darkened slightly. He frowned, watching the manager carefully. That's an oddly specific thing to point out. The manager's final words echoed in the air. This only concerns the participants. Then, with a bright flash of purple energy, he vanished. As the lingering energy dispersed, Kim Yu-won remained standing in place, watching the sky. The countdown on the system window had reached its final seconds. The timer hit 0. A cold voice broke the silence. The 3rd tutorial has been completed. The floating timer window shattered into countless fragments, dissolving into nothing. But then, tutorial failed. The earth beneath him trembled violently. The massive gates groaned before slamming shut. Area destruction commencing. A deafening roar tore through the city. Cracks split the pavement as waves of monstrous energy surged between the buildings. From the depths of the earth, creatures began to crawl out, twisted forms emerging from the darkness. The sky above shifted into a deep, unnatural red. Kim Yuan's gaze remained steady as he murmured, "It's been a while since I've seen this." Reaching for his crimson cloak, he ran his fingers over the fabric. A system window popped up. Pyromancy robe, a garment infused with an ancient spell. Made from a rare material, it grants increased resistance to fire attribute magic. He tightened his grip on the fabric. I made the right choice. The air was already growing unbearably hot. Protection was his first priority, and in the tower, this cloak would be invaluable against fire-based attacks. Screams echoed from all around. People collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony as the heat intensified. Their desperate cries for help filled the air. "I can't take it, please, just let me die." Kim Yuan stepped forward, scanning the area. Only 3 survivors remained. He approached the kneeling figures. One of the men looked up at him, his face drenched in sweat. "Why are you still here?" he gasped. Their eyes met for a brief moment. The man tried to speak again, but crack! The road beneath them split open. A devastating explosion erupted from below, blasting through the asphalt. Flames engulfed the bodies of the fallen. Their screams cut short as they were incinerated alive. Kim Yuan took a step back, his expression darkening as he silently observed the destruction. Destruction in progress. Activating entity number 176. The entire city was swallowed by fire. Then, from the depths of the inferno, a massive, skeletal hand clawed its way out of the burning ground. A towering demonic skeleton, its skull adorned with twisted horn-like protrusions, loomed over the landscape. Scarlet flames poured from its empty eye sockets. One after another, countless trash-class demons surged to the surface. Kim Yuan calmly unsheathed his sword, his shield activated with a faint hum. He surveyed the battlefield. There's a lot of them, but that wasn't the problem. His gaze shifted. A massive column of fire erupted into the sky. There it was. The reason this was called destruction. Within the blazing inferno, a pair of violet, glowing eyes flickered open. Lower-class demon Surutra has appeared. Kim Yuan's lips curled into a faint smirk as he gripped his blade. "So it's you, Surutra." The fire raged higher as the monstrous figure slowly emerged. "During Ragnarok, you were the size of a mountain. Here, you're only the size of a house." The demon's colossal, fiery hands pressed against the scorched earth, its form trembling with anticipation. Behind it, an army of skeletons assembled, ready to raze the world to the ground. Then, in a voice dripping with malice, the giant flame demon growled, "Another world will be consumed." The system echoed through the air, declaring the demon as the 176th child of the tower. The colossal demon's fiery eyes locked onto Kim Yuan, its speech interrupted. "If this world was meant to disappear," Kim Yuan said coldly, "then you shouldn't have been born in the first place." The demon let out a low growl. Kim Yuan smirked and shouted, "Why so sentimental? 176 children, and you're not even in menopause?" A deep rumble shook the ground as the demon's burning rage intensified. Kim Yuan rolled his shoulders. "Enough talk. Let's get started." The surrounding demons stirred at his words. Recognition flashed in their burning eyes. "Oh," one of them hissed. The colossal demon crouched slightly, its molten hands pressing into the ground. "A monkey from a mountain of flowers and fruits," Sura murmured. "You have the same eyes." The earth beneath its feet cracked, sending tremors through the battlefield. Surutra's voice rumbled. "Do you truly think you can escape this place?" A massive, flaming sword materialized in the demon's grip. Its army surged forward. Kim Yuan exhaled, gripping his blade. His sword shimmered with a swirling aura as he bent his knees, lowering his stance. The first wave of skeletons lunged toward him. With a single precise strike, crack, he split the lead skeleton's skull in two. A fiery explosion erupted from the remains, engulfing him in smoke and flames. Sura watched in confusion as the battlefield was momentarily shrouded in black smoke. The moment the embers faded, Kim Yuan emerged, completely unscathed. The demon's eyes narrowed. That's no ordinary garment. The pyromancy robe absorbed heat damage from the explosion. The pyromancy robe artifact provides increased resistance to fire-based attacks. Kim Yuan chuckled, brushing off the ash on his shoulder. "So, think it was a wise investment." He took a deliberate step forward. "I didn't prepare all this to defend myself." His gaze sharpened. "I prepared it to hunt you." The demon tilted its head, placing a molten hand on its chin. Bold words. A sinister grin spread across its face. Let's see if you can say them again when you reach me. Kim Yu-won adjusted his stance, spreading his legs wider, lowering his head slightly. He scoffed. Your throne looks a little too heavy to lift. Surutra grin widened. Then let's see how long you can stay so arrogant. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. You talk too much. Then, with explosive force, he launched himself into the air. His blade cut through the wind. Slash! Demonic bodies were torn apart in an instant. Still airborne, Kim Yu-won twisted mid-motion, slashing through multiple enemies in one fluid motion. System, level up. He barely glanced over his shoulder as another fiery explosion erupted behind him. The battlefield was covered in flames. His left hand gripped his shield, now riddled with cracks from the relentless heat. Breaking through the fire, he surged toward the remaining enemies. With another powerful strike, boom! Another explosion erupted, sending debris flying. His purchased artifacts absorbed most of the impact, but even with the protection, the sheer force of the heat was draining. Your dexterity increased by 1. Your constitution increased by 1. Your arcane power increased by 1. Kim Yu-won exhaled, lowering his gaze slightly. Even with the fire spell robe, dealing with this heat for 2 hours straight is brutal. The air was suffocating, his body drenched in sweat. More monsters staggered toward him. Their burning skulls flickered with deadly energy. Their explosions aren't overwhelmingly strong, Kim Yu-won analyzed, but there's no real way to avoid them. His jaw tightened. Then, gripping his blade tighter, he prepared for the next attack. He knew his attacks could reach long distances by concentrating his mana, but the energy drain was massive. It wasn't a technique he could rely on in an extended battle. Glancing at his shield, now covered in cracks, he realized he was approaching his limit. Still, he was damn lucky. The shield had withstood at least 1,000 explosions. But he couldn't keep stalling. It was time to take action. Lifting his gaze to the rock where the demon sat, he called out, "Enough with the minions. Come down and fight me yourself." Surutra smirked, gripping his sword. His eyes flicked to the artifacts the young man wielded, finding them nothing short of astonishing. "Incredible," he muttered. "I have no idea how you got your hands on these in a tutorial." Kim Yu-won let out a tired sigh. The demon leaped toward him, a storm of dust swirling in his wake. As he landed, Kim Yu-won met his gaze. "Do you even have a conscience?" he asked. "You're causing chaos in the tutorial grounds." The demon scoffed. "I'm only punishing those who don't belong here." His blade gleamed as he pointed it at Kim Yu-won. "But you're different. You have the potential to ascend the Endless Tower and become a ranker." Kim Yu-won scratched his ear, unimpressed. The demon tilted his head. "So why are you here? Were you abandoned by your allies?" "As I said," Kim Yu-won replied coolly, "I came to hunt you." Surutra laughed, raising his sword. "You? Kill me?" His grin widened. "Then fight back." Kim Yu-won shifted his stance, angling his blade. The demon struck with devastating force, his sword igniting in flames. Kim Yu-won barely had time to raise a shield before the impact sent a blinding shockwave through the battlefield. The force was immense. His shield, already weakened, shattered into gleaming fragments. Even the ground beneath him cracked and crumbled. Standing under the demon's looming blade, Kim Yu-won clenched his teeth. His mind flashed to a memory. Sun Wukong's words echoed in his head. The demon's fiery blade struck the earth, splitting it apart and filling the air with dust. Surutra peered down at the impact zone, expecting to see his opponent broken. But beneath the debris, a faint crimson glow pulsed. Something fell off. The demon narrowed his eyes. Why would he expose himself like that? A shift in the rubble caught his attention. Kim Yu-won was emerging, alive, and radiating an ominous aura. His face was scorched, and he let out a heated breath. "Damn, that was close. Thought I was gonna die." He staggered to his feet, feeling the weight of exhaustion settle in. His mind raced as he recalled his endless battles with this brawler. Hundreds of fights, all because of the demon's whims. Out of countless clashes, he had only managed to claim victory a handful of times. And there were reasons for that. He pictured Sun Wukong, perched on a cloud, the divine artifact Rue Jingu in hand. That primordial Kinnan cloud, capable of summoning lightning and traveling to the ends of the universe in an instant. Not to mention the limitless mana born from absorbing an entire peninsula's worth of heavenly treasures. Kim Yu-won kept his head lowered, flames licking at the air around him. Then, as he raised his eyes to meet the demon's gaze, they burned with a newfound intensity. A notification window appeared. Cinder Eyes. Assimilation with demon fire complete. Ability. Distinguishes truth from lies, good from evil. Effect. Enhanced resistance to fire. Maximize senses, heightened combat prediction. Rank A. Mastery. 12.14%. his eyes ignited, twin infernos glowing within them. His body burned, his clothes seared, but this time, unlike before, he could withstand it. No special artifacts, no outside help, just his own power. The demon, still wreathed in flames, noticed the shift. Something had changed. Kim Yu-won smirked, silently mocking him. "You ignorant fool." A sword began to form in his hand, its gleaming steel infused with ice jade. Frosted crystals floated around it, swirling in the air. He never thought he'd come to respect his opponent, but at this moment, he did. "Thanks, Sarutra," he murmured. Gripping the weapon tightly, he prepared for the hunt. A system alert flashed before him, preparations complete. The demon, blade slung over his shoulder, erupted into laughter. "And what exactly do you plan to do at this stage?" Kim Yu-won ran a hand over his own skin, testing the sensation. The burns barely registered. "This," he scoffed. "It's nothing." A system notification chimed in. "Ice crystal. Effect. Mana infusion adds a chilling effect." Fire resistance increased. The demon's laughter faltered. He watched in shock as Kim Yu-won's temperature began to drop. The system confirmed it. The burns on his body were cooling, calming. With a sharp inhale, Kim Yu-won slammed his foot into the ground, sending debris flying. Blue mist curled from the edges of his mouth, and in that instant, he understood. His new ability was starting to freeze him. The demon acted fast, hurling something straight at him. Kim Yu-won felt the energy surge, but he didn't panic. He swung his sword, deflecting the incoming attack. Fire and ice clashed in a violent explosion, the entire dungeon trembling from the impact. Fury flickered across Kim Yu-won's face as he fought to deflect the onslaught of flames. Another system message flashed. Pyromancy robes activated. Effect: additional magical resistance to flame attribute attacks. Resistance to Sarah's annihilating flames increased. As his blade cut through the scorching blaze, his robes absorbed the demon's annihilating fire, dropping the surrounding temperature drastically. Another alert popped up. Status update. Burn resistance strengthened. Mana equilibrium stabilizing. Kim Yu-won exhaled, steam rising from his breath. The battlefield had shifted. Now, it was his turn to strike. Their eyes locked, one burning with fury, the other gleaming with determination. At the same time, both warriors swung their weapons. The fiery creature roared as the protagonist lunged forward, blade slicing through the air. A burst of purple liquid sprayed from Sarah's wound as Kim Yu-won's sword struck true. The monster let out a furious scream, whipping around to glare at his opponent. Kim Yu-won grinned, his crimson eyes glowing as he braced for the next attack. But then, something unexpected, clusters of mana shot toward him at high speed. A bead of sweat slid down his face. Too dangerous. He needed to move. Sarah thrust his hand forward, and a system notification flashed. Cinder eyes activated. Battle prediction engaged. Kim Yu-won's instincts kicked in. The moment the demon swung, his iron sword flared with a blue glow. Flames surged toward him, but instead of panicking, he laughed. Reabsorbing the ice crystals, his body temperature plummeted. Too much. Frostbite crept into his limbs. He gritted his teeth, realizing that in his current state, he couldn't withstand the cold for long. No time to waste. His fight had to end now. Ducking at the last second, he narrowly dodged an incoming strike. His blade shimmered with raw energy. No more holding back. Arcane sword skill activated. With a powerful slash, he tore through the enemy's defenses. The impact sent debris flying across the dungeon. Sarah staggered, his head snapping toward Kim Yu-won, eyes blazing with rage. A surge of mana erupted from behind the demon, slamming into his body. Blue energy crackled across his form. Kim Yu-won's glowing eyes burned with resolve as he hurled himself forward, his weapon striking with unrelenting force. The creature's head shattered into fragments, his body crumbling under the devastating attack. Panting, Kim Yu-won climbed onto the beast's fallen frame, gripping his weapon tightly. But the demon's anger hadn't faded. "You, just a green sword wielder who can't even climb the tower." Sarah spat. Flames erupted across the dungeon, surrounding them in an inferno. Kim Yu-won didn't flinch. He pressed his fingers against the enemy's scorched body, activating his cold and fire spell robes. The magic counteracted Sarah's destructive fire, but not enough. The power gap remained. Heat surged around him. His body ignited, burning bright as his own flames fought against Sarah's relentless inferno. Another system alert rang out. Mana blast increased. Kim Yu-won's skin blistered with third-degree burns, but he didn't stop. His grip tightened around his sword. He could win. He would win. With a final roar, he drove his blade deep into the monster, raw energy exploding from the impact. Sarah thrashed, trying to stop him, but it was too late. Kim Yu-won's sword cracked under the immense force, but it didn't matter. Sarah's massive form crashed to the ground. The dungeon trembled. System notification. Creature's destruction. Successful. It was over. As the weapon in Kim Yu-won's hand slowly faded away, he let out a loud, victorious laugh. His eyes flickered upward just as the level-up notification flashed before him. It was real. He had actually defeated Sarah. Memories of past battles resurfaced, each fight pushing him further, sharpening his strength. This was just the beginning. A devilish grin crept onto his face. He knew that by the time he was done, he'd be completely unstoppable. Then, another system message appeared. Achievement unlocked. Impossible feat. Lying on the ground, eyes shut, Kim Yu-won struggled to move. Slowly, he pried them open, his vision hazy. His body ached, but the moment he spotted the lifeless form of the monster beside him, he forced himself to sit up. Trembling, he flexed his fingers. His burns still stung. It hadn't been that long since he lost consciousness. Pressing a hand to his chest, he could still feel the lingering chill from his own ability. He exhaled. The battle with Surutra, he really could have died back there. Yet, he wasn't finished. This was only the intermediate stage of unlocking the Golden Cinder Eyes. He had a long way to go. Rising to his feet, Kim Yu-won approached the massive corpse. Even though the tutorial wasn't over yet, he knew he needed to stop here. He couldn't afford reckless mistakes. The path ahead was still vast. The ground beneath the slain beast rumbled, cracks forming beneath its enormous fang body. Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes. Despite its monstrous appearance, its body was more complex than it seemed. As the flames around them finally died down, he climbed onto the demon's carcass and reached down, ripping off a bone. Demon remains were valuable. Everything from their flesh to their bones could be turned into powerful items. He smirked. Then something caught his attention. His pupils shrank in surprise as he noticed something embedded deep within the monster's chest, a massive, gleaming crystal. It pulsed with an intense glow. The giant's heart. Kim Yu-won realized immediately what it was. A creature born in the land of fire, one capable of channeling pure flame energy through its core. Holding the crystal in his hand, he studied it intently. He wanted to absorb it right now, but his body wasn't ready. Not yet. He recalled what he knew about such miraculous treasures. Their effects were overwhelming, altering the very structure of the one who consumed them. To withstand it, he would need immense endurance. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice called out. Kim Yu-won's gaze snapped up, locking onto a familiar figure. A bearded man, grinning, baring his teeth. You done playing around yet? Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes. You again? The one-armed man chuckled darkly. Yeah, I should be asking you that. The tutorial manager approached with slow, deliberate steps. Kim Yu-won hopped off the monster's body, his senses still on high alert. You still have a long way to go at this stage, the manager remarked. The bearded man groaned, running a hand through his hair. I'm getting scolded for this. The tutorial balance is completely messed up because of you. He sighed heavily. Seriously, where the hell did you even come from? His gaze flicked to Kim Yu-won, frustration clear on his face. The fourth tutorial is almost over, the manager stated. You need to head to the final area, now. Kim Yu-won's eyes sharpened. How much time do I have left? For hours, the man replied. The bearded warrior extended his hand toward him. Kim Yu-won smirked, tightening his grip on the crystal. 4 hours? That's more than enough. The two locked hands in a firm grip. The tutorial manager spoke with a smirk. We've been debating for a while now what kind of reward would even be fitting for you. Just then, a system notification appeared. 10,000 points transferred. A soft blue mist swirled around them as the manager's handshake tightened. Another notification flashed across Kim Yu-won's vision. Heaven-slaying star obtained. All stats increased by 3 points. Kim Yu-won lowered the man's hand, his brows furrowing. Heaven-slaying star? He had studied top-tier skills extensively, but he had never heard of this one. A new system message clarified. Heaven-slaying star, bestowed upon those fated to defy the heavens. His expression darkened. An A+ rank skill in a tutorial? That shouldn't even be possible. High-level skills weren't always worth the hype, but an ability that boosted every stat? That was rare. Another system alert confirmed. Stat boost, +3 to all attributes, effect applied. Even so, something felt unfinished. The skill wasn't fully developed yet, but for now, it was more than enough to compensate for his current limitations. Standing near the fallen beast, the manager turned to him. Anything else you need before I go? Kim Yu-won barely hesitated. Lesser Scarlet Medicine Ball. A window popped up in front of the man, confirming the purchase. He let out a chuckle. You really love throwing money at expensive things, huh? 10,000 points spent. Lesser Scarlet Medicine Ball. Kim Yu-won took the pill, lowering his head slightly as he grabbed his chin in thought. The bearded manager stretched. Well, that's it for me. No more requests. Kim Yu-won shook his head. Then I'm off. Rest up a little after you take that, the manager advised before disappearing into the mist. As the pill dissolved in his system, another notification appeared. Magic increased by 1. Constitution increased by 1. Alone once more, Kim Yu-won remained by the lifeless creature, his body slowly recovering. His wounds sealed as his stamina replenished at an accelerated rate. Pressing his injured hand against his knee, he exhaled deeply. For hours, that was the time he had to recover and prepare for the 5th tutorial. Leaning his body against the massive corpse, he allowed himself a moment of stillness. Ace awaits me in the next trial. As time passed, Kim Yu-won's eyes fluttered open. The air around him shifted. The dungeon itself was beginning to change. His pulse quickened, it starting. Pushing himself up, he took a step forward. The very fabric of space twisted beneath his feet, causing him to stumble slightly. Then suddenly grass. Green, vibrant, real grass. A new system notification flashed. Final tutorial, beginning. His sharp gaze lifted toward the horizon. Walking forward, he caught sight of other dungeon players gathering in the open field. Among them, a brunette in chainmail tilted his head, sniffing the air. "It smells like the sea," he muttered. His partner glanced around. "This place, it's massive." As Kim Yu-won scanned the crowd, he realized the sheer scale of the gathering. Hundreds, maybe thousands of people from different worlds, all converging in one place. And then, the tower spoke. The men lifted their heads, their gazes locking onto a glowing system sign in the sky. "Welcome to the United World, the final tutorial." Kim Myung-hoon rippled through the crowd. Someone exhaled in relief. "Does this mean our dungeon run is finally over?" "Shut up," another player snapped. Beyond them, near a seething reservoir, a towering mountain loomed in the distance. Then, another notification appeared. "Warning, the island of Baraganda is slowly sinking into the sea. Players must escape and prove their claim. The island will be fully submerged in 30 days. Objective, defeat the boss at the island's peak. Points will be awarded based on contribution. Final rewards will be determined by accumulated points and time taken." A final system alert flickered above the dungeon entrance. Time limit, 720 hours. A whole month. Gasps and murmurs spread through the gathered players. The longest round before this had lasted only 3 days. Some quests had been completed in an hour. But now 30 days? Kim Yu-won clenched his fists. This changes everything. A longer time frame meant they didn't have to rush in a battle immediately. Strategy mattered now more than ever. If they had an entire month, it was possible that reaching the boss itself would be just as much of a challenge as the fight. Nearby, 3 men slumped in exhaustion. Kim Yu-won could already see it. Some of them had figured it out, too. Then, a sharp voice cut through the tension. "You all heard the announcement, right?" A blue-eyed Kim Myung-hoon stepped forward, scanning the crowd. "We're all here for a reason. Let's form teams." Several players murmured in agreement. A man in a dirty sweater nodded. "Might be worth trying." A participant with a brown bag stepped up as well. "I'm in. We should meet properly before we start anything." But then, a sharp laugh rang out. A man in a white cloak, baring his teeth, shook his head. "No thanks. I refuse." His words drew attention. More players gathered around him, sensing his arrogance. "Allies," he scoffed. "An ally is someone you trust with your back, someone you'd entrust your life to." His sharp gaze swept the group. "None of you qualify." Kim Yu-won turned toward the speaker. This guy, he recognized him. The Hargan clenched his fist. "Impudent bastard." Without another word, he launched an attack. As his fist flew forward, the white-hooded figure shifted. His hood fell slightly, revealing glowing, golden eyes. In one fluid motion, he struck. A shock wave erupted from his attack, sending the Hargan and the approaching players flying. Gasps echoed through the crowd as the bodies crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. The white cloak slipped from his head. He stood there, eyes glowing like embers. His name was Hargan, the self-proclaimed heir to Olympus. His voice carried an unmistakable menace. "I'm not in the mood." The fallen men writhed as their bodies continued to spark with residual energy. The onlookers stared, stunned. "What kind of skill is that?" someone whispered. Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes. He had seen Hargan's power before. This wasn't just skill, it was pure-blooded high-rank strength. And if Hargan was here, then this final tutorial was about to get even more brutal. The beginning of the 5th tutorial had drawn the tower's keen interest. Kim Yu-won could already feel it. This stage would be different. He pictured an overwhelming AA-ranked aura radiating from the Hargan player. He knew exactly what that meant. Purebloods, born and raised in the tower, once chosen, their rise was inevitable. Unlike other participants, they absorbed the tower's knowledge from birth, making them fundamentally stronger. That's when it hit him. The fair game is over. His mind flashed to an image of the Hargan soaring above ancient structures. Hargan, the one who had contributed the most in the 5th tutorial of his past life. Kim Yu-won clenched his jaw. I don't want anything to do with him. His eyes drifted downward. This gathering of players was nothing but a distraction. It was time to move. Just as he turned to leave. Hey you, Kim Yu-won scowled. He was being called out. Hargan was approaching, fists clenched. His presence radiated an undeniable pressure. Kim Yu-won sighed, irritated. What do you want? The brunette bared his teeth slightly, already annoyed. Are you talking to me? His mind raced. When the hell did he get this close? Hargan frowned, his sharp gaze locked onto Kim Yu-won. Yeah, I mean you. Lifting a finger, he pointed directly at Kim Yu-won's cloak. That's the robe of the fire spell, isn't it? Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed slightly. The player beside him muttered, confused, that item shouldn't even be available in the tutorial. Hargan took a step forward. Where did you get it? Kim Yu-won tilted his head, feigning indifference. Bought it. Used points. Hargan's frown deepened. His surprise was evident as he stared at Kim Yu-won, his mind turning. Ow, the Hargans finally asked. That's an insanely expensive piece of gear. His suspicion was growing. What level are you? Kim Yu-won snorted. It's rude to ask that, don't you think? Hargan's grip tightened around his own wrist. For a second, he looked troubled. He's right, he thought. But still, raising a hand, he exhaled. Fine. No more questions. Kim Yu-won took the chance to step away, already uninterested. Wait, Hargan called out again. You should team up with me. No thanks. Kim Yu-won replied without hesitation. Then, with a casual wave, he added, good luck. The Hargan's expression darkened. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he watched Kim Yu-won walk away. Just as the brunette was about to disappear into the trees. Hargan's patience snapped. Stop right there. A massive burst of energy erupted beneath him, shattering the ground as his foot sank into the earth. The shockwave tore through the forest, leaves scattering as the sheer force sent shudders through the air. At that moment, a massive fanged monster lunged from the shadows, its maw wide open. Hargan didn't even turn. Lifting a single finger, he obliterated the beast with a single blow. The creature crashed to the ground, lifeless. Hargan's fury only deepened. Why is Kim Yu-won so damn fast? His eyes darted toward the sunlit forest path ahead. A speed-enhancing skill? How high are his stats? A thought struck him. He imagined the brunette's silhouette, his movements unnaturally fluid. Could he be a PBD? Still crouched, Hargan rested a hand on his knee, deep in thought. Does he have the blood of elves? Hargan remained deep in thought, his fingers brushing against his cloak. A martial master, he muttered, piecing things together. Then, as a realization struck, a devilish grin spread across his face. Could he be a descendant of Hermes? This was getting far more interesting than he expected. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won came to a sudden halt. Standing on a tree branch, he turned back, scanning the area. I finally lost him. His gaze darkened. That white cape player was insanely fast. Not just fast, unnaturally fast. Kim Yu-won clicked his tongue. Brute Herculean strength. That must have been how Hargan moved so quickly. Speed wasn't his innate talent, which meant he forcefully accelerated himself using raw power. Without lingering any longer, Kim Yu-won leapt from the branch, diving deeper into the forest. As he moved, the manager's words echoed in his mind. The tutorial's balance is in its worst state yet. At first, he thought the man was just talking about him. But now, he wasn't so sure. Pushing those thoughts aside, Kim Yu-won arrived at the mouth of the cave. This wasn't his fight. It didn't concern him. Blood splattered against the ground as he swiftly eliminated a gnoll lurking in the shadows. System alert. Heaven-slaying star completion plus 0.001%. Another monster lunged, but before it could react, Kim Yu-won's blade struck true, erasing it from existence. Completion increased, plus 0.001%. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the pile of lifeless creatures before him. Heaven-slaying star completion, 0.01%. 10 kills, and he had barely moved the needle. Kim Yu-won exhaled sharply. I need to kill stronger beings. If he wanted to raise his skill proficiency, weaklings wouldn't cut it. With that in mind, he reached into his bag, scattering a fine powder that masked his scent. He wasn't here to hunt. Deeper in the cave, Kim Yu-won bowed his head, taking a moment to check his condition. The cold had finally faded from his body. His recovery was complete. It was time. Lifting his hand, Kim Yu-won watched as light shimmered across his fingertips. From his inventory, he withdrew a crimson crystal, the giant's heart. The manager's voice played in his mind. Listen carefully, Kim Yu-won. Without hesitation, Kim Yu-won brought the giant's heart to his lips and bit down. The moment the ancient essence entered his body, his heart pounded violently. His veins bulged, his blood boiled, and his breath turned ragged. System alert. The pure blood of a giant demon has been absorbed. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted in his chest. Kim Yu-won's fingers dug into his ribs as a warning flashed before his eyes. Warning, internal battle initiated, giant versus demon versus human. His entire body shuddered. A raging heat wave tore through him, igniting every fiber of his being. Kim Yu-won slammed his hand against the ground, his nails digging deep into the cave floor. The fire spell robe, even with its immense protection, it couldn't stop the inferno consuming him from within. Another system alert flared. Cinder eyes activated, resisting the giant's flames. But it wasn't enough. His body convulsed, his bones twisted, his muscles shredded and rebuilt themselves in an endless cycle of destruction and rebirth. Blood surged against its natural flow, turning against him. For the first time in a long while, Kim Yu-won roared in agony. The flames of the giant race raged inside him, tearing through every fiber of his being. Kim Yu-won lay sprawled on the ground, his body convulsing. His vision blurred, but he sensed something approaching. A creature? A threat? He couldn't tell. None of it mattered. There was no way to dull the pain. No relief. No escape. The only option was to endure. At that moment, he realized something. By enduring, he could gain unparalleled strength. A fragmented image surfaced in his mind. A man's voice, grave and unwavering. Absorbing this item in the tutorial is suicide. That same man had warned him. Before taking the giant's heart, you must first awaken your cinder eyes. If you can't do that, forget about it. Walk away. Kim Yu-won gritted his teeth. I have only one chance. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within him. System alert. Strength +1. Stamina +1. Strength +1. Beads of sweat trickled down his face as his body pushed past its limits. Another notification. Stamina +1. Kim Yu-won's hands trembled violently as he pressed against the cave floor, struggling to lift himself. I should be getting better. Another system message appeared. Warning. Cinder eyes conflict with giant's flames. However, suppression is possible. His entire body quaked as he forced himself to his knees. Then, hidden condition met, gigantic fire obtained. Kim Yu-won's lips curled into a devilish grin. Gigantic fire? He had no idea what it was, but the power surging within him was undeniable. And yet, the skill that was supposed to appear was missing. The energy inside him twisted and coiled, unstable, untamed. The aura radiating from his body grew wilder by the second. This is driving me insane. Meanwhile, night fell over the dungeon. The time limit board flickered in the darkness. 707 hours, 54 minutes, 48 seconds remaining. Kim Yu-won lay sprawled on the ground, drenched in sweat, his breath ragged. A quarter of a day, already gone. The numbers on the board blurred in his vision. Had he made a mistake? Then, realization hit him. This skill was never meant to be obtained so easily. Originally, it required hunting 10,000 giants and bathing in their blood to trigger its awakening. Lying there, Kim Yu-won slammed his fist into his cloak, frustration burning through him. Skills like this don't come easily. He clenched his fist tightly, then loosened it. Calm. He needed to calm down. And then, hidden condition fully met. Kim Yu-won's eyes snapped open. A deep, primal power coursed through his veins. His red irises burned like embers. The pure blood of the giant and demon completely absorbed into his body. System alert. Perfect absorption of the giant's heart. Tutorial area. His vision wavered. The overwhelming surge of power was too much. Kim Yu-won lost consciousness. As he collapsed, a crimson aura erupted from his body, flooding the cave in waves of sheer pressure. Then, a final notification. System alert. You have obtained gigantification. The time limit board flickered again. 696 hours, 18 minutes, 48 seconds remaining. Kim Yu-won's eyes fluttered open. His body ached from the ordeal. Clutching his head, he slowly rose to his feet. His mind cleared. A quarter of a day had passed. And yet, he had succeeded. For the second time, Kim Yu-won found himself in the tutorial, struggling to stand. He knew he had to move fast. After all, the shortest time anyone had ever cleared this stage was a week. He recalled the player responsible for setting that record. A vivid image formed in his mind. A man with one eye covered by a mask. Odin, the strongest gladiator and the formidable leader of Asgard. Kim Yu-won clenched his fists, feeling something materializing in his hand. He couldn't afford to fall behind. A ranking board appeared, listing the tutorial participants. At the top sat Hargan, his lead over the others overwhelming. Kim Yu-won tilted his head. A pure blood at first place? Interesting. He then noticed a blue-eyed man standing beside a girl, both from Pantheon, a world of magic and swordsmanship. It hit him. This tutorial wasn't just for players from one world. At least two, maybe more, were competing here. Another name caught his eye. Yolch, second place. A brunette in armor flashed in his mind. A pure blood? He had never heard of them. Then, Another name surfaced, Sanin, a player from Kim Yu-won's own world. Strangely, Kim Yu-won had no memory of them. He turned his head deep in thought. Could these players have failed to climb the tower, perishing at this very stage? With a sigh, he ran a hand through his hair. Speculating wouldn't change anything. What mattered was moving forward. He needed to check his condition and get going. He was already behind. A notification appeared. Level 57. Strength 72. His strength and agility had soared thanks to the giant's power. Still, balance was key. He also noted that his giant fire ability was at 0% proficiency. Not ideal, but it was something he could work on. Kim Yu-won moved out. He needed an opportunity to test his new power. As he emerged from a cave, his eyes glowed brightly. Cinder eyes activated. He sprinted into the forest, cutting through the dense greenery. Deep within, he spotted a village. Orcs loomed near wooden structures, their eyes locking onto him. Predators assessing their prey. Perfect. Kim Yu-won raised his hand, and with a single thought, unleashed colossal fire. Flames engulfed the village in an instant. The green-skinned creatures howled in agony as fire consumed them. Chaos erupted. Without hesitation, Kim Yu-won reached into his inventory and pulled out a well-sharpened sword. The orcs panicked, scrambling to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The man in the red cloak struck. Kim Yu-won was just getting started. 15,104 points, 67 CP. Hargan's brow furrowed as he glanced at the rankings. That unknown guy again. His lips curled into a sly smile. He hadn't seen Kim Yu-won in a while and had assumed he was just fast on his feet. Nothing more. But now he realized the truth. Kim Yu-won was tearing through the ranks at an alarming pace. The player clad in golden armor turned to his partner, who immediately noticed the shift in his mood. Hargan smirked. I definitely need to bring someone in, he said. The Hargan in the green cape chuckled knowingly. You're talking about Kim Yu-won, aren't you? Lee Sung-yoon, a player from Earth, was standing nearby. Known for his exceptional mana control, he perked up at the mention of Kim Yu-won's name. Hargan turned to him. You know him? Lee Sung-yoon shook his head. No, but we're both from the first country. Still, once you see that name on the rankings, you never forget it. Hargan's gaze darkened as he recalled the tournament's leaderboard. If Kim Yu-won kept up this pace, the rankings would shift drastically, and soon. He clenched his fist before calling out to his team. The gathered players turned their eyes toward him. The pure blood reminded them that he had personally assembled this squad, each of them chosen for their abilities. He glanced at the empty slot meant for Kim Yu-won, then smirked. It's time for the hunt. His team moved out. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, a glowing magic sphere materialized in a participant's hand. Is this what you wanted, Uncle? He asked. A paladin, part dark elf, part Pantheon-born warrior, tilted his head and made a sharp motion with his hand. I've found it. The Hargan scowled at him. I told you not to call me that. The players stood at the edge of a massive cliff. Their leader stepped forward, observing the terrain below. His sharp eyes analyzed the depths of the cavern. Then, the pure blood channeled his magic, warning his partner to step back before the spell was unleashed. Hargan clenched his fist, and suddenly, the earth shattered. Massive chunks of rock broke apart, sending tremors through the ground. Lee Sung-yoon wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. It had taken him half a day to locate this spot, but now, standing at the edge of the pit, he could feel it. A suffocating, overwhelming aura. A player stood below. How long would it have taken to find her without Paladin's help? One of them muttered. Hargan didn't wait for an answer. Move in. The men leaped down into the pit. The cavern was far more spacious than expected, its shadows stretching endlessly. The elf with silver braids held up his glowing magic sphere, scanning the surroundings. His uncle's face had gone pale. What's wrong with you? The elf asked, frowning. The paladin's expression darkened. Something wasn't right. At that moment, Hargan's eyes narrowed. There had been no notification about discovering a dungeon, which meant someone had found it first. His team called out to him as he made his way toward the cave entrance. Then, a fair-haired player ran up to him, panting, Captain, check the rankings. Hargan turned, and as his eyes landed on the leaderboard, his pupils shrank in fury. Kim Yu-won was in first place. Above him, Hargan's grip tightened, his knuckles turning white. This wasn't over. Kim Yu-won now held second place. Meanwhile, the purple creature shattered into countless fragments. At the entrance of the dungeon, where a blinding light radiated from within, Hargan cut down the green-pawed caterpillars in a fury. The heroine observed their leader's agitation and turned to the others. Does anyone know why he's so worked up? One of the players shrugged. Probably just fired up. The latter tilted her head. More like the thrill of competition is getting to him. Nearby, a flustered player blushed as the brunette approached. The girl sighed. This hunt isn't going well. The captain's cutting down most of the monsters on his own. Hearing this, Lee Sung-yoon nodded. Yeah, that could be a problem. Yolch, a pure blood from the tower, closed her eyes as someone suggested splitting the team. The group turned to their leader, whose aura pulsed with sheer battle presence. Hargan gave a sharp nod. The cave splits into two paths. We'll divide into two teams. Aladdin and Paladin will handle navigation and communication for their respective groups. The players stood in silence as Hargan called out their names, dividing them. Those assigned to the right side exchanged glances. No issues there since Yolch was on their team. Iron swords gleamed in the brunette's hands as she raised her weapon. The long-haired girl smirked. See you on the other side. A faint glow shimmered from a player's hand as he activated Mana Blast. The moment his energy surged, the very ground trembled beneath them. Caterpillars lifted their heads, sensing the threat above, just as the brunette struck from the air. In a single motion, Yolch closed her eyes and cut through them all. In seconds, the battlefield was silent, the ground littered with monster corpses. Sun Lim Joyan flexed his fingers, rolling his shoulders. A teammate standing behind him asked, "How long have we been at this?" Sun Lim Joyan frowned. He had been burning through his mana. Right now, he could only manage 2 more energy bursts before running dry. He needed to conserve his power. Ahead, a massive wooden door loomed in the cave. One of the men eyed it warily. Why is it so huge? His partner hesitated before suggesting, could be a boss room. Aladdin studied the door intently. A boss room? Lee Sung-yu nodded. I've seen something similar in games before. In my old world, places like this always meant a boss fight was waiting inside. They turned as Yolch approached. She glanced between them and let out a quiet warning. Don't let your guard down. The moment you relax is the moment you die. A smirk stretched across the Hargan boy's face. I like the way you think. The brunette's partner tensed, glancing at her with unease. She picked up on it immediately. What's wrong? The rankings, he muttered. Before she could respond, a low rumbling sound echoed through the cave. A dense fog rolled in, cloaking the cavern in an eerie mist. Then a noise. The team snapped to attention. The sound's coming from a door. One of the players muttered, tightening his grip on his weapon. The brunette's eyes sharpened. Stay focused. Lee Sung-yoon, take the rear position. They stepped closer, standing just before the slightly open wooden door. A player narrowed his eyes, piecing things together. The recent ranking shift, the points for first place, it has to be related. Then, from beyond the door, a purple mist seeped into the cave. The air grew thick, heavy with something unnatural. And through the shifting haze, bloodied body parts littered the ground. The room was littered with the remains of the slain creature. As the players stepped inside, a notification flashed before them. You have entered in boss room. They froze. Another system message popped up, boss room complete. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Lee Sung-yoon, the player in the green cape, furrowed his brows. His mind raced as a familiar figure flashed in his thoughts. His gaze landed on the far wall, where a scorched mark remained, a lingering afterimage of the battle. Within the fading embers, an unmistakable figure emerged. A player stood atop the fallen boss, his red cloak draped over his shoulders. His eyes burned with bright flames. Kim Yu-won, the main character, had already wiped out the boss. Kim Yu-won's mind replayed the battle. He could still feel the weight of his sword cleaving through the monstrous creature, a massive, spike-covered caterpillar that let out an earth-shaking roar before collapsing. A new weapon materialized in his grasp. The monster had been far tougher than expected. System notification. Level up. His stats had increased by 1 unit. He exhaled, standing over the slain boss, assessing his current combat effectiveness. He had burned through all his skills in that fight. The giant's flame was powerful, but its stamina drain was significant. He needed to be smarter about when and how he used it. Kim Yu-won nudged the caterpillar's corpse with his foot, plus 3,000 points. Another notification informed him that Heaven-Slaying Star completion plus 1%. Only 1%? Even after taking down a boss? That wasn't good. At this rate, he'd have to hunt an absurd number of monsters to increase the skill's completion. That wasn't an option. Boss fights were the key. His gaze hardened. If he wanted to unlock the full potential of this power, he needed to focus on eliminating bosses. From the entrance, a voice called out. You're late, Kim Yu-won said without looking up. The fight's over. The ladder's brows furrowed. One of her teammates muttered, Did he seriously take down everything by himself? Lee Sung-yoon face paled. He had believed their captain was the strongest in the tutorial. But now, standing before this scene of utter devastation, he realized the truth. Kim Yu-won had soloed an entire boss dungeon. Bloodstains surrounded the dead monster, and Lee Sung-yoon mind raced. Was it possible that someone from the same world as him, someone who went through the exact same tutorial, had become this strong? One of the Hargan players approached the carcass, his eyes gleaming with understanding. This was why their captain wanted Kim Yu-won in their squad. Turning to him, the Kim Myung-hoon asked, Do you have any other teammates? Kim Yu-won shook his head. I work alone. A bead of sweat rolled down Lee Sung-yoon's face. That answer changed everything. If Kim Yu-won wasn't with them, he was against them. His kind of power, if not on their side, would be a serious threat. Steeling himself, Lee Sung-yoon looked directly at Kim Yu-won. Join our team. Kim Yu-won sat on the boss's remains, head slightly lowered, his expression unreadable. For a brief moment, his gaze flickered, almost as if he didn't believe what he was hearing. Meanwhile, Hargan's squad stood silently within the boss's chamber, their numbers noticeably split. Kim Yu-won's sharp eyes scanned the group, quickly piecing it together. They must have divided to hunt more efficiently. One player in armor lowered her gaze. Kim Yu-won recognized her immediately. Yolch. She ranked just below Hargan. And from the way she stood, she had already figured it out. This battle was over before they had even arrived. Kim Yu-won sat on the remains of the slain boss, his red cloak billowing slightly as he observed the gathered players. He had to admit, the Kim Young-hoon had built a strong team. Their coordination and balance meant they had a promising future ahead. His thoughts were interrupted when Lee Sung-yoon called his name. Kim Yu-won frowned. Then, in a cold, unwavering tone, he delivered his answer. I refuse. The Kim Young-hoon, standing behind Lee Sung-yoon, let out a quiet sigh. He had expected this outcome, but the rejection still stung. Yolch, watching closely, narrowed her eyes. Are you planning to take on the boss Baraganda alone, too? Kim Yu-won crouched down, resting his forearms on his knees. The girl crossed her arms, her gaze unwavering. You do know you have a full month for this tutorial, right? It's designed so players work together to clear the rounds. She gestured toward the others. The whole point of this stage is to grow, build alliances, and combine strength. You can't take on everything by yourself. Kim Yu-won's expression darkened. He glanced at her, eyes cold. Before he could respond, the dungeon shook. Small stones broke free from the ceiling and clattered to the ground. The white-haired girl among the group suddenly pressed her hands together, activating a communication skill. I'll contact the captain, she said. We found him. Lee Sung-yoon stiffened. Things are about to get a lot louder now. A brilliant golden light exploded into the boss chamber. Hargan landed with a heavy thud, his eyes locking onto Kim Yu-won. The Kim Myung-hoon stormed forward. Kim Yu-won, he bellowed. Faster than anyone could react, Kim Yu-won moved. With a brutal force, he slammed his forehead into Hargan's, sending him crashing to the ground. Silence. Lee Sung-yoon gritted his teeth, watching in disbelief. Yolch's expression twisted into a deep scowl. Behind her, a red-haired player took a step forward, his gaze locked onto Kim Yu-won. Kim Yu-won slowly extended his hand. His voice was calm, but his words cut deep. Do you want to survive? The players instinctively gripped their weapons tighter. Kim Yu-won's gaze swept over them. Are you planning to become rankers? Yolch stiffened. How does he know about that? Kim Yu-won's mind drifted to the tower, the countless challenges, the relentless climb. Rankers, those who had conquered all the floors, those who had claimed power, glory, and even eternal life. His expression hardened. I'm not interested. The words rang through the chamber. Kim Yu-won knew the truth. One day, he would have to become a ranker. But that wasn't his focus. Not yet. Yolch's hands tightened around her sword. Her teeth clenched as frustration burned inside her. For those not chosen by the tower, reaching the top was a distant dream. Yet, her king, the leader of her clan, had achieved it. It was a path every warrior desired. She took a sharp step forward. Then tell me, Kim Yu-won, what makes you different from us? Kim Yu-won looked down for a moment, as if weighing his answer. Then, raising his hand, he spoke. I don't plan to become a top ranker. The air grew heavy. The players locked their eyes on him. He wasn't aiming for the top of the tower. His goal was beyond that. I'm going to break through the ceiling of this tower. Lee Sung-yoon, standing nearby, could only stare. This wasn't just ambition. This was something far greater. Kim Yu-won's teammates exchanged uneasy glances. What kind of nonsense are you saying? One of them muttered, looking at him in disbelief. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the chamber as a golden-armored player slammed his hand onto the ground. Kim Yu-won. Hargan's voice boomed. Frustration clear in his expression, he ran a hand through his hair. What are you doing? The Kim Mi-eung-hoon stormed toward him, his presence towering. Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes, muscles tensing as he watched the approach. When you came at me like that, Kim Yu-won said, voice edged with caution, I thought you were trying to kill me. Hargan's glare sharpened. I was trying to grab you, not kill you. A bead of sweat trailed down Kim Yu-won's face. Yeah? Well, when a guy like you comes flying at me, getting scared is a natural reaction. Yolch exhaled sharply, rubbing her forehead. Kim Yu-won let out a small sigh and turned toward their captain. My bad. Lee Sung-yoon, watching the exchange, couldn't believe it. Did he really just apologize? Hargan dusted off his hands, shaking his head. That speech about breaking through the ceiling, he smirked. I'll admit, it was pretty inspiring. His gaze darkened slightly. It reminds me of something my father once told me. There's an even greater power outside the tower. Kim Yu-won tilted his head. Hargan crossed his arms. My father. He was an incredible man. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. Who exactly are you talking about? Hargan's lips curled into a proud grin. Zeus, king of Olympus. A heavy silence settled over the group. Kim Yu-won, unimpressed, leaned against his arm. And let me guess, you want to follow in his footsteps? Hargan's smirk remained. More than that, I'll surpass him. Then, as if expecting Kim Yu-won's response, he let out a small chuckle. So, still refusing to join us. Kim Yu-won didn't even hesitate. Yeah. Hargan exhaled, shaking his head. A sardine can't swim with a whale. At that, Kim Yu-won lifted an eyebrow. The Kim Myung-hoon suddenly threw out his arm. And don't you dare call me a sardine. His eyes burned with conviction. One day, I'll be the king of Olympus. Sun Lim Joyan, standing near the others, called out to their captain, trying to ease the tension. But Kim Yu-won simply smirked. A direct bloodline of Olympus. Huh? The guy had big ambitions. Hargan, catching the look, scoffed. If you don't believe me, then let's settle it another way. He gestured around them. A wager. Kim Yu-won watched as Hargan spread his arms dramatically, envisioning a battlefield full of players. Let's see who can contribute the most in killing the next boss. You can form a team however you want. Kim Yu-won tilted his head. And what's the catch? Hargan smirked. Your team? 9 players. No more. Kim Yu-won's eyes flickered with interest. 9 against an entire army? This guy was serious. And if I win? Kim Yu-won asked. Hargan's smirk widened. Then you join my team. Kim Yu-won leaned back, amused. And if I win? The Kim Myung-hoon chuckled. Then I'll treat you like an older brother. For a second, silence filled the room. Then, Kim Yu-won burst into laughter. The golden-armored player scowled. What's so funny? Kim Yu-won wiped a tear from his eye, a sly grin still on his face. What's so great about having you as a younger brother? His expression darkened slightly. Either way, I have to change the future. As the group approached the slain caterpillar, Kim Yu-won casually tapped his fingers against its spiked hide. Hargan frowned. You planning on using the golden card? Kim Yu-won shrugged. Might as well. Could be useful. The Hargan crossed his arms. And what if I help you instead? Kim Yu-won gave him a sharp look. And what do you want in return? If I can't fulfill my end of the deal, Hargan smirked, I'll give you one of my items. Kim Yu-won rolled his shoulders. Fine, we'll figure it out when the time comes. The Kim Myung-hoon suddenly clenched his fists. With a loud crack, he slammed his hands together. The bet is set. Kim Yu-won's face went pale. He had a bad feeling about this. Hargan let out a breath, adjusting his stance. Don't disappear on me, he told Kim Yu-won. We'll meet again on the first floor. Kim Yu-won raised an eyebrow. Hargan was always brimming with energy whenever they crossed paths. Amused, he made a casual remark. You might actually clear this tutorial in 10 days. Hargan blinked, then suddenly crashed to the ground where his team stood. Did you all hear that? He called out, rubbing his head. 10 days. We need to pick up the pace. Despite his enthusiasm, his expression twisted into disbelief when Kim Yu-won calmly advised him. Don't rush. Stop watching the seconds tick by. Timing isn't everything. Kim Yu-won stepped forward, stopping before a large display with the remaining time limit. He raised his hand, and the screen flickered. 632 hours, 7 minutes, 46 seconds. Then, with a single command from Kim Yu-won, time stop. Everything froze. One of the players turned to him, stunned. What is this? Hargan narrowed his eyes at Kim Yu-won, suspicion creeping into his features. Why did the time stop? Kim Yu-won exhaled. Baraganda isn't just a boss. The group fell silent. It's not a monster, Kim Yu-won continued. It's a sacred beast. The weight of his words sank in. Standing among the slain creatures, Kim Yu-won glanced at them before explaining. These things are parasites. Hargan stiffened. Parasites? Kim Yu-won nodded. They've infested the sacred beast's body, draining its power, tormenting it without end. The moment Baraganda started sinking, I knew. The parasites are killing it. He gestured toward the massive caterpillar-like creature with fangs. That's their king. It keeps spawning more of them, non-stop. A single bead of sweat rolled down Hargan's face. This was insane. How did Kim Yu-won know all this? Even Olympus, the rulers of the tower, had no knowledge of this. And yet, this player of unknown origin spoke as if he had seen everything firsthand. Kim Yu-won turned back toward the system's control panel. The time restriction won't lift until the manager or one of his assistants resets the system. Hargan's mind reeled. How do you know all this? Kim Yu-won didn't answer right away. Instead, he pictured a man, an imposing figure with a mask covering one eye. Odin. Kim Yu-won had learned this secret from him. The 5th tutorial was a battle against time. The entire trial hinged on how many bosses could be defeated before the time limit ran out. He remembered a certain player, a warrior with a necklace around his neck. That man had admitted to Kim Yu-won that he had failed to kill a single boss within a week. It was Odin who had given him the answer. The only way out is to stop time. Kim Yu-won's red cloak fluttered behind him. His thoughts were clear. If he wanted to win, he had to use this time wisely. Once he became strong enough, time would resume. And at that moment, the tutorial would end. Meanwhile, the other players began to panic. The countdown clock still showed no movement. What's going on? One of them muttered, baring his teeth. Is this a glitch? Another player, a Kim Myung-hoon with a brown bag slung over his shoulder, raised his weapon. The time limit will restart soon, he barked. Why are you all just standing there? His voice echoed through the cave. This is our chance. If time has stopped, we need to maximize our scores before it resumes. At the same time, in a room bathed in blue light, a group of administrators watched the scene unfold. One of them, a tall figure with a dark expression, muttered, "The parasitic dragon was killed." Another administrator turned sharply. That's the first time that's happened since Odin. Across the room, a green-clad figure clutched his head. Does the manager even know about this? His partner hesitated. The manager's still dealing with that scandal involving Olympus. The red-cloaked administrator narrowed his eyes. Then someone needs to inform him. Because at this moment, something unprecedented was happening in the tower. The parasite wasn't something that could be stumbled upon by chance. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, a night fell. Sunlight pierced through the cracks above, illuminating the battlefield. Small rocks tumbled down the mountainside as white birds soared across the clear blue sky. A massive, flaming monster with fangs struggled to speak, only to be silenced. Kim Yu-won's blade plunged deep into the boss's back. The remaining creatures froze in horror as their leader collapsed. He's defeated the boss. One of them stammered. Kim Yu-won pulled his blood-soaked sword from the monster's corpse. The creatures hesitated for only a second before they turned on him. "Monster," they shouted. His eyes ignited with burning flames. "Who are you calling a monster?" Kim Yu-won asked, his voice calm but chilling. The creatures flinched. Then in a panic they ran. Kim Yu-won's gaze followed them for a moment before shifting toward a floating time display. It had worked. His thoughts raced. Had the system reset? Had the lackeys finally finished sorting things out? Or would he have to kill the parasite again? No, that wasn't possible. A broken system couldn't break twice. Clenching his fist, Kim Yu-won reached into his inventory and retrieved another weapon. 3 days. That's how much more time he had gained. Far more than he expected. His gaze lifted toward the sky, toward the looming mountain covered in mist. Beyond it, the Tower of the Gods. Without hesitation, he moved forward. Suddenly, boom. A violent explosion rocked the dungeon, tearing open a cliffside. Lee Sung-yoon, standing on the outskirts, steadied himself, resting his hand on his belt. His eyes swept the battlefield as he turned to his partner. "People are starting to gather," he muttered. The latter nodded. "Defeating the boss means big points. It's the fastest way to climb the ranks." She glanced toward the approaching figures. Anyone with skill will want a piece of the action. Nearby, a green-eyed player frowned deeply. A group of powerful players stood at the base of the mountain, their presence radiating intense mana. He analyzed them carefully, judging by their mana flow. Most of them are at least level 20. The Hargan player turned to Yolch, who met his gaze with a serious expression. "That's the minimum level required to enter the tower," she confirmed. Lee Sung-yoon narrowed his eyes. "Do all tower players know how to use mana?" Yolch shook her head. "Most of them don't." She turned her gaze toward the mountainside, watching the crowd. "Many of these players are born inside the tower." Lee Sung-yoon raised an eyebrow. "Like you." She nodded. "The tower selects individuals and bestows its blessings upon them. Those chosen become purebloods." The Kim Myung-hoon girl tilted her head slightly, curious. "Does that mean they can kill the boss?" Yolch hesitated. "I can't say." Her gaze darkened slightly. "I didn't think this would ever happen in the first place." Further up the mountain, a figure in golden armor stepped forward with confidence. She recalled Hargan's image, his squad standing by his side. Even now, she struggled to comprehend just how powerful he truly was. A thick fog swirled at the mountain's peak. One of the players frowned. "We're a bit behind schedule." Another player nodded. "We needed to make full use of the extra time." A ladder peered into the distance, her sharp gaze locking onto something. "Is Kim Yu-won here yet?" A player beside her asked. She didn't look away. "He's coming." At that moment, Kim Yu-won stepped forward. His head bowed slightly as he made his way toward the gathering players. Someone called his name. He lifted his head, his expression unreadable. Then, mana began to surge. As Kim Yu-won approached, he sensed something different from the surrounding players. The flow of energy around Aladdin and Lee Sung-yoon had changed. They had leveled up significantly. The brunette tilted his head, mildly displeased. His gaze shifted toward Hargan, who had also grown stronger. The Kim Myung-hoon smirked, calling out his name. "Kim Yu-won." Raising a hand, he chuckled. Where's your team? Then, tilting his head, he asked, planning to take on the boss alone again? Kim Yu-won shrugged. I get more points that way. Hargan ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. You're out of your mind. He knew people called him crazy, but Kim Yu-won? He was on another level. His expression darkened as he recalled the rankings. The gap between them and Kim Yu-won was around 7,000 points. If he wanted to catch up, he needed to reach the boss before him. Kim Yu-won glanced over his shoulder as another player approached. The man, hesitant, admitted that he didn't have a team. They were heading to clear the boss. Before they could say more, Hargan moved. With a single blitz attack, he sent the group crashing to the ground. You don't have a team? Then let's all fight together, he said with a grin. As the stunned players struggled to get back up, Hargan sneered. Pathetic midges. Fear crept into their faces. Then, panic. Wait, is he on the Pure Bloods team? Someone gasped, looking at Kim Yu-won. And just like that, they ran. Kim Yu-won grinned. He hadn't even done anything, yet they had already pissed him off. Figures, he muttered, stepping toward the dark aura of the boss's chamber. He spoke without looking back. Good luck with them. I'll be heading to the boss. Hargan narrowed his eyes. You're leaving already? Kim Yu-won turned slightly. The tutorial time is limited. Every second counts. The Kim Myung-hoon bared his teeth in frustration. What bothered him more was the nagging question in his head. How had Kim Yu-won cleared the tutorial in less than 5 days when they had an entire month? Then let's speed things up, Hargan muttered. And without warning, he shoved Kim Yu-won off the cliff. The brunette plummeted down. Boom! He landed with a heavy crash in the first boss room. As dust settled around him, Kim Yu-won's sharp gaze took in the surroundings. Nearby, a monstrous, fanged dragon loomed. Orcs and red-skinned creatures stood at its side, shields raised, spears in hand. A system notification appeared. Find the boss and complete the quest. Kim Yu-won barely had a second to react before a barrage of wooden spears soared through the air. The creatures let out guttural roars as a crowd of players appeared on the other side of the boss room. A man in a black shirt muttered to his partner, Who the hell are these guys? Another player swallowed hard. Forget them. Look at the number of monsters. Kim Yu-won scowled, lifting his head. He needed to clear several checkpoints before reaching the boss. The creatures, each with pure killing intent in their eyes, stared down their opponents. But something felt off. This wasn't just a battle. Kim Yu-won narrowed his gaze. These monsters weren't meant to coexist. Then it hit him they were being controlled. His hand moved to his inventory. A flaming weapon materialized in his grip. He knew exactly where the boss was, and he had no intention of wasting time. A combination skill activated. Kim Yu-won, shrouded in raw power, advanced toward the monsters. Excitement flickered in the eyes of a nearby player. Finally, we'll get to see why he's ranked higher than our captain. At that moment, Lee Sung-yoon clenched his fists, because soon they would all understand. Hargan stood with his arms crossed, his golden armor gleaming under the dungeon's fiery glow. His expression twisted into a deep frown. Despite his Anno Kim Yu-won, he had decided he'd give Kim Yu-won a chance. Suddenly, a distant rumbling echoed through the cavern. The red-haired player's eyes narrowed as a wave of energy surged through the air. His partner trembled. Where did Kim Yu-won go? Before anyone could react, tongues of flame erupted, engulfing the battlefield. The monsters snapped their heads upward, just in time to see Kim Yu-won descending from above. A single strike. Boom! The ground trembled violently as Kim Yu-won's blade pierced the earth. In the same instant, the bodies of every nearby monster simultaneously detonated. Lee Sung-yoon, standing near Paladin, stared in utter disbelief. His mouth opened, but no words came out. What just happened? Kim Yu-won sat atop one of the creatures, his eyes burning with fire. Lee Sung-yoon's blood ran cold. This guy, he's a monster. No, he's worse than the captain. Hargan's eyes darkened as he took in the scene before him. Someone muttered in disbelief. This is a monster even worse than the captain. Lee Sung-yoon's breath hitched as his gaze darted to Hargan. The Hargan smirked, lightning crackling around him. With a sharp clap of his fists, Hargan grinned. I knew it. Fire and lightning exploded outward. The green-cloaked player jumped back just in time to avoid the surging energy. Meanwhile, Hargan leaped high into the air. His thoughts were sharp, focused. I can't afford to lose here. Turning his gaze toward Kim Yu-won, he shouted, Wait for me. A spear materialized out of thin air. Hargan crushed it effortlessly with a single blow. But before he could react, a wave of thick, purple sludge poured from above, landing directly on his head. His eyes widened. What the? At that moment, a blazing blade slashed through the air, slicing the sludge apart. Kim Yu-won, suspended mid-air, his flaming sword cut through the corruption in a single stroke. A group of players rushed toward the commotion. Yolch sliced through several weapons that had been launched their way. Behind her, Lee Sung-yoon sprinted forward. I refuse to just stand back and watch. Yulch sighed. Just don't drop your guard. There are still traps ahead. Paladin and Aladdin raised their hands, casting fire and water spells simultaneously. Their magic hurtled toward the source of the purple energy. The green cloak player activated Mana Blast. A blue orb flickered to life in his palm as he lifted it skyward. Everyone get down, he roared. Kim Yu-won instinctively dodged the blast. A surge of energy tore through the battlefield. As the dust settled, he exhaled. At least none of them had any skills that would get in his way. Thank God. The last thing he needed was for them to die in the middle of this. Just then, Hardin called out, "Hey, over here." Kim Yu-won followed his gaze, landing before a massive door, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of unknown creatures. Hargan tilted his head up, staring. This is... He stepped closer, studying the enormous gate. The artwork, it's strange, he muttered. One of the players reached out, tracing the symbols with his fingers. Is this war? Possibly, came the response. I've never seen this before. Running his hand over the carvings once more, the player whispered with certainty, the boss is behind this door. Hargan's expression shifted as he turned toward Kim Yu-won. The brunette stepped forward and pressed his palm against the massive gate. Hargan's eyes narrowed. Wait, are you seriously just walking in without a word? Kim Yu-won didn't even turn back. I was planning to go alone, remember? Hargan scowled. Not anymore. Crossing his arms, he muttered, like it or not, we're in this together now. Not that it'll make much of a difference. Then, a deep, rumbling sound echoed from behind the door. The players instinctively tensed. Something was waiting for them, and it had just been awakened. The group trembled as they stood behind the Kim Myung-eun. Lee Sung-yoon, looking uneasy, asked what was happening. One of the men muttered that if it was the boss, then just a single scream could numb their entire body. The armored man stared ahead, deep in thought. He had a strong feeling about what kind of boss they were dealing with. If his guess was right, this thing was massive. Without another word, he motioned for the group to move forward. Sparks crackled in the dimly lit cave, golden lightning flickering from the hand of the armored man. He ordered everyone to step back. The man behind him remained silent, his expression unreadable. Then, chained tightly in the center of the cavern, a monstrous, three-headed dragon stirred. Its green eyes gleamed ominously as it bared its fangs and let out a low growl. Someone in the group hesitated. What is that? The beast lunged forward, thrashing against the chains, its jaws snapping inches from the barrier that separated them. A sudden system notification appeared before them. It was a chimera. Another message followed. You have entered the third boss room. More text filled the air, revealing their objective. Defeat the sealed chimera boss. Completion of this task will mark the end of the tutorial. Kim Yu-won and Hargan stood side by side, completely unfazed. The armored man took note of their calmness, then muttered that this was the final boss of the tutorial. The hero tensed, his mind racing. So this is it, he thought, but kept his reaction to himself. At that moment, something strange materialized in front of them, a glowing pillar with a multifaceted pink stone at its center. System messages flooded their vision, explaining its purpose. One person may subdue and control the chimera. Destroying the seal stone will halt the time limit and complete the tutorial, regardless of other conditions. Another message clarified the most unsettling part. The chimera's owner will gain additional points based on the number of participants it kills. The white-haired girl and the boy in green exchanged uneasy glances. Lee Sung-yoon's voice wavered as he asked who the so-called owner would be. A man coldly responded, it was a test, one that not only required slaying the chimera, but also protecting the seal stone, even from allies. Yolch stood near the Kim Myung-hoon and the MC, analyzing the situation. There are 10 of us, she noted. Keeping track of everyone shouldn't be too difficult. Then, a thought struck her. Even if someone tries something reckless, there's still the captain, and only one person here is faster than him. Before anyone could react, Kim Yu-won took a step toward the stone. The armored man's eyes widened in shock. He grabbed Kim Yu-won's shoulder, demanding, "What do you think you're doing?" The red-cloaked figure met his gaze, unwavering. "Let me pass." The chimera stirred again, sensing the shift in tension. The armored man's frustration flared. "Are you seriously betraying everyone right now?" he snapped. "Have you already forgotten our agreement? We need to kill the boss, not each other, if we want to finish this tutorial." Kim Yu-won's voice remained calm. "I'll finish the tutorial," he said simply, "and I'll win the argument." Hargan's fury exploded. "What are you talking about? Why are you doing this?" But Kim Yu-won didn't respond. He had already expected this reaction. Without hesitation, he drew his blade. The Hargan stood frozen in disbelief. Then, in one decisive motion, he shattered the stone. A sharp, piercing sound filled the air. A system message appeared. Notification. The seal stone has been destroyed. The seal is now lifting. The sound of chains snapping echoed through the cavern as the chimera was finally freed. A system message confirmed what had just happened. Player Kim Yu-won has become the owner of the Chimera. Steam hissed from the creature's nostrils as it let out a deafening roar. The group tensed, their goal now clear: defeat the unsealed Chimera. The captain's furious gaze locked onto the MC. "You," he started, but before he could finish, the MC turned away, eyes fixed on the massive beast. Without hesitation, he extended a hand forward. "Break that wall," he commanded. The Chimera responded instantly, surging forward with thunderous steps that shattered the ground beneath it. As it crashed into the cavern wall, a powerful shockwave rippled through the space. Lee Sung-yoon instinctively shielded his face from the flying debris, staring in disbelief at the destruction before him. The hero remained unshaken. "As long as I control her, she won't attack us," he said calmly. "Because our real enemy is someone else." The Hargan turned to him, stunned. "What?" Kim Yu-won's expression didn't waver. "A chimera is a monster created by merging different creatures found on this island." As the dust settled, Hargan stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. "Then who created it?" Releasing his grip on Kim Yu-won's shoulder, Hargan watched as he walked toward the opening in the wall. The armored man frowned, trying to piece everything together. If the chimera wasn't the true boss, then who was? Kim Yu-won glanced back at the group. "It's your choice whether to follow me or not." With that, he and the chimera stepped through the hole. The captain clenched his fists, rage simmering beneath his glare. Lee Sung-yoon, still stunned, hesitated before asking, "What do we do now?" The captain let out a sharp breath. "We go after him." The group pressed forward into the darkened tunnel. As they moved deeper, their surroundings grew more unsettling. Twisted, unnatural creatures littered the path. Some were stitched together from various body parts, grotesque and lifeless. A woman in the group covered her mouth, horror in her eyes. "What is this?" Another man muttered. "Are these people?" The golden-armored warrior studied the long, winding passage, his mind racing. Where's the one responsible for all this? Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won and the chimera advanced into a cavern bathed in a sickly red glow. His expression remained calm. "The fourth room of the fifth tutorial," he thought. "A room the system never warns us about in advance." Then, a system notification popped up. "You have entered the fourth boss room." The group soon found themselves in a horrifying chamber. Chains, cages, and remnants of human corpses filled the space. And amidst the chaos, a figure sat hunched, cloaked in tattered robes. The system message flickered again. "Boss updating." Kim Yu-won smirked, his tone almost mocking. "Did we wake you from a midday nap, old man?" The figure shifted, bony fingers absent-mindedly tracing over grotesque, stitched flesh. Slowly, he lifted his hood, revealing piercing red eyes that gleamed through the darkness. The system confirmed it. Boss identified, the chimera's creator. The chimera let out a guttural snarl, steam rising from its mouth as if sensing its maker's presence. The old man exhaled slowly, his voice rasping as he ran his hands over a pile of flesh. "This is a first." Rising from his seat, he turned toward the group, his lips curling into a grin. "You want control over the chimera?" he mused. "Not to betray it, but to bring it here." His amusement grew. "Interesting." Tension filled the room as the group braced themselves. The old man's gaze flickered to Hargan. A knowing smirk spread across his face. "Ah, I see. There's Zeus blood here, isn't there?" Hargan's eyes burned with fury as he locked onto the creator of the chimera, and the battle was just beginning. The old man's voice dripped with amusement. "A half-breed, huh? You'll do just fine." The man in armor's fury boiled over. He stepped forward, his voice thundering through the chamber. "Who the hell are you calling a half-breed?" Kim Yu-won remained calm, his gaze locked onto the old man. "He's talking about the black magician, Childa. He disappeared from the Rancor Tower long ago." The Hargan eyes widened. "Wait, you mean that Rancor? The one who was an examiner on the 50th floor?" The realization hit hard. Childa was infamous. He had used hundreds of test participants as nothing more than raw material for his twisted experiments. It was from their blood, mixed with that of countless monsters, that he had created the first chimera. As the weight of this truth settled over the group, Kim Yu-won remained composed. The captain, however, was struggling to make sense of it all. What is someone like him doing in a tutorial? Kim Yu-won's voice cut through the tension. "Nothing to be afraid of. He's a disgrace. A so-called genius who lost to a single player, broke the tower's laws, and was sentenced to this prison." His tone was sharp. He was forced to create tutorial bosses for 1,000 years. And even after all that time, he still hasn't regained his former strength. Childa's smirk faltered for the first time. "How do you know that?" Kim Yu-won didn't answer immediately. Instead, he lifted a hand to his face and pointed at his eyes. His bright red gaze burned into the old man's. "Look at me. Do you recognize these?" A flicker of recognition crossed Childa's face. His expression twisted. "You." Power surged through the room. Childa roared, his voice raw with rage. The Hargan staggered back. This mana. But you said he lost his strength. Kim Yu-won remained firm. He did. If he were still a true ranker, we'd all be dead already. Childa's lip curled in disgust as he glared at Kim Yu-won. Where did you get those eyes? You're not. His voice cracked, then darkened. You're not related to that monkey, are you? Kim Yu-won's expression remained unreadable. Why do you sound so offended? His voice carried a sharp edge. You're the one who once stood as an examiner, who chose to slaughter participants and experiment on them like they were nothing. He took a step forward. So tell me, who's the real monster here? The chamber trembled. From the floor, grotesque fragments of creatures began to rise. Stitched limbs, half-formed torsos, writhing masses of flesh that shouldn't be alive. Kim Yu-won barely glanced at them. I didn't come here to satisfy my curiosity, he muttered, then turned to the chimera. With a simple flick of his hand, it moved. The stitched creatures lunged forward. The captain's eyes narrowed. What the hell is happening? Lee Sung-yun's breath came fast. I don't know, but we need to handle these first. The Kim Myung-hoon clenched his fists. Fine, then we wipe them out. The battle erupted. The team charged forward. An axe-wielding warrior smashed through a creature's torso, sending it flying. A pink-haired fighter struggled under the relentless pressure, barely holding his ground. Severed limbs and grotesque parts flew in all directions as the group fought to clear a path. Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won watched with quiet calculation. These are level-raising chimeras, he thought. They weren't supposed to appear in the tower for another 100 years. But that didn't matter. These things weren't complete. Their strength wasn't perfected. Only their sheer numbers posed a threat. He stepped forward, unfazed. The others could hold their own. They were top rankers, after all. Then, with a deafening crash, a massive stone coffin dropped from above. Kim Yu-won's eyes narrowed. Something, or someone, had arrived. The ground trembled as the coffin of darkness skill activated. A heavy stone sarcophagus materialized, radiating an oppressive energy. The boss raised his wooden staff, his voice laced with confidence. This coffin possesses absolute strength. Even a chimera wouldn't be able to break free if sealed within it. His gaze darkened. Even if I've lost my former power, I have not fallen. His eyes scanned the group before narrowing on Kim Yu-won. Tell me, who among you dares to look down on me? A deep, eerie cracking sound interrupted his words. The coffin, his so-called unbreakable prison, began to fracture. The old man's smirk vanished as he watched in stunned silence. The cracks spread faster and faster until, boom, the coffin shattered into nothing but rubble. Kim Yu-won stood amidst the dust, his red cloak billowing. His clenched fist was the only answer the boss received. The old man's breath hitched. This is madness. His hands trembled as he stared at Kim Yu-won, then at his own staff, as if questioning reality itself. No, this can't be happening. His mutterings stopped abruptly. Through the settling dust, Kim Yu-won's eyes glowed, a piercing mix of green and red. And for a fleeting moment, the withered old man swore he saw something impossible, the silhouette of a lion's head. His voice barely above a whisper, he asked, Are you connected to Olympus? Elsewhere, a white marble sanctuary, a grand, open-roofed temple stretched toward the sky. Massive windows lined its pristine white walls, and at its center stood an angelic statue. In front of it, a lone figure loomed, a red-haired man, long-haired, broad-shouldered, gripping a massive club. Kim Yu-won's thoughts raced. The head of the great gods, Gigantomachy, Tamaki, the main force in the War of Giants, the son of Zeus, the legendary hero who faced the 12 trials, a slayer of monsters and titans alike, the cruel executioner of evil, yet infinitely kind to the weak, the strongest being of them all. Kim Yu-won's fingers curled into a tight fist. The power of a giant. Something stirred inside him. His body reacted, his hand began to grow. A system notification appeared. The power of gigantification is seeping into your arm. Mastery level, low. Stamina temporarily converted into strength. Kim Yu-won's expression hardened. As expected, even after devouring a giant's heart, even after increasing my endurance, his stamina was draining rapidly. But it's enough. The old man sneered, raising his glowing purple staff. You seem confident. His voice grew colder. Fine, I'll get my answers after I tear off your arms and legs. Even if you're a direct descendant of Olympus, you're still just a reckless child. Kim Yu-won exhaled sharply. Then, with blazing determination, he raised his hand. Shut up. He struck. Boom. A second coffin erupted from the ground, a massive stone tomb wrapped in pulsating purple chains. This time, it wasn't just a single skill. The boss had used his triple dark casket, but it made no difference. With eyes burning like embers, Kim Yu-won smashed through it effortlessly. The boss's expression twisted into disbelief. Desperation flickered behind his crimson eyes as he thrust his staff forward. Not yet. You don't get to die now. His voice trembled with something beyond mere rage, fear. He needed answers. Dark green energy erupted from his staff, corrupted venom fangs. The attack streaked toward Kim Yu-won. But Kim Yu-won rushed forward, ignoring the incoming strike. For a split second, he saw himself differently, his body wrapped in the skin of a lion, wielding the might of a legend. His muscles burned, strength surging through his colossal arm. Gigentification, he thought. It's exactly what I need. But then another realization hit. If I can't fully control it, then killing the Chimera's creator won't be an option. Even though Chimera creator had lost his former power, even though he was exiled to the tutorial zone, he was still dangerous. Kim Yu-won smashed through the incoming green attacks, dispersing them like shattered glass. He exhaled sharply, acknowledging to himself that was reckless. He clenched his fists, power surging through his veins. How many days would it take to fully control gigentification? A new wave of attacks surged toward him. Without hesitation, he tore through them, scattering glowing fragments in all directions. His movements were precise, his strength overwhelming. Difficult, but not impossible. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. He took a cautious step back. Something like this? His voice was barely a whisper. Kim Yu-won stepped forward, his figure barely visible in the shadows. But his eyes, those burning red eyes, pierced through the darkness like embers in the night. Chimera creator gritted his teeth. Even if he has ties to Hercules, destroying everything with just raw power? He shook off the thought, gripping his staff tightly. Raising it high, he conjured a massive spiked barricade. Black spikes shot up from the ground, forming a fortress-like defense around him. A twisted grin curled onto his lips. This is my strongest barrier. Let's see if you can break through this, boy. Then, crack. The first fracture appeared. Chimera, creator's smirk vanished. Another crack, then another. The fortress shook as deep fissures spread like spiderwebs across its surface. His hands trembled. Impossible. Above him, his staff glowed with an ominous purple light. He gritted his teeth. You're insane, he roared. But Kim Yu-won didn't stop. Blow after blow, the wall crumbled. The sheer force of his fists reduced the once imposing barricade to nothing but splinters. Chimera creator's confidence shattered along with it. His mind raced. Had the hero finally stopped? Had he exhausted himself? Then he heard it. Laughter. Not his own. Kim Yu-won's. In that moment, Chimera creator realized he had made a mistake. The next punch came too fast to react. Bam! A fist slammed into his chest, sending him crashing against the stone wall. His body jerked from the impact, dust and debris flying everywhere. The old man coughed violently, struggling to move. But before he could react, crush! Kim Yu-won's next punch landed squarely on his face. Chimera creator felt his skull fracture. The hero didn't stop. Another blow, then another. Blood sprayed against the cold ground as Kim Yu-won's strikes came relentlessly, mercilessly. His eyes burned like wildfire as he thought, if I can't fully wield fiery eyes and gigentification, then I'm not ready to face him. His fists tore through flesh and bone. The very foundation of the room shook from the sheer brutality of his assault. Stone shards flew in all directions. He kept pounding, his rage manifesting in raw, unrelenting force. Somewhere in his mind, an image flashed. Sun Wukong. The long-haired man sat on a stone, watching silently. Kim Yu-won turned toward him. Why aren't you saying anything? He demanded. His voice was laced with something unreadable. Anger? Frustration? Sun Wukong remained calm. You knew. Kim Yu-won continued. You knew that the one who ascended to the 50th floor killed the creator of the chimeras. Sun Wukong exhaled slowly, his gaze unwavering. And what exactly do you want me to say? The armless man released his staff, letting it clatter against the stone floor. His eyes grew serious. Either way, the truth is plain for everyone to see. Kim Yu-won turned his attention back to Chimera Creator. There was nothing left of his head, and yet he was still alive. A guttural wheeze escaped the old man's lips. Blood pooled around him, but he still refused to die. Kim Yu-won narrowed his eyes. Immortal, he muttered. Chimera Creator managed a weak grin, his voice hoarse. I cannot die. Kim Yu-won's lips curled into a smirk. Good. A surge of fire ignited in his eyes. The boss had been declared indestructible, as expected, but Kim Yu-won knew something else too. 1,000 years of black magic experiments, a body tougher than steel, an undead chimera. Kim Yu-won raised his hand, flames reflecting in his menacing gaze. But even an immortal body has limits. Even an immortal body has limits. Kim Yu-won's cinder eyes flared to life, glowing brighter as he activated a special skill. His gaze locked onto the old man's form, revealing strange, uneven markings across his decayed flesh. Weak points. Without hesitation, Kim Yu-won reached out and grabbed one. Chimera creator's expression twisted in pure shock. Then, R.I.P., Kim Yu-won tore off the withered man's arm and flung it aside. A piercing scream echoed through the cavern. Chimera creator writhed on the ground, his remaining hand clawing at the dirt as he shrieked, "Stop!" But Kim Yu-won wasn't finished. His fingers dug into the boss's flesh, ripping pieces away one by one. The chamber filled with the sickening sound of tearing flesh, accompanied by Chimera creator's agonized wails. "Stop! Please," the old man howled. Kim Yu-won didn't even blink. His grip tightened around Chimera creator's leg, twisting it. "How many?" Kim Yu-won's voice was sharp, cutting through the screams like a blade. "How many people did you rip apart with these very hands?" Chimera creator's mouth hung open, breathless, his face contorted in terror. Kim Yu-won clicked his tongue. A memory surfaced. Himself, clad in a suit, standing before three figures. One of them had told him, "Fight Surutra in the tutorial. Obtain Cinder Eyes. Then, absorb his heart and gain gigantification." Kim Yu-won smirked bitterly. And that would create an absurd monster. Ding! System notifications flooded his vision. Achievement unlocked. Impossible to believe. Boss defeated. The creator of chimeras. Due to acquiring an impossible achievement, reward calculation has been delayed. Tutorial complete. Level up. Strength +2. Agility +2. Stamina +1. Agility +1. Heaven Slaying Star's completion rate increased by 8.34%. Kim Yu-won exhaled, wiping his bloodied hand against his cloak. He hadn't expected this. To become something this absurd. He straightened, staring at the new notification that appeared. Heaven Slaying Star. Kim Yu-won is a rare talent, destined to conquer the heavens. The weight of the lives he chooses in the future will shape his fate and his value. Rank, A+. Completion rate, 10.3%. Kim Yu-won's gaze flickered. So just like Sarah, am I being treated as a boss too? Another message followed. Stat boost. All stats +3, based on the number and level of those slain. Kim Yu-won smirked to himself. Every 5% completion seems to grant a stat bonus. If I reach 100%, I'll gain at least 20 stats. At that moment, the stitched monsters in the cavern began to collapse, lifeless. The brunette watched as one by one, they fell like puppets with their strings cut. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of shocked voices. The group stood among the fallen creatures, eyes wide in disbelief. "What just happened?" someone asked. The axe-wielding warrior frowned. "Is it over? Are they going to get back up?" Kim Yu-won waved a hand dismissively. "No need to worry. The boss is dead. They won't be getting back up." Lee Sung-yoon exhaled heavily, shoulders sagging. "Damn, this time, I really thought I was going to die." A ladder appeared in the distance, descending toward the group, a sign the tutorial had truly ended. A worried voice called out, "Is anyone injured?" A few members of the group gathered near a dark-haired girl who had fallen to one knee. Yolch! Hargan, who had been standing still, suddenly shouted her name. His usual composure shattered. Kim Yu-won turned to look. Yolch clutched her side, her wound glowing green. The Hargan frowned, saying nothing. A fair-haired figure knelt beside her, activating a healing skill. The healing light faded as the fair-haired one finished tending to the long-haired girl's wounds. Nearby, the captain stood beside Kim Yu-won, watching the aftermath in silence. With a sharp exhale, the captain spoke. "Let's wrap this up quickly." His voice was steady but firm. Then, turning to the rest of the group, he ordered, "Take care of the wounded." A few voices responded in affirmation. The armored man then turned his attention to Kim Yu-won, his gaze unreadable. Without another word, he stepped ahead, motioning for him to follow. "We need to talk." High above, the rough ceiling of the cave loomed, jagged and uneven. The Hargan sighed. "I want to ask who you really are, or how you knew about the connection between that rancor and the tutorial." His tone was careful, measured. Then, his expression hardened. "But because of your choice, someone got hurt." They stood near the massive hole in the wall. Dust still lingered in the air from the earlier destruction. His voice was sharper now. "Was it necessary? Did you have to kill the creator of the chimeras?" Kim Yu-won's expression remained unchanged, unreadable as ever. The captain pressed on. The tutorial could have ended by just killing the chimera. Kim Yu-won finally spoke, his voice calm. "Usually, yes." The armored man threw up his hands, frustration flashing across his face. "Then why? You could have set a record. You could have cleared this without going that far." He clenched his fists. "How far are you willing to go?" Kim Yu-won said nothing. The captain's voice grew heavier. "Would you only be satisfied when you and everyone around you are dead?" Silence. Kim Yu-won closed his eyes for a brief moment, then repeated the question, almost to himself. "How far do I have to go?" His mind drifted to a vision, a battlefield littered with countless corpses clad in armor. a sky that was neither day nor night, but a deep, oppressive purple. And beyond that sky, something unnatural. A creature with shifting, translucent flesh, its form writhing and undefined. Black tendrils stretched from its back, glowing purple dots blinking like stars across its grotesque body. The outer gods, outside the tower, beyond what humans could grasp. Entities from other dimensions. Hopelessness, despair, and in the depths of that endless, chaotic abyss, the unborn. A being consumed by madness, spiraling in a whirlpool of destruction. Kim Yu-won envisioned a battlefield frozen in time. Countless slain warriors, weapons still clutched in their lifeless hands. To kill just one of these creatures, how many rankers had to die? And how many more lurked beyond? The vision shifted. Himself, bloodied, exhausted, barely standing. His breathing ragged, his body aching, but his mind unwavering. That's why I have to keep getting stronger. I have to cut out the rotting parts of this world before it collapses entirely. He paused, then corrected himself. No, for the world to survive, it needs to become stronger too. I'll drag it forward myself, if I have to. Back in the present, Kim Yu-won lowered his gaze. His voice was quieter this time. I don't know. The Hargan watched him carefully. Do you even want to know? Kim Yu-won met his eyes. No. A beat of silence. Then, Kim Yu-won asked, are you gathering a team? People to travel with you. The captain hesitated. Not for the reasons you're thinking. Kim Yu-won's expression didn't change. I can't go with them. Hargan furrowed his brows. He needs an ally. Someone strong enough to reduce the risk of traveling with him. He turned away from Kim Yu-won, clenching his jaw. Just what kind of thorny path have you chosen? Then, Kim Yu-won's voice cut through his thoughts. Stop talking about teams. His tone was final. This could happen to any of them at any moment. Then, without another word, he turned to face a tall man, standing ahead. The captain let out a sigh, signaling the end of their conversation. Without looking back, he started walking away. I'm done here, he muttered. Then, turning to the long-haired man, he added, sorry to keep you waiting. How long have you been here? The unknown figure chuckled, folding his arms across his broad chest. The tension in the air was interesting, he mused. Kim Yu-won turned to the Hargan, who was watching the scene with narrowed eyes. Who is that? The Hargan muttered, eyeing the tall man with suspicion. He looks like some kind of beggar. Kim Yu-won barely glanced at him before answering. He's the tutorial manager. The captain's eyes widened. What? Immediately, he straightened and bowed deeply, a being at the level of the highest-ranked rankers. He barely managed to finish his thought before realizing. This is Hargan from Olympus. I am at your service, he said formally. The bearded man barely acknowledged him. Kim Yu-won exhaled. Don't act like that, he said flatly. Just greet him properly. He has nothing to do with Olympus. The tutorial manager scowled, turning his piercing gaze to the Hargan. I don't want anything to do with them. His voice was filled with irritation. Because of you lot, I have more work than I should. I swear, if I could, I'd rip out Zeus's entire beard right now. The long-haired man covered his face with his hand, letting out a deep sigh. To think, I have to clean up another mess because of you. His expression darkened as his thoughts trailed off. The creator of the Chimeras was bound by a 1,000-year contract, and now, thanks to that reckless fool, he's dead. There's no prepared boss to replace him. With an irritated grunt, the tutorial manager turned his glare toward Kim Yu-won. Well, thanks to someone, this tutorial gets to live a little longer. He folded his arms. Is that what you came to tell me? Or are you here to demand a reward? Without waiting for a reply, the high-ranking official extended his hand. A soft blue glow pulsed in his palm. You're in more of a hurry than you let on, he muttered. As the light faded, a small black stone appeared in his grasp. He tossed it toward Kim Yu-won. Do whatever you want with it. Use it or guard it. It's your choice. Ding. You have received Dark Divine Creator, a shard of primordial darkness. Stores an immense reserve of dark attribute mana. Unrefined. Requires an excellent craftsman to process. Class. Ingredient item. Effects. O conceals and alters dark attribute mana. O increases mana resistance. O mana capacity plus 20%. O mana consumption reduced by 20%. Kim Yu-won stared at the stone in his palm, his mind racing. The Dark Divine Creator? A memory surfaced, a vision of a man holding a similar stone aloft. Kim Yu-won's breath caught in his throat. The Dark Divine Creator, or rather, a fragment of Hades' helmet. Hades, the god of the underworld, one of the 3 supreme rulers of Olympus. His helmet was among the strongest relics in existence, and at its core was this very stone, one of the most important artifacts to obtain upon returning to the past. Yet somehow he had it now. Kim Yu-won's fingers curled around the stone. His gaze flickered toward the captain, who was watching him intently, as if trying to read his thoughts. I know where the god of the sea's stone is. Now, only the lightning fragment remains. But he remained silent. The Hargan put his hands on his hips, frowning. What exactly do you need that for? Kim Yu-won said nothing, still deep in thought. If I move fast enough, I can collect them much quicker than I originally planned. The tutorial manager snapped his fingers, cutting through the tension. Are you all done now? His voice carried impatience. Then his tone shifted. The conditions have been met. We're heading to the tower. And with that, the group was launched into the sky. As the group soared through the air, the tutorial manager's voice echoed behind them. The rest will receive rewards based on their contributions. His tone was indifferent, but then he sighed. And even though it pains me to say it, Hargan's reward is pretty decent, too. The armored man turned back slightly, nodding in gratitude. Thank you. The high-ranking official barely acknowledged him. Instead, his eyes locked onto Kim Yu-won. This will be our last meeting, he stated firmly. Are you planning to cause this much chaos when you reach the top, too? Kim Yu-won smirked. Guess we'll find out. The tall man exhaled through his nose. Yeah, that doesn't inspire confidence at all. His gaze drifted down to Kim Yu-won's hand, where the dark divine creator rested in his palm. With something like that, you're capable of causing far greater destruction. Then, to everyone's surprise, the tutorial manager grinned. Chaos, huh? He shook his head. Well, if you're going to be a storm, at least be a wave that shakes this entire tower. Before Kim Yu-won could respond, everything faded to black. Ding. New system notifications appeared. Time remaining until tower advancement. 598 hours, 55 minutes, 40 seconds. The next screen revealed the final rankings. First place, Kim Yu-won. Second place, Hargan. Third place, Yolch. The tutorial had officially ended. Ding. Final rewards. 67.488 points earned. New record bonus, plus 50,000 additional points. Kim Yu-won's inventory flashed. A purple glow appeared at the center of his interface. His eyes narrowed. What's this? A mysterious egg materialized within his inventory. It had no name, no description, just a strange, pulsating presence. An egg? Kim Yu-won thought, confused. There were items like this in the tutorial? Before he could inspect it further, the world around him shifted, and he arrived at the first floor. Kim Yu-won looked up. The sky here felt vastly different from the sealed-off tutorial. As he moved, adjusting to the new environment, he continued scrolling through his inventory, checking for any additional rewards. The Hargan beside him crossed his arms. We've arrived. They weren't alone. Hundreds of other rankers stood nearby, their gazes sharp and calculating. The outskirts of the first floor's step of beginning were filled with guild representatives and scouts. Veteran players scanned the newcomers with interest, whispering amongst themselves. Why are they here already? One muttered. There's still plenty of time left before the tutorial ends, another noted. Kim Yu-won silently observed them, realization settling in. From this point on, they were no longer participants, they were now players. Most of these newcomers had been sent ahead of schedule, and judging by the emblems and banners scattered throughout the area, guilds were already preparing to recruit them. Hargan suddenly stiffened, his posture tense. His gaze swept across the crowd, locking onto a few familiar faces. Olympus, he muttered. Kim Yu-won caught the name immediately. He glanced at Hargan. You're planning to join a guild? The armored man hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yeah, Kim Yu-won raised an eyebrow. Didn't take you for someone who wanted a team. Hargan scoffed. I don't. I never intended to look for a guild, let alone join one. But his fists clenched. I lost our bet, and I keep my word. Kim Yu-won's gaze remained unreadable. Hargan seemed deep in thought. He recalled his last conversation with the tutorial manager. There was something he wanted to say, something about Olympus. But before he could bring it up, he noticed Kim Yu-won had already turned away. Is something going on between you and Olympus? Hargan asked carefully. Kim Yu-won paused. Then, without looking back, he replied, You mean that Olympus? The one you think is fair and just. Hargan frowned. What do you? Kim Yu-won turned slightly, his expression unreadable. Figure it out yourself. Don't rely on other people's words. If you want to understand the truth, find it on your own. Hargan's eyes widened slightly. Kim Yu-won took a step forward. The Hargan scowled. You're leaving again? Kim Yu-won didn't answer. The Hargan crossed his arms. At least register as a player before heading to the village. His tone was annoyed. So we can actually contact you. Kim Yu-won waved a hand dismissively as he walked off. Hargan glared after him, muttering under his breath. That bastard. And with that, Kim Yu-won disappeared into the city beyond. A group of armored figures knelt before Hargan, their presence heavy with respect. Behind them stood an Olympian player, his stance formal as he stepped forward. The Hargan turned around as the man introduced himself, his tone filled with reverence. Welcome, Great Blood. Hargan's sharp gaze flickered over the gathered warriors. He had seen this man before. The fair-haired Olympian caught the recognition in his eyes and smiled. It is an honor that you remember me. Hargan crossed his arms, still assessing him. Agamemnon. The man bowed, slightly in acknowledgement. So, you're follower of Ares? Hargan asked, his voice casual but laced with meaning. I heard he's recently become a top ranker. Pass along my congratulations. Agamemnon's face remained composed. I am indeed his follower. However, he straightened, his expression darkening slightly. I hold deep respect for family ties. Until my mother is found, I will not pass along your words. Hargan's eyes narrowed. A fury burned behind them as his aura flickered, electric, unstable. The ground around him seemed to spark with raw energy. Agamemnon quickly bowed again. Please, don't react so harshly, he urged. You know well the character of Lord Ares. Hargan closed his eyes, exhaling through his nose. Family ties are created, not just inherited, Agamemnon continued. And I wish to create a family for you as well. The Hargan opened his eyes slowly, his gaze cold. The true insult was not from Agamemnon, but from Ares himself, the one who neglected him, who treated him as insignificant. And yet, taking his anger out on this lower-ranked follower would do nothing but strain relations with Olympus. With a sharp turn, Hargan let him go. Agamemnon followed a step behind, his tone shifting. The brunette, who just left. He's not one of yours, is he? Hargan didn't answer immediately. He glanced toward the distant streets of the city, lush with vibrant greenery. He's a friend. The words came out hesitantly. Agamemnon frowned, puzzled by his uncertain answer. The jackals were waiting. The term jackals was used to describe those who refused to climb higher. Instead of progressing to the next floor, they stayed behind, lurking in the step of beginning. Their prey? New players. Fresh, inexperienced, and completely unprepared. Perfect for the picking. They called it harvest time. Kim Yu-won walked alone. He could already sense them. Even without cinder eyes, his intuition told him. At least 20 were following him. His fingers brushed against the dark divine creator in his pocket. Jackals, he thought. Ideal test subjects. From a distance, the jackals watched. Their leader, Fateo, smirked as he observed the lone figure walking ahead. The tutorial ended faster than we expected, he noted. A lot of high-class players got in this time. Another jackal scoffed. And that means a lot of people earned some serious coin. They continued stalking Kim Yu-won's movements. He's alone, not with a guild. One of them frowned. Where's his team? Doesn't look like he has one, another said. Still, something doesn't feel right. Look at his robe, someone else pointed out. That's fire-imbued gear. A mage? Fateo squinted, watching the red glow flickering around Kim Yu-won. Should we jump him? One of the jackals asked. Fateo opened his mouth to respond, then froze. The red glow vanished. Wait, where the hell did he go? A cry rang out behind them. Jackals whipped around in alarm. Another scream, then another. They couldn't even see the attacks, only hear the panicked shouts as their comrades were cut down one by one. Who's attacking us? Blades slashed through the air, silent and precise. More jackals collapsed, their bodies hitting the ground before they even realized what was happening. Panic spread like wildfire. This is a trap, someone shouted. We need to. Fateo's eyes glowed as he activated Hawkeye, searching for movement. Is he using an illusion skill? More screams filled the night. Kim Yu-won was eliminating them, quickly, efficiently. A jackal wheezed out. We need to retreat. But Fateo hesitated, because at that moment, he realized something terrifying. This wasn't just a simple ambush. This was a hunt, and they were the prey. He was just a newcomer, barely stepping into the tower. But with his stealth skill, he extended his hand forward. The young man swung his hand again, launching another attack. Meanwhile, the brunette had his grip tight around one of the jackal's throats. In that moment, he realized this guy wasn't just some bait. He was a blade, sharp enough to end him. A top-tier player. The brunette warned him not to bother running. It was pointless. He'd catch them no matter what. Kim Yu-won stepped forward, offering a deal. Answer his question honestly, and he'd let him go. But the player knew the truth. If he could make it to the lower floors, he'd be safe. Still, he was furious at the threat. Before he could act, a sharp pain tore through his leg. The brunette had already struck, and his agonized screams filled the air. Writhing in pain, he was warned again, keep going, and this wouldn't stop. The brunette's blade glinted as he pressed for information. Where can I find a man called Cloudless? His victim froze, eyes wide with shock. He tried to ask how he knew that name, but the brunette only smirked. Jackpot. As night fell, the village was illuminated by scattered candlelight. A warm glow flickered over a wooden table where tea and buns sat untouched. The young man leaned back in his chair, taking in the familiar surroundings of the first-floor settlement. It felt good to be back. He had what he needed, and now he could finally unwind. The peaceful evening reminded him of past nights, sharing drinks with comrades. He could almost hear the clinking of glasses. Smiling to himself, he lifted his bowl, lost in the memory, until he lost his balance, crashing onto the wooden floor. Snapping back to reality, he decided he'd had enough sentimentality. Reaching into his belongings, he pulled out the stone of the black god. It worked well against weaklings like the jackals, but it was far from perfected. His mastery of the Hades helmet's concealment was still lacking. He had the mana, plenty of it, enough to earn the nickname Infinity Stone as a joke, but raw power wasn't enough. He studied the stone closely. If he could refine it, maximize its potential, combat would no longer be a problem. He thought of Zeus, who rose to power with a single piece of lightning. Hades, who never fought without his helmet. Legendary artifacts that shaped Olympus, and perhaps the future itself. Then it hit him. There was only one person capable of refining such a material. His lips curled into a knowing smile. It's been a while. Suddenly, the clang of metal rang through the air. Sparks flew as a massive hammer struck the anvil. A burly figure stood by the forge, tirelessly shaping molten steel. The young man's uncle. In his hand, the young man held a spherical device, a player's set, activated with mana. He wandered the village, searching for what he needed, though uncertainty gnawed at him. He had no exact coordinates, only a gut feeling. As he walked, he passed a man and a child, both desperate, their hands outstretched. Please, just a few points, the man begged, voice trembling. My child is starving. The brunette barely spared them a glance and kept walking. A dagger suddenly lodged itself into the man's back. Before he could even react, the brunette grabbed him. He didn't even have time to finish his sentence before collapsing. His henchman arrived just moments later, eyes wide with panic at the sight of their fallen comrade. Without hesitation, they lunged at the young man. But Kim Yu-won fought them off effortlessly, dodging their attacks and countering with swift strikes. If you're struggling to get by, go to the upper floors, he advised, knocking back two more. But don't you dare prey on others. As the last of them stumbled away, he finally noticed something, a faint glimmer in the darkness. His eyes widened. He was standing in a dimly lit alley, and instinct told him he had found the place he was searching for. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Pushing the door open, he called out, Owner, you here? Inside, the forge was sweltering. The heat from a molten metal and burning coals filled the air. A voice answered from behind a heavy door. Who the hell works until lunch? Someone grumbled. A burly figure finally emerged. Kuzi squinted at the newcomer, clearly unimpressed. His gaze flicked over the young man before asking, irritated, Are you wearing fireproof spells or something? You're not from around here. Not lost, if that's what you're asking, the young man replied, eyeing the equipment. You a blacksmith? Kuzi scoffed. Here to buy gear. He gestured toward a selection of swords. Take your pick. They're better than whatever you're carrying. The young man reached for a weapon, testing its weight. It was dull, more like a baton than a proper blade. Disappointed, he muttered, So, you're a blacksmith who only makes failures? Kuzi's expression darkened. Gripping his sledgehammer, he scowled. You got a problem? The tension in the room thickened as magic crackled faintly around him. Then, in a low voice, he asked, Your name? Volcaro. The blacksmith froze. His stance shifted, wary. Where did you come from? Relax, the young man said, reaching into his belongings. He pulled out a small, glowing sphere and held it up. Just got here. First floor. Volcaro glanced at the orb, eyes narrowing at the floor-level indicator. It confirmed the truth. This guy was fresh out of the tutorial. Closing his eyes briefly, Volcaro exhaled. He knew he had to tread carefully. If he had swung his hammer recklessly just now, things could have gone very wrong. So, what do you want? Without hesitation, the young man pulled out a stone. I need something made. Volcaro's expression shifted the moment he laid eyes on it. His brows furrowed as he inspected the object, eyes widening in disbelief. This is an unfinished stone, he muttered, still in shock. Where the hell did you get this? Reward for clearing the tutorial. Volcaro's head snapped up. How long did it take you? 5 days and 2 hours, the young man replied casually, as if it were nothing. He even noted that he had achieved the highest score. The blacksmith stared at him, taking in the expensive gear he wore despite only being on the first floor. No doubt about it, this guy was no ordinary player. The forge's heat seemed even heavier now. Volcaro sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. I can process it, he admitted, but if we use cheap materials, it'll be ruined. You'll need something strong enough to handle the power inside this stone. Then, looking almost amused, he asked, And you're seriously trusting me with this, even after seeing the crap I make? The young man didn't waver. Volcaro let out a short laugh, grabbing the stone. You're a damn psycho, he muttered. Then, without another word, he turned and headed toward the forge. Volcaro smirked, gripping his anvil. What? Afraid I'll run off with it? The young man met his gaze, unbothered. Not really. I read people well. He glanced at his reflection in a nearby set of armor. If you were planning to steal it, I'd see greed in your eyes. But right now, you just look excited. Volcaro scoffed. But he didn't argue. The young man bent down, picking up a sword from the floor. He turned it over in his hands, assessing its weight. You really think this won't break? He asked. It won't, Volcaro replied confidently. The young man swung the blade, watching the way it gleamed under the forge's dim light. The balance was perfect, impressive considering the cheap materials and tight deadline. A product of raw experience and undeniable skill, wasted away in a place like this. Handing the weapon back, he commented, the blade holds up, but the handle's rough. And you're tracking a habit here. Volcaro scowled, gripping his sledgehammer. You're really nitpicking the weight balance now. The young man only grinned. Forgot to mess it up on purpose. Volcaro let out a short laugh. What are you even doing? Without answering, the young man tossed the sword into a crate filled with other weapons. Volcaro raised a brow. What? You some kind of perfectionist? Not exactly, the young man replied, but something close. Volcaro didn't entirely get what he meant, but he exhaled and nodded. Fine, I'll take the order. He leaned forward, eyes sharp. But since you trust me so much, I've got one condition. The young man smiled. Keep this forge a secret, Volcaro said. No one can know this order even exists. Can you handle that? The young man gave him a knowing look. Of course. The sky stretched out, clear and blue. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows of a small shop. On a wooden plate sat a breakfast of scrambled eggs, sausages, and fresh vegetables. 3 points spent for a single meal. The young man leaned back, absently spreading something on his bread. He had given his uncle his number, and the work would take about 10 days. That was fine. He needed to stick around the lower floors for a bit anyway. As he ate, his mind sifted through the intel he had gathered from the jackalls. The collection would happen in 2 days. Perfect timing. If he played this right, he could take them all down in one go. He lifted his sandwich, just about to take a bite, when someone sat down across from him. Without looking, he already knew. Hargan, the man smirked. Took you long enough to notice. Setting his sandwich down, the young man sighed. How'd you find me? Easy, Hargan said, leaning back. I walked around the edges, checked where you signed up. And well, I've got connections. Figured I'd use them. The two sat in silence for a moment. The young man chewed his food, his mind shifting gears. The first floor was still under Olympus' control. Zeus' family could move freely without trouble. No surprises there. Hargan, however, had a different agenda. He leaned in slightly. Give me your number. The young man raised a brow. Didn't take you for the type to ask a guy for his number. Hargan rolled his eyes. Still as much of a pain as before. Before the young man could reply, another figure approached. He glanced up. The newcomer wasn't exactly the friendly type. Hargan paid no mind and dug into his own food. So, he asked between bites, when are you heading up the tower? In about 5 days, the young man answered. Gonna grind levels in the outer region first. He reached for his cutlery, casually adding, the team needs time to get stronger too. Hargan smirked, resting his elbows on the table. The young man did the same. Hargan kept chewing as he spoke. I need your help with something. The young man glanced up. With what? Pulling out the roots of a pack of jackals. He sighed, leaning back. Just finding them in a crowd is already a problem. His expression tensed when Hargan added, and it'll be just the two of us. Explain, Hargan demanded. It's too early for details, the young man replied casually. Come see me the evening after tomorrow. I'll tell you everything then. Hargan huffed, stabbing his fork into his food. Fine, but we're going together. Wouldn't have it any other way. Hargan finished his meal quickly, standing up just as the young man was about to rise. You eat fast, he remarked. The young man shrugged. Got a lot to handle today, Hargan said, stretching. I'll head out first. The brunette watched him go, noting how similar he was to the team he had built during the tutorial. A team he planned to develop and rise with. Then he stiffened. Someone was watching him. His gaze locked onto a man in a black robe. The young man sighed, setting down his cup. If you've got business, get to the point. The man placed a hand on the table, smirking. Didn't expect to see you here so soon. Pulling back his hood, he extended a hand. First time meeting you. Pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. The young man shook his hand firmly. Agamemnon, the man introduced himself. Olympus faction. He took a seat across from the brunette, his sharp eyes flicking to where Hargan had been sitting. The Hargan, blood of the heavenly ruler. Not even a proper greeting. The young man remained expressionless. You're here on a mission, aren't you? A steaming cup of tea was set between them. Agamemnon lifted it, his smile unreadable. Heard you placed first in the tutorial. He swirled the tea lightly before adding, Hargan was second. They sat in silence for a moment. The gap between first and second is massive, Agamemnon continued. Rumors say a monster entered the tower. The young man smirked. That's so? Appreciate the compliment. Agamemnon took a slow sip. Funny thing, that Kim Myung-hoon calls you a friend. Strange, isn't it? The young man chuckled. Yeah, you think Hargan's the type to want friends. Agamemnon set his tea down, studying him. Or maybe he's just trying to buy your loyalty. He glanced into his cup, watching his own reflection ripple in the tea. Honestly, not joining his team might be the smart move. Connections from the tutorial? They don't last. Most players who climb higher end up leaving them behind. Those who become rankers? Even rarer. He leaned forward slightly. But you're different. You have potential. You could become something great in this tower. He gestured slightly, his tone persuasive. So tell me, why climb with people who fit the norm? The young man remained silent. Agamemnon smiled. Mr. Ares from Olympus would like to meet you. Join us, and you'll get whatever you want. The young man tensed. Agamemnon noticed. Ares isn't like that Hargan. He doesn't even know his own mother. A nobody. His voice grew firmer. Ares is the legitimate son of Lady Hera and Lord Zeus. A ranker, a great being who's already left his mark. The young man's fingers curled slightly on the table. Agamemnon continued smoothly. Think about it. Olympus is serious about recruiting. You won't find a better opportunity. The young man let out a slow breath. Then, bang, his fist slammed against the table. The teacup rattled, but he remained calm. Enough. Agamemnon fell silent, watching him carefully. The young man lifted his cup, finishing the last drop of tea. Then, placing it back down, he gave a slight nod. Thanks for the tea, he said. Then, without another word, he stood up to leave. As he turned to leave, a stunned silence filled the air. Agamemnon frowned. You're really walking away from this? The young man stopped, but only to glance over his shoulder. I'm not joining anyone. He took a step forward, then added with a smirk, a few days ago, the Hargan son of Zeus personally invited me to his team. Turn him down too. Agamemnon's expression darkened. You talk about norms like you were above them, the young man continued. Yet, here you are, acting like Ares' personal guard dog. Funny, considering you just called him a nobody who doesn't even know his mother. Agamemnon's jaw clenched. His fingers curled into fists. The young man didn't let up. You're not Ares, but the way you talk, you'd think Zeus and Hera were your parents. His tone sharpened. I'll say it once. My answer won't change. He turned fully to face him, eyes cold. I don't work with people who aren't worth my time. With that, he walked away. Still inside the cafe, Agamemnon sat frozen, fists trembling with fury. You okay? A voice asked cautiously. Agamemnon inhaled sharply, forcing himself to calm down. How many jackalls can we mobilize right now? The player beside him hesitated. They're still collecting money. In a few days, we should have enough to gather the numbers we need. Agamemnon exhaled slowly, his mind working through the logistics. All this effort just to kill one guy, he muttered. The player across from him gave him a hard look. Think logically. He's ahead of the Hargan. If it could be dealt with easily, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Agamemnon scowled, but he knew it was true. After a brief pause, he grinned. Fine. Prep 100 men first. Lifting a hand to his face, he traced a finger over his cheek, as if picturing the moment of victory. As soon as harvest time ends, he said, voice dripping with satisfaction, we're killing him. 2 days later, the setting sun bathed the city in golden light. The young man walked with a steady pace, his Hargan companion trailing slightly behind. So, how are we handling the jackalls? Hargan asked. First, I need to meet someone, the young man replied. Took a long time to find him. Hargan frowned, but didn't press. And who exactly are we meeting? Just follow me. Agamemnon, watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes at the exchange. His gaze locked onto the young man's fiery eyes, and a memory flashed through his mind. A passage from the past. A name. A legend. Could he be related? His thoughts drifted to a child. One who had once been called the Great Sage, equal to heaven. A man who had ascended the tower and become a top ranker in under a century. A fighter with the most dominant qualities in ranker history. The realization hit like a spark in dry grass. Hargan's gaze lingered on the brunette's shifting cloak, watching the way it moved. There was no doubt. This guy wasn't just using Mert abilities. He wielded fire. The same fire as his brother, Apollo. His fingers twitched as another possibility surfaced. His eyes darted to the young man's hand. There was Gigante. His breath caught. Hercules, the only one in Olympus with that skill. The Vahi, descendants of the giants, possessed this power. Could Kim Yu-1 be from a giant's bloodline? If so, why wasn't he part of Olympus? Hargan barely had time to process when Hargan, his name snapped him out of his thoughts. The brunette stood by the door, staring at him expectantly. Are you going to respond properly, or what? Hargan blinked. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to say. The door creaked open, revealing a man inside. We're closed for the day, he muttered. The brunette stepped forward, respectful yet firm. I need to see someone. The man sighed, scribbling something down. If you're looking for something, leave your name and contact. Mu Wunshin, the young man interrupted. The man's hand froze over the paper. He looked up, hesitation flickering in his eyes. What did you just say? Mu Wunshin, the young man repeated. The man's grip on the pen tightened before He bolted. Cursing under his breath, he rushed for the exit, shoving past stunned customers. Kim Yu-won didn't hesitate. He shot forward, hand latching onto the fleeing man's collar before he could escape. The fugitive barely had a chance to escape. Panicked, Kim Yu-wonked out a dagger and swung wildly, but the young man was faster. With a sharp movement, he caught the fugitive's wrist, twisting it just enough to make him drop the blade. A palm pressed against his own face. His eyes flickered red again. "Sit down," the brunette ordered. The next moment, he slammed the fugitive to the ground. "Hard, and stay still." Mu Wunshin gasped for air, staring up at him in disbelief. Where did he get this kind of strength? He had been a player from Myram, one who had refused to climb the tower. Yet now, with red eyes burning like embers, Kim Yu-won held him in place effortlessly. The realization hit. This wasn't just any player. The king of the jackals had just been caught. Kim Yu-won wasted no time tying him up, but Mu Wunshin thrashed against the bindings, voice rising in protest. "You got the wrong guy." "Really?" Kim Yu-won tilted his head. "Then why did you run?" The Hargan watched the whole exchange, his gaze unreadable. Mu Wunshin, still struggling, suddenly stammered. "Your eyes, they're unnatural. That's why I ran." Hargan narrowed his eyes. "And we're just supposed to assume he's our guy because he ran?" Kim Yu-won didn't answer right away. Instead, he pulled out the dagger Mu Wunshin had dropped, turning it over in his hand. "Take a good look," he said, tossing it toward Hargan. The Hargan caught it, frowning. "That's not a regular blade." Kim Yu-won continued, motioning toward the floor. "See where it landed?" Hargan's eyes followed the direction, and his expression darkened. A thin, almost invisible sheen of poison coated the spot where the dagger had hit. "For a weapon on this floor, that's an extremely high-level poison," Kim Yu-won noted. Mu Wunshin sat in the corner, finally silent. Kim Yu-won's voice lowered. "It's forbidden to use this kind of poison on fellow players. Even owning it requires special permission." He raised an eyebrow. "Tell me, why would the owner of a simple haberdashery store need something like this?" The room fell into silence. Then, Mu Wunshin let out a slow breath. His entire demeanor shifted. He stopped resisting, stopped pretending. His lips curled into a smirk. "Where did you get your information?" Kim Yu-won grinned. "So I was right." Hargan tensed. The man's face had changed. His voice had changed. Even his presence felt different. With an irritated sigh, Mu Wunshin shook his head. "You're an arrogant little bastard, aren't you?" His tone was laced with amusement. "Do you even realize who you're messing with?" Hargan's gaze flickered between him and Kim Yu-won. Something about the way his hair and eyes shifted, setting off alarms in his head. His lips parted slightly in realization. Then, suddenly, everything around him sparked. Hargan clenched his fists. "Is it true?" he growled. "Did Olympus betray us?" Kim Yu-won leaned in close to Mu Wunshin. "Do you take orders from Agamemnon?" His voice was calm, but there was an edge to it. "I have some questions for him." Mu Wunshin let out a low laugh. "The heavenly ruler sure seems interested in the affairs of the first floor. Even sent his son to the tutorial." His words sent a ripple of tension through the room. Kim Yu-won's tone darkened. "How long are you planning to stay a servant of Agamemnon, instead of standing with the great three gods?" Hargan's head lowered slightly. "What does that even mean?" Meanwhile, Kim Yu-won fixed Mu Wunshin with an ice-cold stare. "I could punish you right here," he murmured. "Consider yourself lucky." Mu Wunshin chuckled. "You talk big," but a flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes when Kim Yu-won's hand tightened around his bindings. "Then prove yourself," Kim Yu-won said. "If you can handle what's coming, you might just earn more responsibility within Olympus." Hargan watched the exchange in shock. What the hell is happening? Mu Wunshin exhaled, weighing his options. "What do you need me to do?" Kim Yu-won crouched beside him, meeting his gaze. "How many jackals are there in total?" Mu Wunshin hesitated, then answered, "Around 1,000. Kim Yu-won pulled a small note from his pocket and slipped it into Mu Wunshin's bound hands. "Gather everyone by tomorrow night. Be at this location by midnight." Mu Wunshin's face remained unreadable. Kim Yu-won's voice dropped lower. "And don't tell anyone from the stall, Ammonius or Ares. This is for your own good." A heavy silence passed between them. Then, without breaking eye contact, Kim Yu-won asked, "Can you handle it?" Mu Wunshin exhaled through his nose. "Fine." Satisfied, Kim Yu-won stood up. He turned to Hargan, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. And then he smiled. "Leave," Kim Yu-won said. Hargan frowned, clearly not understanding anything. Night fell over the city, its streets lit only by dim lanterns. Inside one of the houses, voices echoed in frustration. "You're selling out someone else's father?" Hargan stood, fists clenched, his anger barely contained. You better start explaining. Everything. Right now." Kim Yu-won remained calm. "You heard it yourself. Olympus and the jackals are working together." Hargan gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. "You actually expect me to believe that?" His voice rose. "That's impossible. Olympus' name is sacred, and you're telling me." "Hargan." The sharpness in Kim Yu-won's voice cut through his outburst. He turned away from him, pulling his cloak tighter around his shoulders. I don't know what kind of Olympus you believe in, Kim Yu-won continued. But from now on, stop looking at it through blind loyalty. Open your eyes. See it for what it really is. Hargan's expression hardened. The hero's cloak fluttered in the night breeze, his presence unmoving. Hargan exhaled sharply, frustration burning inside him. He thought about the warriors who had once stood beside him, about Woin's devastated face when he asked if Olympus had truly betrayed them. If Kim Yu-won wanted to expose the truth, let him. But Hargan wasn't going to take anyone's word for it. He would see for himself. His mind drifted back to Agamemnon's smirking face. This won't be easy. Truth never is. Standing on the damp stone path, he muttered under his breath, the ins and outs of Olympus. The small town was quiet, its identical houses lined neatly under the pale moonlight. The towering white structure in the distance stood like a monument of authority, a beacon of power. 2 days later, Kim Yu-won sat on the steps of a grand white building, resting his elbow on his knee. The arched entrance loomed behind him. If you'd taken any longer, I would have left without you, he remarked, glancing back. Hargan walked up beside him. His expression was unreadable. So, thought everything through? Kim Yu-won asked. The Hargan took a slow breath. I was born and raised in Olympus. He closed his eyes. Memories surfaced. The massive white statue of a deity. The weight of expectation. The teachings drilled into him since childhood. Olympus is my home, he continued. It's my family. My father, his voice softened just slightly, was my idol. A vision of a girl in white robes flickered in his mind. My mother. I don't have many memories of her, he admitted. I don't even remember her face. But he could still hear her voice. Her words. The image of her lips moved in his mind, repeating what she had once told him. Never forget the pride that comes with bearing the name Olympus. His eyes opened, determined. That pride is Olympus. Kim Yu-won, still sitting on the steps, studied him carefully. So, what's your decision? Hargan slowly raised his hand. Golden lightning flickered between his fingers, crackling with power. Kim Yu-won, whether you're right or wrong, it doesn't matter. His eyes burned with resolve. The jackals have to be wiped out. They're parasites feeding off the first floor. The lightning coiled around his fingers, glowing intensely. Kim Yu-won clenched his fists, the radiance reflecting in his sharp gaze. Then, golden armor materialized across Hargan's body, gleaming in the light. His presence shifted, an aura of pure power surrounding him. I'll cut them down with my own hands, he declared. Deep inside a hidden cave, a flickering torch barely illuminated the damp stone walls. The air was thick and stale. Masked figures stood in clusters, their animal-like disguises casting eerie shadows on the cavern walls. A man in a wolf mask turned to his companion. This cave, it's always been here, right? His voice was low. The second man nodded, shifting uncomfortably. Yeah, but why does it feel different? A faint squishing sound echoed beneath their feet. The wolf-masked man frowned. And why the hell does the ground feel wet? A silent tension filled the cave as the jackals began to realize something was very, very wrong. The cavern was massive. 1,000 people had gathered, jackals from every corner, all drawn to this single meeting point. Have you ever seen this many of us in one place? Someone murmured. Never, another whispered back. We usually stay scattered. This is the first time we've all gathered together like this. A man in a green suit approached, his sharp eyes scanning the crowd. That team managed to get a poisonous proc snake this time. A nearby jackal's jaw dropped. That thing's worth 10,000 points. Someone else groaned, and our team came up empty again. Then, he appeared. A figure in a green suit, a flowing purple cape, and a red animal mask stepped forward. Wine, the king of the jackals. Spreading his arms, he spoke. Is everything in place? The jackals turned to him. The one at the front immediately bowed. Before them, their leader stood tall, facing a sea of bowing masked figures. Raise your heads, Wine commanded. As they obeyed, hushed whispers filled the air. That's Wine. He's never shown up in person before. Why now? I heard rumors. Someone powerful is backing him. Thanks to him, we've been able to stay under the radar all this time. Wine's fingers brushed the hilt of his sword. His voice dropped, carrying a sharp edge. From now on, he warned, anyone who talks out of turn, his grip tightened, loses their head. Silence. The jackal captain stepped forward, unsheathing his blade with a slow, deliberate motion. He leveled it at the others. Shut your mouths and listen. The crowd tensed. Wine continued, his voice steady. We have one mission, a task so large, it will require every single one of you. Then, he raised his fist into the air. But I know one thing for sure. His voice rang through the cavern. Tomorrow, the jackals will take their place at the top. A thunderous roar erupted from the crowd. Cheers, fists raised in triumph. As the excitement surged, Wine raised a hand and pointed toward two cloaked figures standing at the front. "These are our benefactors," he announced. The crowd hushed as two men, draped in green cloaks and orange masks, stepped forward. Their black hair was concealed under dark cloth. Mu Wunshin bowed deeply. "We owe you our thanks." One of the masked figures extended a dark envelope, thick with cash. "A small token," he said smoothly. "But please accept it." The envelope contained Asgardian bills, a proprietary currency from the massive Asgard Guild. Unlike mere points, these could be used like real money. The masked figure took the stack, his fingers brushing over the crisp paper. "One bill equals 1,000 points, the Jackal King explained. "This is everything we've collected this time." The masked man's lips curled into a grin. Hundreds of thousands. At first glance, at least. He had already made his decision. He was crossing over completely, and Agamemnon was waiting for this money. A golden glow spread across his gloved hand. He exhaled slowly. "I'll gladly accept it," he murmured. Then, he lifted his head. "There's only one thing left to do," he said. Mu Wunshin, eager to serve, straightened. "Just say the word. Anything you command." Snap! The masked man raised his hand, his fingers crossed, and snapped them. Flames erupted. The entire space ignited in an instant. Jackals screamed as the fire engulfed them, their masks melting, their cloaks bursting into flames. The air thickened with smoke, the flickering light reflecting off the cavern walls. And as the jackals burned, the masked figure simply watched. The flames surged, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. Jackals screamed. Some cursed, others wailed in confusion. "Fire!" Someone shrieked, their voice cracking with panic. Mu Wunshin stood frozen, his mind struggling to process how the fire had spread so fast. Jackals scrambled, pushing and trampling over each other in sheer desperation. "It's too hot. Get out. Run." Some shoved others aside, clawing toward any possible exit. Mu Wunshin's eyes darted to the ground. "There's no smell of oil, then how?" His mind raced. The flames had exploded out of nowhere. A powder. That was the only explanation. Something that masked the scent. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden kick. A masked jackal's head snapped back as a boot slammed into it. He whipped around. "Are you insane?" Kim Yu-won stood among the chaos, completely calm. His gaze, cold and unbothered. "I'm just burning trash." Mu Wunshin's breath caught. "This guy is..." Nearby, a voice roared in fury. "You think you're Olympus?" Hargan, fighting barefaced, responded without hesitation. "I am Olympus." Flames danced across his golden armor, reflecting in his fierce gaze. "Then why?" Hargan's expression darkened. "Because the jackals are a defect of Olympus." His grip tightened around his weapon. "And I'll be the one to wipe them out." The battle erupted. Kim Yu-won's sword flashed as he cut down the screaming jackals before him. Hargan fought back-to-back with him, surrounded. Jackals lunged at them from all directions, screaming, "Kill them! Capture them!" But only two stood against them. Blades clashed. Sparks flew. Kim Yu-won's strikes were swift and precise, his movements effortlessly cutting through the burning bodies around him. Hargan's lightning-infused blade crackled with power, every slash sending jackals writhing in pain. Mu Wunshin, watching the carnage, felt his blood run cold. I made a mistake. They weren't here to negotiate. They came to kill us." The Jackal King's breathing turned erratic. "I need to contact Agamemnon." A ball of light flared in his hands as he attempted to send a message. Error. Message cannot be sent. His face twisted in panic. Why isn't it working? He turned desperately to Kim Yu-won, demanding answers. Kim Yu-won, mid-strike, barely spared him a glance. "In this chaos? You really thought that would work?" His sword slammed into another jackal before he finally looked at Mu Wunshin, his eyes burning red. "Game sets transmit messages through mana," Kim Yu-won explained coldly. "If the air is completely flooded with it." Mu Wunshin froze. "Then the transmission won't work." He staggered back, realization sinking in. This was a trap. Then rage. "You!" His voice cracked with fury. Cursing, he lunged forward, the cave shaking around him as he summoned his strength. Stones broke free from the ceiling, fire and debris flying. Mu Wunshin, now maskless, his face twisted with pure hatred, screamed as he charged. "Die!" Kim Yu-won didn't move. He stood still, unshaken, waiting. Then he turned, his flaming eyes locked onto Mu Wunshin. Mu Wunshin's body froze. "I can't move." His sword was raised, but it wouldn't swing. Kim Yu-won took a single step forward, his sword trailing a faint afterimage behind it. In a single, fluid motion, he slashed. Goodbye. A deep cut split across Mu Wunshin's body. Smoke curled into the night sky, pillars of blackened ash rising over the mountains. Kim Yu-won stood beside Hargan, who sat nearby, breathing heavily. The Kim Myung-hoon lifted his head. "Are you okay?" Kim Yu-won turned to him, his gaze unreadable. "You..." Hargan exhaled sharply. 1,000 dead. His fingers twitched as the weight of it settled in. He wasn't exhausted from fighting. It was the sheer guilt pressing down on him. He looked at Kim Yuan, searching his expression. How are you this calm? Kim Yuan didn't answer immediately. Hargan watched him carefully. Had he always been like this? The man beside him spoke up, saying murder, kidnapping, robbery, and slave trading were how jackals made their living. Taking out even one could save dozens, maybe hundreds. So really, what was their question? The Hargan glanced over and admitted that was true. But before he could finish, Kim Yuan cut him off. If guilt made you hesitate now, who knew what kind of trouble that mercy would bring later? Hargan sat quietly, his hands resting on his knees. After a pause, he said, Your tongue's sharper than it looks, and you're smarter than most. Kim Yuan smirked. Is that supposed to be a compliment? The Hargan stood, rubbing his head with both hands. Guess it is. Kim Yuan eyed him, realizing he'd felt this way before. But, as always, it didn't last long. A few words were enough to snap him back. Then Kim Yuan turned to the other man, his gaze steady. He heard him say, You're so flawless, it's exhausting. Kim Yuan just shrugged. And you're nothing like you seem. Hargan stepped up, facing him. You don't exactly look like the nice type either. The brunette chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment, too. The Hargan crossed his arms. Not everyone's willing to take on a job with zero payoff. But you? You've been doing it since the start. He thought back to Kim Yuan's stopping time, fighting monsters during the tutorial, always thinking 10 steps ahead. Nearby, Kim Yuan spoke up. Guess it's just how I was raised. Duty and all that. Then, lowering his head, he added in, yeah, I'm great at embarrassing myself. Suddenly, with a flash of lightning, an envelope of cash appeared in his hand. Actually, Kim Yuan said, I was wrong about the no-benefit part. Here, you earned this. Hargan blinked at the cash, stunned. What is this? You did good work, Kim Yuan replied. Take it, or not. Up to you. Hargan stared at the Asgardian bills, clearly tempted, but not giving a straight answer. The Hargan snatched the envelope. Fine, we'll split it. Thought you might say that, Kim Yuan said with a grin. Covering one eye with his armored hand, Hargan heard the question. So, you came in second during the tutorial, right? Yeah. What? Kim Yuan held the cash, watching him closely. What did you get as a reward? Before he could answer, an angry roar echoed through the room. A fist slammed onto the table with a loud thud. Agamemnon gripped his mug tight, teeth bared. Why is it impossible to get a straight answer around here? He shouted. Across from him, a man nervously held a small white orb. I've been trying to reach Mu Wunshin, no luck. Agamemnon's face twisted in fury, veins popping as he thought. Unless they've lost their minds, there's no way they'd run off with our money. Just then, someone burst into the room, breathless. Agamemnon, found the jackals. I'm thinking, maybe we should go check it out together. Meanwhile, deep in a cave, cloaked figures stood over scorched corpses. One of them stepped closer, his voice uneasy. What is this? He looked around, eyes wide with fear. Is this really W and the others? On the ground, twisted bodies lay broken, blood pooling beneath them. Blood pooled around the bodies, and someone muttered that there might be more. Money? What about the money we collected? One man shouted. No one answered. Standing in the middle of the cave, Agamemnon threw his head back and roared in frustration. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan eyed the stack of bills in his hands. 384,000 points in total. More than enough, he thought. Sitting at a table under the soft glow of a lamp, he ran the bills through his fingers. Even after splitting the haul with Hargan, this was an amount that most rankers only dreamed of. At least now, lodging and living expenses wouldn't be a concern. Pressing the money to his face, he couldn't help but think how tempting it was to rush straight to Asgard and trade it all for points. But the moment he did that, the Olympians would know exactly who wiped out the jackals. From the start, he'd been neck-deep in the chaos of the first floor. Golden lightning crackled as Kim Yuan slipped the cash into his inventory. It wasn't quite enough to buy every material he needed, but it could get him some solid components, maybe even enough to craft the skeleton for the Dark God Stone. Faster than he'd expected, the pieces were coming together. Later, dressed in black and sitting on the edge of his bed, Kim Yuan stared at the stone. Out of all the items he had, this one was easily the highest rank. And somewhere, in the hands of a master blacksmith, it was already unlocking its true potential. Lying back, he raised his hand. Lightning sparked at his fingertips. And then, an egg appeared. Its shell was marked with a swirling purple pattern. The system's message popped up. Unknown egg. Owner. Unknown. Hatch method. Unknown. Hatch rate. 0%. Kim Yuan turned the egg over in his hands. The description told him almost nothing. How was he supposed to use something like this? He thought back to the rewards from the tutorial. Second place had earned Hargan the Hand of Thunder, a prize impressive enough even among rankers. And now here he was, stuck with a mystery egg. But maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. If this thing was rare enough to be compared to the dark divine crystal, or even stronger, there had to be something special inside. Pressing his palm to his forehead, Kim Yuan sighed. Trying to figure it out was giving him a headache. But then, as he absent-mindedly glanced at the egg, something caught his eye. The pattern. When he first got the egg, it didn't look like this. Lifting it closer, he examined the design. The lines, the shape. He knew this pattern. He sat up straight, his brows furrowed and his eyes glowing faint red. In his mind, the image of an external god flashed. Suddenly, a blue alert flickered into view. Unknown egg has greeted you. Staring at it, Kim Yuan muttered under his breath. Just, what are you? His gaze drifted to the wooden sign on the wall. A shield and hammer carved into the wood. Exhaling slowly, he rose to his feet. Cloaked in red, he leaned against the doorway, lost in thought. So much had happened in just a few days, and there was still so much left to figure out. Wondering what might hatch from the egg, Kim Yuan couldn't help but question if it would become a loyal ally or something capable of destroying the world all over again. His mind drifted to the image of a long-haired girl, always accompanied by a massive bird and a dragon-like creature. Kim Yuan recalled how creatures born from eggs usually recognize the first person they see after hatching as their parent, the one they stay closest to from start. That's why the rare rankers lucky enough to hatch sacred beasts never left their side. If this egg worked the same way, if raising it was even possible, Kim Yuan pulled back the curtain, gazing outside. This was turning into a dangerous gamble. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, enough. Overthinking won't change a thing. Time to focus on what's in front of me. Down in the forge, red-hot tongs hissed as they dipped something into water. He's here, someone said. Volcaro glanced up from his desk as Kim Yuan entered. There you are. The man placed a small, glowing blue stone onto the clock. This one's really powerful, he said, then motioned for Kim Yuan to sit. I wanted to ask you something. Pulling up a stool across from Kim Yuan, Volcaro leaned in. You need to decide. What type of weapon? What style? Sword? If so, what length? How heavy? Same for armor. What's your preference? Kim Yuan frowned. Why all the questions? Volcaro held up a small glass vial filled with a dark, blue-black substance. A byproduct from the stone showed up during processing, he explained. With a nod, he added, I'm thinking of crafting something with it. Since the stone's powerful on its own, this powder's way more valuable than anything you'd get from normal materials. Kim Yuan considered it. He wasn't wrong. After all, the Hades sickle was forged from powder made by refining just a fragment of a helmet. But don't you need special materials for that? Kim Yuan asked. Without a word, Volcaro shot to his feet, knocking his chair back, and disappeared deeper into the forge. I don't have adamantium, his voice echoed, but I've got something close. Moments later, he returned holding a long, greenish block. This is about 1 kilo and 800 grams, he said. Not a huge amount, but enough to work with. Once we mix it, it should do the trick. The system chimed in, mithril. Durability and strength are average, but its mana conductivity is exceptional. A rare metal that, with the right alloy, can even grant mana resistance. Item classification, ingredient. Kim Yuan studied the mithril. Not bad. Mithril goes for a decent price. He calculated quickly. Normally, lackey 100 grams alone were expensive, but this was over 1.5 kilos. Easily worth at least 300,000 points. Volcaro held the block silently, waiting for his decision. If Kim Yuan exchanged the jackal's currency, it'd cover the cost. But right now, that wasn't an option. For now, he'd have to settle for just 600 grams. As he thought it over, his hand drifted to his chin. Why not take out a loan? Someone suggested. Kim Yuan raised an eyebrow as he sank into a chair. A loan? What if they just take the money and vanish? Still gripping the mithril, Volcaro looked over and replied. No matter what, Volcaro insisted he wanted to craft something from it himself. He was offering, so even if Kim Yuan ran off later, he wouldn't take offense. With a firm gaze, the blacksmith added, to be clear, what you've entrusted me with is worth far more than a bit of mithril. Honestly, its value can't even be measured in points. Kim Yuan looked at him quietly as Volcaro continued. If you're trusting me with something this important, shouldn't I trust you just as much in return? Kim Yuan thought back to his past life. Volcaro really hadn't changed at all. With a small smile, Kim Yuan summoned a gleaming weapon from his inventory. Stepping forward, he held the sword out toward Volcaro. Just make me one sword. Weight doesn't matter, as long as I can wield it. Try to keep the shape similar to this. Volcaro took the blade with a grin of satisfaction. Swords, huh? Good. That's where my skills shine the most. Under a dark sky, a towering white building loomed ahead. 1 week later, inside the Olympus Branch Guild House, Agamemnon rested his hand on his chest plate. His expression was sharp, his resolve set. He hadn't expected a chance like this to come so soon. The memory of that cave, littered with corpses, flashed through his mind. Taking out the jackals felt like the tower's way of testing him, clearing the way for even bigger opportunities. If he played this right, maybe, just maybe, even the ruler of heaven would take notice. A cloaked man approached, giving him a nod. All players from the 1st to the 10th floors have been gathered. Around 200 in total, he reported. Agamemnon looked him over. Will we have backup? With the manager's involvement and the tower's rules in place, support has arrived just as expected, the subordinate replied. Agamemnon gripped the hilt of his blade. Perfect. Outside the white guild hall, warriors mounted their horses, armor gleaming under the night sky. Agamemnon, clad in gold, raised his voice. Let's move out. Olympus army, we're taking down the criminal. Elsewhere, with a clean swing of his sword, Kim Yuan sliced through a massive serpent and a towering tiger in just a few strikes. A notification flashed before him. Heaven-slaying star completion increased by 0.006%. Smoke curled around him as he glanced back over his shoulder. At this rate, progress was barely moving. The system panel appeared. Heaven-slaying star, a talent destined to rise and conquer the heavens. The more lives taken, the more fate and value shift. Rank, A+. Completion rate, 10.5%. Kim Yuan sighed. He'd spent the last 10 days doing nothing but hunting while waiting for orders. It felt like he'd squeezed everything possible out of this floor. And despite all that effort, he'd only managed to gain 1 level. Just as he was about to call it, a silver orb floated into his palm. The message inside was from Buo. Everything's ready. Kim Yuan could show up any minute. But for now, the blacksmith kept his focus on the small stone, still glowing faintly blue. Turning it over with his tongs, he admired the vibrant color, mesmerized by its beauty. He hadn't expected to see a stone like this ever again, and honestly, he couldn't get enough of it. Placing the stone gently on the anvil, a wild urge hit him to forge something exceptional, something truly worthy of this rare material. But he shook his head, muttering under his breath. No good, not now. Just as the thought passed, a strange noise pulled him from his work. Frozen at his desk, Volcaro narrowed his gray brows and slowly turned toward the sound. With a sigh, he grabbed his hammer, already guessing what this was about. Of course it had to be today, he thought as he headed for the door. Knew this day would come eventually, just wished I had one more. Pulling the curtain aside, Volcaro stepped out, and there they were. A full squad of armed soldiers filled the street outside his forge. At the front, a man in golden armor sat confidently atop his horse, sneering down. Didn't expect to find you hiding out in this dump, the man scoffed. No wonder you've been so hard to track down. Facing the army gathering at his doorstep, Volcaro kept his voice steady. What's with all this noise? He asked. The man on horseback smirked. You know exactly why we're here. Pointing his sword toward the blacksmith, he called out loudly, Hephaestus, the criminal. Gasps rippled through the ranks. The knights exchanged glances, gritting their teeth. So this is the blacksmith from Olympus? One murmured. Heard there was some rookie making a mess down on the first floor, but I didn't think it was like this. Another shook his head. How are we even supposed to capture someone like him? Doesn't matter how many of us there are. Volcaro smacked his hammer into his palm, the sound echoing through the street. The man on horseback raised his sword. Relax. First floor rankers have their power heavily restricted. He's not as tough as he looks. Volcaro wasn't having it. With a single swing of his arm, a shockwave rippled through the air, sending several knights flying back. You're talking about power limits? He snarled. His teeth clenched, and his eyes glowed red. Come on, then. Let's see you try. I'll smash every one of your heads in. Behind the leader, shielded warriors stepped forward, readying themselves. But the man on horseback just laughed. That limp of yours, it's the price of the heavenly supplicant's punishment, isn't it? And even with that, you're still trying to act like some big shot ranker? Before the fight could break out, a figure stepped forward onto the field. A man in snow-white pants. And he wasn't alone. Another figure followed, a man with long red hair. Chryses, the highest-ranked member of Olympus from Apollo. Volcaro's eyes widened the moment he recognized him. Clenching his jaw, the blacksmith watched as flames sparked to life around Chryses, his spear igniting as he walked forward. You became a ranker, Volcaro muttered. You realize interfering on the first floor comes with a fine, right? Chryses shrugged. Don't care. I'm a ranker, too. Volcaro gripped his sledgehammer, lifting it as the flames grew closer. At least this fool can listen, Volcaro muttered through clenched teeth, eyes blazing with fury. Attack, he roared at the ranker. Kes frowned, lips pressed tight, his dark brows furrowing. Then, without warning, a blinding flash lit up the sky above the city. Blue lights swept over the knights, and their screams of pain filled the air. Volcaro surged forward, red eyes glowing as he let out a ferocious cry. With all his strength, he swung his sledgehammer straight at Chryses. The impact exploded with a deafening boom, the shockwave shaking the streets. But Chryses caught the hammer mid-strike, orange light sparking from his hand. "I respect you," Chryses said calmly, holding the weapon at bay. Volcaro grinned and didn't let up for a second, his hammer striking again and again. Chryses kept talking between the blows, saying that even after becoming a ranker 1,000 years ago, Volcaro stuck to his beliefs, never chasing after more power. Volcaro scoffed. "You respect me just for that?" Kess dodged back swiftly, but Volcaro kept advancing, expression steady, arm raised for another attack. As the next strike landed, Chryses braced himself with crossed arms and was blasted backward by the force. Volcaro's fury burned hotter, his eyes glowing with a fierce pink light as his assault continued. Chryses staggered, blood spraying as he barely held his ground, shock in his eyes. But even as he wiped the blood from his mouth, he swung his spear and shouted, "Attacking players weaker than you. The punishment for that won't be light." Holding his injured arm, Chryses admitted, "It's true. I do respect you. The way you gave up power for the sake of your own principles, that takes guts." Fire flared along his long-bladed spear as he stepped forward, his voice low. "But I didn't come here to fight you." Their weapons clashed again, hammer against spear. "Give it up," Chryses urged. The force of their collision sent a massive purple beam shooting into the sky, dark clouds of dust swallowing everything around them. Slowly, the dust began to clear. Volcaro stood, gripping his hammer, until his hand started turning to stone. From his fingertips, the petrification spread up his arm, over his body. "A shield," Volcaro muttered. Kess placed a round shield before him, the image of Gorgon Medusa carved into its surface. "Aegis," Volcaro whispered, recognizing it immediately. The stone crept across his face, locking his embittered expression in place as his body solidified completely. With the battle over, the other knights finally approached. The statue of Volcaro crumbled, crashing to the ground. Kess stood over him, thinking silently, "It's done." The man in golden armor's face lit up with wild satisfaction. "At last," he laughed, pointing down at Volcaro's remains. "Grab the criminal. Hurry," he ordered. But Kim Yuan curled his lips into a smirk. "That's not going to happen." Moments later, the knight's screams rang out as fresh wounds split across their bodies. Standing protectively in front of Volcaro's fallen form, the ranker's sharp gaze swept over the scene. With dark brows furrowed and his eyes flashing red, he looked at the chaos around him and muttered, "What a bunch of pathetic fools." Standing amid the chaos, Kim Yuan glanced around with mild amusement. "What are you all doing in such a lovely place?" he asked. The knight in golden armor locked eyes with him. "Wait, is it really you?" he asked, recognizing Kim Yuan, standing beside the petrified Volcaro. The murmurs spread fast. The knights whispered among themselves, wondering if this was the player who had shattered records in the tutorial. "Thought he was just some ranker," someone muttered. Chryses shot a sideways glance his way, while the knights growled in frustration. "Who does he think he is? Showing up alone and interfering like this?" Kim Yuan's glowing red eyes settled on the ranker. He remembered him. Clearly, they've lost their minds, Kim Yuan thought, watching rankers prepare to brawl in this cramped street. If this fight dragged on any longer, the administration might step in. And when that happened, Olympus would lose a serious chunk of its power on the first floor. One of the knights stepped up, demanding, "What exactly are you doing here?" Kim Yuan glanced at Volcaro's stone body. "I still need him," Kim Yuan thought, "at least for Gigan Tamaki's sake." The petrified blacksmith shifted slightly. "Are you seriously planning to just stand around until the petrification fades?" the man asked. "Maybe," Kim Yuan replied flatly. Agamemnon's face twisted. His teeth clenched as he watched the old man's body move just a bit. His gaze flicked to the metal shield engraved with the image of a woman. Aegis, he thought. Petrification works once a day, but this is only a copy. Who knows how long it'll hold? Looking at Volcaro's slowly stirring form, Agamemnon realized time was running out. Turning sharply to his knights, he snapped, "What are you all standing around for? Kill Kim Yuan and bring the criminal here." Drawing his sword, Agamemnon's expression darkened. One of his men hesitated, whispering, "But the penalty." Before the man could finish, Agamemnon swung his blade in a flash, severing the warrior's head. As the body hit the ground, Agamemnon lowered his weapon and coldly addressed the others. "Anyone else worried about fines?" Silence. Then, strolling past them with his gleaming sword in hand, Agamemnon sneered. "Whoever takes him down, I'll make them the new manager of the first floor." That was all it took. Weapons were drawn. Knights surged forward, each one eager to be the one to kill Kim Yuan. But Kim Yuan was ready. With a single motion, he raised his blade. Flames burst to life around him, roaring to life with brilliant heat. A system message flickered, The power of colossal fire is added to arcane sword. With a sweep of his arm, Kim Yuan unleashed a wave of fire straight into the crowd. The flames tore through the nights. Screams filled the street as they writhed in the blaze. Kim Yuan's eyes glinted, dark brows furrowed, his gaze sharp and burning as he activated Cinder Eyes, tracking every movement through the fire. Using the cover of flames, he darted in and struck. One blow, then another, and another. His blade flashed through the air, cutting down night after night. The street was chaos. The system flashed again. Cinder Eyes resist incoming fire mana. Another knight fell at Kim Yuan's feet, his body crumpling to ash as Kim Yuan's sword tore through him. Without slowing down, Kim Yuan glanced back with a cold, lethal stare. Then, raising his hand, he summoned a blazing sphere. In his palm, Kim Yuan formed a blazing sphere and hurled it straight ahead. The moment it struck, the impact melted everything in its path. A deafening explosion followed, and a blinding white flash consumed the entire street. Kim Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced around. Did they really think they could win this with numbers alone? He muttered. Yet, despite the chaos, the knights regrouped and began charging toward him. But as Kim Yuan raised his sword once more, he tilted his head. What's wrong? Why stop now? Come on, all at once, he taunted. Agamemnon's face twisted in confusion and rage. None of this made sense. Everyone here had cleared at least the 10th floor. So how was this one guy, first place or not, holding his ground so easily? Agamemnon looked at Kim Yuan's face, his fiery orange aura raging like a living flame. A system notification blinked. Cinder Eyes controls colossal fire. Agamemnon scowled. This guy, there's no way he's just a rookie. Kim Yuan moved fast, swinging his sword. Columns of fire erupted from the ground, roaring toward the knights. Grinding his teeth, Kim Yuan glanced at the still petrified blacksmith. Volcaro, he shouted through the flames. How long are you planning to nap over there? Another surge of fire exploded around them, the heat warping the air. Then, footsteps echoed across the shattered stone. A system alert appeared. Cinder Eyes resists sun shards. Pyromancy Robe resists sun shards. Kim Yuan immediately knew. So, he's joining the fight now. Chryses stepped forward, palm raised, flames swirling to life in his hands. How are you connected to Hephaestus? He asked without slowing. Kim Yuan brushed his face with the back of his hand. I'm his client, he answered flatly. Chryses narrowed his eyes. All this just for that. Bright flames danced from his palms as he advanced. Kim Yuan swept his hand through the air, dismissing his blade. A rancor was still a rancor, and even with penalties weighing him down, Chryses radiated that crushing aura. Apollo's people, Kim Yuan thought grimly. Sit back for even a second, and your ash. Clenching his fist, he activated gigantification. Even injured, even weakened by the penalties, Kim Yuan calculated he could only withstand about 5 attacks from Chryses. Good thing my attributes are solid, he thought. With his Cinder Eyes and Pyromancy Robe, his fire resistance was about as high as it could get. Drawing his fist back, Kim Yuan stared down Chryses, now fully wreathed in flame. I've survived Sarah's flames before. I can handle this. Chryses smirked. You know, I've got a skill most rancors would kill for. Flames spiraled around his spear as he launched it straight at Kim Yuan. What can a rookie like you even do? Kim Yuan lifted his hand, absorbing the incoming fire as the heat coiled around his palm. System notifications flickered one after another. Gigantification active. Cinder Eyes resisting. Pyromancy Robe resisting. Sunshard influence reduced. But the flames only grew fiercer, spiraling higher. Kim Yuan clenched his teeth, breathing hard, his battered hand trembling in front of him. Then came the system's final message. Resistance failed. Kim Yuan gritted his teeth as the system flashed another notification. Resistance failed. Burn inflicted. He already knew. No amount of force alone was going to withstand a rancor's full attack. Dodging quickly to the side, he avoided another wave of searing flames. If only I had some ice crystals, he thought bitterly. That'd boost my resistance. With a swift motion, he cast out several blue bursts of mana, cursing under his breath. Not even a second to breathe, he thought, watching as the flaming torrent spread fast, leaping across the rooftops. Thick, black smoke smothered the sky. The edges of Kim Yuan's red cloak singed and curled from the heat, and just beside him, Volcaro's petrified form lay motionless amid the growing blaze. System notifications kept blinking. Cinder Eyes resisting Sun Shard. Resistance failed. Kim Yuan froze, his mouth opening slightly in a silent gasp as the system hit him with another update. 2nd degree burns detected. At this rate, his entire body would be roasted alive. Through the smoky haze, he spotted Chryses, electricity crackling violently across his body. Even with the penalties for using this level of power, Crises wasn't backing down. But Kim Yuan could see the toll. Crises clutched his injured shoulder tightly, struggling to stay steady. Clenching his fist, Kim Yuan focused. Two more. I could take two more. His eyes blazed red as he forced himself forward, charging straight at the rancor. Their fists collided with a heavy crack. Kim Yuan's eyes widened just before he was thrown back, hitting the ground hard. Crises stumbled, coughing up blood, his body shaking from the feedback of another electric surge. Dust swirled inside the wrecked, dark building, buried near a pile of broken debris. Kim Yuan pushed himself up slowly, his jaw clenched tight in frustration. I underestimated him, he thought. I thought the first floor would hold him back, but even weakened, he's relentless. Out of the corner of his eye, something glinted, a faint blue light flickering in the rubble. Still time, Kim Yuan realized. Just a bit longer. I can do this. And there it was, a small blue crystal. A grin crept across his face. Well, look at that. Guess I landed in the right place after all, he muttered. Carefully picking it up, he studied the crystal. Lucky me. Pure dark divine crystal. A fragment of primordial darkness, holding the boundless mana of the abyss itself. Classification, crafting material. Meanwhile, in a tall white hall, Crises knelt on one knee, catching his breath. A voice echoed in his mind. You'll understand the price of the penalty soon enough. Power still surged faintly around him, the tower's weight pressing down like a living force. Catching his breath through shallow gasps, Crises wiped the blood from his mouth, thinking, so Apollo was right. Lightning flickered across his body as he stood, groaning under the pressure. The tower really does control this place, like it's trying to suppress anyone who goes too far, he thought. Hand pressed to his chest, Crises tried to steady himself as Agamemnon approached. Nice work, Agamemnon said quietly. Crises only thought, yeah, the tower's will itself is the real penalty. Agamemnon's expression hardened. Enough stalling. Let's finish this. Get the criminal under guard, and find the others before it's too late. Heal the wounded, Agamemnon ordered, and the others quickly moved to obey. One soldier, glancing at the gaping hole in the wall, hesitated. And what about Kim Yuan? Crises stepped forward, his voice low. Better to leave him. The knight looked over in surprise. So we're just giving up on him? Crises smirked. We've already stirred up enough chaos down here and broken more than a few tower laws. No point in adding needless deaths to the list. But before anyone could answer, a deafening explosion shattered the air. Chunks of the wall blasted apart, stone flying in every direction. Through the dust and smoke, a dark figure stepped into view. In one hand, Kim Yuan held his sword. In the other, the blue crystal pulsed, glowing bright. Crises immediately stepped in front of Agamemnon, raising an arm protectively. So, he's still alive, Crises muttered. Agamemnon's expression hardened. Do you still think we can just let him walk away? Crises shook his head. Not anymore. He's too dangerous. Staring ahead, he narrowed his eyes at Kim Yuan's growing aura, shadowy energy swirling from the crystal clenched tightly in his fist. That's darkness mana, Crises said. And if it's this intense, coming from someone on the edge of collapse, that's not normal. Agamemnon stepped forward. You're already worn out. Leave him to us. But just as he spoke, his eyes widened in shock. Without warning, wild streams of mana surged from Kim Yuan's position, lashing out and striking several soldiers. At the same time, Kim Yuan knelt beside Volcuro, one hand resting on the blacksmith's petrified form, the other gripping his sword. Agamemnon watched in disbelief. Petrification doesn't block consciousness. It's almost over. Realizing the danger, Agamemnon roared, What are you all waiting for? Move. The soldiers charged. Kim Yuan didn't flinch. The blue crystal in his palm ignited, its light expanding until it swallowed the street. As the soldiers closed in, their bodies began to wither mid-stride, skin cracking, their eyes glowing an eerie blue as their life drained away. Crises glanced toward Agamemnon with a grin. What did I tell you? You've gone and awakened something we can't control. The tower itself just summoned a monster. Agamemnon's hands trembled as he gritted his teeth. How can you be so calm? Crises shrugged. Didn't you say we handle this? Now's your chance. The knight clenched his jaw, the absurdity of the situation finally sinking in. Crises straightened, resting his hands on his knees. Relax. We'll see this through. Every last moment. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan pressed forward, his sword tearing through the air as debris exploded all around. Then he paused, sensing a familiar heat rising nearby. He turned his gaze just as flames flooded the battlefield. From the fire, Crises emerged, walking steadily toward him. Raising his hand, Crises conjured a blazing fireball, his mana swirling fiercely. Controlling two attributes at once, Kim Yuan thought. Even for a rancor, that's no small feat. Crises observed the man standing before him. the confidence on Kim Yuan's face unwavering despite the flames consuming the street. If only someone like him stood with Olympus, Chryses thought. A light that bright. It's almost wasted standing against us. All around them, the city burned, drenched in roaring orange fire. The red-haired man casually confirmed the enemy's name, then smirked as he suggested joining their side. If equipment was what he was after, they could offer way more than whatever that criminal gave him. But the guy just shook his head. That's not what I'm here for. Without another word, the ranker stretched out his hand, flames swirling to life at his fingertips. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes, reminding him that he'd already given his answer. Shame the guy couldn't take a hint. Suddenly, streams of mana burst around them, crackling through the air. Blade in hand, the brunette stepped forward. Still hanging on? He called out. The red-haired man laughed, waving him off. Didn't think I'd hear that from a rookie like you, he sneered. Maybe 100 years from now, you'll brag about this day. About the time you set foot on the first floor, and somehow managed to face me. Flames roared and spun wildly as the thought crossed his mind. By then, he'd probably be a ranker like Kim Yuan. Maybe even higher. Grimacing, the guy clenched his fists, mana pulsing through his hands. His yellow eyes lit up, and in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but wonder if I make it out of this alive. Kim Yuan stood his ground, gripping the blue stone tight. His expression sharpened as he realized the red-haired man was going for total destruction. Was he planning to drag Volcaro into this, no matter what? Their attacks clashed with a blinding flash. Kim Yuan's thoughts raced. If Volcaro ended up with Olympus, the next disaster like Gigantomachy could really happen. He had to hold on, at least long enough to stop that. Planting his foot firmly, the ranker dodged to the side, dark lightning sparking around him. He grinned, yellow eyes glowing bright, before swinging his arm and launching a massive fireball straight at his opponent. Kim Yuan watched it coming, fist clenched, face steady. Chryses' eyes went wide. You're seriously insane, he muttered. The explosion rocked the city. Flames shot high into the sky, waves of heat pouring over the streets below. Agamemnon scowled, grinding his teeth. Idiot, he hissed. Unleashing power like that on the first floor? He's out of his mind. It's a miracle if the find doesn't crush him. As the smoke cleared, he spotted the red-haired ranker staggering through the debris, coughing from the fine. What's even happening in this fight? Off to the side, Kim Yuan lay slumped over a stone, blood pooling beneath him. The knight let out a laugh. Perfect. Everything's ready now. But before he could finish his thought, a blast of blue mana smashed into his ribs. Even you, Kim Yuan. He gasped, twisting around as blood sprayed from his mouth. Then Volcaro was on him. One swing of his hammer sent the man flying. Overconfident fool, Volcaro scoffed. Nearby, the blacksmith scowled, teeth bared. Ready? We're far from ready. Agamemnon barely dodged as the hammer slammed into the ground right where he'd been standing. Looking at the old man, Agamemnon's nerves spiked. Not even a fine was slowing him down anymore. Scrambling backward, he muttered under his breath. He's talking about a fine? What the hell is this? And with that, the fight raged on. Agamemnon's body trembled as Volcaro glared him down. I don't care about the others, Volcaro said coldly. But you? I'm finishing you off today. With a grim expression, the old man raised his hammer high, ignoring the desperate pleas for mercy. Just as he brought it down, a figure appeared out of nowhere, blocking the blow with his bare hand. It's getting a bit too loud in here, the man said calmly. Volcaro scowled, teeth clenched, as he realized who it was. TC figures you'd show up now. Agamemnon looked up wide-eyed. Standing between him and certain death was none other than the manager himself, effortlessly holding back Volcaro's attack. With a sharp wave of his hand, the manager shot Volcaro a glare. Exactly how long do you expect me to sit back and watch your faction tear up the first floor? He asked. If you're so eager for a real fight, take it upstairs. Volcaro shot a glance over his shoulder, clearly annoyed. You're misunderstanding. I'm not here to brawl with some worn-out soldier. The man in armor snarled, but held his tongue as the manager turned to him next. So that's how it is? The manager said, nodding. Figures. Without warning, the manager tapped the brunette beside him on the head, knocking his helmet clean off. Now, give this to Zeus, he ordered. As the man's forehead glowed faintly pink, the manager leaned in. And if you try anything like that again, I'll rip out every last hair on that god's face. The poor guy collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Don't you dare forget a single word, the manager added. Watching the scene unfold, Brat chuckled. Now, this. I like. The armored soldier rubbed his head, groaning as the manager gave him a wicked smile. Oh, I'll pass along your little request. Word for word. As the manager turned away, his mind drifted to Olympus. Pathetic bunch, he thought. They're finished. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the man in the red cloak fought deep within a dungeon, bathed in a bloody glow. A system notification popped up. Egg shows its teeth. Bruised and battered, the man wiped blood from his face. The danger was only growing. He figured the monster was either waiting for the right moment to devour him, or somehow protect him. Another alert flashed. Ed had gone back to sleep. Somewhere else, in a quiet room, a brunette lay on a bed, bangs covering his eyes. Someone nearby asked when he'd lost consciousness. Me? The main character murmured. The gray-haired man scowled. What are you talking about, Kim Yuan? Volcaro shot an irritated glance at the guy who'd just called him uncle. What's with that tone? The older man growled. As the brunette sat up, clutching his head, the man leaned in. You feeling okay? Still not great, the guy admitted, then looked up. What about you, uncle? Volcaro's expression darkened. How many times do I have to tell you? Stop calling me that. The sharp glare he gave made the room fall silent. He couldn't exactly call him uncle, could he? Gritting his teeth, the man dropped his head, and the brunette spoke up. Doesn't matter what I call you. You still owe me your life, he said. The older man shot him a glare. Enough. Don't push your luck, he snapped. You're as shameless as they come. Hephaestus scowled, while Volcaro awkwardly turned away, avoiding the gaze of the guy sitting on the bed. Thanks, Volcaro muttered under his breath. The words caught the main character off guard. He blinked, stunned. What? How many times do I have to say it before you get it? Volcaro barked, noticing the surprised look. Kim Yuan thought about it, and realized he hadn't even said it twice. Nearby, Hephaestus gripped the blade of a weapon with a wooden rod. So, who could have done this to you? The brunette asked quietly, his voice more hesitant than usual. Tightening his hold on the weapon's handle, the old man exhaled. Truth is, my name isn't Volcaro, he admitted. It's Hephaestus, the blacksmith of Olympus. Kim Yuan stared at him, processing the confession. You don't look that surprised, Hephaestus pointed out. I am. Very, Kim Yuan replied. The old man smirked. Guess lying isn't your thing. Hephaestus glanced at him, piecing it together. He realized now why he'd been suspicious of this guy from the start. Someone who knew his real identity had to be from Olympus, or so he thought. But now it was clear, this kid wasn't ordinary, and he wasn't part of Olympus either. Meanwhile, standing over a wooden table, another man spoke up. Olympus is going to lay low after what happened. They'll need time to recover, he said. That's why I'm renting out a proper forge. Got a few days to work with. Hephaestus tilted his head. One thing about me, I believe in paying people back. Whether they're a friend or an enemy, I'll pay him double. Turning to Kim Yuan, he added, give me a few days. Kim Yuan, still sitting on the bed, studied him closely as the man promised to forge him the best blade he could make. A faint smile crept across Kim Yuan's face. Soon after, dressed in torn clothes, he climbed off the bed. Understood, he said. Once the sword's ready, I've got work to do. Brat clenched his fists as Kim Yuan walked past, announcing his plans to head up the tower. I'll wait, Brat said. But Kim Yuan froze when the older man glared and barked. Hospital first. The clear blue sky stretched overhead, undisturbed. But beneath it, creatures with fangs radiated a dark aura. Weapon in hand, the man in the red cloak moved with purpose. After a full day, stuck in a hospital, his body was finally cooperating again. Originally, he planned to leave Olympus alone until after the 10th floor. But those plans were long gone now. As he landed on the ground, a flash of blue light sparked beside him. Even so, it wasn't all bad. With Olympus having to watch their every move under the manager's eye, things wouldn't be so easy for them anymore. At least not on the first floor. Years passed, and somewhere along the way, Kim Yuan realized his relationship with his uncle had returned to the way it was before his rebirth. Clenching his fist, he couldn't shake the feeling that everything happening now would have a huge impact on the upcoming second Ganymachia. In his hand, a blue crystal shimmered faintly. Controlling it was no easy task. The more he focused, the clearer it became. The gap in power between this crystal and Kaini was massive. An inventory window flickered into view. No matter how different the crystal was from the finished helmet, Kim Yuan knew the real difference came from the one using it. A system message popped up. Pure dark divine crystal. Fragment of primordial darkness. Looking closer, Kim Yuan noticed 3 key changes after refining it. The description no longer said the item was unpurified, and its resistance and energy gain had both increased. He pictured a castle drenched in red light. The last change? The ability to summon hell itself, a power directly tied to Hades. Hell, the very source of divine power. Clenching his fist tighter, Kim Yuan understood that the stone's true strength was limited. He couldn't draw out its full potential just yet. But even with that restriction, he could feel it now. The real nature of the pure, dark divine crystal wasn't just about storing power. It was a conduit, a bridge to something far greater. Sword in hand, standing on the path ahead, Kim Yuan realized he was finally starting to grasp how to use it. And with that thought, he made up his mind. It was time to begin again. A A silver ball nearby lit up with a message from Hephaestus, asking Kim Yuan to meet him. Kim Yuan exhaled. The moment had come. The sword was ready. Energy pulsed from the workshop with the wooden staircase as Kim Yuan stepped inside, bowing his head. Judging by the size of the place, it must have cost a fortune. An image flashed through his mind. Iron chain mail coated in gold. Even the worst of his uncle's creations sold for tens of thousands of points. And with every sale from Olympus, the man took a cut. Only about 1% of rankers are actually rich, Kim Yuan thought. Descending the stairs of the forge, he noticed how quiet it was. Maybe the work was already finished. Sure enough, Volcaro stood near a container of blazing flame. Without a word, he handed something over. Kim Yuan remembered how the old man never wasted time on small talk. Straight to business, as always. Holding the wooden box, Kim Yuan gave it a shake. What's this? I thought we agreed on a blade. Just open it, Volcaro said. Lifting the lid, Kim Yuan blinked. Empty. Looking over the table, he caught Volcaro giving him an unimpressed stare. A surprise? Kim Yuan asked. Look again, Volcaro said flatly. Digging deeper, Kim Yuan pulled out a clear object, turning it over in his hands. Invisible gloves? He guessed. They're slippery? A system window appeared. A system window popped up in front of Kim Yuan, explaining the item. Thin gloves crafted from a rare material, designed for excellent mana conductivity. Did you use a mithril blend for these? Kim Yuan asked. The blacksmith raised a brow. Sharp eyes. Kim Yuan slid the transparent gloves onto his hands, noting how flawlessly they fit. But something felt odd. There was nothing embedded inside. Why bother making something so intricate if they were just empty? Transparent gear wasn't exactly easy to produce. As he adjusted the glove, Kim Yuan spotted a long slit on the palm. The moment he placed the magic crystal inside, it shimmered brightly, resonating through the glove. Hephaestus glanced away, clearly annoyed by the excitement on Kim Yuan's face. Don't expect a full breakdown, the old man muttered. Didn't have the time or materials to perfect it. Had to rush it together. Figure the rest out yourself. Kim Yuan smirked. So this was just to make handling the pure, dark divine crystal easier. Huh? Without answering, Volcaro gestured toward the table. Forget the gloves. Look at the blade. Kim Yuan carefully unwrapped the cloth from the weapon. The moment he laid eyes on it, his breath caught. Black steel, engraved with intricate symbols, flawless from edge to hilt. Every millimeter was perfect. Even just holding it, power surged into his hands. He gave it a gentle swing, feeling its weight and balance. Go on, the old man said. Name it yourself. A system prompt appeared. The blacksmith Hephaestus requests you to name the weapon. Kim Yuan stared down at the blade, its surface glinting with a faint green hue beneath the deep blackness of the dark divine storm power. The layers of power within the weapon were undeniable. He tightened his grip, lifted the sword high, and declared, Midnight's steel. From the corner of the forge, Hephaestus wiped sweat from his brow, shaking his head. You seriously have no taste. A system alert chimed. You have obtained the Midnight's steel. Symbols ran down the iron handle, glowing faintly as Kim Yuan inspected the masterpiece. He hadn't named it for its looks or its effects. This was a divine weapon of darkness, a sword meant to rule the night. Another system message followed. The Midnight's steel has been forged from mithril and refined remnants of a rare stone. Its mana storage and recovery exceed standard limits. A grin tugged at Kim Yuan's lips. Looks like I won't be getting tired anytime soon. It was better than anything he'd imagined. From across the forge, Hephaestus scowled, face turning pale with frustration as he watched Kim Yuan fully equip the weapon with that name. And yet, Kim Yuan couldn't have looked more satisfied. Running his fingers over the handle, he admired how perfectly the grip fit his hand. Still watching him, Hephaestus tilted his head. So, you really planning to keep climbing? It's the right thing to do, Kim Yuan answered calmly. A bead of sweat slid down Hephaestus's temple as he narrowed his eyes. And what exactly do you plan on doing with Olympus? Kim Yuan raised a finger. Tear it down, he said without hesitation. From the top, all the way to the bottom. The old man clasped his hands, studying him closely. And then it hit him. Kim Yuan wasn't joking. He really meant to wipe them out completely. Steam hissed from the massive furnaces of the forge, filling the air. Volcaro watched him leave, noting how calm the kid looked. Even after everything, even after nearly being crushed by all of it. Not a shred of doubt in his eyes. Amazing guy, the blacksmith muttered to himself. Doesn't hesitate for a second. With that, he decided there was nothing more to add. We're done here. I won't be seeing you out. Kim Yuan, wearing his red cloak, stepped through the forge doors. Head down, he caught Hephaestus, giving him a brief, dry farewell, just like always. Smoke curled around the iron blade in his hand, the black handle warm in his grip. Kim Yuan couldn't help but think how long this strange connection with his uncle had been there. A memory surfaced, standing before the old man, asking if he'd ever forged a weapon from adamantium, knowing how rare even scraps of it were. Hephaestus had only smirked and said, "Lost the ball." Kim Yuan had stared at him, confused, only to be told that fighting these damn external creatures took a blade of that level at least. Bloody and exhausted, the blacksmith had extended his hand, fist clenched tight. "Why not just use your fist?" Kim Yuan had asked back then. "Tired," Hephaestus admitted with a grin. Baring his teeth, the old man had waved him off. "Quit wasting words. Take the weapon." Snapping back to the present, Kim Yuan's grip tightened around the sword's hilt. That man, the one who had literally torn the weapon from his own heart to hand it over, standing outside the forge, Kim Yuan gave a respectful bow toward the door. Yeah, he was grateful to have met someone like him. Meanwhile, in an ancient building draped in fog, a green glow pulsed softly from a cluttered table. System notifications flickered across the air. At the table sat the overseer of the Colosseum exam, Proctor Shuri, casually nibbling on a chocolate bar. She glanced up as new data came in. News of a player who had landed on the first floor just 12 days ago. A magic orb hovered nearby, projecting the image of Kim Yuan. Her eyes narrowed. His tutorial record? The best ever recorded. His potential? Officially ranked as Class S. There were a lot of promising rookies this time around, sure, but none of them interested her quite like the one who sat at the top of the leaderboard. Taking another bite of chocolate, she thought briefly of Hargan. Skilled, no doubt, but her attention stayed locked on the man in the red cloak. As she watched Kim Yuan walking away from the forge, a thought crossed her mind. That guy. He came alone for a test that's meant for a full team. And, somehow, that only made him more interesting. There wasn't a single person on this floor who could match him. A faint smile curled on the lips of the overseer in her sleek black suit. Still, she doubted he'd make it through. This test was beyond even the rankers. But despite that, she decided to give him the chance. Inside the massive hall of the first floor exam arena Coliseum, Kim Yuan stood alone. He glanced back with a sharp look. "So, this is just a test of combat skills?" he muttered. "Seems simple enough. Beat the enemy. Move on." Turning to the rankings, Kim Yuan scanned the list, half expecting to see Sun Wukong holding the top spot. But the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. Before his rebirth, his own record had barely scratched the 12th position. Now, that's where Hargan sat. It seemed the guy had performed well this time, managing to clear 16 rounds. Kim Yuan gripped his sword tighter. Hargan was climbing fast, boosted by the hand of thunder, like wings carrying him higher. Swinging his sword in one smooth arc, Kim Yuan thought to himself. He had no idea what floor Hargan had reached by now, but he planned to catch up. Then, the system notification popped up. Test start. Dark fog poured through the dungeon. Another alert appeared. Defeat your opponent to continue. Kim Yuan knew this test wasn't one with a clear end. The deeper you went, the tougher it got, and the bigger the reward. His red eyes flashed. This was exactly the kind of challenge rankers were expected to push through. Across from him, a creature stepped out of the shadows, its hair tied into a ponytail. Small, glowing eyes burned like bloody embers. With a roar, the monster raised its weapon, baring its jagged fangs. Kim Yuan's magic sword lit up in a streak of blue, mana swirling along the blade. One clean slash. The creature barely had time to react. Its body split clean in two, hitting the ground with a heavy crash. A system message appeared. Heaven-slaying star completion increased by 0.008%. Then another. First floor test completed. Kim Yuan lowered his sword, steady and focused. This is where the real work begins, he thought. Just as he caught his breath, another prompt appeared. Would you like to challenge the next test? Kim Yuan tilted his head slightly. No, I'm done here, he said. But the system didn't stop. Next test unlocked. Second round starting. Back in the Coliseum, the Hargan overseer frowned, her eyes widening in disbelief. No way, she whispered. Flashes of Kim Yuan battling the orcs played through her mind. Hargan had managed to take down a few creatures himself. But this was different. This wasn't just impressive. This was historic. Kim Yuan had cleared the test faster than Sun Wukong, the all-conquering Buddha, the great sage equal to heaven. And he wasn't even slowing down. The Coliseum shook as Kim Yuan leapt high into the air. Creatures scattered below as he landed, slicing through the flying monsters without missing a beat. Watching from above, the overseer noticed something strange. He's been fighting non-stop, she thought. It was clear he wasn't using his strongest skills. He was conserving both his stamina and mana, pacing himself like someone who knew exactly how far he planned to go. Kim Yuan drove the tip of his sword through another creature's chest. Shuri, observing from afar, realized something else. He's not even looking at this test, she thought. His sights are set way beyond it. With each passing round, the count kept rising. Kim Yuan tore through another enemy, severing its head in one clean motion. The overseer narrowed her eyes. He wasn't just surviving. He was chasing the records of the highest rankers. Another system message flashed. Next test available. Accept the challenge. Kim Yuan's brow furrowed. Bring it, he growled. Gripping the sword's hilt, flames erupted from the blade as the system announced. Cinder eyes activating, colossal fire control engaged. The trial field ignited, engulfed in roaring flames. Across from him, the iron-armored creature lowered its head. Kim Yuan noticed the hesitation. No point dragging this out, he thought. He launched forward, slamming into the giant. Armor flew apart on impact. A system alert appeared. Warning, giant's power transferring to user. Endurance low. Partial gigantification effect triggered. Skill level decreased. Cracks splintered through Kim Yuan's iron sword as he drove it deep into the creature's chest. The monster's helmet shattered into pieces. Kim Yuan ran to the fallen figure now kneeling before him, its face bloodied and worn. This is my second defeat, the armored man admitted quietly. And that gray-haired kid, he was strong too. Kim Yuan watched him closely. For the first time, the opponent continued. I've met someone who just keeps getting up. Doesn't matter how many times you're cut down or stabbed. You rise. Back then, the difference in our strength was barely noticeable. But now, you're something else. Kim Yuan glanced at the battered sword in his opponent's hand. If your weapon hadn't been so worn out, he said, I might not have one so easily. The armored man nodded. Victory is yours, he said. Kim Yuan reached out and touched his face. Thanks for the fight, the man whispered. A system notification popped up. Level up. Another alert followed. Stats increased by +1. And then, Heaven-Slaying Star completion increased by 4.78% for clearing 19 rounds. Kim Yuan stood silently, gripping the hilt of his sword. I've finally caught up to Sun Wukong, he thought, but his eyes were already fixed forward. Next was the 20th round, the one no player had ever passed. A system prompt appeared. Next challenge available. Will you continue? Kim Yuan didn't hesitate. I'm not done yet. As the countdown began, a notification warned him that if he didn't respond within 30 seconds, he'd automatically be sent into the next round. Kim Yuan smirked as the seconds ticked down. They're not even giving me time to breathe, he thought. 18 seconds left. Kim Yuan glanced at the scoreboard. If they gave us time to rest, he thought, there wouldn't be much point in calling it a Colosseum test. With steady hands, he gripped the hilt of his sword. All right, he said, but as the timer dropped to 10 seconds, he frowned. I'm out, he declared, deciding to end the challenge. But the system had other plans. Player has accepted the next challenge. Without warning, a new alert flashed. Final test, starting. Kim Yuan's eyes widened as the entire battlefield filled with dense red fog. The iron gates groaned open, releasing a suffocating wave of mana so strong, it felt like it stripped him down to his very bones. Tensing every muscle, Kim Yuan braced himself. This is it, he thought. The one I've been expecting. Another system message appeared. Giant's power is transferring to the user. Kim Yuan pointed his sword toward the gate as a dark, heavy aura poured out. Then came the creature. Two bright, yellow eyes glared out from the mist. A system alert confirmed his suspicion. This was the boss of the final challenge. Kim Yuan gritted his teeth, holding his ground. Through the swirling debris, the massive black serpent slithered into view. The air thickened as its presence pressed down on him. Even with gigantism active, Kim Yuan felt himself getting crushed under the sheer weight of its power. The monster's gaze locked on him, daring him to fall. Kim Yuan dropped low, digging his nails into the dirt to keep from collapsing. A memory flashed through his mind. Sun Wukong, facing the 20th floor test, getting wiped out by a single strike from a beast's tail. That same fate was staring him down now. One wrong move, one misstep, and it was over. As he watched the serpent's head sway, Kim Yuan confirmed what he already feared. This was no ordinary boss. Someone called out to him from the shadows. Kim Yuan, the voice echoed. Baring his teeth, Kim Yuan snarled, recognizing the tone. You didn't think a monster like this would go unnoticed, did you? He didn't need to ask what it was. Its massive body shimmered with thick, armored scales. 8 heads, 8 tails. A creature so large, it could coil around entire mountains. Divine or demonic, it hardly mattered. This was no simple beast. This was an ancient fragment of an external god. And here it was, standing before him in the final test. Sweat dripped down Kim Yuan's face as realization sank in. The managers really went all out this time. The serpent's eyes burned like fire as the system displayed a new mission. Objective: eliminate Yamada no Orochi's 8th head. Kim Yuan glanced up. Who set this difficulty? He thought bitterly. The dragon lunged, jaws wide. Kim Yuan dashed to the side, dodging the deadly bite, heart pounding. Looking back, he scowled. One slip, one misstep, and this thing wouldn't give him a second chance. Not with a monster like this. Chunks of stone exploded toward Kim Yuan as he sprinted with everything he had. Behind him, the creature's long tail swept across the battlefield in a violent arc. It smashed into Kim Yuan, sending him skidding across the ground, barely able to stay upright. Digging his heel into the dirt, he looked up, just in time to see the massive tail swinging back at him. With a heavy slam, the boss pinned its tail to the ground. But before it could press the advantage, Kim Yuan slipped behind it, blade drawn. "This isn't the Orochi I remember," Kim Yuan muttered, his sword glowing with blue light. Channeling the power of the pure, dark divine crystal, he struck the monster's head with all his strength, the blow cutting through the thick fog. But as the impact landed, he bared his teeth in frustration. Too shallow, he thought. That won't be enough. The dragon roared, shaking the entire arena, its massive body thrashing wildly. Kim Yuan tightened his grip on his weapon, already realizing the truth. Even with the pure, dark divine crystal fueling him, the creature's scales were almost impossible to pierce. He darted along its body, landing stricrices wherever he could, but none of them hit deep enough. This test, it's unreal, he thought. A powerful blow sent him flying across the field, his red cloak billowing as his eyes ignited with fierce, burning flames. Still, he knew the tower never set tests that couldn't be beaten. Squinting, he scanned the creature's body. There had to be something, some weakness, some clue. From the balcony above, Shuri watched anxiously, sweat trailing down her cheek. She couldn't figure out why Kim Yuan suddenly stopped attacking. With the furious dragon still rampaging below, it seemed obvious to her. He must have realized he'd pushed too far. "He's already gone beyond impossible," she whispered. An image of Kim Yuan flashed across the magic orb. Her heart skipped. He found something. Shuri wanted to scream for him to back off. Hurting Orochi was already more than enough. But down on the battlefield, Kim Yuan's eyes glowed brighter than ever, flames blazing from within. He launched himself across the serpent's scales, his weapon flashing green. Shuri leaned over the railing, gripping it tightly. He's aiming, she realized, pulse quickening, right at Orochi's heart. The only weak spot, the only place the scales didn't cover. Kim Yuan raised his sword high, his focus razor sharp. One shot, this was it. With a powerful thrust, he drove his blade deep into the exposed spot. The dragon's agonized scream tore through the Colosseum, echoing as its massive body writhed beneath him. Standing atop the beast, Kim Yuan didn't stop. He kept striking, each blow forcing the blade deeper. Orochi's gaping maw opened wide, its eyes rolling white as a dark aura poured from its body. With a final, earth-shaking crash, the serpent collapsed to the ground. But something wasn't right. Even now, even with its body broken, it refused to fall silent. Shuri trembled as she clenched her fists. This shouldn't be happening," she whispered. Black fog swirled across the battlefield, covering everything in darkness. Susanoo once managed to put a powerful, magic-wielding serpent to sleep. A beast so massive it could coil around 8 mountain peaks and valleys at once. The secret? An unbreakable, enchanted sword designed to seal away creatures like that. The warden also remembered that Susanoo had struck Orochi's heart, leaving a wound that never healed. That injury became the serpent's only weak spot. Exhausted, Kim Yuan tightened his grip on his weapon, the weight of it grounding him as he realized the old legend had come back to life. Sitting atop the enemy's corpse, his red cloak draped over the remains, a notification popped up before his eyes. He had successfully taken down Yamato, no Orochi's 8th head. Another alert followed, showing his heaven-slaying star's progress had jumped by 12.85%, boosting several of his stats. But the news didn't stop there. The final test had been completed, and just like that, his achievements were officially recorded in the Colosseum. Head lowered, Kim Yuan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. A window appeared with his updated stats, level 69. Sliding his sword back into its case, he recalled that he'd leveled up during the 19th test. But now, reaching higher levels past 60 wasn't going to come easy. One successful hunt wouldn't cut it anymore. Stepping down from the monster's scaled remains, Kim Yuan did the math. Still 31 levels away from hitting 100. But somehow, his progress was moving faster than he'd expected. Then a voice called out his name, pulling him from his thoughts. Annoyed, he looked up. A girl in a black dress was making her way over. Just one glance, and he recognized her. An elf with lackey blades strapped across her back. Her movements so subtle, she left no trace behind. It had to be Shuri, the supervisor of the first floor trial. Shuri studied him closely, about to ask if he was Yamatano Orochi, but stopped herself. Instead, she asked if he knew the dragon's weak point. Standing beside the monster's body, Kim Yuan shrugged. "The tower doesn't give out impossible tests," he said. Even though this was the final stage, he felt like the difficulty was something he could manage. That's why he'd taken a closer look. He tapped his forehead. That's how I figured out. Shuri nodded, then asked if he had cinder eyes with golden pupils. Kim Yuan smirked. Not quite there yet. Frowning, Shuri pursed her lips, clearly deep in thought. Cinder eyes with gigantification. If that were true, then this player might be on par with the highest-ranking peak-level fighters. Tilting her head and resting her chin in her hand, Shuri asked him straight out. Was he the heir of the great sage equal to heaven? Whatever doubts she'd had before, they seemed to vanish now. But Kim Yuan wasn't impressed. His expression darkened as she reminded him that test supervisors couldn't reveal details about the battles or the participants involved. Right then, Kim Yuan realized she'd probably already figured it all out. Shuri had misunderstood him. With confidence, she grabbed the handle of a weapon and told him she had an extra reward from the manager. The weapon came in a rusty case. According to her, the manager had instructed her to give this item to any player who could clear every trial on the first floor. Glancing over at Araka's remains, she admitted she'd never thought the day would come when she'd finally hand it over. Kim Yuan took the weapon, gripping it tightly. Watching him, Shuri realized the sword had finally found its rightful owner and encouraged him to check it out for himself. The blade inside was small and rusted. Approaching Kim Yuan, Shuri glanced at the worn weapon and remarked that it was nothing but low quality. Kim Yuan caught his reflection in the dull metal, and soon after, a window appeared. It revealed the truth. Tosca's sword was a fragment of the very sword Susanoo once used to seal away Yamatano Norates. Without wasting time, Kim Yuan stored the blade in his inventory. Things were starting to make more sense now. He was beginning to understand his next steps. If you're unhappy with the reward, you can take it up with the manager, Shuri offered. But Kim Yuan shook his head. No need. This is more than enough. After all, this was just a bonus. The real reward was still waiting. A notification popped up. All his stats had increased by 2, and he'd earned 20,000 points for clearing every test on the first floor. Right after that, alerts confirmed he had received both Tosca's sword and Orochi's 8th heart. Kim Yuan stared at the small heart, feeling the powerful aura radiating from it. Another window opened, explaining that this was one of the 8 hearts Susanoo had sealed and divided, packed with immense power. A red crystal floated above Kim Yuan's hands. He knew the deadly poison within the heart couldn't just be extracted through normal means. But if he neutralized it properly, he could create a miracle cure, something even the highest level rankers would chase after. Just then, a bright yellow spiral appeared near his hands. Shuri looked uneasy. I'm not even sure the heart was supposed to be part of the reward, she admitted. But she still congratulated him, pointing out that its value couldn't even be measured in points. As system alerts filled Kim Yuan's view, Shuri leaned in and offered a final piece of advice. Don't use it carelessly. Thanks, Kim Yuan replied. But as he reached toward the floating window, another notification flashed across his screen. Something inside the heart was reacting. Kim Yuan froze as the creature's voice echoed in his mind, complaining of hunger. Suddenly, fog spread across the entire battlefield. Another message appeared. The creature was awakening. Shuri's hand shot to her sword, her face tense. What is this energy? Scanning the fog, Kim Yuan spotted something. The egg wasn't hatching. His pupils narrowed. No, this wasn't about the egg anymore. A pair of glowing eyes glared at them from within the dark fog. Shuri looked up, bewildered. How did something like this make it into the Colosseum? The tower's power should block anything from entering. Kim Yuan rushed over to Shuri as she prepared to attack. Hold on, he said, teeth clenched. Standing beside the creature, Kim Yuan raised a hand. Just give me a second. A notification flashed. The creature had started devouring Orochi's 8th heart. Its pink scales shimmered, now coated in waves of blue mana. Jagged, jutted from its body as dark fog twisted around the fallen boss. Watching the scene unfold, Shuri narrowed her eyes. Is it absorbing the corpse? She wondered aloud. Lowering her gaze, she frowned. This wasn't like anything she'd seen before. Turning to Kim Yuan, she reminded him that Araka's remains were technically his reward. Whatever happens now, it's not my concern anymore, she added. Then, with a glance at the creature, she asked, Is this your ability? A bead of sweat ran down Kim Yuan's face. He hesitated, then nodded. Something like that, he admitted. Honestly, even he wasn't sure what was happening. As the fog thickened, the strange beast, its body a mass of shifting eyes, opened its mouth. Kim Yuan watched closely. You full? He asked. A system message appeared. S-Egg nods, ITS head. Then, to his surprise, S-Egg is singing a song. Black energy rippled out, engulfing the entire Colosseum. Kim Yuan stared in disbelief. For all its terrifying power, the monster behaved more like a child than anything else. The eyes covering its body slowly faded as another message popped up. Egg fell asleep. Curious, Kim Yuan opened his inventory. Only now did he notice movement from the egg. Checking the system tab, he saw the hatching percentage had increased. Shuri stepped closer, her voice calm. Do you understand what just happened? A little, Kim Yuan replied. Shuri gave a faint smile, watching him carefully. At first, she'd suspected he might be a descendant of Sun Wukong, but seeing his recent display of strength, she wasn't so sure anymore. After all, the heavens wouldn't hide something with this much raw power behind an unimpressive name. Reaching out her hand, she made him a promise. Whatever happened here, I won't speak of it. Their eyes met. I'll be praying for you, she said. I hope to hear your name again on the upper floors. Kim Yuan frowned slightly. She had that same habit as the others who said goodbye after a test, like they were sending him off for good. Still, he accepted her handshake. To him, she seemed honest, a strong, straightforward warrior. Maybe a bit naive, but there was no denying her skill. I'm glad we met, he said. Moments later, the Coliseum rankings updated. Kim Yuan was now in first place, having cleared all 20 rounds. Word spread fast. In the city, someone mentioned the news to a friend. Looks like someone just took the top spot on the first floor. The same guy from the tutorial? A Hargan warrior extended his hand. What? You think a monster like Sun Wukong made it in the tower? No idea, his friend replied. All I know is that guy came from some random land, and now he's first in everything. Off to the side, a man in an iron mask smirked. Give him a few decades. He'll be a ranker before long. Meanwhile, fog thickened above the 9th floor labyrinth. Something was clawing its way out from beneath the ground. Back in the trial, Kim Yuan gritted his teeth, holding on with everything he had. A notification appeared. He'd cleared the 9th floor test labyrinth, and with it a new path had opened. As Kim Yuan made his way past towering rocks, a notification chimed. He was receiving a reward for securing first place. Glancing back, he thought about the paths he'd carved through the maze. The goal was just to find a route, but with how many shortcuts he'd created, he figured he might have made things a little too easy for the next challengers. Still, none of that mattered now. What he really needed was the reward from this test. A grin tugged at his lips. It was time to finally collect what he'd been waiting for. Inside the forge, the heat pressed down like a heavy blanket. Kim Yuan stepped up to the table, spotting the familiar figure working away. It's been a month, old man, Kim Yuan said casually. I'm here for my order. Volcaro, the blacksmith, didn't even look up at first. He just kept hammering, his face set in stone. When he finally did glance over, his glare could have burned holes through steel. Still smiling, Kim Yuan took a seat across from him, resting his elbows on the table. A whole month, he repeated with a chuckle. I came for what I left with you. The hammer clashed against the anvil with a sharp ring. Volcaro scowled. Wait your turn, he snapped, returning to his work. Kim Yuan leaned back, watching the old man work. Sweat dripped from his face, but Volcaro looked completely unaffected by the heat. Kim Yuan found himself wondering just how high the man's fire resistance was. Without looking up, Volcaro suddenly asked, Took you 10 days to clear the 9th floor? What were you doing, sightseeing? Still fuming, he glanced over. You sure you even want to take this thing with you? Kim Yuan smirked. By the way, was there really only supposed to be one exit in the maze? Seemed like a few extra paths showed up. Volcaro grunted, shaking his head. I don't do things the normal way, kid. Not my style. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if already thinking about Kim Yuan's next challenge. So, what's the plan for the next test? Kim Yuan laughed softly. I'll tell you when I'm back. Turning away, Volcaro picked up the weapon he'd been working on, a blade made from a strange mix of materials. This thing, worst mana conductivity I've ever worked with, Volcaro muttered. And somehow, it still turned out decent. First time I've ever made a weapon like this. The mana resistance is awful, but the balance is perfect. He held the sword out toward Kim Yuan. Figured minerals like fail and tar and obsidian would suit you. Armor great stuff, but seems you'll make it work. Kim Yuan took the blade, feeling its weight settle into his grip. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, one of his skills flared to life. And before Volcaro could finish his sentence, the weapon was already responding. The sword in Kim Yuan's hands was technically a failed creation, built with the worst mana conductivity possible. But for what he needed, it couldn't have turned out better. In its own way, it was the perfect success. As he turned the blade over, inspecting its unique form, a holographic window appeared. It warned of a failure in his civilization skill. Some unknown force had blocked his mana flow. Even so, Kim Yuan couldn't help but admire the blacksmith's craftsmanship. Walking back over, Kim Yuan gave a nod of approval. I like it, he said. Volcaro smirked. Figured you would. Definitely one of the more unusual challenges I've worked on. Not every day someone asks for a weapon made from materials meant for top-tier armor. They shook hands, and just as they did, a notification popped up Kim Yuan had automatically transferred 10,000 points to the blacksmith Hephaestus. Volcaro stiffened. What's this? Why are you paying me? Kim Yuan grinned. Take it. Get too used to free things, and bad luck bound to follow. The old man scoffed, but said nothing more. Expect me back, Kim Yuan added with a smirk before stepping toward the portal waiting outside the forge. As he crossed through, messages flowed in confirming the 9th floor test completion. Another deducted 10 points for using the portal. Now, all that remained was selecting his next destination. Kim Yuan glanced ahead, realizing the moment had come. The double-digit floors. Facing the portal, he made his choice. 10th floor, Wuhan of Abei. The system checked his clearance, and the transfer began. As the light faded, a sprawling new world unfolded before him. The land of Murim, alive with bustling cities and countless people. His journey began in a northern stronghold known as the City of Martial Arts. Looking over the map, Kim Yuan understood just how vast this place was. Surrounded by sea, the entire continent was shaped by the power of its strongest warriors. And here, there was no waiting. The test of the 10th floor started immediately. Shouts rang out from the crowd. One man raised his hand. Recruitment for the Dragon Clan is open. All you need is the will to fight. Before the words could settle, Kim Yuan cut in sharply. All swordsmen, access to the Gentleman's Blade Room is now available. Moments later, a burly man from the Heavy Steel clan stepped forward. We'll turn your body into living steel. No one crafts warriors like us. Then came the notification. The 10th floor trial had begun. To clear it, players had to select a clan, train under them, and pass their unique test. Before Kim Yuan stood a sea of people, each promoting their own clan, each offering their own path. This wasn't like the floors before. Here, the rules were different. The challenges were deeper. No wonder so many players got stuck here, never able to move on. It almost felt like its own strange world. As Kim Yuan stood, considering his options, a voice called out from behind. Hey, is that yours? For the first time in Murim, a towering man blocked Kim Yuan's path, grinning as he looked him over. Judging by your gear, you must be pretty skilled, he said. How about it? Go what did I ask? Stretching out his arms, the man declared that their meeting was no coincidence. Fate had led Kim Yuan here, and now he was meant to join the Blue Blade clan. At the mention of a clan, Kim Yuan glanced at him, puzzled. Something about the word didn't sit right. A few more members of the Blue Blade clan gathered around, proudly explaining that their clan's legacy stretched back long before the tower itself. Kim Yuan scanned the group, thinking it was strange. Big-name clans wouldn't waste their time hanging around a place like this, definitely not in person. The clan leader extended his hand toward Kim Yuan. Hey, are you even listening? But Kim Yuan shook his head. Sorry, but I'm aiming for a different clan. The man's grin vanished. His expression darkened as he glared at Kim Yuan. Did you just brush off the Blue Blade clan? Without waiting for an answer, he reached for his weapon. Kim Yuan sighed, watching the man prepare to fight. Drawing his own sword, the clan leader sneered. You've been lucky so far, but you're acting way too cautious for someone who made it here. You sure you know what you're getting into? Kim Yuan didn't even know who this guy thought he was. He barely knew anything about the Blue Blade clan to begin with. Still, as he stood tall across from the man, he realized this had turned into an annoying situation. Guys like this like to throw their weight around, bullying weaker players just to show off and drag attention to their small-time clans. Looking directly at his opponent, Kim Yuan gave a cold warning. If you so much as lay a finger on any player who's already down, it's not just going to hurt your reputation. It'll wreck your clan's name. The man scoffed. Smart words, but this is Murim. Here, only strength matters. You think I can let someone disrespect my clan and just stand by in silence? He shot Kim Yuan a glare full of rage. Too late to start begging. Kim Yuan stepped forward, his voice steady. Beg? Not interested. But since you're so eager for trouble, I might as well give it to you. The clan leader raised his sword, facing Kim Yuan head-on. But something shifted. Kim Yuan noticed the man's expression twist into something strange. His face flushed red, sweat pouring down his temples. Whispers rippled through the crowd. People exchanged confused glances. Why was their leader just standing there like that? Kim Yuan, still calm, kept his gaze locked on him. Then, as if realizing all eyes were on him, the clan leader dropped to his knees, head bowed, frozen in place. Murmurs spread. Some thought he was obsessed with testing strangers. Others couldn't believe what they were seeing. Without waiting for more chatter, Kim Yuan turned away and left. He didn't have time to waste on this nonsense. Behind him, the man finally snapped out of his daze, pushing through the crowd, shouting after him with a mix of anger and embarrassment. The humiliation stung, but Kim Yuan wasn't sticking around to hear it. Instead, he focused on what lay ahead. 10 days had passed since he'd arrived on the 10th floor. Now, he was moving at full speed through the day forest. As he dashed forward, a thought crossed his mind. This distance was ridiculous. In just 10 days, he'd already covered over 10,000 li, and there was still more ground ahead. Deep within the forest, Kim Yuan pressed forward, his thoughts heavy. This was turning into a serious problem. In the vast world of Murim, challenges like this never seemed to end. Up ahead, a towering heavenly mountain stretched into the sky, its peaks slicing through the clouds. Standing on a cliff's edge, Kim Yuan surveyed the landscape. With no other way across, there was only one option: keep moving on foot. Setting his sights forward, he clenched his fists. He was close. No time to slow down now. As the sun dipped behind the trees, golden light poured through the forest canopy. Kim Yuan's pace stayed steady and swift. Before long, he entered a wide clearing. Glancing around, he counted roughly 20 others nearby. Each looked capable in their own right, no doubt skilled players. Then, from the shadows, whispers broke out. Low voices questioned his presence, confused about what he was doing standing there in the open. Kim Yuan raised his voice. Relax. I'm not your enemy. Still, the whispers continued, suspicious and restless. They must have realized why he was here. Kim Yuan looked around the gathering darkness. This is the heavenly mountain of the new region, right? Base of the divine demon cult. Figures emerged from the trees, weapons in hand. We know exactly where you are, someone replied coldly. Kim Yuan lifted his head, meeting their stares. This all felt familiar, reminded him of that mess with Jackal. But this was on another level. Ahead, the headquarters of the divine demon cult loomed. Long at odds with the Murim alliance, these were the ones fighting for dominance over Murim itself. Right now, the cult might have been stuck on this mountain, unable to spread their power beyond it. But even so, they were still a force to be reckoned with, one of the top clans under heaven and earth. And now, stepping out to confront him was Kwang Hamuk, pure-blooded, high-ranking, and someone who had already climbed past the 40th floor. Sizing Kim Yuan up, Kwang Hamuk spoke first. Judging by your aura, you're no drifter. The cult members circled around. One called out, "Where are you from? What floor? State your name. If you want to join, prove yourself." The air grew tense as eyes locked on him. Kim Yuan stood tall, looking straight at the crowd. "I'm here for the test of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult." A notification flashed. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's trial begins. From high above, voices drifted through the treetops. It's been ages since anyone dared to challenge the Divine Cult's trial. The members exchanged glances. No one came this far by accident. If Kim Yuan had made it all the way here, then he had to know why so many avoided this place. Staring at Kwang Hamuk back, Kim Yuan spoke clearly. The success rate is practically zero. That's why no one comes. Kwang Hamuk turned, his gaze sharp and unshaken. "Wrong," he said. "It's not just low. It's impossible." All eyes shifted back to Kim Yuan. They explained to Kim Yuan that not a single player had ever passed the test of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Over time, it became an unspoken rule across these lands. No one even attempted it anymore. Hearing this, Kim Yuan thought to himself that joining this clan was practically impossible unless you were from the higher floors. Still, no matter how strong this cult once was, it made sense their authority had started to slip. The clan leader called out to Kim Yuan, gesturing for him to follow. As Kim Yuan stepped forward, a notification appeared. He was now entering the cult's disposition. Another message followed. He was actively resisting its influence. Eyes were on him as he moved forward. The deeper he went, the more the warnings echoed in his mind. If he strayed from the right path, the illusion would consume him. Glancing at the clan leader ahead, Kim Yuan noticed the route was nothing like the ones they'd traveled so far. Somewhere among the dozen paths stretched out before him was the real road, but only one. "Be careful," the leader warned sharply. "One wrong step and you're finished. No one will ever find you again unless the heavenly demon himself decides to intervene." The moment the words left his mouth, Kim Yuan vanished before the crowd's eyes. Confused murmurs broke out as everyone searched for him, but the fog had already swallowed the forest whole. Up ahead, Kim Yuan activated his Cinder Eye skill. Flames flickered around him, lighting his way as he pressed on. Glancing back, he realized he'd already crossed more than 10 different junctions. Still, the road didn't seem to end. How long did this trial stretch on? The fog crept lower, clinging to the ground, until something ahead caught his attention. A fork in the path. Activating Cinder Eyes again, Kim Yuan scanned both routes. To his surprise, they were both real. Neither one triggered the illusion. That meant there was no trap waiting here, but the correct choice was still hidden somewhere. Then, a faint breeze brushed past him. Kim Yuan focused, noticing the wind coming from the left path. Without hesitation, he turned and stepped forward. The further he walked, the more the environment around him shifted. Before long, he reached a small, worn building. Near the entrance, an ancient machine rumbled, still working after who knew how long. Inside, sitting on the floor, was a man. The moment Kim Yuan laid eyes on him, he knew. This wasn't just anyone. This was a living legend of Mirim, a high ranker from an era long before the world of Mirim had ever entered the tower. The old man looked up, scoffing as if amused that Kim Yuan had managed to make it this far. Behind Kim Yuan, a notification appeared. He had passed the first test of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Glancing back into the room, Kim Yuan noticed something strange. The door was shut tight, yet the wind still blew steadily inside. And in that moment, he wondered, maybe this wasn't exactly the reality he thought he was seeing. Maybe this wasn't a simple room after all. Maybe none of this was real. Before Kim Yuan could get lost in thought, the old man, sitting calmly in front of him, broke the silence. "How did you figure out this was still part of the test?" he asked. Standing tall, Kim Yuan answered without hesitation. "I knew from the start. What kind of test ends just by following someone else? It made sense you'd been watching me the moment I entered the disposition." The old man chuckled softly, his gaze never leaving the floor. Impressive. Not many can find their own way like that. Suddenly, the space around them shifted. Everything cleared in an instant, and a flash of bright blue light filled Kim Yuan's vision. Moving forward, he felt the tension ease from his body. He had passed, but as he wiped the sweat from his brow, a thought lingered. There was no system notification confirming the result. Maybe even the old man's question had been part of the trial. Pushing through a thick patch of trees, Kim Yuan muttered to himself, "I can already tell this place is going to drain me dry trying to keep up with it." In the distance, pigs roamed freely in what looked like a quiet village. For all the rumors about demons lurking within the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon, this felt laughably ordinary. Then a voice called out. Kwang Hamuk stood there, his sharp grin returning. "What are you doing here? How'd you end up all the way out here?" Kim Yuan glanced back and shrugged. He wasn't about to waste energy explaining everything that had happened after meeting the so-called Heavenly Demon. "Finish the first part," he replied simply. Kwang Hamuk scanned the area, realization sinking in. "You made it through the disposition? By yourself? Faster than the rest of us. And we know the route." But before Kwang Hamuk could dwell on it, Kim Yuan kept moving. "I'm exhausted. Let's get going. Surely the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon offers a place to sleep, right?" One of the cult members whispered behind them. "I've never heard of an outsider passing the disposition." Even Kwang Hamuk admitted it. "Took me 50 years to learn that path," he said through gritted teeth. A while later, Kim Yuan finally had a bucket of water in front of him. He splashed his face, then sank into a large wooden basin, letting out a long breath. Gazing at the nearby walls, he couldn't help but think that if these tests weren't so brutal, there'd probably be lines of people eager to join, eager to stand here watching the same dawn and touching power from other worlds. Dunking his head under the water, his thoughts drifted back to that stubborn old man. Whatever his reason was, Kim Yuan figured it wasn't without purpose. Just then, a holographic panel lit up nearby, displaying the familiar shape of the egg. No one else seemed to know what was hidden within this place. But Kim Yuan was sure of one thing. Everything he was working toward wasn't for nothing. His eyes locked on the panel. Kim Yuan was surprised to feel the egg shifting in his hands, warmth pulsing from within. Even without the full power of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult awakening on this floor, the egg hadn't stayed still for a moment. Sitting back, Kim Yuan realized the truth. On the 10th floor, the only thing truly worth doing was taking on the trial of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult. Out in the clearing, cult members murmured among themselves. Someone mentioned the rumors that the test's difficulty was sky high, nearly impossible to clear, but the rewards were beyond imagination. Thinking back on the old man, Kim Yuan understood that the Heavenly Demon had first appeared during the earliest days of this war, long before the creation of the mainspring. That meant there was no way to find any recorded information about him. With his head lowered, Kim Yuan thought quietly to himself. In the end, there was only one path left. He'd have to meet the Heavenly Demon face to face. Nearby, a participant broke the silence, asking, "If we're talking about Mirim, doesn't the Great War sound tempting?" Another man, standing next to a knight, responded, "Even the smallest temple from the strongest sects has a shot at earning the greatest martial arts manuals." The knight nodded. "Sure, the rewards are great, but victory only comes through hard work." They all stood there in thought until someone suddenly asked, "Anyone here ever managed to make it through the Mirim War without winning a single fight?" Silence. Then a man turned to Kim Yuan. "Are you really about to throw yourself into all this trouble?" Kim Yuan's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp and unwavering. As his questioner rambled on about the reasons this whole competition even started, others chimed in, bitter and frustrated, demanding to know who had even launched this war in the first place. One of them barked back, "Nobody asked you to rush to the next floor either." Frustration filled the air. Voices rose, arguments flared, and through it all, Kim Yuan just smiled. With his personality, there was no way he could accept missing out on the great Miramore. Leaning back, he let himself sink into the water again, his mind turning over the mysteries of this place. No one really knew what secrets it held, but he was sure his efforts wouldn't go to waste. His eyes drifted back to the egg, which hadn't stopped moving since he arrived on these lands a month ago. It felt like just yesterday he'd been holding it during his early days clearing the first floor. Back then, he'd even fallen asleep with it beside him, and now it had grown several times larger. What really caught his attention was the pattern etched into its shell, a mark of an external god. After it consumed Orokus remains, Kim Yuan had no more doubts. This was the egg of an external god. But what would hatch from it? That was impossible to predict. External gods had no fixed form. They were incomprehensible beings, taking shape from the emotions of whoever beheld them. Fear, awe, despair, whatever you felt they became. Clutching the egg, Kim Yuan thought of the people he'd left behind. If they were here now, they'd probably have endless theories about it. Closing his eyes, a quiet thought drifted through his mind. Should I really let whatever's inside this egg live? Just then, something shifted. Kim Yuan's eyes snapped open as a notification flashed across the panel. The egg is nodding. Without a second thought, he leapt from the bed. It hit him immediately. Right when he'd been debating whether to keep the egg alive, it reacted. So it had been listening the whole time, just ignoring everything else. Curious, he peered into the egg, wondering if this was really happening. He tried activating his power. Sorry in advance, he muttered. The panel lit up again. The egg is afraid. Before he could stop himself, Yuan attacked. The egg's terrified scream echoed through the panel. Frustrated, he collapsed back onto the bed, fists clenched. Still, the panel showed the same thing. The egg is cowering. No matter what he did, it kept shrinking back. Even after unleashing a burst of power, something that usually impressed Iraq, Irachi immediately recognized him as its master. But none of it mattered. Weapon lowered, Yuan sat there, trying to figure it out. Was something stopping him from hurting the egg? Or was it just him? In the end, all he could do was sit and watch. Deciding to try something else, he dunked the egg into water. The panel's response came quickly. The egg feels warm. Later, sitting in a barrel with the egg floating nearby, Kim Yuan asked, "You like that?" The egg gave a small nod. Blinking at the panel, Yuan stared. Now the egg was responding. Before he could say much else, another notification popped up. The egg is falling asleep. He glanced at it and chuckled. Come on, I was still talking. But the egg was already out, slipping back into sleep after just a few words. Leaning back, Kim Yuan's gaze drifted. His thoughts spiraled, trying to connect the dots between the outer god and the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Did I just walk right into the tiger's den? He muttered. Morning arrived. Inside a towering building, 4 figures sat around a table. It was time for the 4 heavenly lords to meet. The air buzzed with tension as someone finally spoke. Today's topic, it's a bit unexpected. Lord Spear leaned forward. A challenger has appeared. First one in 30 years. Across from him, Beale gave a sharp look. 34, actually. Whispers circled. Who's this Kim Yuan? Lord Da placed his hand on the table. Even here on Heavenly Mountain, we can't just ignore what's happening in the tower. Lord Sword scanned the room, his glare sharp as steel. Someone give us a proper report. They told him everything. This same Kim Yuan, the nobody from the tutorial, was tearing through the tower, turning every floor upside down. Lord Sword raised an eyebrow. That's hard to believe, but the records didn't lie. And this wasn't something they could just speculate about. Lord Spear lifted his hand as the floor was given to him. Without a word, he stood and stepped forward. Outside, an entire army had gathered, standing at attention, eyes locked on the legendary figures inside. As the door swung open, everyone turned. Someone new had just arrived. Inside the hall, the lords exchanged glances. There was no mistaking it. This was the infamous Kim Yuan standing before them. As he stepped into the room, his robes swayed with the breeze. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Not even a hint of fear. And in front of the divine cult's lords, no less. Lifting his gaze, Kim Yuan spotted the 4 figures ahead. These were no ordinary opponents. They had climbed to the very peak of the divine cult, each one a master in their own right. Looking around the room, it hit him. The second test wouldn't come from the heavenly demon. It would come directly from the lords. One of the elders smirked. To be expected from someone who cleared the cult leader's first trial. Then, one of the lords stepped forward. This guy really is something, he muttered before announcing the start of the second test. From the side, Yering emerged, eyes fixed ahead as he addressed the lords. Permission to handle this one myself. The lords exchanged a silent glance. After a brief pause, they nodded. Do as you wish. Cheon Jaryong turned to face Kim Yuan. Even from where he stood, Kim Yuan could feel the pressure. This wasn't going to be some formal, controlled test. This was a real fight. A chill ran through him. This felt different. Dangerous. Lord Sword's voice broke through the tension. A test without a reward would be pointless. Then came the offer, a scarlet bloody pill, one of the rarest and most powerful medicines available. Cheon Jaryong smirked. So how'd you pull it off? Kim Yuan grinned back, hand drifting toward his weapon. Guess we'll find out. The panel lit up. Test accepted. Cheon Jaryong lunged forward. Another notification blinked across the panel. Some restrictions were lifting, penalties reduced. All Kim Yuan had to do was win and claim his prize. The reward flashed across the screen. Scarlet bloody pill, crimson red blood pill. Facing his opponent, Kim Yuan calmly unsheathed his sword. His eyes locked on Cheon Jaryong as he mentally calculated the gap between them. With the penalties lowered to the equivalent of the 30th floor and the difficulty bumped to a 10th floor extreme challenge, this wasn't going to be easy. Glancing back at the lords observing from afar, Kim Yuan thought, if the heavenly lords are watching me like this, then this is the will of the heavenly demon himself. He tightened his grip on the sword, preparing for the clash. But before they moved, Cheon Jaryong spoke. Is your name really Kim Yuan? Pointing his blade at him, Cheon Jaryong sneered. So you're the one who passed the heavenly demon's trial. I don't see what made you so special. Kim Yuan met his gaze, steady and cold. Considering how much you're running your mouth, I'd say you're the one still waiting for recognition. Rolling up his sleeves, Kim Yuan smirked. Cheon Jaryong's expression darkened, his teeth gritted in anger. In the very next instant, Cheon Jaryong struck, his sword slicing through the air, his glare sharp and unrelenting. Kim Yuan sidestepped just in time, dodging the blow. Cheon Jaryong's gaze burned with fury, but Kim Yuan met it head-on, neither backing down as they moved swiftly across the hall. Their steps clashed, Cheon Jaryong's feet nearly tangling with Kim Yuan's as he lunged forward. You'll never earn recognition. Cheon Jaryong shouted, his voice echoing. He sneered, declaring that he'd dedicated his entire life to the divine cult. Every ounce of him had gone into passing the origin test, and ever since, he'd risked everything climbing the tower, dreaming of restoring his clan's name. Years spent studying, training, and pushing himself to the limit, and still recognition never came. And now he couldn't understand how this guy had earned it. Why you? He roared as he swung again, the force of his strike growing more violent. But Kim Yuan just smirked. You're not some lost kid anymore. In a flash, his sword was out. Metal clashed as their blades met. Cheon Jaryong tried to counter, but Kim Yuan was already gone, dodging with ease and sending Cheon Jaryong's attack off course. Sizing him up, Kim Yuan repeated the question. But this time, he didn't wait for an answer. He stepped in close, and with a heavy swing, his fist rocketed toward Cheon Jaryong. Power surged through him. Partial gigantification unleashed. The punch connected with crushing force. Cheon Jaryong staggered back, blood streaking down his face as he collapsed, his expression twisted in disbelief. Standing over him, Kim Yuan spoke calmly. You're weak. That's why you weren't recognized. Then, turning toward the heavenly lords, his eyes met Lord Sword's, whose clenched jaw trembled in silence. Suddenly, all four lords erupted in shouts of approval, unable to hide their surprise and admiration. Incredible. He didn't even use his sword to finish him. One of the lords broke into a smile. Reward him. Give him the Crimson Blood Medicine Ball. A notification flashed. Crimson Blood Medicine Ball. Kim Yuan held the box in his hands, staring at it. He'd barely broken a sweat to earn something this valuable. Opposite him, the lord stepped forward. Do you even realize what that pill is worth? Players on the 10th floor wouldn't be allowed within arm's reach of something like this. Yet you treated this whole test like a game. Murmurs rose from the crowd. Have you even studied martial arts? What clan are you from? Kim Yuan shrugged. Just messing around. Lord Sword watched him carefully. Then let me explain the next test. Bom stepped in front of Kim Yuan, his voice steady. I'll be handling the next round. It's simple. You just need to withstand 3 of my techniques. He paused, making sure the gravity of it was clear. This isn't some ordinary spar. In 3 months, you'll face it. Prepare whatever you need, medicines, techniques, because you're going to need them. Facing the heavenly lord, Kim Yuan knew exactly who stood before him. Though considered the 4 lords, when it came to pure strength, this man was every bit their equal. As Kim Yuan stood before them, one thought kept circling in his mind. This wasn't just any test. With penalties stacked against him and a battle against a ranker on the line, it felt like they were doing everything possible to make sure no one passed. Still, without hesitation, Kim Yuan spoke up. I'm ready. Let's start now. The room fell silent. Shock rippled through the crowd. One of the lords cut in immediately. You realize you're challenging a ranker? Declaring that so casually, it's as if you're mocking the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Kim Yuan bowed his head slightly in apology, but even as the words left his mouth, Peng Baklam stepped forward, gathering his power. If that's your wish, I'll honor it. Another lord quickly moved to stop him, but Lord Sword's voice rang out. This test can only be changed by the heavenly demon himself. But Peng Baklam didn't back down. 3 months, he declared. Prepare yourself. Hearing this, Kim Yuan realized there was no way around it. Nothing was changing. Around him, murmurs spread. That's the guy? The one who dares look down on a lord. Ignoring the whispers, Kim Yuan moved forward. Sweat dried from his face as the voices around him faded into the background. Then Lord Sword approached. Seeing him up close, Kim Yuan couldn't help but think. This was a man ranked second in power within the cult, and now he was personally escorting him. As they walked, Kim Yuan asked quietly, "Was this an order from the cult leader?" Without looking back, the Lord answered, "No, I just haven't seen someone like you in a long time. I think you might actually pass the test." For a moment, Kim Yuan felt it. This wasn't like the usual ambition of other clans, hoping to pull someone in just to boost their own name. This felt real. But before he could think on it further, they stopped. Without turning, the Lord spoke again. "If you want to prepare, head into the martial arts storage. You'll find techniques and weapons there." Then, glancing back, he asked, "Why the rush for the hospital?" Kim Yuan shrugged. "I'll check out the books and weapons later." As they continued walking, Kim Yuan confirmed with the Lord. "So, I'll have access to everything? High-class techniques, medicines, the works?" The Lord nodded. "Everything." But before turning away, the old man left him with a warning. "You might regret it." Meanwhile, in a quiet courtyard near the building, a group of men in traditional blue robes were seated, carefully sorting through various ingredients. At the front, the chief physician of the divine cult, Lan, stared ahead, still trying to process what he'd just heard. The newcomer wanted everything. Kim Yuan lowered his head slightly as the brunette in front of him packed the ingredients into his inventory. Jean Ilwan shook his head, counting the supplies. Hundreds of gold worth of rare materials. Enough to supply the cult in a full-scale war against the Alliance. And somehow, this one guy was about to take it all. How does he even plan to use this much? Jean Ilwan muttered. The doctor couldn't believe it. All this for one person, he muttered, shaking his head. Still, he made sure to remind Kim Yuan. Anything left over after 3 months comes back. Only you're allowed to use these. And if anything is spoiled, you're covering the cost yourself. Without a word, Kim Yuan extended his hand, transferring every pill, root, and herb into his inventory. Don't worry, I won't forget, he said calmly. Around them, the once full pots and bowls were completely emptied. As Kim Yuan turned to leave, he glanced back. See you in 3 months. Lord Sword stayed silent, while Il Huan muttered half-heartedly. Just don't forget the leftovers. But even the doctor knew it was pointless. There won't be anything left, he thought with a tired sigh. Deep in the mountains, surrounded by a lush green forest, the entrance to the divine cult's hidden training cave flickered with torchlight. Inside, dressed in simple black robes, Kim Yuan stood alone. He glanced around the sealed cavern. Locked tight. No way in or out unless someone broke the entrance. Perfect, he thought. Opening his inventory, a flood of medicines appeared. Roots, capsules, pills, powders, all carefully arranged around him. One by one, he started consuming them. Deer antlers accepted. Poison resistance slightly increased for 24 hours. Aster root taken. Poison resistance increased for 21 hours. Banchok flower absorbed. Resistance to 98 types of poisons gained for 46 hours. Kneeling on the ground, surrounded by a mountain of herbs, Kim Yuan forced them down. With a scowl, he stuffed another handful of poisonous aster root into his mouth. This is ridiculous, he grumbled. I'd rather take a sword to the gut than choke down another bite. Holding his stomach, he groaned. Some of these mixtures were barely safe. Poisonous, aster root, but not deadly. Mostly just sharp, stabbing colic. All for me, huh? He muttered sarcastically. Finally, he reached for something different. A small red stone, glowing with faint golden lightning. Orokus' 8th heart. This was no ordinary artifact. Sealed and split by Susanoo himself, it pulsed with an intense, deadly poison. Holding it in his palm, Kim Yuan smirked. And here I was, wondering where I'd find enough medicine to handle this. Who'd have thought it'd work out so well? Just as he prepared to use it, the system flashed a warning. Unknown egg is opening its mouth. Blinking, Kim Yuan glanced over at the display. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You better not be thinking about eating this. The image of the purple egg appeared, and he could almost picture it trying to swallow the Oroki heart hole. Scoffing, he muttered, one more stunt like that, and I'm turning you into breakfast. Immediately, the system pinged. The egg is terrified. Moments later, the egg is now sleeping. Shaking his head, Kim Yuan leaned back into the grass, surrounded by the remains of half-devoured herbs. Yeah, back to work. The system updated again. Orokus' 8th heart accepted, and then came the next alert. The moment the poison began to spread, Kim Yuan's eyes snapped open. He could feel it coursing through his veins, flooding his body like a thick, burning mist. The world around him seemed tinted pink, as if a red haze had settled over his vision. A system message appeared. Orochi's poison spreads throughout your body. Another notification followed. Poison resistance increased by 1. And again, mana increased by 1. Coughing hard, Kim Yuan covered his mouth. Purple and pink spots blurred his sight. His entire body trembled as he dropped to his knees, his mind screaming for more medicine. Mana increased by 1. He glanced at his shaking palm, blood. Mana increased by 1. Grinding his forehead against the floor, his breathing grew ragged. Mana increased by 1. Through the pain, one thought cut through. This mana growth, it's unreal. Suddenly, a golden system alert flashed before him. Title acquired. Master of Mana. Ability unlocked. Legal skill, S+ rank. Mastery, 3.05%. Mana regeneration, plus 10%. Mana resistance, plus 10%. Mana induction increased. Mana control increased. He laughed weakly to himself. So this is mana control. For the first time, mana felt like it was moving on its own, flowing smoothly inside him. Hands still trembling, Kim Yuan grabbed more medicine. I'm going to absorb every last bit of Araka's mana. In its heart, dragging himself upright, he kept swallowing herbs. I didn't expect this to be so brutal. Blood streaked his face, and still the system chimed. Mana increased by 1. He wiped his mouth, whispering under his breath. This is going to take a while. And so it did. For an entire month, nothing but system alerts and the endless, grinding rise of mana. Outside, 2 figures stood near the hidden cave entrance in the green forest. One of them sighed, hand resting on his hip. It's already been a month, and not a single word from him. He glanced toward the cave, shaking his head. I thought he'd at least come out to study some secret techniques or something. But no, just locked away like he's planning to stay the full 3 months. Kwang Hamuk frowned, watching the sealed cave. Nobody who climbed it to the 10th floor skips the chance to learn martial arts. He has to know that. So what's he even doing in there? He imagined the Heavenly Lord, training non-stop in some secluded hall, shaking the very mountain with every strike. Then his thoughts shifted to Kim Yuan. What about him? He's been so quiet this whole time, I'm starting to think he might be dead. Nearby, Cheon Jaryong scowled. And all those herbs? What the hell does he even need them for? Before anyone could answer, a sudden noise made them freeze. The cave door slowly creaked open. Dark smoke poured out. And then, through the haze, Kim Yuan stepped into view. Casually, he looked up. Oh, you guys came to greet me? The men just stared, stunned speechless. Moments later, Kim Yuan sat at a table piled high with food, tearing into a piece of fried meat. Warriors gathered around, and the once silent cave now buzzed with energy. Looking completely drained, Kim Yuan gnawed on a steamed bun as someone asked if he'd really been starving the entire month. After all, there were plenty of cereal balls stored in the cave. Clenching a piece of meat in his hand, Kim Yuan shrugged. If I was planning to step outside even once, no way I was eating something that bland. Cheon Jaryong watched him, puzzled. Wait, did he actually go through all those supplements? Does this guy have 3 stomachs or something? Nearby, the bearded man frowned. Don't tell me. You've been living off medicinal herbs this whole time? Kwang Hamuk crossed his arms, scanning Kim Yuan carefully. Weird. I don't see any injuries. No poisoning either. But then, something clicked. Kwang Hamuk eyes narrowed. Wait. Antidotes, he muttered under his breath. In his mind, he pictured rare stones cloaked in a black haze. Items with extraordinary effects, but too dangerous to use because of the deadly poison they carried. Most people wouldn't even dare touch them. But, with endless antidotes on hand, yeah, someone reckless enough might try it. Still, how strong did that poison have to be for him to need that much medicine just to survive it? Pushing away from the table, Kim Yuan stretched. Man, that was good. Time to go. Kwang Hamuk glanced over. Where to? Back to the cave. Kim Yuan shook his head. Nah, martial arts archive. Where is it? Soon after, he was standing at the base of a stone staircase that led to a large, gray building, the cult's martial arts archive. Guards in heavy armor flanked the entrance. Kim Yuan took one look at them and thought, impressive, definitely players. Some of them might even be rankers. This place wasn't just any archive. It held the roots and secrets of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, the top of the underworld itself. As he approached, a man in a light, traditional robe stepped forward, bowed slightly, and greeted him. Mr. Kim Yuan, we've been expecting you. I'll be your guide. The door swung open, revealing a massive chamber lined with endless shelves and tables, all stacked with books. This is it, the man said, gesturing around. Eyes wide, Kim Yuan took it all in. I can read all of these. The man nodded, but then, gesturing to a door off to the side, he added, except for that section. Entry's forbidden. Everything else, though, feel free. Take your time. As Kim Yuan wandered between the shelves, his hands skimmed over the spines of countless manuals. Low-level techniques, figures they'd let an outsider read these, he thought. Still, the sheer size of this archive was insane. It was at least 3 or 4 times larger than the one at the Namgung clan. He'd been through plenty of martial arts libraries before, but nothing like this. He flipped open one of the manuals, eyeing the diagram of a fighter mid-strike. With just 2 months left until the test, there was no room for hesitation. He had to find what he needed and master in half that time. Tossing the book aside, he shook his head. Not good enough. What he needed was something else entirely. Something that could withstand Lord Fist, one of the 4 heavenly lords. The lords of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, some of the most powerful masters in all of Myram. And now, Kim Yuan was hunting through their secrets. Resting his palm on an old brown textbook, he closed his eyes for a moment. He was sure the technique he needed had to be here. In his mind, he pictured a fair-haired man with a beard, sitting with his hands formed into a perfect circle, the origin of the heavenly demon cult itself. A technique created by none other than John Mugon, the heavenly demon. Opening the book, his eyes scanned the ancient text. A faint red glow flickered in his gaze. So this is it, the beginning of a heavenly demon. Meanwhile, back in the hall, a small green teacup rested on the table. A whole month? Came the quiet question. A man nodded as he approached Lord Sword. Yes, he spent the first month locked away in the training cave. And now, he spent another month buried in the martial arts archive. Lord Sword leaned back, recalling how Kim Yuan's fingers had flipped endlessly through page after page. I checked on him myself. Looks like he's trying to read every single book in there. 3 months wouldn't be enough. Honestly, 3 years wouldn't be either. In the archive, Kim Yuan stood quietly, leaning against the table, still holding the brown book in his hands. Lord Sword tilted his head, watching from afar. Just like when he wiped out all those medicinal herbs, his methods are so deliberate. But even now, I can't tell if it's genius or just a waste of time. Across the table, a long-bearded man sipped his tea and let out a quiet sigh. Maybe so, but that's exactly why I'm starting to have high hopes for him. The more unpredictable he is, the better. A soft creak echoed as the archive doors opened. Kim Yuan stepped out, and the man who had guided him through the archives approached. Leaving already? It's only noon. You usually stay much later. With a calm smile, Kim Yuan replied, I've got what I came for. The man watched him leave, unpredictable as ever. Another month passed. Inside the waiting room, near the Divine Cult's training grounds, a red robe hung neatly on a stand. First month in the cave, second in the archive, and now the third, back in the cave again. Lord Fist stood in the center of the room, arms outstretched as his assistants wrapped thick bandages around them. Sliding into his burgundy robes, he smirked. What a waste of time. Was there any point to all that hiding? As they fastened his metal bracers, he flexed his hands. Everyone's so excited about this so-called new star. Guess I'll try not to kill him. Out on the vast training grounds of the heavenly demon cult, a crowd had already begun to gather. 2 men watched from the sidelines, both grinning. Haven't seen a match like this in years, one said. Yeah, doesn't happen every day that we get to watch a lord show off his skills. The other stroked his chin thoughtfully. But hey, I heard Kim Yuan's made quite a name for himself too. Big guilds are practically fighting over him. The second man blinked in surprise, watching as Lord Fist descended the long, orange staircase. As he approached the arena, whispers rippled through the stands. That's really Lord Fist. I've never seen him in person before. The pressure, it's unreal. Lord Fist's gaze swept over the crowd, his expression dark. The cult has gotten weak, just a bunch of rookies, he muttered under his breath. Stopping halfway down the stairs, he suddenly raised his voice, his roar shaking the entire arena. Silence. The crowd fell quiet in an instant. With a glare sharp enough to cut steel, flames seemed to burn in his eyes. This is not some sparring match. This is a test from the heavenly demon himself. Show some respect. With that, he stepped on his sandy platform. Across the field, a heavy door creaked open. Kim Yuan appeared, a flowing red cape draped over his shoulders. Scanning the crowd, he raised an eyebrow. What's with the mood? Why so serious? Someone called back from the sidelines. You're late. Kim Yuan smirked, gripping his sword. I'm right on time. Besides, isn't the main character supposed to show up last? Another voice shot back. Still the same clown. At the center of the field, Lord Fist raised a hand, blue lightning crackling around his clenched fist. Enough talking. Let's get straight to it. I'm curious how strong you've gotten in 3 months. A system notification flashed. Second trial of the heavenly demon divine cult has begun. Kim Yuan steadied his sword and muttered under his breath. You're going to regret giving me that time. The system updated. Objective. Avoid or block 3 techniques from Lord Peng Bakelins. Lord Fist raised his arms, his body glowing blue, white lightning sparking wildly as his energy surged. With a roar, he lunged forward. First technique. Kim Yuan barely managed to react. The air exploded as stones shattered and debris flew in all directions. A massive shockwave tore through the platform, blue lightning ripping through the ground, leaving only destruction in its path. Kim Yuan landed just outside the blast zone, exhaling sharply. That was just the first. Getting hit by that would have been a death sentence. Across the field, Lord Fist chuckled, his lightning-coated fist still crackling. Smart. Blocking that would have turned you into minced meat. Kim Yuan's mind raced. In Murim, mana, what they called ki, was everything. For a ranker on the 10th floor, trapped under penalty restrictions, to still have this kind of strength, this guy wasn't just strong. He was terrifying. Images of his previous battle with Ki flashed through his mind. How badly Ka had been injured after fighting his uncle. And even then, his penalty had been worse than this. But Lord Fist? He was on a whole other level. Across the arena, Lord Fist brought his hands together, blue lights swirling between his palms. What now? The system pinged. Second technique, incoming. Kim Yuan tensed. Better dodge this one too. Lord Fist's palms shifted, locking into a seal. Kim Yuan's eyes widened. His fists, they're getting faster. Suddenly, the space around them began to twist. Power surged around Lord Fist, lightning and white flashes spinning wildly as he extended his arm. 100-step Thunder Fist. Kim Yuan clenched his teeth, activating his cinder eyes and triggering battle prediction. His body moved on instinct, dodging cleanly as a streak of blue light ripped past him. A second blow followed, sending a massive shockwave across the platform. Lord Fist narrowed his eyes, dodged again. Watching Kim Yuan closely, he realized it wasn't just speed. This guy was reading his every move. His gaze fell on Kim Yuan's scarlet eyes. So that's it, a skill that predicts attacks. No wonder he's so confident. Lightning flickered from Lord Fist's own eyes as he smirked. But don't get confident. The world of Murim's a bit bigger than your little tricks. He leapt back, power gathering in his hand as blue lightning spiraled outward. As long as we're under the same sky, you're not dodging this one. Magic pulsed around him, swirling with violent energy. High above, Lord Spear chuckled from the balcony. This one's going to destroy more than just the training ground. As the sky darkened, thick storm clouds rolled in. Where did those come from? Voices murmured in the stands. Lord Sword frowned. We need a barrier to protect everyone. Lord Spear waved his hand. Already on it. Back on the field, Kim Yuan glanced at the commotion. Even the heavenly lords were taking this seriously. So this is a real technique, he thought. Above them, the clouds merged into a massive, glowing blue sphere. The sky rumbled. Kim Yuan's gaze shifted to the storm gathering overhead. A blast this wide would cover the entire arena. Planting his foot firmly on the ground, he made his choice. If it spread that wide, the power's probably thinner. I can block it. Green light flared around his hand, the power of the giant pouring into his arm. His sword shimmered as his hand grew larger, partial gigantification fully activated, crackling with blue sparks. Lord Fist glared. You're not dodging? Think that'll work. With his eyes glowing green, he roared, swinging his arm forward as lightning danced across his body. Then came the third technique, heaven-splitting thunder. A blinding explosion ripped through the arena. White and blue shockwaves blasted outward, stones and debris flying as the ground tore apart. When the dust finally began to settle, the crowd stared in silence. Someone collapsed next to a friend. I thought I was done for. Another covered his mouth, stunned. This is the power of a heavenly lord. Through the thick haze of dust and lightning, flashes of blue flickered on the broken platform. What happened to Kim Yuan? Someone whispered. As the fog cleared, there he stood, unshaken, eyes burning red, sword clenched tightly in his glowing hand. The system's message appeared. Second test of the heavenly demon divine cult. Passed. Blue energy still swirled around Kim Yuan's arm. Proof of the storm he had just survived. Lightning crackled as he sized up the attack. The force felt exactly like what you'd expect from a martial artist who'd climbed the tower and earned the rank of a true player. He figured he could block it, but the way martial arts and skills fused together? Unreal. Across the shattered platform, Lord Fist stood his ground. The blue glow around him started to fade as he calmly explained how he deflected the strike. Watching him, the man thought, I really believed I could stop her. But for someone of Lord Fist's level to not only block that hit, but walk away without a scratch, that was something else. With a smirk, Lord Fist tilted his head back. Red lightning swirled around him as he asked, So, want to keep going? Right on cue, the system chimed in. Do you want to continue the test? Kim Yuan kept his gaze forward, deep in thought. Even with the penalties, the guy practically glowed. A grin tugged at Kim Yuan's lips. Finally, it was time to stop holding back. Gripping his sword, now wrapped in a pale white haze. Kim Yuan stepped up. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. Lord Fist narrowed his eyes. Where did you learn the heavenly demon beginning technique? Sparks lit up around Kim Yuan, his entire figure crackling with stray bursts of energy. That, please, this barely counts as the start of it. It's just an incomplete shield. From the sidelines, someone let out a shocked gasp. Wait, didn't he spend a whole month in the library? Don't tell me. He actually found it. Even Lord Fist seemed rattled. Lord Sword watched carefully. This was no ordinary skill. It was the foundation of the heavenly demon origin, a raw form of materialized mana. Even when unstable, if it could manifest at all, it meant the beginning of something terrifying. Just how far can Kim Yuan go? Light pulsed from Kim Yuan's body, his cloak curling in smoke-tiny waves. With his opponent standing motionless, he shrugged. If you're not making the first move, I'll take the lead. In a flash, his red eyes flared to life. Blue lightning surged as Lord Fist raised his elbow, a sharp burst of light flaring from the motion. Kim Yuan was already there, sword poised and ready. At least it's working, Kim Yuan thought. If this were the real heavenly demon origin, I might even be able to overpower him. Bolts of lightning tore through the arena, and the aftermath of the clash lit up the Eskine. System, you have blocked the Fist Lord Peng Bakelim's 47th attack. Lord Fist clenched his jaw, lightning sparking wildly from his hands. Damn it, it's just a shield. But fighting against a heavenly demon technique? This isn't normal. With another furious punch, he sent shockwaves echoing through the air, only for Kim Yuan to meet it head-on. Something fell off. Lord Fist realized the incomplete technique was starting to lose steam. Holding his ground, Kim Yuan blocked the strike. So now we're getting serious? He said, steady and calm. Didn't expect to hear that in a fight between a player and a ranker, Kim Yuan added, his voice almost amused. The next blow was massive, a colossal fist slamming straight into Kim Yuan's black sword. The explosion of force hurled them apart, the clash leaving a blinding white trail across the battlefield. System, you have blocked the Fist Lord Peng Bakelim's 59th attack. Kim Yuan glanced at his palm, dusting it off. Breathing heavily, Kim Yuan steadied himself, his red eyes locked forward. That strength, it's insane. Little by little, his rhythm returned. But he couldn't tell. Was Lord Fist adapting to the heavenly demon beginning technique? Or was the technique itself starting to lose its edge? Both fighters rose to their feet. Lord Fist scoffed. My 59th technique? Pathetic. Golden lightning sparked in his eyes as he clenched his jaw, frustration building. This won't drag on much longer. You feel it too, don't you? A swirl of colorful lightning wrapped around his fist as he glared at Kim Yuan. Without hesitation, Kim Yuan activated Gigantfication. His arm expanded, turning massive and green. The penalty's climbing fast, he thought. Better make this count. System, Giant's power detected. Low endurance. Partial Gigantfication activated. They clashed again. Fists and blades collided in an eruption of sparks, lightning, and flashes of red. 3 glowing blue orbs of mana formed above them, the aftermath of the ball of Mana Blast. As the light faded, Lord Fist wiped blood from his mouth, his expression unshaken. He raised his fist, blue magic pulsing around it, ready to keep going. Explosions lit up the arena. Smoke, dust, and shattered stone rained down. Lord Fist narrowed his gaze. For someone who just hit the 10th floor to fight me evenly, even half-mastering the heavenly demon technique, he's completely insane. Grinning, Lord Fist raised his hand. Another explosion rocked the ground as blue lightning tore through the air. Maybe I'm crazy too, he thought. But damn, this fight is good. With his arms outstretched, his robes whipping in the wind, Lord Fist shouted, "Come on, what are you waiting for?" Kim Yuan stood motionless in the storm of attacks, fists slamming all around him. He cursed under his breath as his feet skidded across the platform. What's the matter? Lord Fist roared. Where's all that confidence now? Then came the swing, a fist glowing so bright it nearly blinded him. The impact hurled Kim Yuan across the field like a rag doll. System, you have blocked the Fist Lord Peng Bakelim's 89th attack. Blood trickled down Kim Yuan's face. He dodged another strike by a hair, the next fist missing him by inches. Lord Fist smirked, watching him closely. Finally, now you're starting to enjoy yourself. But Kim Yuan wasn't smiling. The heavenly demon's origin is running out. One mistake, and I'm finished. No, Kim Yuan muttered back. Not exactly having a blast here. His sword swung out, knocking back Lord Fist's punch. Don't start getting weak on me now. Lord Fist barked. That's not how you open this fight. Punches flew at him like a storm. What's the plan? Still just dodging? Lord Fist taunted, his fists relentless. Kim Yuan ducked low, weaving through the attacks. This won't work. Dragging this out is just making things worse. He glanced up, eyes burning red. If I could just get close. If I could make him stop for even a second. Power surged through his arm as he prepared to move. From the power of gigantification, Kim Yuan caught Lord Fist's punch mid-air, gripping it with his enlarged hand. System, concentrate all giant's power into your right hand. His feet scraped across the ground as he struggled to hold his position. Just one opening, he thought. That's all I need. System, strength points temporarily converted into endurance points. Cracks split the earth beneath him. Bright flashes of gold and blinding light pulsed outward as the two warriors clashed. Kim Yuan focused everything into that single moment. Just 1 second, veins bulged along his massive arm as he locked Lord Fist in place. Eyes wide, Lord Fist stared in disbelief. He stopped my attack from this close. A green glow flickered in the Lord's gaze. What is this? But then, his focus snapped to something even more alarming, the sword. While holding Lord Fist at bay with one hand, Kim Yuan raised the black sword with the other and slashed clean across his opponent's chest, leaving a streak of light in the air. Lord Fist staggered back, stunned. A deep horizontal cut stretched across his chest, dark smoke rising from his wounded hand. Breathing hard, Kim Yuan lowered his arm, which slowly shrank back to normal. Lord Fist touched the wound, staring at the blood staining his palm. This is absurd. Bleeding in a match against a player? Then it hit him. No, I left myself open. He took the chance I gave him. Looking at Kim Yuan, the thought crossed his mind. If this kept going, he would eventually win. A few more techniques, and the fight was his. But this wasn't a duel. This was only a test. And if Kim Yuan had just a bit more time, a few more levels, slightly better stats. Lowering his hands and bowing his head, Lord Fist spoke. I admit defeat. System, Fist Lord Pung Baklam has admitted defeat. The training ground lay in ruins, fractured by the battle. Shocked voices rang out from the stands. The impossible had just happened. On the red podium, men in traditional robes stood beside a towering drum. Lord Sword watched from above, his thoughts calm but certain. A miracle. Maybe, just maybe, this young man is truly worthy. One of the elders beside him tried to protest. This test breaks the rules. Lord Sword cut him off immediately. Let him be. Our job is to observe. As Kim Yuan and Lord Fist left the training grounds, the elder turned away, adding softly, the heavenly demon himself is watching now. System, you have perfectly cleared the second test of the heavenly demon cult. Kim Yuan exhaled slowly, his red cloak billowing in the wind. Reward obtained. Heavenly demon spirit skill. Elsewhere, in a spacious hall lined with shelves and wide windows, a quiet question broke the silence. Are we really just going to leave things like this? Lord Spear frowned as the room buzzed with the news. Everyone had rushed to the library, hunting for the skilled demon technique. Lord Sword, seated calmly nearby, shook his head. It's no problem. Looking down at the open book before him, he gestured to a sketch of a meditating warrior. That technique, it was filed under basic martial arts for a reason. Unlike ordinary breathing or meditation techniques, this was something entirely different. The elder glanced around and asked, how many people do you think could pick out the right technique from a pile of similar ones just by reading, let alone master it properly? Standing nearby in golden robes, Lord Dow nodded. So finding it and learning it was part of the test itself. Exactly, Lord Sword agreed. That's why Pung Baklam has nothing to feel ashamed about. Off to the side, Lord Fist sat casually with his leg crossed, his gaze fixed ahead. Who would have thought he'd managed to find and learn the heavenly demon technique in just 3 months? He said with a grin. Should I really be embarrassed by that? The other lords frowned, exchanging puzzled looks as Lord Fist chuckled to himself. Clenching his fist, his mind replayed the fight. Kim Yuan's relentless drive. That sharp eye, always searching for a way to strike back. In that situation, he found his moment and took it. One day, that kid's going to be a top ranker, Lord Fist said, smiling to himself. Maybe even stronger than the cult leader someday. Lord Dow folded his arms. Careful. Saying things like that borders on blasphemy. Lord Spear smirked. Honestly, looking at you right now, no one would guess you were the one who lost. Lying back on the bench, Lord Fist waved them off. Why don't you two go fight him next? You realize what an honor it is to spar with someone who could lead the cult someday. Enough noise, one of them shot back. Meanwhile, Lord Sword watched in silence, already thinking ahead. Soon, the leader himself will have to face him. The final test is coming. Back in his room, Kim Yuan lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Arcane power, 98, still not at 3 digits. What a shame, he thought, eyeing his bandaged hand. Images flashed in his mind, his sword slicing across Pung Baklam's chest, the blood on his opponent's palm, the weight of that final blow. If Lord Fist hadn't admitted defeat, I wouldn't have lasted. Not a chance. Even with gigantification holding him back, Kim Yuan knew the gap was clear. It wasn't just about raw power anymore. Fighting rancors took something else. But he sat up sharply, shaking the doubt from his head. No matter. I passed the second test. That's what matters. He flexed his hand, testing the bandages. 2 days. That should be enough for this to heal, he muttered. His mind drifted to the healer, who had scolded him loudly while wrapping his wounds, annoyed that Kim Yuan had raided all the medicine supplies. But Kim Yuan had just grinned. That's why I'm thankful. Good thing I heal fast, he thought. Otherwise, I'd never hear the end of it. A green notification hovered before him. Heavenly Demon's Spirit. Cult-exclusive technique created by the Heavenly Demon Mugon. Grants dominance over lower ranks. Rank? A. Mastery. 0.33%. Soul-splitting effect allows creation of a clone. Strength scales with mana investment. Anyway, Kim Yuan exhaled, reading the details. Kim Yuan sat on the bed, staring at the glowing green window in front of him. So, I actually earned this skill myself, he thought. Not some handout or reward. Not bad at all. Even most rankers wouldn't part with a class skill like this. And now came the final test. The one Mugon himself had refined to perfection. This time, it wouldn't be like the first test with some illusion. No, this would be face-to-face. A knock sounded at the door. Mr. Kim Yuan, are you there? Someone called out. The Heavenly Demon is summoning you. Evening draped over the ancient building, its traditional rooftops glowing faintly under the twilight. 2 figures climbed the wide stone steps leading toward the towering palace of the Heavenly Demon cult's leader. Stopping at the entrance, the man escorting Kim Yuan bowed politely. The head has ordered that you enter alone. Kim Yuan nodded and stepped through the threshold. Inside, the massive hall was shrouded in darkness and swirling black smoke. What is this place? Kim Yuan wondered as his eyes scanned the room. I can't even sense his presence. Not yet, anyway. System. Egg bears its fangs. Kim Yuan blinked, caught off guard by the strange notification. Ahead, a faint glow appeared, a purple swirl rising from the shadows at the base of the staircase. At the top, seated upon a grand throne wrapped in black mist, was a man draped in red robes. The air around him shimmered, his violet eyes glowing from within the haze. The skilled demon, Cheon Mujin himself. So, here you are, Cheon Mujin said from his throne. Kim Yuan stopped at the steps and gave a respectful bow. I was told you summoned me. That's right, Cheon Mujin replied smoothly. Tell me, how's your hand? Kim Yuan held up his bandaged arm. Before he could speak, his black sword pulsed with a dark purple aura. System, Midnight Steel effect activated. Nighttime detected. Wound recovery increased by 102%. Cheon Mujin's glowing eyes narrowed as he let out a low chuckle. Now that's a fine sword. I wouldn't mind taking it off your hands. Kim Yuan clenched his fists and held his ground. Still obsessed with swords, he thought. Looking directly at Cheon Mujin, he added, that's not happening. I've got someone who'd kill me if I didn't keep this weapon safe. Near the throne, Kim Yuan noticed a table with a sealed vessel resting on top. Cheon Mujin gestured toward Kim Yuan's sword. Was that one forged by Heist? If so, I suppose you have a right to talk like that. You know him? Kim Yuan asked, surprised. Not personally, Cheon Mujin replied. His hand flickered with purple energy. But I've tested a few of his creations before. Then, with a sharp tone, Cheon Mujin waved it off. Enough talk. He rose from the throne, the dark mist swirling thicker around him. It's time for your final test. Wait, right now? Kim Yuan asked, blinking in surprise. He motioned toward his injured hand. With this? Are you serious? You did just say you were fine, didn't you? Cheon Mujin said with a smirk. Moving's not the problem, Kim Yuan admitted. But fighting? That's another story. Cheon Mujin's figure blurred inside the deepening fog. Doesn't matter, he said. You won't be needing that hand anyway. The room darkened as the mist grew heavier, curling around them both. Kim Yuan couldn't believe it. This is insane, he thought. He'd wanted to enter the final test in peak condition, but now here he was dragged into it while still recovering. Peering into the dense fog ahead, his red eyes flickered to life. That's when it hit him. An user barrier? Confused, he glanced around. Why isn't it fading? Moving cautiously through the mist-filled chamber, Kim Yuan noticed how different this felt from before. Something stronger, harder to grasp. Then came the unsettling feeling. Something was pressing down on him. System. Cinder Eyes tries TO, resist Requiem barrier. Resistance failed. Coughing, Kim Yuan stumbled, struggling to clear his head. If this keeps up, I might actually pass out. Before he could gather himself, a cold hand Kim Yuan him forward by the cloak. In the blink of an eye, Kim Yuan was standing atop the highest step of the chamber. System, you have entered the Heavenly Demonic Cave. Final trial of the Heavenly Demon Cult has begun. Shielding his face from the swirling black fog, Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes. There, standing calmly in the center of the shadows, was Cheon Mujin. The old man tilted his head, calling Kim Yuan closer. Now deep within the cave, Kim Yuan raised his hand, summoning a faint light to push back the darkness. Tell me, Cheon Mujin said, his voice echoing. Have you properly mastered the demon spirit? Kim Yuan nodded. It registered as a skill. That'll make things easier, Cheon Mujin replied. Skills do tend to simplify the world these days. With a serious expression, Cheon Mujin turned and walked forward. Kim Yuan followed in silence, watching his back. I enjoyed your last fight, Cheon Mujin added. Good luck from here on out. Kim Yuan furrowed his brow. Why wish me luck now? Before he could puzzle it out, system notifications flickered to life before his eyes. The egg bears ITS fangs. The egg salivates. A brilliant purple aura formed ahead, swirling into a glowing core of violet energy. Staring at it in shock, Kim Yuan clenched his fists. That's it. I'm sure of it. This is a force from outside the tower. Now it made sense, the egg reacting to the heavenly demonic power. Warning, colossal fire is shaken by mysterious power. Cheon Mujin scowled as his gaze locked onto the swirling energy. They call it the sacred flame, he said. Long ago, Cheon Mujin explained, a prophecy began spreading. Passed down from the moment the heavenly demon cult made their home on Celestial Mountain and discovered this very flame. Behind them, violet fire danced against the palace walls. The purpose of this cult, Cheon Mujin continued, has always been to protect this flame and find the one it belongs to. He raised his arms, purple fire blooming above him, taking the shape of celestial demons. The first heavenly demon, the second, even my own master. Every one of us devoted our lives to this flame, right to our graves. And now it's my turn. Kim Yuan stood before him, staring up at the sacred flame, its light pulsing as if calling out to him. Purple flames flickered and pulsed with an eerie glow. Kim Yuan glanced at Cheon Mujin and asked, Do you really believe in that prophecy? Cheon Mujin turned slightly, his voice calm. Before we were called a cult, we were a religion. And like any religion, when faith weakens, so does its power. Images shimmered around them. People standing tall, a high tower piercing the sky, and a dragon soaring beside it. Cheon Mujin continued. Over the years, stronger factions have risen within the tower. Stronger people. But as the demon, the one tasked with guarding the sacred flame, I have no choice. Anyone who wishes to join the celestial demon cult must prove they're worthy. He shot Kim Yuan a sharp look, the flame's glow flickering across his face as they stood together inside the dark cave. So these tests, you created them to protect the flame, Kim Yuan said. That's right, Cheon Mujin replied. The trials serve as both shield and lock. If they weren't so difficult, the flame would have been exposed long ago. Kim Yuan straightened his back and looked him dead on. Has anyone else made it this far? Cheon Mujin's eyes drifted away as a memory surfaced. Sword Lord Shin Mugek. He stood right where you are now. A faint image appeared, Shin Mugek on his knees, drenched in exhaustion. But in the end, Cheon Mujin said he failed. Raising his hand, Cheon Mujin called forth a surge of power. The sacred flame roared to life, its violet aura filling the entire cave. This is your final trial, Cheon Mujin said. Endure the sacred flame, and if it accepts you, you pass. System, endure the holy fire. Before Kim Yuan could react, the flame surged, swallowing him in waves of purple fire. Warning, if you refuse, the test will end immediately. From behind the wall of flames, Cheon Mujin watched him with a solemn gaze. This is insane, Kim Yuan thought. He really expects me to walk through this? He remembered hearing about a hermit who spent 40 days in the crucible, a trial he only faced near the top of the tower. And here I am, getting this now? Can I even survive this? Cheon Mujin's eyes narrowed as he studied Kim Yuan, silently waiting. Kim Yuan thought back to his brutal fight with Lord Fist. Even with the heavenly demon technique, that was barely enough. Against something like this, it's meaningless. In here, I'm just another person. Cheon Mujin's gaze lingered as he passed by, observing Kim Yuan's hesitation. Kim Yuan bit his lip, turning his red eyes toward the flames. This fire, it feeds off fear. System, cinder eyes resist the holy fire. System, pyromancy robe resists the holy fire. The red cloak around Kim Yuan shimmered, now wrapped in a protective purple aura. It's just a force, it only looks like fire, he told himself. Step by step, Kim Yuan pushed forward, the swirling aura thickening around him. It devours those who let it, but not me. And still, the flames burn stronger. The flames thicken around him, their purple glow growing more intense, swallowing the space hole. Kim Yuan took a deep breath. It's not hot, he told himself. It's not hot, but the fire kept closing in, reaching out like it wanted to tear him apart. System, the egg opens its eyes. The egg bares its fangs. Standing beneath the weight of the violet flames, Kim Yuan glanced at the egg and muttered, "Sit tight. If you eat all of this, there won't be anything left for me." A sharp grin tugged at his lips. He pressed his hand to his chest and exhaled. "It's been a long time since I felt like this," he thought. The aura roared around him, his cloak whipping wildly in a violent wind. That feeling that something worse than death is waiting on the other side. The fear of beings beyond comprehension. Outer gods, and the battles we fought against them. Kim Yuan clenched his fist tight. "If I'm scared of this, I don't deserve any of it." Locking eyes with the violet flames, he narrowed his gaze as they crawled closer, wrapping tighter. "I don't know who you are," Kim Yuan said lowly, "but if you're another outer god, I've had enough of your kind." Standing tall within the storm of purple fire, Kim Yuan steadied himself. The only thing weaker since going back in time is this body, he thought. Memories flashed, his past self standing with his boot planted firmly on the ground. The endless wars, the outer gods. He remembered that worn-out figure in a black cloak, back turned to the chaos, holding on to a dying world with nothing but grit and a sword. He'd come back for one reason, to fix everything. The endless battles, the despair hanging like a shadow over the sky, the creeping chaos that devoured everything, and the choice they'd made, together, after spilling more blood than they could count. Climbing from nothing, returning to the past. None of it weakened me, Kim Yuan thought. It only made me stronger. Standing before the sacred flame, he pressed his fist to his chest. "I came here for one reason," he said firmly. Eyes locked on the flames, his voice rang out. "I came back to defeat them." Black lightning erupted from the purple aura, crackling violently around him. The flames surged, swallowing him whole. Kim Yuan gritted his teeth, holding steady as the fire consumed everything. The violet flames swirled, condensing into heavy clots around him. Kim Yuan pressed his palm to his chest, and a crystal, shaped like a drop of water, glowed on his hand. System, Heavenly Demonic Cult final test completed. Kim Yuan stood still in the heart of the cave, surrounded by the lingering clots of the sacred flame. System, title acquired, Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. Rewards, 100,000 points. Strength +1. Agility +2. Endurance +1. Intuition +1. Mana +1. Skill obtained. Higher tier flame ability surpassing colossal fire. Kim Yuan lifted his head, eyes fixed on the lingering sacred flame. The skill, its change, he realized. System, skill acquired, Holy Fire. 11th floor unlocked. You may now proceed to the next floor. His face was pale, exhaustion weighing heavily on his features as he stared ahead. "So, I passed. But wasn't there supposed to be a fight?" Still processing all, Kim Yuan thought, "Did I really just obtain the colossal flame?" Meanwhile, Cheon Mujin watched from a distance as the violet fire slowly faded. He gave up, Cheon Mujin thought, surprised at how quickly the flame was dying down. But as the last embers drifted, his eyes widened. No, wait. Is he going to die? Then, through the smoke, Cheon Mujin spotted a silhouette. Kim Yuan, still standing, blackened by soot and surrounded by floating clots of flame. He survived. Kim Yuan stood motionless, head bowed, fists clenched tight. But something was wrong. The flame, it wasn't returning to Cheon Mujin. Slowly, Kim Yuan stepped toward him. "What happened?" Cheon Mujin asked, his voice low as confusion flickered across his face. Then Kim Yuan's body gave out, collapsing right in front of him. System, title acquired, Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demonic Cult. Rights granted, full authority over all cult members. Title type, Celestial Demon. Rank, B. System, skill acquired, Holy Fire. Description, an eternal flame fueled by emotion. Creates massive fire without consuming mana. Automatically targets enemies while sparing allies. Rank, S+. Completion, 0%. Additional effect, wound aggravation. Cheon Mujin sat back, replaying everything that had just happened. So, he really passed. He actually claimed the sacred flame, Cheon Mujin thought, still processing the impossible. Days later, the heavy doors of the Heavenly Demon's chamber creaked open, a faint glow seeping through the cracks. Kim Yuan stepped out, standing before Cheon Mujin once more. They moved to a quiet gazebo by the water, the air cool and still. Cheon Mujin glanced at him. "You woke up quickly. I was surprised you didn't have a single burn on you." Sipping his tea, Kim Yuan shrugged. "Anyway, I guess I don't have to stay here anymore, do I? I have the sacred flame now. Feels like I've already fulfilled my part as a heavenly demon." Cheon Mujin reached for his teacup, glancing over at Kim Yuan. "Things like that don't change so easily. And honestly, the idea of leaving worries me more than staying." A white porcelain tea set rested neatly between them, untouched except for Cheon Mujin's cup. Kim Yuan leaned back. "So, I got the title. Then accept it. Cheon Mujin said without hesitation. You have the holy fire, the spirit of the heavenly demon. You've earned it. Cheon Mujin lowered his head, sipping from the cup as Kim Yuan sat quietly. But Kim Yuan broke the silence. Even if I become a ranker, I won't be joining the cult. Cheon Mujin looked up sharply, his gaze dark and direct. That's your right. Joining us was never an obligation. It's just the reward you earned for completing the test. Cheon Mujin paused, the weight of the years flashing in his eyes. And besides, he added with a cold smirk, things here stopped being what they used to be a long time ago. The heavenly demon leaned back, his gaze steady as he spoke. Being able to control that power, that's as valuable a reward as the holy fire itself. Kim Yuan studied him carefully, lips pressed together in thought. At least it doesn't seem like he's trying to name me the next skill demon, he mused. Rising from the table, Kim Yuan gave a respectful nod. In that case, I'll accept the reward. Thank you. Cheon Mujin watched as Kim Yuan stood. Leaving so soon? He asked. I have to, Kim Yuan answered. It's time to return back to the beginning of the great Muram War. With a sharp grin, Kim Yuan shot the old man a look. Cheon Mujin tilted his head. You plan to get involved? Maybe, Kim Yuan replied with a smirk. Guess we'll find out. Without another word, Kim Yuan turned and left, leaving the heavenly demon alone at the table in the quiet gazebo. Cheon Mujin sat there in silence, hardly believing it was over. The weight that had shackled him for so long, gone. Closing his eyes, lips pressed into a thin line, he exhaled slowly. Now what? Then, opening his eyes once more, he looked ahead. There's still one last thing left to do, he murmured. Something the cult had been waiting for long before the holy fire ever appeared. Above the mansion, clear skies stretched endlessly, dotted with drifting white clouds. It's probably time to return to Muram, Cheon Mujin said quietly as the wind swept across the mountain peaks. 11th floor, Taklan. Hidden among the trees stood a small brick building. Inside, a man sat with clenched fists, his green hair falling over his eyes. Please, he whispered, just this once, let it go right. Halliman, a player, sat at the table with his eyes shut tight. System, 11th floor challenge. Total participants, 416. Player, Halliman. Team participants, 208/208. Relief flashed across his face. Finally, it appeared. Fingers tapping nervously, Halliman pulled up the list. A crazed glint flickered in his eyes. Loss and Melly from my squad. They're definitely here. But as he scrolled, his expression shifted. Teeth bared, his eyes widened. What is this? A system window filled with unfamiliar names appeared before him. Players he didn't recognize, and even people blacklisted for harassment. This can't be real, he muttered. Switching to Team B's list, he scanned through the names. They've got a role player with rare healing abilities, and even a descendant of the Namgung clan who cleared the 11th floor with ease. Everyone in that second team? Big names. People everyone had heard of at least once. Meanwhile, Halliman sat slumped on a bench inside the building, arm dangling at his side as he stared at the system window in disbelief. Why's my luck always this bad? He groaned. 3 failed runs already, and now this? Still, he scrolled back through the list of his own team. Maybe it's not that terrible. Let's check again. And that's when he spotted it. The name, Kim Yuan. Halliman froze. Wait, is that the... Kim Yuan bit his lip, his eyes wide. He'd heard this guy was supposed to be some real powerhouse, but come on, there was no way even 200 of him could close the gap in strength. Unrealistic, didn't even begin to cover it. Still, Kim Yuan figured luck really wasn't on his side today. Suddenly, the man at the counter slammed his palm on the table, clearly fed up. All this over 30 points. Right behind him, Kim Yuan quietly stood, watching the scene unfold. The man at the counter grumbled, confused about why the housing prices were so ridiculous. That's just how it's been lately, the employee replied, barely bothered. Kim Yuan shook his head. How childish could they get? At the same time, he eyed the system window floating in front of him, scrolling through names he'd definitely heard before. Big guilds, pure blood elites. All the top talents had been stuffed into Team B. And him? Dumped in Team A. His mind drifted back to the black figure from the battle, glowing faintly with white. Or Hypnos, a ranker from Olympus, supervising the 11th floor. Yeah, this was payback. They didn't just want him to fail the test. They wanted him dead. That much was obvious. As the angry man huffed away from the counter, Kim Yuan caught a whiff of him and nearly gagged. Reeked like rot. Next, the worker called. Kim Yuan stepped forward. Got any rooms left? He asked. Only our best suite. That one's 100 points, the employee replied without looking up. From behind the counter, the man who had just left shot Kim Yuan a wide-eyed glance, resting his head on his hand, as if to say, seriously? But Kim Yuan didn't flinch. I'll take it. The man actually jumped out of his chair, staring as Kim Yuan flicked through his system window. Hey, Kim Yuan said, turning back to the worker. You do currency exchange here? Sure do, the employee nodded. What are you exchanging? Without a word, Kim Yuan dropped a fat stack of paper bills on the table. Convert 347 Asgard. Should come out to about 1,000 points. Take your cut and change the rest. Kim Yuan fixed him with a stare so intense, it practically radiated golden light. The employee's jaw dropped. He actually covered his face, shielding himself like the glow might blind him. A notification popped up in front of Kim Yuan. 366,320 points received. Then another. Total balance, 931,420 points. Perfect. Will you call a lackey? Kim Yuan called. A glowing figure shaped like a small circle with wings appeared, grinning from ear to ear. How can I help you today? She asked, her voice chipper. Later, in his room, Kim Yuan lounged on the bed as lackey hovered nearby. So this was the 11th floor manager's idea of good taste. Not impressive. Still, better than that annoying jester from before. I want to check out the store, Kim Yuan said. Lackey zipped around him with extra enthusiasm. Say the word, and it's yours. We got everything. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes. Figured she'd act all friendly. She could probably smell the points. I'm just browsing for now, he said. Lackey snapped her fingers with a playful grin. Request accepted. A system window popped up right in front of Kim Yuan. Lackey's voice rang out. Time to open the store. Without wasting a second, Kim Yuan tapped the screen and began scrolling through the endless list of items. His mind was focused on one thing, adamantium. That was the missing piece to complete the Dark God Stone. If it was out there, the store would have it. As he scanned the listings, Kim Yuan's eyes widened and his brows pulled together. There it was, adamantium, still seated on the bed, eyes locked on the glowing system window, displaying rows of shimmering stones. Kim Yuan turned to Lackey. How much? He asked. Lackey clasped her hands together, flashing him a wicked grin. Ah, adamantium, top-tier material, she teased. Kim Yuan glanced over, watching as she floated lazily nearby. Why are you even looking at raw materials? Lackey asked, tilting her head. We've got plenty of ready-made items way better than that. Finished gear costs a fortune, Kim Yuan replied. Cheaper to buy the material and craft it myself. Lackey nodded, that sly smile never leaving her face. Smart thinking. But adamantium doesn't come cheap either. We're talking about a material that never breaks, channels mana like nothing else, and even boosts it. She twirled in the air. There's nothing else like it in the entire world. Kim Yuan shot her a sharp look. This little troublemaker knew exactly how valuable it was. Lackey kept on. But hey, imagine what you could make with it. Kim Yuan couldn't deny it. She was right. He pulled out a GRY stone, its purple aura pulsing faintly in his hand. Materials like this? There weren't even a dozen blacksmiths out there good enough to handle them. That's exactly why adamantium was every blacksmith's ultimate prize. Resting one leg on the bed, Kim Yuan kept his gaze on Lackey. You ever heard of Hephaestus? Lackey suddenly asked. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes. Why? Lackey chuckled. Because with adamantium, you could mass-produce first-class items, no problem. The possibilities are endless. Soft light from the window spilled across the room as Lackey kept talking. Usually, people struggle just to find a blacksmith. And even if they do, they're stuck paying outrageous fees just to get something made. But you, she winked. You got options. With a little spin, Lackey raised a glowing finger, a pink aura swirling around it. And that's exactly why the price of adamantium is just a tiny bit higher for someone like you. Get it? Then she laid it out. So, for 1.5 kilos of adamantium, I'd say 1.5 million points. Fair, right? Kim Yuan sat perfectly still on the bed, lips pressed together. He lowered his head just slightly, his bangs falling over his eyes as he muttered, I don't have that kind of money. Lackey didn't miss a beat. With a grin, she pulled a glowing calculator out of thin air. No worries, she chirped. We can set you up with a loan. Great rates. Just 11.5%. And with your credit score. She winked again. We'll make it work. Lackey grinned wide, clutching the calculator like it was her greatest treasure. With your rating, she said, we can knock it down to just 10% interest. Kim Yuan let out a breath. Doesn't seem like I've got much of a choice. Lackey nodded eagerly. Smart move. We'll just put the rest on credit and call it a day. But Kim Yuan raised his hand and shut the system store with a swipe. Forget it. I'll find it somewhere else. Lackey blinked, thrown off for a moment. A nervous smile tugged at her lips. Wait, you might not realize how rare this stuff is. You won't just stumble across it again. It's fine, Kim Yuan shrugged. Plenty of time left, other lackeys on other floors. There are always auctions. Worst case, I'll pick up something else. Lackey fluttered in place, her wings flapping anxiously. Really though, such a shame to walk away from a deal like this, Kim Yuan added, his gaze drifting downward. Lackey zipped closer. Hold on. Wait, don't go riding it off so fast. Kim Yuan shot her a cold look. I already said I'm done. Not buying it. Lackey fumbled, scrambling to hold the deal together. What if I drop it to 1.3 million? No need, Kim Yuan replied flatly. 1.2 million? Still not interested. A million. I can't go lower or I'm losing everything here. Kim Yuan leaned back, arms crossed over his knee, his expression completely unreadable. 850,000, he said, casually. Lackey froze. A faint purple aura pulsed around her as her lips pressed into a tight line. Scoundrel, she thought, nearly shaking with frustration. Kim Yuan just sat there, calm as ever, not budging an inch. Lackey bit back her irritation. If she let this one slip away, who knew when another buyer like him would come along? Finally, she let out a sigh, folding her hands together dramatically, fake tears welling in her eyes. Fine, 900,000. I'm telling you, 850 is below cost. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes. I'm only paying 850,000. Lackey hovered there in defeat, shoulders slumping as she hovered over the adamantium listing. Deal, she muttered. Kim Yuan gave a nod. 850 works. Lackey forced a weak smile. All right then. Processing the exchange. A flash of light, and the system notifications appeared. 850,000 points spent. 1.5 kilograms of adamantium acquired. Kim Yuan sat quietly, watching her. At least he'd managed to get it below market price. That was something. Anything else you need? Lackey asked, though her tone was less chipper than before. That's all. Lackey started to fade, a faint purple glow trailing behind her. Call me if you need anything else, she said, though it was clear she wasn't thrilled. Kim Yuan glanced back at the system window, eyeing the adamantium, now safely stored. All that was left was getting it to his uncle. With a wave of his hand, he closed the screen. After closing the system window, Kim Yuan leaned back, lost in thought. Whatever test the Olympians had planned, it wasn't going to be simple. There was no way he could face it without the pure, dark divine crystal. An image of Hephaestus, hammer in hand, flashed through his mind. Even for his uncle, working with adamantium wouldn't be a walk in the park. At best, it'd take a month, maybe even 3. Sitting alone on the bed, head lowered, Kim Yuan knew what he had to do. The moment the test was over, he'd find Hephaestus. There was still a week left, plenty of time to handle a few things. He turned his gaze toward the window, lips parting slightly. Maybe a walk would clear his head. Meanwhile, across the mansion grounds, a man in a blue robe and crisp, white shirt stood tall. Of a noble Namgung clan, son of a former executive of the Murim Guild, a man known across the tower as Namgung-hun. Genius player, relentless leader, someone people couldn't help but admire. In the depths of the Agria Labyrinth, the most brutal dungeon on the 11th floor, a towering monster with countless eyes fell under a crushing blow. From a distance, 3 figures stood near the defeated creature. This is the toughest dungeon on the 11th floor, right? The brown-haired man asked. Yeah, the brunette replied. And we probably just set the record for the fastest clear. As the others chatted, Namgung-hun quietly polished his blade, focused and calm. Reaching the end should be no problem, the brown-haired man added. Honestly, this all feels too easy. Don't forget who's with us, the brunette smirked. Captain Namgung-hun shot them both a sharp glance. Let's move. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest before the test. The team advanced through the dungeon, warriors weaving through the dust-choked corridors. Feels like we don't even have to worry about the test, Brown said, looking around. Did you see the other teams? They're a mess. They've got Kim Yuan, though, the brunette pointed out. He's no joke. I heard he passed the Heavenly Demon Cult's trial. The group muttered among themselves as they moved, following close behind the captain. What's it matter? Brown scoffed. Guy's been cursed with terrible luck since day one. Namgung-hun didn't bother responding. He just raised a hand to silence them. Focus. No slacking off. Give it everything you've got. Through the thick clouds of dust, the silhouettes barely held shape. Got it, one of the warriors said. Captain's always got our backs, another added. Leading the way, Namgung-hun stayed quiet. He'd never met Kim Yuan, not face to face, but the stories about him didn't stop. As they pressed deeper, a faint purple glow flickered through the shadows. Namgung-hun's steps quickened. Wherever Kim Yuan came from, it only made him more curious. Another chance to measure his own strength. And maybe, just maybe, test himself against Kim Yuan directly. But suddenly, that purple glow surged. Something dangerous lurked ahead. Namgung-hun's instinct screamed at him. He raised his hand sharply, stopping the team in the tracks. Hold it, he ordered. Everyone froze. From the shadows, a massive skeleton emerged, its hollow frame engulfed in violet flames. Not far off, the dark figures of warriors stood frozen, watching the eerie fire flicker around the monster. What's with that flame? One of them asked. Didn't this thing die near the ceiling? Another added, eyes narrowing. Before anyone could answer, Namgung-hun kicked off the ground. launching himself high into the air. With a sharp knee strike, he crashed into the monster, sending it slamming into the floor with a thunderous impact. Dust exploded around them as the beast lay motionless beneath him. Namgung-hoon landed on top of the fallen creature, while his team gathered below. Someone already cleared this dungeon, one of the warriors asked, glancing around in confusion. Yeah, but it's weird, another muttered. It's clearly been burned, but there's no sign of a fire anywhere. Running his hand along a deep slash carved into the monster's body, Namgung-hoon studied the damage. It wasn't just burned, the wound was precise. The blade that made it had to be about 4 inches wide. The heat must have softened the creature's hide, making it vulnerable to a single, fatal strike. As he stared at the bloody gash, Namgung-hoon couldn't help but picture the shadowy figure responsible. Who could pull off something like this? If not a ranker, then who? But clearing a dungeon like this? That didn't add up. No ranker would waste time on a place like this. Namgung-hoon's lips pressed into a thin line as his eyes widened slightly. Unless, no other explanation made sense. Whoever did this was operating at ranker level, whether they wore the title or not. Still perched atop the scorched monster, Namgung-hoon glanced down at his team. We're heading back, he said. This dungeon's already been taken care of. Meanwhile, in another part of the labyrinth, a system notification flickered in front of Kim Yuan. Agria's thread acquired. The silver thread hovered in the air, faintly glowing. It shimmered as Kim Yuan grabbed it and stored away through the system. A grin crept across his face as he looked to the side, humming softly to himself. A material like this? Easy 1,000 points, at least. But he'd hold on to it. Might come in handy later. Holding out his hand, purple flames ignited from his palm. Better than I expected, he thought. With the sunset casting a warm orange glow over the trees around him, Kim Yuan studied the fire. Before the test began, he wanted to get a feel for it. See how far he could push it. It wasn't all that strong yet, not with his current completion rate. But that didn't matter. The real power wasn't in the flame itself. He remembered how he unleashed it on a massive monster, followed by a single strike of his blade. The key wasn't just the fire. It was how the flame thrived on emotions. It grew by devouring the feelings of those it targeted. And that's what made it so hard to control. No matter how strong someone's willpower was, the flame's strength depended entirely on the emotions it consumed. Kim Yuan clenched his fist, snuffing out the purple blaze. That had always been the most terrifying part of the Outer God skills. But now that he wielded it himself, he wouldn't trade it for anything. As his mana and completion rate improved, so would the flame's power. A flash of thought crossed his mind. GRY stones, money, and a system window displaying the skill. Heaven-slaying star. A system window glowed in front of Kim Yuan, displaying the details of his latest skill. Fate of Heaven. A destiny crafted to conquer the heavens. Its power scales with the weight of the lives taken along the way. The more he gains, the greater his value becomes. Rank, A+. Completion, 91.67%. Effect, boosts all skills by 3, increasing with each kill, depending on the level and number of enemies. Kim Yuan smirked to himself. He'd pushed Heaven's fate further than expected. For just the 11th floor, he was well ahead of schedule. But this was only the beginning. His pace was picking up faster than even he had planned. While climbing the stairs inside the building, Kim Yuan quietly hoped his momentum would keep going strong. As he reached the 2nd floor, a crowd immediately caught his attention. One player in particular gawked at him in shock, mouth slightly open, eyes wide. You're Kim Yuan, the man blurted out. Kim Yuan gave him a flat look, brow furrowing. He had no idea who this guy was. And you are? Kim Yuan asked, barely interested. The man straightened up. All right, I'm Halman. We're all from Team A2. Gesturing toward the crowd behind him, Halman continued. I'm sure you've heard. The team assignments were kind of a mess. Half the players dropped out before we even started. Kim Yuan's gaze hardened as he studied them. But the ones left, well, none of us have quit, Halman added, glancing nervously at Kim Yuan. Honestly, most of us have heard your name before. Kim Yuan shrugged. So what? Halman shifted, uneasy. Look, Team B's loaded with skilled players, but I think you're the only one who can stand up to them. From behind, someone else piped up. We stuck around because we believe in you. Kim Yuan scoffed. More like you didn't have enough points to quit. A wave of nervous glances spread through the group. They looked at Kim Yuan like he'd just called them out. The expressions frozen, lips curled awkwardly. The penalty for dropping out isn't cheap, Kim Yuan went on. Hundreds, maybe thousands of points. That's a lot for low-level players like you. Halman stared at him, stunned, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. So, instead of wasting points, you figured you'd stick close to someone who might keep you alive. Sound about right? Kim Yuan asked. Halman threw his arms out, clearly frustrated. That's not what this is about. We just wanted to talk strategy for the trial. Kim Yuan turned his back on him. If you're smart, You'll just give up now. Surviving's not worth risking your life over some test. Halaman clenched his teeth, glaring at Kim Yuan with barely contained anger. If you're done, leave. I don't exactly enjoy a crowd of strangers lurking outside my door, Kim Yuan said as he opened it and stepped inside. Before the door shut, Halaman called out, "Wait, you're not giving up too, are you?" Kim Yuan glanced back, eyes narrowing. "Of course not," he replied. "I'll see what I can do." The group lingered awkwardly outside his door. Halaman gestured toward Kim Yuan's room as if hoping for another chance to change his mind, but the mood had already soured. The players glanced around at each other, quietly whispering. "What now?" one muttered. "Doesn't seem like he's planning on helping us." "Why do you have to say it like that?" the brunette added. "Forget it," the brown-haired man sighed. "I'm out. Better to give up than die." Halaman bit his lip, his teeth grinding together. "Let's just leave," someone else said. This was a waste of time. As they turned to go, Halaman shot one last, wild-eyed look at Kim Yuan's door, his expression twisting with frustration. Elsewhere, Hypnos lounged on a white sofa, scrolling through a system window, displaying the teams. No matter how he looked at it, the gap between Team A and Team B was absurd. This trial wasn't even close to fair. He could already hear the complaints coming his way. Hypnos closed the window and rubbed his forehead. How did someone like Kim Yuan end up in this mess? He muttered. But rules were rules. As the overseer of the 11th floor trial, he had orders straight from Olympus: eliminate the anomaly. And if he pulled it off, the reward would be well worth it. A toothy grin spread across Hypnos's face. He wasn't about to turn down such a job. Summoning a glowing white bull, he climbed onto its back, ready to head out. But just as he prepared to leave, a metallic sphere appeared before him, pulsing faintly. Hypnos squinted surprised. A message? Now, engraved on the surface was a name. Hera. His brow furrowed. Whatever she wanted, it couldn't be good. Meanwhile, deep within the dense, shadowed trees of the dark forest Elalong, Kim Yuan stood among his team, eyes fixed on the system window, displaying Hephaestus numbers. 51. More than he expected. Most of the players fidgeted anxiously, fear written all over the faces. Kim Yuan lowered his head, letting his bangs hide his gaze. A blatant trap like this, fewer victims would have been better, he thought. But this was what they had. Lifting his head, he stared forward as Hypnos appeared above them. Standing atop a stone with his arms outstretched, the overseer welcomed them all. "I am Hypnos, overseer of the 11th floor trial," he announced. His eyes flicked toward team. "A bit light on participants, aren't we?" "Oh well, not my problem." With a smug grin, Hypnos raised his hand, white lightning crackling from his fingertips. "No need to waste time. Let's get this started." A red flag materialized in his hand. "The challenge is simple," Hypnos said. "Capture the flags." Holding up both flags for everyone to see, he continued. "Collect as many as you can. When combined, they'll show the total number of flags your team holds." Hypnos pressed the two flags together, and a number 2 glowed on the surface. Holding them high, he turned to the participants. "Now you're probably wondering where to find these flags," he said, his voice echoing across the field. "Well, the forest behind you is specially crafted by the steward long ago, just for this trial." A system display flickered to life, projecting images of the creatures lurking within the forest, an entire ecosystem of monsters, each more dangerous than the last. "This place is crawling with beasts of every level," Hypnos continued. "And the flags? They're scattered everywhere. You'll find them on the paths, hanging from the trees, tucked into the ravines, and some are even on the monsters themselves." From the crowd, an armored player smirked, clearly amused by the challenge ahead. Hypnos spread his arms wide, a cluster of radiant flags floating in the air around him. "All you need to do is collect as many as you can. Simple, right?" A sinister smile crossed his face, his gaze cold and sharp like a serpent's. "But here's where it gets interesting," he added. "This challenge isn't called pick up the flags. It's capture the flags. Meaning you can steal, threaten, fight, and kill. Whatever it take." Whispers rippled through the crowd. On the other side, members of Team B exchanged uneasy glances. Some looked downright terrified. Hypnos kept going. "And one last twist," he said, holding up a flag adorned with a golden crown. "Each team will have a king. One player from each side will be chosen at random. And the king? Every flag they hold counts double." Black silhouettes of the participants shifted uneasily in the forest, the tension thick as Hypnos's purple aura pulsed through the air. "Don't worry," he said mockingly. "The king's death won't end the game. But having a strong king? Well, that's obviously better for everyone." With a fake smile, he added, "Good luck. Though we all know luck won't help you much." Kim Yuan glared at Hypnos, lips pressed into a thin line. "Yeah, right?" Kim Yuan thought. "Luck, sure. More like setting us up to watch the weak player get picked as king." Hypnos raised his hand, a glowing purple magic circle spinning to life before him. "Let the trial begin," he declared. Magic circles of every color lit up beneath both teams. Above the players, purple lightning flashed, and system notifications began to pour in. 11th floor trial. Capture the flags. Begin. Flags from the opposing team can be captured by any means. The team with the most flags in 24 hours wins. Contribution points are earned through the number of flags collected. Delivering flags to your king doubles your contribution points. If the king loses his flags, your contribution points will be wiped. As the system window displayed the breakdown of the challenge, golden light flickered around the player's hands. Confused, one player looked down, inspecting the glow. Halliman stared at his own hands in shock. What's happening? He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Halliman's hands glowed with golden light, his eyes widening in disbelief. I'm the king, he stammered. The other players quickly gathered around him, whispering and looking just as shocked. From a distance, Kim Yuan watched the whole scene unfold, unimpressed. It was like staring into still water, so obvious it barely needed thought. Kim Yuan shut his eyes briefly, his teeth clenched in frustration. How did someone like Halliman even make it to the 11th floor? Before long, Halliman hurried after Kim Yuan, who was already making his way toward the forest. Where are you going? Halliman called out, trailing behind. You're supposed to protect the king. Kim Yuan stopped, boots pressing into the dirt as he looked over his shoulder. Why are you asking me to save you? He replied flatly. Turning back to the path ahead, Kim Yuan continued walking. My job's simple, collect flags. If you don't want to die, stay here and keep quiet. Trust me, no one from Team B is coming after you yet. With that, his crimson eyes glinted sharply, and without another word, Kim Yuan moved deeper into the forest. Time to get to work. Meanwhile, over in Team B's camp, the mood couldn't have been more different. Leaning back with a smirk, one of the players laughed. Easier than boiling water. The numbers aren't even close. Yeah, another added. Let's finish up and go party. Laughter and grins spread through the group as they lounged around, totally at ease. But Namgung Hoon wasn't laughing. Sure, they outnumbered Team A almost 4-1, but something didn't sit right. He glanced off to the side, his frown deepening. Captain, something bothering you? Someone asked. Before Namgung Hoon could answer, a girl in a flowing white dress appeared beside him. Roll. Namgung Hoon greeted her. The girl smiled softly, pleased he remembered her name. A gentle green aura pulsed around her as she lifted her hand, quietly casting support magic over him. Namgung Hoon narrowed his eyes, feeling the steady boost of healing and strength. No wonder they call her Angel, he thought. Even among support classes, her abilities were rare. Roll opened her eyes, her voice light. Don't worry so much. The power gap really is that big. There's no need for all this tension. Namgung Hoon stood facing her as the green aura shimmered between them. Still, he said, don't you think this is a little strange? Random or not, the gap between the teams is too big. Angel tilted her head. Maybe, but it could just be a coincidence. Namgung Hoon looked away, his gaze turning serious. There's an old saying from my world. In the valley of rivers and land, nothing happens by chance. Together, they turned back to watch over the team. Then Roll asked, by the way, do we know who the king is? Seems like some nobody. Does it matter? Namgung Hoon replied. In a situation like this, who would care about the king? But as he spoke, his eyes drifted to the ground, lost in thought. No, someone was shining at the start of the test. In his mind, he pictured a man in a black cloak, glowing faintly with gold. A faint golden light flashed in Namgung Hoon's mind, and the memory tugged at him. It didn't make sense. His memory was flawless. He never forgot a single face he'd seen. And yet, he couldn't recall the man's features at all. Just a shadowed figure cloaked in black, face hidden in the darkness. The image lingered, but no matter how hard he tried, the man's identity stayed just out of reach. Meanwhile, back in the forest clearing, Halliman sat on a rock, eyes focused on the system window floating in front of him. Hearing movement behind him, he turned, startled. There aren't as many flags on the trails as we thought, one of the players reported. Most of them are on the monsters. Halliman glanced over at the group, golden light still faintly shimmering around him. Still, the player continued, we've gathered a decent number. If we take out the enemy king, this whole match flips in our favor. Halliman's thoughts drifted to Kim Yuan. He pictured him standing against a backdrop of red flags. Yeah, that's true, he thought. And we've got someone on our side who can make that happen. Kim Yuan had probably already collected more flags than the rest of them combined. Halliman remembered when they first approached Kim Yuan, hoping to form a plan. It hadn't exactly gone well. Kim Yuan didn't seem interested in teamwork. But now that Halliman was king, Kim Yuan couldn't just leave him unprotected. Not if they wanted a shot at winning. Halliman sighed, glancing around the small clearing where his team had gathered. He left on his own like it was nothing, Halliman thought. But if he told me to stay put, I guess that means he's coming back. One of the players looked up from the ground. This forest is massive. It's impossible to know where the other team even started, they said. A light fog settled between the thick trees. What do you think Team B's base is? Someone else asked. No idea, came the reply. But maybe we should rest a bit. We're regrouping at midnight anyway. The conversation trailed off as a creeping sense of dread settled over the group. Shapes shifted in the distance. From the bushes, dark silhouettes appeared, shrouded in a red aura. I hear them, someone whispered. Cal stepped forward, flashing a wicked grin and motioning for silence. His eyes gleamed as he gestured to his teammates. Watch yourselves, he warned. A system alert flashed in front of them. Enemy squad detected. Protect your flags from raids. Across the forest, the opposing teams locked eyes from afar. This is annoying, Cal muttered. Sure, Team A has Kim Yuan, but even he can't do a thing if the king goes down. A cruel smirk twisted across his face. And the king's worth a nice pile of contribution points, he added. Behind him, Ab drew a heavy sledgehammer from his system storage. Relax, he said to the others. There's only 10 of them. We've got this. But before the words finished leaving his mouth, chaos erupted. With a blinding flash, a member of the enemy team launched a lightning strike. A single clean cut, one player's head dropped to the ground. Halloman froze, his eyes wide with horror. From behind a mask, one of the attackers shot him a bloodthirsty glare. Guess that only 9 now, the masked man sneered. And with that, the two teams clashed. The forest exploded into battle, blades clashing, magic ripping through the air, and the enemy fighters cackling as they toyed with the prey. Mocking laughter echoed through the trees as the fight began. As they scrambled to figure out where to run, Halloman shot a worried glance at his comrade, who was about to step in and save him. But before he could process what was happening, desperate cries for help rang out. Halloman froze, stunned, as blood sprayed through the air. In the blink of an eye, one of the enemy fighters sliced Halloman's ally clean in half. Rage flared within Halloman. He wanted nothing more than to tear the enemy king apart. But his thoughts were cut short. Halloman collapsed to the ground, his legs twitching uncontrollably. The enemy fighter, his gaze sharp and merciless, locked eyes on Halloman and raised his sword to end him. Panic tore through Halloman as he let out a terrified scream. He clenched his teeth, shut his eyes tight, and braced himself for the final blow. This was it. He was done for. But just before the sword could fall, the main character burst onto the scene, cutting down Halloman attacker in a single, swift strike. Kim Yuan glared at Halloman, his eyes glowing a deep red. With clear disdain, he reminded him, I told you to stay put. The sarcasm was impossible to miss. Tears welled in Halloman's eyes. Flames crackled faintly around him as he sat there, watching Kim Yuan confidently lower his sword to his side. Across the battlefield, the remaining enemy fighters stood frozen. The death of the companion had rattled them. Now they knew exactly who stood before them, a problem far bigger than they were ready to handle. Realizing the danger, the enemy forces panicked. Fall back, someone shouted. Fighters scattered in every direction, but running didn't save them. Kim Yuan was already on the move, a streak of blue light trailing behind him as he tore through the ranks, cutting them down one after another. The enemy leader shouted in frustration, demanding to know why his men were retreating. We have the numbers, he yelled. A masked fighter stepped up, twin daggers flashing, signaling his men to back him up as he charged straight for Kim Yuan. But it was useless. Kim Yuan moved like lightning. His blade slashed through the enemy ranks, and a masked fighter dropped after a fatal strike. Blood sprayed with every swing of Kim Yuan's sword. Bodies fell around him, and his comrade watched as Kim Yuan carved through them without pause. One of the enemies, trembling with fear, bared his teeth as he watched his friends fall. Kim Yuan's eyes burned red as he calmly advanced, his blade glinting in the light. A red flag flew into the air, signaling surrender. One of the fighters dropped to his knees, waving the flag and pleading for mercy. Please, I only have 2 flags left. The others have way more. Kim Yuan stood over him, cold and silent. Notifications flashed. 2 flags and 20 contribution points gained. Standing at the heart of the battlefield, his red contribution score glowing, Kim Yuan was surrounded by what remained of the fighters. With a sharp glance, Kim Yuan looked around. So, what's it going to be? He asked. Hand over everything. Or, do you want to end up like them? The fighters exchanged panicked looks, realizing just how real the threat of death had become. One of them managed to ask, voice shaking, How much? How much do you want from us? Another notification popped up, 1 more flag secured. Another notification popped up, 1 more flag secured, along with 10 contribution points. Red flags rippled in the wind, the colors shining bright across the battlefield. Another alert followed, awarding another flag and 10 more points. The main character stood there, holding the capture flag with a satisfied grin. Nearby, Halaman watched, a faint aura rising from him. He couldn't help but feel grateful they were on the same side. But then, catching himself, Halaman thought he was being ridiculous, grinning at Kim Yuan after everything. Still, his mood sank, unsure why, as if something didn't sit right. A loud announcement cut through the air, declaring the first half of the match officially over. Soon after, Halaman found himself standing across from Kim Yuan in the dark, shadowed forest. He blinked in surprise. So soon? Somehow, they'd already moved on to the second phase of the trial. Only 4 hours had passed since it all began. The new battleground was a dense forest, wrapped in mountains and darkness. Kim Yuan quietly wondered where the rest of the team had gone. They split up, Halaman explained. Figured it'd be smarter to grab more free flags first. Kim Yuan, partially hidden behind his flowing red cloak, nodded. Smart. Assuming they don't get lost out there. A red flag fluttered nearby, the number 27 painted boldly on its surface. Halaman stood beside Kim Yuan, staring up at him as he reached toward a glowing yellow screen. Halaman could hardly believe his eyes. Kim Yuan had done all this himself? The number of flags he'd collected was insane. The screen displayed the totals. Team A with 64 flags, Team B with 105. Even after everything Kim Yuan had just gathered, the total only added up to 64. By his count, there should have been 67. Something wasn't adding up. Kim Yuan studied the numbers from behind his long bangs. This was exactly what he expected. They'd officially entered the real capture the flag phase. He turned to Halaman and said flatly, by now, everyone's got enough flags. Team B's probably realized it more sense to hunt players than to waste time on monsters. Halaman's eyes widened as the weight of those words hit him. Kim Yuan was right. And chances were, just like before, the enemy would be coming straight for the king. Kim Yuan glanced down at Halaman, who was still radiating the aura of a king. Do we have another king on our side? Kim Yuan asked. Halaman nodded. Yeah, there's one more. Without missing a beat, Kim Yuan shot him a cold look. From now on, don't wander more than 20 meters from me, he ordered. Even I'm not winning this without the king. Halaman gulped, watching Kim Yuan's red cloak ripple in the wind. What's your name? Kim Yuan asked sharply. Stick close. 20 meters. No more. Halaman nodded. Got it. He couldn't help but think to himself. The real fight was only just beginning. Over on the enemy's side, heavy clouds darkened the summer sky as Namgung Hun addressed his group. So you just ran off and handed over your flags? He demanded. 2 fighters stood before him, heads lowered as he scolded them. We didn't even see Kim Yuan's attacks, one admitted. He took out our best guy in one strike. Yeah, the other added. I couldn't even tell when he drew his sword. Namgung Hun shut his eyes, brow furrowed in frustration. Namgung Hun furrowed his brow deeply as his men described what they'd seen. Kim Yuan's eyes, they said, looked almost demonic. Just remembering it left them trembling. Namgung Hun was furious. How could his fighters look so weak? Team B had mostly mid-level players, and even though they outnumbered Kim Yuan 10-1, they still ran off in fear. Pathetic. With a bitter glare, Namgung Hun looked ahead, unimpressed by the chaos unfolding. He couldn't help but wonder, if they kept splitting up, they'd just get picked off one by one. Elsewhere, Team Namgung Hun now stood across from the Angel and her squad. There's 10 of us against just one Kim Yuan, Namgung Hun pointed out flatly. But so what? That barely matters. Roll crossed her arms, noting that Kim Yuan had likely found Team A's king by now. If that was the case, chances were high he'd be sticking close to protect him from here on out. A tall Hargan with flowing hair studied Team B's fighters carefully. Without hesitation, she ordered Namgung Hun to contact Salamov, Kachel, and the rest of the top players immediately. The leader in the blue cape stared down the Angel and her fighters, his expression full of disdain. So, this is the strategy you want to use? He asked coldly. He reminded everyone that there was still plenty of time left. Running wasn't an option. Despite the losses, they still had some powerful players on the side. Standing with the others, Namgung Hun nodded. It's all accounted for. And don't forget, we've still got a wild card of our own. The armored fighters exchanged glances, silently waiting to hear if anyone else had a better idea. But no one spoke. The bald fighter with scars stayed quiet, arms crossed. As the two teams stood facing each other, blue auras crackling around them, the Angel finally broke the silence. This is it, she said simply. Roll smirked and raised her hand. Then let's settle this. We captured both the king and Kim Yuan at the same time. 12 hours had passed since the trial began. Notifications flickered, another flag secured, another 10 contribution points earned. Back on the field, Kim Yuan and Halaman watched as the enemy fighters scattered and fled. Halaman sat on the ground, his breath heavy, his eyes dull with exhaustion. Watching it all unfold, he realized this wasn't even a team competition anymore. At this point, it felt like 200 people chasing after a monster named Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan stood nearby, holding a flag marked with the number 100. The red fabric fluttered in the wind as faint sparks lit up the sky. He knew 100 flags, or even 1,000, was a ridiculous haul. But handing them over to the king now? No way. It was still too early for that. Kim Yuan's eyes shifted to Halaman, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. So far, they hadn't run into any real problems. Halaman had stayed close, just like he was supposed to. Still, the thought lingered. If something happened to the temporary king, if his flags got stolen or worse. Kim Yuan watched as Halaman winced and leaned forward slightly. Yeah, better to hold on to the flags until the very end, just to be safe. Looking uneasy, Halaman glanced sideways at Kim Yuan. Do you think they all get it now? Halaman asked quietly. Do they sense what's really going on? Kim Yuan's gaze sharpened. Kim Yuan glanced to the side with a hint of contempt, lips slightly pursed. It was clear now. The guys he'd run into earlier were from Team B, probably new players. The moment they recognized him, they didn't even think twice. They just surrendered and handed over the flags without a fight. Standing in an open field surrounded by thick trees, Kim Yuan looked over at Halaman. Think the rest of them know about me too? He asked casually. Halaman hesitated. They've probably shared info by now. Kim Yuan pictured the whole thing like a chessboard. Two white pieces glowing against a sea of black. Yeah, it made sense. By now, Team B had likely spread the word. Kim Yuan was guarding the king. No doubt they'd exchanged player numbers and agreed on a simple plan. If you see Kim Yuan, hand over your flags and run for your life. Across from him, Halaman shifted uneasily under the weight of Kim Yuan's red cloak flowing behind him. But why would they do that? Halaman asked. They can't win if they just give up the flags. They're planning something, Kim Yuan said flatly. Before Halaman could respond, Kim Yuan's body tensed. His eyes flared red. In a flash, he snatched an arrow from midair, its tip just inches from Halaman. Halaman dropped to the ground in shock, staring at the arrowhead clutched tightly in Kim Yuan's grip. Without a word, Kim Yuan snapped the arrow clean in half. From somewhere beyond the trees, Salamon's furious voice echoed through the field. And just like that, it all clicked for Kim Yuan. Now he understood why the enemy kept dodging fights and saving the players. They weren't just running, they were setting up, banking everything on this ambush. A classic encirclement strategy, the kind used in his world for ages. Kim Yuan's gaze sharpened, glowing red as he scanned the area ahead. The air shifted. Suddenly, thin webs shimmered into view, crisscrossing through the space around them. Halaman's eyes went wide in panic. Kim Yuan's voice cut through the tension. No mercy. We end them all. Halaman flinched as Kim Yuan raised his sword high, the blade gleaming right above his head. For a split second, Halaman thought Kim Yuan might actually strike him. Wait. Halaman stammered, but Kim Yuan moved fast, slicing the air with a single motion. A shimmering blue barrier sprang to life around Halaman, encasing him in a protective dome. Halaman sat in the middle of it, head down, fists clenched tight, trying to process what just happened. What is this? Halaman muttered, looking around the glowing shield. Don't step outside that circle, Kim Yuan warned. His voice was sharp, final. If you do, you're dead. Instantly. Halaman looked up, confused. So, I'm just supposed to sit here. Exactly, Kim Yuan said. That's the only thing you have to do. Stay put. Halaman stared at him, his voice barely above a whisper. That's the only order I get. Kim Yuan nodded. Yeah, and you better follow it. If you move, you're gone. He turned away, leaving Halaman sitting silently in the middle of the glowing circle, the weight of those words sinking in. If you step out of that circle, Kim Yuan said coldly, I won't be able to save you. Halaman swallowed hard, doubt creeping in. Could he really survive, just sitting here? Before the fear could settle, Kim Yuan turned on his heel, stomping the ground with force. Without another word, he launched himself forward, putting distance between himself and Halaman. Panicked, Halaman reached out instinctively. Wait, Kim Yuan. But his voice barely carried before the sharp tip of Kim Yuan's blade pointed straight at him. With a glare, Kim Yuan warned him again, his tone ice cold. Stay inside. Don't even think about leaving. Somewhere beyond the trees, whispers from the enemy team drifted through the night air. Hidden in the shadows, they watched the scene unfold. We should have just gone for the king first, one of them muttered. Another shook his head. Forget that. We got 55 fighters ready to take on Kim Yuan. The guy's a beast. We can't leave him unchecked. A third chimed in. Yeah, but wouldn't it work if he stuck protecting the king and fighting us at the same time? Three figures crouched low in the brush, plotting quietly. The bald one with a scar scowled. It's only a theory. But if we kill the king, this whole match ends. Doesn't matter how strong Kim Yuan is. One of the men scanned the tree line, suddenly going rigid. Quiet. Look, not far off. Kim Yuan's figure moved deeper into the forest, glowing faintly in the dark. He's leaving the king unguarded, someone whispered. A fighter named Var, hair streaked with brunette and Hargan, stepped out from hiding, his spear resting across his shoulders. Smirking, he ordered the others to stay back. This one's mine, Var said, his tone dripping with confidence. The others watched quietly, knowing exactly who they were dealing with. Team B was stacked with famous fighters. Namgung-hoon, Roll, and others just as dangerous. Even the big guilds were keeping an eye on this battle. Var twirled his spear, tossing it behind his back, thinking only of the glory ahead. If he took down Kim Yuan, his name would be known everywhere. With a fierce shout, Var hurled the spear at lightning speed, aiming directly at Kim Yuan. "This'll hit harder than any arrow," he declared. But just as the spear cut through the air, a sudden shockwave knocked it off course. Kim Yuan's silhouette blurred. The spear stopped midair, frozen. Var's grin faded. Before he could react, a streak of blue magic blasted through the trees, striking one of his nearby teammates square in the head. The man dropped instantly, or spun around. Chaos. His fighters were being torn apart. Bodies hit the ground as waves of aura ripped through them. One man's face twisted in agony as the energy consumed him. Realization hit Var hard. Kim Yuan wasn't where he thought. He was already on the move, attacking from the side. Var looked up just in time to see Kim Yuan standing before him. Silent, calm, deadly. With his head slightly bowed and his gaze full of disdain, Kim Yuan stared him down. "Tell me," Kim Yuan said coolly, "where's Namgung-hoon?" Meanwhile, another group of fighters lay hidden behind a brush, waiting for Kim Yuan to make his next move. But something was off. Kim Yuan's figure flickered. He was vanishing and reappearing. Suddenly, a blue magical shield expanded, wrapping the entire forest thicket in its glow. A notification flashed. Skill nameless sword. With a faint glow of Miles' white-eye skill, the enemy fighters quickly realized just how dangerous Kim Yuan really was. His stealth was flawless. No trace, no sound. They knew they wouldn't even notice him until he was standing right in front of them. One of the fighters whispered, "Is he an assassin?" But another shook his head. "No way. Assassins don't use long blades. And they don't dress like that. He's something else entirely." Before they could figure it out, Kim Yuan's silhouette flashed behind one of them, his gaze sharp and furious. Then, just like that, he was gone. Suddenly, Kim Yuan appeared in a small clearing, completely surrounded. The fighters looked around in disbelief. None of them had even noticed how he got there. With a calm voice, Kim Yuan broke the silence. "So much for your top-tier scouts. I thought the Heaven and Earth Network strategy was supposed to be impressive," he said. "But turns out it's useless when you're spread this thin." From the crowd, a Hargan boy stepped forward, his expression full of mockery. Glancing back at the sea of black silhouettes behind him, he smirked. "Really? You think there aren't enough of us?" Kim Yuan's red eyes flickered to the side. Finally, he saw them, Namgung-hoon and Roll. The two of them advanced with the angel at the side, leading another squad of fighters straight toward him. Namgung-hoon called out first. "Why'd you run off on your own? Left your king behind like that. Thought you'd ignore the challenge and try to win this fight yourself." They kept walking, step by step, straight toward Kim Yuan. "No matter how this ends," Namgung-hoon continued, "I can at least say I'm sorry it had to play out this way." When they stopped just ahead of him, Namgung-hoon stood across from Kim Yuan and met his eyes. "This wasn't exactly my plan," Namgung-hoon admitted. "But unlike you, I've got a solid team. I'm not ashamed of how we got here." Kim Yuan studied the opposing squad carefully as another fighter chimed in. "That's just how it is. Some people get lucky. Some don't." The clearing quickly filled with black-cloaked figures, surrounding the space between the trees and bushes. Namgung-hoon didn't drag it out. "Surrender now," he said simply. "I'd rather not have to win like this." Kim Yuan let out a quiet, sarcastic laugh. So this was all Namgung-hoon had to say? Drawing his sword, Kim Yuan held it out in front of him, blade gleaming. "Funny," he replied. "From what I'd heard, you weren't the talkative type." Namgung-hoon, his expression darkening, unsheathed his massive blade. He had a feeling this conversation was never going to end peacefully. "Everyone back," Namgung-hoon ordered. "I'm handling this myself." The fighters stepped aside, giving them space in the middle of the clearing. Two blades, two opponents. Kim Yuan tilted his head. "So, you're asking for a one-on-one?" he said coolly. "Doesn't matter to me how many of you there are." Namgung-hoon smirked. "Thank for the concern." With a stomp of his foot, the ground shook beneath him as he launched into his attack. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes, watching the strike from under his brow. The moment the blades met, the air snapped with energy. And from there, the real fight began. Kim Yuan kept his focus locked on Namgung-hoon, noting just how much power the player from the 11th floor was packing. Blue aura burst from Namgung-hoon as he swung his massive black sword, his strike carrying enough force to shake the ground. Kim Yuan couldn't help but wonder about the details of his opponent's abilities, studying every move as the fight raged on. Blade against blade, they clashed in the open field. Sparks lit up the night as Kim Yuan deflected each of Namgung Hoon heavy swings, the air humming from the force of the collision. Namgung Hoon clenched his teeth, glaring at Kim Yuan as he tried to land a crushing blow. He relied on his clan's imperial sword technique, a style built around overwhelming strength. The sword were known for being heavier than any others, capable of delivering devastating strike from any angle, if the wielder was strong enough to handle it. But no matter how hard he swung, Kim Yuan blocked every strike with precision. Metal screeched as the blades collided again and again, sparks flying in all directions. Namgung Hoon frowned. Something wasn't right. He was gripping his sword as tightly as he could, pouring all his strength into every hit, but it still wasn't enough. Frustration flared in Namgung Hoon's eyes. Suddenly, his body glowed bright green as his aura surged, boosting his power to the limit. The fight grew even fiercer. Bursts of energy and showers of sparks filled the clearing as they pushed each other to the brink. A notification flashed. Namgung Hoon's body was now under the Archangel's blessing. His stamina surged. His movements became lighter. His recovery sped up. Namgung Hoon's expression turned savage as he bared his teeth, fueled by the buff. From the sidelines, the Role raised her hand, channeling waves of aura into the fight. Kim Yuan shot a glare toward the enemy leader. Really? Bust mid-fight? How pathetic, he spat. Role, watching from a distance, answered coolly. If Namgung Hoon can't beat you even with this, it's over anyway. The angel's aura pulsed through the battlefield as she extended her hand forward, reinforcing Namgung Hoon as the fight reached its peak. But Namgung Hoon paused for a moment, confused by her words. What did she mean? Before he could figure it out, his eyes snapped back to Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan raised his blade, violet flames swirling around him as his skill activated. In that instant, images flashed in Namgung Hoon's mind, visions of ancient monsters of the legendary Regressed dungeon. Reflected in Kim Yuan's glowing red pupils was Namgung Hoon's own silhouette, and for a moment, Namgung Hoon wondered if this was just coincidence or something much bigger. A sarcastic grin tugged at Kim Yuan's lips as violet flames surged around him, spreading across the battlefield. Namgung Hoon's thoughts spiraled. Kim Yuan had been in Agria's dungeon, but something didn't add up. The skill Kim Yuan used now felt nothing like the traces left behind in that dungeon. This didn't match up with what should have been possible. Was Kim Yuan really the same person who left that mark? Or was this an entirely different power? The violet flames crept closer, wrapping the air in the glow. Namgung Hoon's chest tightened as the reality sank in. If he wasn't just imagining things, then Kim Yuan might actually be unstoppable. Kim Yuan stood firm, his blade in hand, surrounded by a swirling cloud of purple aura. Above the battlefield, the angel hovered midair, her outstretched arm glowing as green magic pulsed toward the fighters below. From her place in the sky, Role suddenly called out. Fall back, she ordered, her voice sharp. Kim Yuan's eyes narrowed. Why were they stopping the fight? But the angel already knew the answer. If they kept going, none of them would make it out alive. She stared forward, reading the battlefield clearly. Kim Yuan glanced over at Namgung Hoon, still locked in the center of the field with him, the purple aura flickering between them. And then, to his surprise, Namgung Hoon backed down. Just like that. Before leaving the fight, Namgung Hoon asked only one thing. Was it really you who cleared the Agria's dungeon? Kim Yuan smirked, answering with playful sarcasm. What do you think? Lowering his blade, Kim Yuan realized the enemy squad had made the decision. They were done. Namgung Hoon sheathed his sword, stepping back as his team gathered behind him, murmuring among themselves. The mention of Agria's dungeon had thrown them all off. That was the 11th floor's nightmare, a place they'd already attempted and failed. And now, standing before them, was the man who had cleared it alone. Whispers filled the group. Why hadn't Namgung Hoon told them sooner? Why stop now? One fighter argued. We can't just quit, not without a real fight. If we all work together, we might stand a chance. But Namgung Hoon shook his head with a bitter smirk. Chance? There's no chance. Kim Yuan already closed the gap between our teams by himself. Look around. He's earned this. Without another word, Namgung Hoon turned away, eyes shut as if the fight had never happened. If you want to keep going, he told Role, you'll do it without me. I'm done. Role glared after him, calling him a coward. She'd expected more from someone like Namgung Hoon. But without looking back, Namgung Hoon answered calmly. Say what you want. I'd rather protect my team than waste the lives for pride. And with that, the fighters turned and followed the leader off the battlefield. They hated losing, sure, but they respected Namgung Hoon for that choice. They understood they could always take the test again. What mattered now was survival. As the last of them disappeared into the trees, hovered in front of Kim Yuan, keeping her distance. For what it's worth, she said, we were hoping to keep our losses low. Someone like you shouldn't bother with these small games. Kim Yuan watched silently as she spoke, recalling the brief, eerie moment when shadows of people moved through the empty forest. They'd need the strength soon enough. The real threat was still out there, the outer gods. Roll thought of Hercules, imagining his strength and calm. In times like these, they needed warriors who could rise to the top. There was no sense in wasting an entire squad over pride. Meanwhile, Kim Yuan reflected on an image of himself, exhausted, slouched in a suit, drained from endless battles. If Hercules had been standing here instead of him, he probably would have found a way out of all this without spilling a drop of blood. Kim Yuan thought back to the kind of hero who never broke his promises. Someone like Hercules. That was the reason people respected him. Kim Yuan respected him too. But deep down, he knew he wasn't that kind of hero. Peeking out from under his long bangs, Kim Yuan smirked. I was hoping you'd all leave quietly, he said with a grin. Guess that's not how this ends. He had considered trying to end it peacefully. But if that didn't work, well, so be it. Up above, the angel pressed her palms together, a radiant light shining between them. A divine defense skill. She pointed the blue glow directly at Kim Yuan, who stood in the distance like a shadow. Everyone, she shouted. Attack him together. Kim Yuan sighed as he drew his blade, purple streams of aura swirling around him. So, we're really doing this, he muttered. Guess I'm stuck playing your little game after all. The fighters charged, blue auras flaring from the bodies as they rushed toward him. But as they closed the distance, they were met with the glow of Kim Yuan's violet flames, burning brighter with every step. They quickly realized those flames weren't just for show. The fire reflected every skill they threw at him. Just push through it, the angel shouted. There's only one of him. But the moment they tried, they froze in place. The faces twisted in fear as the violet flames rose higher, forming the terrifying silhouette of a massive, raging monster. Kim Yuan stood at its center, blade in hand, the purple aura pulsing around him. It's a demon, one of the fighters shouted in horror. Kim Yuan figured that's exactly what it looked like to them. Holy fires or not, fear twisted it into something monstrous. And the more afraid they became, the stronger the flames grew. Kim Yuan knew he had to control it before it got too big. If it spread out of control, even he might not be able to hold it back. One of the fighters, shaking under the weight of the aura, raised his sword high. Kill him, he screamed. But before he could strike, Kim Yuan sent a wave of violet flames surging across the battlefield, knocking them all off the feet. Even with the enhancement skills, they barely held up under the pressure. Kim Yuan watched it all carefully, eyeing the scattered streams of multicolored aura flickering through the clearing. How many buffs could Roll stack at once? He was curious to see. The angel lifted her hands high, sending blue flames streaking into the sky. She activated the power of her angel wings, summoning the strength of a giant. But nothing worked. Frustration twisted her face. Magic circled her palms as she held them above her head, but the attacks that were supposed to overwhelm him weren't doing anything. Worse, the moment her fighters hit the edge of the flames, they froze. Trapped, frozen in fear, caught in an illusion none of them could break. Violet aura crackled across the battlefield. It was clear now, they couldn't even reach Kim Yuan, let alone defeat him. Realizing this, the angel spread her palms wide, sending a final stream of light into the sky. Above Kim Yuan, a massive glowing sword began to take shape, pulsing with energy. A punishing sword skill meant to end it all. Roll glared down at him. This is the end for you, she shouted. The huge magical blade hovered above Kim Yuan, ready to strike. The massive glowing sword came crashing down from the sky, aiming straight for Kim Yuan. Without hesitation, he tightened his grip on his blade. With a single, sharp swing, he sliced the enormous magic sword into pieces. Roll watched in shock, eyes wide. She couldn't believe what she'd just seen. That should have been impossible. A deafening explosion erupted above the battlefield. Golden shards of the shattered sword scattered through the air, raining down over the field where fighters stood frozen, watching in disbelief. Panic spread. The realization hit them all at once. This fight was over. If they stayed, they'd die. They remembered Namgung Hoon words about valuing the lives of his comrades over pride. Now those words made perfect sense. Near the edge of the battlefield, lightning cracked around the angel as she stood motionless, staring at the wreckage of her failed attack. For the first time, she understood Namgung Hoon had been right. Smoke thickened across the field as the fighters bolted, escaping into the shadows. There was no point in staying. From a distance, Kim Yuan watched them go, waiting to see what they do next. The Roll remained still, quietly realizing that even if they captured the king, none of it would matter if they lost everyone here. Kim Yuan's voice cut through the haze. If you're thinking of surrendering, he called out, hand over all your flags. Do that, and I might let you go. Roll looked over at him, surprised. You can hear our telepathy? Kim Yuan smirked. I don't need to. Your faces say enough. Casually, he slung the flag over his shoulder and glanced at the fighters. So, don't waste time, he said, snapping his fingers. Just hand them all over. One by one, the notifications rolled in, flag after flag, contribution points stacking up. The angel stepped forward and placed her flag into Kim Yuan's hand. Are you really not going to kill anyone? She asked quietly. Across the empty field, Roll met his gaze. Even after taking all our flags, there's still time left. We could go collect more, she said, watching him closely. And you're out here alone. No king to protect. Kim Yuan studied her, wondering what she was getting at. Roll paused, then added, I heard you turned down the major guilds. But heaven, that's different. They're on another level entirely. Kim Yuan's expression darkened. He didn't give her the chance to finish. No, he cut her off sharply. Roll looked visibly offended, but said nothing. After a moment, she tried again. At least give me your contact number. No, she sighed, realizing exactly what he thought of all this. With her head tilted slightly downward, she asked, Why refuse? I'm only offering something that could help your future. She glanced up, her voice softer now. Especially since you were willing to come this far for a test like this. The odds were stacked against him, which made it clear this guy wasn't just wandering aimlessly. He had a plan. She warned him straight up, climbing the tower solo was impossible. A picture flashed in her mind, a towering spire stretching endlessly into the sky. She pointed out that even with loyal allies, the full backing of a powerful guild, and every advantage possible, it wouldn't have been enough to make him rise. The angel broke it down. Someone at his level should have realized the moment he stepped foot inside the tower. His own skills weren't going to cut it. Something more was needed. The two of them stood face to face, the sky around them swirling with thick clouds, the field around them silent. She finally asked the question, why keep pushing forward alone on such a brutal path? Kim Yuan kept his gaze ahead. He knew Roll couldn't understand what it meant to give up. Maybe that's exactly why she climbed the tower so fast. Still, deep down, he knew the truth. Guilds and sponsors would only drag him down. They'd never fit into what came next. In his mind, he pictured himself as a lone cog spinning in reverse against the backdrop of the massive tower. The guild were too busy tearing each other apart over control, pride, suspicion, the hunger for power. Any alliance with them was a risk he couldn't take. No, the only way forward was on his own terms. He needed the strength to stand at the very center and pull the tower together when it all fell apart. The argument kept going, voices cutting through the empty clearing. Why was everyone so obsessed with asking him the same thing? There wasn't really an answer. He just knew. He didn't need a guild, didn't need a team. He could climb the tower solo. And more than that, he had to. Kim Yuan squared his shoulders, eyes burning. Not just possible. I'm meant to do this. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Halaman's voice echoed through the trees, yelling about when Kim Yuan would finally come back. He stood alone in the shadows near the edge of the ridge, nerves shot, fear gripping him tight. The forest pressed in, dark and endless. The wait felt like it would never end. Then, without warning, a blinding beam of light cut through the trees. A burst of fire roared right in front of Halaman, making him flinch. Startled and drained, he looked over, eyes wide. An enemy's voice rang out, mocking him. They figured Halaman dodged by sheer luck, but they weren't giving him much credit beyond that. From the shadows, a squad of enemies emerged, closing in fast. One of them snickered, saying the king was practically begging to be killed just standing there. The fighters pushed through the forest, zeroed in on Halaman, who hadn't moved an inch from the circle. They weren't looking to drag this out. Finish the job. Move on. Rumors were swirling. Word was, even with Roll and Namgung Hoon, the second group couldn't handle Kim Yuan. Yeah, turns out he wasn't so easy to take down. Halaman started backing up, almost stepping out of the safety of the circle. What he just heard left him stunned. Kim Yuan, fighting alone against him? The king spun around, noticing how close he was to crossing the line. And just like that, the leader's warning flashed back into his mind. If he stepped out of the circle, there'd be no saving him. Halaman clenched his jaw, scanning his surroundings. Running wasn't an option. He'd be caught in seconds. Fighting? No chance. Not alone against them. Still, he tightened his fist, holding on to the only hope he had. If he could stall just a little longer without leaving the circle, Kim Yuan would come. He had to. Halaman was about to draw his sword when a screen flickered to life before him. Right? Trust Kim Yuan. Stick to the plan. The enemy squad was already closing in, shouting orders as they charged. They spotted Halaman trembling and tried to figure out what game he was playing. Forget his nonsense, one of them called out. Just end it. We'll split the contribution points after. Halaman locked his gaze ahead. A rush of energy surged from within him. One fighter laughed. Yeah, we know the drill. The flags get divided evenly. Daggers flew through the air. Halaman raised his sword and arms to block what he could, staggering back dangerously close to the edge of the circle. He crouched slightly, tracking the fighter who was already leaping from above. Leaving the circle was not an option. The enemy's attack slammed his sword aside, sending it flying from his grip. Halaman stumbled, landing hard on his back. The fighter stepped into the circle, towering over him. For a moment, even the enemy seemed surprised at how easy it was. Grabbing Halaman by the collar, the fighter sneered as Halaman, breathless and clenching his teeth, muttered under his breath. As long as I stay in the circle, it's fine. The fighter didn't catch what he said, but mocked him anyway. Too bad for you, he jeered, raising his dagger. Just bad luck, I guess. But just as the blade came down, the entire circle erupted in a flash of white aura. Before anyone could react, the fighter was launched high into the air, tossed out of the circle like a rag doll. The others stood frozen, watching the glowing mist swirl around Halaman like a shield. Halaman clutched his throat, gasping for air, eyes darting around in shock. What was this? A system message appeared. Heavenly Demon's spirit, white bright smoke. He didn't understand what exactly had just saved him, but none of that mattered. He was still alive. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Kim Yuan moved quietly through the shadows. His thoughts drifted back to his conversation with R. She'd admitted there was something impressive about him. Maybe, someday, they'd even fight on the same side. But the talk had dragged on longer than he'd planned, eating up precious time. Still, as Kim Yuan closed his eyes and took a slow breath, he couldn't help but feel relieved things had ended on good terms. As long as Halaman kept his word, everything would hold together. Suddenly, Kim Yuan shot a sharp glare to the side, his focus snapping back. There was still one more thing. Staring into the depths of the dark forest, Kim Yuan called out. It's over. Time for the guest to make the entrance. From the shadows, a faint golden light began to glow. Deep in the forest, a voice drifted through the darkness. The ghost asked Kim Yuan how long ago he'd noticed his presence. Kim Yuan answered without hesitation. A long time ago. From the shadows, the ghost stepped forward, cloaked in black, with purple flames burning where his eyes should have been. He gave a nod, admitting he'd heard about Kim Yuan's sharp instincts. Now he was seeing them firsthand. Even from a distance, the ghost observed something odd. Kim Yuan was using flames powerful enough to scorch the earth, yet not a single burn touched his own skin. It wasn't just brute strength. The ghost had never encountered a skill so precise, flames that could lock onto specific targets without leaving a trace elsewhere. Staring into the clearing, the figure with the purple fire fixed his gaze on Kim Yuan. Kim Yuan called out across the field. What's the test supervisor doing here looking like that? The two of them stood facing each other, the empty clearing ringed by towering trees. The warden tilted his head and asked if Kim Yuan could actually see his real face. Kim Yuan's reply was sharp and clear. He could. A skill he'd picked up let him see through disguises, even ones worn by rankers. The warden let out a heavy sigh from behind his flaming mask. This wasn't some casual encounter anymore. Then, with a smirk, the mask vanished, and Hypnos revealed himself. He admitted he was impressed. From the very start of the test, he decided to crown himself king of this stage. But Kim Yuan wasn't making that easy. Kim Yuan studied Hypnos carefully as he stood shrouded in the pitch-black night. Hypnos added with a grin that he never expected Kim Yuan to take on Team B all by himself. Kim Yuan narrowed his eyes, watching him from beneath his bangs. He knew exactly who Hypnos was, a ranker from Olympus, notorious for his mastery over illusions. And if the higher-ups ever found out a ranker interfered in a basic test, things would explode fast, worse than any chaos happening on the ground floors. One way or another, Kim Yuan realized he'd have to handle this on his own. A faint, sarcastic smile crept across his face. So, this is the kind of welcome you set up for me, he said. Didn't expect such a fancy trap. A dark purple aura flared around him, filling the air with pressure. Hypnos watched from beneath his hood, uneasy. This didn't make sense. No normal player could unleash that much mana and stay standing. By all rights, Kim Yuan should have passed out from exhaustion already. Hypnos realized it wasn't just raw power keeping Kim Yuan going. This was pure willpower. Then he remembered the mission briefing. Kim Yuan had to be eliminated, no exceptions. When the biggest guilds were targeting one player this hard, it usually meant serious trouble. Now Hypnos understood why they sent someone like him to handle it. Better safe than sorry. Yellow aura crackled around Hypnos, clashing against Kim Yuan's dark purple energy. Activating his Dark Knight skill, Hypnos took a step forward, feet planted wide. He announced that the technique spread hallucinations to everything living nearby, forcing anyone caught in its range to sleep. The two of them faced off, the powers lighting up the clearing. Hypnos grinned. This one's stronger than what you saw earlier. Still managing to hold on? Must be getting hard to fight, right? Kim Yuan's body wavered, leaning forward as the weight of the skill pressed down on him. Hypnos watched closely, waiting for the moment Kim Yuan would finally give in. Go ahead, he whispered. Stop fighting already. Kim Yuan closed his eyes. Hypnos smirked. Time to reward him with a sweet, endless dream. As Kim Yuan stood motionless, head bowed, Hypnos slowly reached for the dagger hidden beneath his cloak, violet flames flickering across his hand. He thought to himself, if some low-level player like Kim Yuan ever claimed he fought an Olympus ranker, no one would believe a word of it. Hypnos raised a small blade to Kim Yuan's chest. Even ignoring the absurd gap between the levels, Olympus didn't bother with nobodies like this. They wouldn't even glance at him, and yet here he was. You should be honored, Hypnos said with a sneer, purple flames curling around his hood once more. If you manage to survive, hey, at least you'll have one hell of a story to tell. He pressed the dagger closer, almost whispering his mock sympathy. But before the blade could strike, Kim Yuan moved. In a flash, his sword slashed upward, cutting straight across Hypnos. Hypnos staggered back, grimacing as pain tore through him. Clutching his side, he glared at Kim Yuan, furious. That wasn't even deep, Kim Yuan said coolly, eyes fixed on him. Hypnos hissed, accusing Kim Yuan of playing games, calling him a coward for fighting back like that. Kim Yuan scoffed and looked away. You're really not the one to throw around words like coward, he shot back. He added that, normally, bragging about fighting rankers wasn't his thing, but facing off against a pathetic Olympus overseer like Hypnos? Yeah, that might be worth telling people just for the laugh. Hypnos hunched forward, pressing against the wound on his chest. All the trash talk in the world won't change how this ends, he growled. But Kim Yuan was already gripping his blade tighter, sharpening his focus. A notification blinked in front of him. Dark Knight skill activated. Stamina recovery boosted by 200%. He smirked. Oh, I think it will change things. Another message popped up. Mana recovery boosted by 100%. Mana pool at 100%. Kim Yuan's gaze locked onto Hypnos as the night sky above them shifted. A massive moon appeared, casting pale light over the entire battlefield. Kim Yuan grinned to himself. Night wasn't just Hypnos' advantage. This was when the midnight steel came alive, its full power unleashed in the darkness. Sure, it had plenty of limits, but under perfect conditions like this, there wasn't a weapon out there that could beat it. The two faced each other from across the clearing. Hypnos, draped in his red cloak, narrowed his eyes, studying the blue-haired opponent ahead of him. A close-range mage using dark attribute mana, perfect for elder skills. And even though Kim Yuan managed to land a hit, Hypnos wasn't worried. He was still a ranker from Olympus. Drawing on his magic, Hypnos let purple mana swirl around him. His hand expanded, glowing a bright green. Confident as ever, he was sure he had the upper hand. Without a word, Hypnos lunged forward. Kim Yuan didn't hesitate. He charged straight in to meet him. The blades clashed in the middle of the night, power colliding as the battle exploded. The swords clashed again, sending out a massive shockwave that shattered the stone beneath the feet. Kim Yuan leaped back, dodging a swift strike from the blue-haired ranker. Hypnos came at him with another slash, but Kim Yuan twisted his body, leaning back just in time to avoid the blade. Countering fast, Kim Yuan swung his sword and landed a heavy blow, only to watch the figure of Hypnos dissolve into purple smoke. An illusion. Kim Yuan spun around, eyes wide. The real Hypnos was already on him, closing the distance in a flash. As Kim Yuan jumped to escape, another shadow appeared, nearly catching him off guard. Hypnos' blade was inches from Kim Yuan's head when a burst of purple mana erupted, blasting Hypnos back. Grimacing, Hypnos landed on the ground, heat licking at his skin. From the center of the field, the violet flames roared higher, swirling around Kim Yuan. Hypnos watched carefully. He thought he knew control fire, but this was different. The flames weren't just following commands. They felt almost alive. Blue hair brushed through the heat, confusion flickering across Kim Yuan's face as he noticed the temperature rising fast. The fire in his hand pulsed, stronger than before, and even he wasn't sure why. Hypnos retreated from the growing blaze, noticing something unsettling. It wasn't burning him directly, but the heat gnawed at him, rising in sync with his unease. Was the fire reacting to his fear? Hypnos stared at his outstretched hand, realization creeping in. The stronger his fear, the stronger the flames. And that was getting annoying. Shaking it off, Hypnos pushed through, readying his next strike. Kim Yuan charged straight at him, sword raised high. Hypnos hadn't expected him to control the flames like that, but there wasn't time to hesitate. The swords collided again, sparks flying with every clash. Kim Yuan glared at Hypnos from beneath his bangs, his gaze sharp and unshaken. Hypnos countered, forcing Kim Yuan back. the blades locked in constant motion. But even as they fought, Hypnos couldn't help but think. This one is seriously talented. Without waiting, Hypnos unleashed his next move. Moon Sleep. A giant moon materialized in the sky above them, casting a cold, glowing light over the battlefield. This would end it, or so he thought. Cracks spread across the moon's surface, and with a shattering roar, it broke apart and vanished. Kim Yuan barely moved, standing calmly in the wreckage of the failed attack. Lowering his head, he asked quietly, "What? Are you scared of the test supervisor?" Hypnos, still at a distance, scoffed. "I serve Olympus. Nothing else." Kim Yuan smirked. "Funny. Say whatever you want. People like you will never understand what a higher goal really is." Hypnos gripped his sword tighter, black mist swirling from the blade. The words echoed in his mind. The higher goal. They couldn't even begin to comprehend the weight he carried. Memories flickered through his mind, scenes from his past, ticking like the gears of a massive clock. They didn't understand. Anyone try to rewind time like this would have to bear the weight of the entire tower. And for that, the chosen must endure everything. The burden, the resolve, the impossible duty of holding this world together. A world built on the sacrifices of tens, even hundreds of, a world of countless realms, billions upon billions of lives, all of it resting on the edge of collapse. Hypnos's cloak rippled behind him as the thought weighed heavy. Even after making his promise to those left behind, he wasn't sure if he could stand here and speak proudly about some higher purpose. Maybe he didn't fully understand what it meant, but there was one thing he knew for certain. With a glare locked on Kim Yuan, Hypnos spat out the words. The real meaning of a higher goal is sacrificing yourself, not sacrificing others. Kim Yuan glanced to the side, his mind drifting back to that enormous, ticking clock. Just like Hypnos, he had turned back time. Also, he could walk through this hell one more time. And honestly, he smiled. Isn't it way cooler this way? Fueled by rage, Hypnos unleashed a devastating attack, ripping apart everything around him. The ground shattered, stones blasted into the air. Hypnos stood laughing in the middle of the destruction. From across the ruined field, Kim Yuan looked toward the spot where Hypnos had been and spoke calmly. Cooler, huh? You don't get to talk about that. Not when you know nothing about Olympus's so-called noble goals. He thought for a moment. Maybe this was crossing a line even the tower wouldn't forgive. Hypnos shut his eyes, whispering to himself. This is all for Olympus. But before he could react, Kim Yuan was already behind him. The blade plunged through Hypnos's back, piercing straight through. Blood splattered. Hypnos twisted slightly, eyes wide and filled with disbelief. Kim Yuan met his gaze, silent and steady. The rancor let out a sharp, pained cry, stumbling forward as he clutched his wound. Turning back, gasping, Hypnos struggled to understand. How did you do that? Moon's dream, a skill that made fear itself real. Even if someone could see through illusions, it wasn't supposed to be possible to break free. Kim Yuan's blade dripped with blood, his stance unshaken. The falling debris and chaos. It was impossible not to feel fear in a moment like this. What kind of eyes are those? Hypnos demanded. Kim Yuan just smirked. Very good ones. Hypnos snarled. This isn't over. If illusions won't work, I still have more. But Kim Yuan cut him off, his voice calm and final. No, it ends here. In his mind, Kim Yuan knew the truth. Even if it wasn't fully mastered yet, this skill was the perfect counter to hallucinations. And that's why he'd been so confident from the start. This is the end, Kim Yuan declared. Hypnos raised his sword, desperate to swing one last time. But above him, a massive dark figure loomed, glowing eyes staring down. Before he could react, cracks splintered across his purple blade. Hypnos looked up, eyes wide in shock, right as the sword shattered in a blinding flash of light. The shattered blade crumbled to pieces, and Hypnos dropped to one knee, head bowed low before the manager. Without wasting a second, the manager demanded an explanation. Grinding his teeth, Hypnos shot a glare back, muttering under his breath, "It's just that." Off to the side, Kim Yuan stood calmly, arms crossed over his chest, watching as Hypnos stammered through his apology. "I'm sorry," Hypnos said, his voice barely above a whisper. The manager's gaze hardened. "Did Olympus order this?" he asked coldly. Lowering his head, Hypnos struck his chest with his fist just as the manager began listing names. Was it Ares? Hera? But Hypnos quickly cut him off. "No, it was me. My own decision." The manager's expression darkened. His eyes bored down on Hypnos with a look of cold disapproval. "So now you're trying to take all the blame yourself?" Hypnos looked up, pitiful and strained. "Not exactly," he admitted weakly, but the manager wasn't convinced. Even if that's true, Olympus won't walk away from this untouched. A looming shadow formed behind the manager, towering and oppressive. "I'm stripping you of your overseer status," he declared. and I'm revoking all rights Olympus held over the 11th floor. Before Hypnos could protest, his voice rising in desperation, the manager shot him a glare so fierce it silenced him instantly. How dare you raise your voice at me? A moment later, Hypnos was thrown aside, his body slamming hard against the ground. Dazed, he tried to push himself up, only for the manager to step in and crush him back down. Stones cracked and scattered as Hypnos's head was pinned to the earth. Kim Yuan stood nearby, listening quietly as curses spilled out from beneath the rubble. Amid the chaos, Hypnos caught sight of Kim Yuan waving at him, face calm and unbothered. Then, just like that, the manager sent Hypnos underground, disappearing from sight. The manager turned, his attention shifting to Kim Yuan. Across from him, standing in his long red cloak, Kim Yuan met his gaze. Kim Yuan, the manager called out. Kim Yuan gave a slight nod, eyes closed for a moment. I've heard you're quite the difficult one, the manager said. But what exactly did you expect, challenging a ranker like that? Kim Yuan looked up, meeting his gaze. I had no choice, he replied. Too much has been slipping through the cracks with no one keeping proper control. As he spoke, Kim Yuan thought to himself that people like this, those with such authority in the tower, might as well be its rulers. But as long as no laws were broken, there was no reason to fear them. Looking back at the manager, Kim Yuan asked, Tell me, doesn't it seem like a lot of strange things have happened during this test? Starting from the team assignments. The manager frowned, arms crossing as he studied Kim Yuan's face. So you're suggesting this was all my fault? Someone has to take responsibility, Kim Yuan answered plainly. For a moment, the manager stared at him in silence. Then, a grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Bold of you, he said, but you're not exactly wrong. He paused, then added, Finish this trial, and I'll see that you're rewarded properly. The two of them stood face to face in the open clearing, the tension finally beginning to ease. Kim Yuan glanced at the manager and asked if he planned on backing out of his promise later. The manager scoffed. I'm a manager, he said. Don't compare me to the others you've met. But as he spoke, his eyes shifted toward the bushes, spotting a dark silhouette lurking nearby. With a quick glance back at Kim Yuan, he added, We've got plenty of witnesses. Better end the small talk here. Off to the side, Nam Gung-hoon quietly observed everything unfold. In a sudden flash of red light, the manager vanished, but not before leaving a warning behind. A storm is coming, and it's about to hit the entire tower. Later, Kim Yuan and his team regrouped on the field. Nam Gung-hoon couldn't help but replay what they just witnessed. They came here expecting something simple after spotting the king. But instead, they got wrapped up in something unbelievable. Gathered together, his teammates started whispering, trying to figure out if all of this had really been a setup. Was Olympus behind this? Someone asked. Even if the overseer acted on his own, this is still a scandal, another said. Nam Gung-hoon frowned, his sharp blue eyes glancing to the side as he thought it through. There was no way something this massive came from one person's scheme. Someone higher up had to be pulling the strings. One of his teammates asked if they should keep quiet. If the public finds out, someone else said, the entire tower will break into chaos. Nam Gung-hoon, his back to the group, asked the real question. Are you trying to start a war between Olympus and Urim? Kim Yuan stood a short distance away, silently listening as the chatter continued. Still, how did he manage to fight a ranker? Someone blurted out. And not just any ranker, a warden. Kim Yuan could hear every word. Nam Gung-hoon watched him carefully, lips pressed into a thin line. This wasn't the first time a player had taken down a ranker. Sun Wukong had done it too, back when he was still just a player. But Kim Yuan, Nam Gung-hoon narrowed his eyes, studying the man in the red cloak. This guy wasn't just another strong player. The storm he was about to bring would be even bigger than Sun Wukong. Looking up, Nam Gung-hoon finally spoke. So, what's your plan now? He knew Olympus would be coming for Kim Yuan. Every last one of them. What are you going to do? Fight them all. Kim Yuan's answer was simple. I'll keep fighting until I defeat the rulers of Olympus. Zeus himself. Nam Gung-hoon blinked, caught off guard by the confidence. Then he asked the obvious question. What's your problem with the Olympians? Kim Yuan shrugged. I helped a blacksmith who refused to make them a weapon. Since then, they've been after me. Nam Gung-hoon's eyes widened. A blacksmith connected to Olympus? There was only one that came to mind. Hephaestus. Furrowing his brow, Nam Gung-hoon shut his eyes for a moment, piecing together stories he'd heard from his clanmates. And now the guy behind it all was standing right in front of him. Figures, Nam Gung-hoon muttered. Turning away, he started to walk off. Be careful, he called back. No matter how special you are, you're up against Olympus now. One of his teammates asked where to next, and just then, a new message arrived. Suddenly, Nam Gung-jinwon's face appeared on the silver sphere. He announced that a great Murim war was on the horizon. Nam Gung-hoon frowned and turned to his team. We're heading back to the Namgung clan, he ordered. Meanwhile, tears streamed down Halman's face as he clenched his fists, grinning through the relief. I really thought I was going to die today, he laughed. Kim Yuan stood in front of him, looking down at the circle where Halaman still sat. But you didn't, Kim Yuan said simply. Halaman muttered a quiet, yeah. Kim Yuan met his gaze, dark eyes steady. Yellow energy still flickered around Halaman as he glanced up nervously. Did I mess something up again? He asked, unsure. Kim Yuan shook his head, a small smile tugging at his lips. No, you held on. You didn't give up. You pushed through. Then, holding out a red flag marked with the number 618, Kim Yuan handed it to him. Halaman blinked in surprise. That's a lot, he whispered. Staring at the flag, lips pressed tight, Halaman thought about what the points meant. Sure, collecting that many flags meant a massive reward. But that wasn't what made him happiest right now. What really mattered was being praised by the one who carried the most weight when things got dangerous. As Halaman took the flag from Kim Yuan's hands, he felt it shift. The number updated, 1236. Right after, system notifications flashed across the field. Player Kim Yuan gave 618 flags to the king. Looking up, Halaman watched the announcement appear. Team A collected 1236 flags. Team B collected 2 flags. The winner is Team A. And then, another message popped up. For some unknown reason, the system awarded him extra contribution points. Kim Yuan's eyes widened as he read his own notification. Plus 10,000 contribution points. Access to contribution point store unlocked. As the sun rose over the mountain peaks, its light washed over the field. A final alert appeared. 11th floor rankings updated. Access to the 12th floor granted. Later, sitting on a small bed in a hotel on the 12th floor, Kim Yuan scrolled through the new rankings. There he was, sitting comfortably in first place. Right behind him were names like Zeus, Hercules, and Odin, each with barely half his score. Kim Yuan muttered to himself. A bit over 20,000 points. He had expected to be satisfied with 10,000. But this was double. Remembering the strange bonus notifications, Kim Yuan guessed the extra points probably came from the manager. Either way, the total was beyond anything he imagined. As he kept scrolling, he spotted Halaman sitting at rank 36th with 6,230 points. Not bad at all. For risking his life and holding his ground as king, he earned every bit of that reward. Further down the list, Kim Yuan noticed another familiar name. Hargan had claimed 6th place with 7,860 points. Kim Yuan nodded slightly. Not bad, he thought. Not bad. Kim Yuan thought to himself. Memories of Hargan flashed through his mind. Back to when they first met, back when the Hargan already showed so much potential. But the higher they climbed the tower, the stronger Hargan became. Kim Yuan recalled that angry, frustrated look on his face and wondered if he was still driven by what happened during the tutorial and back on the first floor. The ranking screen closed with a snap. Kim Yuan leaned forward, pressing his palms into the bed, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Hargan, he'd really like to see how far that guy had come. Somewhere in the tower, far from the rankings and the battles, the Namgung clan welcomed the guests beneath the towering wooden pagoda. Second only to the heavenly demon cult and the martial arts sect, the Namgung clan was one of the most powerful associations, home to countless rankers, including some of the very best. Inside the clan's residence, scrolls and documents were scattered across a work table. The man seated, there was none other than Namgung Jinwon, the leader who had dragged the dying clan back to glory. With his neatly tied hair and emerald cloak resting on his shoulders, Namgung Jinwon listened as a young man bowed before him, head lowered. The test on the 11th floor turned into complete chaos, the man reported. Even the manager had to step in. Namgung Hoon lifted his head, his clear blue eyes meeting Namgung Jinwon. I figured it would be worth spreading the word through player recruitment, he added. That's why I came back early, still focused on the papers before him. Namgung Jinwon responded without looking up. The Olympians were after Gigantomachia. They found Hephaestus, but thanks to Kim Yuman's interference, they couldn't recruit him. Water dripped steadily from a bamboo pipe into a ceramic bowl, the quiet sound filling the room. Namgung Jinwon exhaled slowly. What a headache, he muttered. Both men stood at the same time. Namgung Jinwon glanced toward Namgung Hoon. You said your team had a sponsor from Asgard? That's right, Namgung Hoon confirmed. His name's Gibbons. Namgung Jinwon nodded. In that case, it won't be long before Asgard hears about all of this. He stepped aside, folding his hands behind his back as his thoughts drifted aloud. Looks like Kim Yaman's about to find himself right in the middle of a storm he never asked for. Scanning the shelves lined with ancient books, Namgung Jinwon smirked slightly. This time, Miram Grand might really shake things up. Meanwhile, a bright purple flash split the air. Kim Yaman stood beneath the open sky, holding his twin-bladed spear high above his head. Dozens of round targets were scattered ahead of him. With a sharp push off the ground, Kim Yaman lunged forward, his red eyes glowing. He swung the spear, igniting it as the blade sliced through the air. Targets exploded into fragments, shattering on impact. From a distance, the other players watched in stunned silence. Even from so far back, he was hitting the targets cleanly and faster with each strike. More targets crumbled moments later. The group stared wide-eyed. "This is insane," someone muttered. "How many is he planning to break?" Another shook his head. "Looks like he's about to." Kim Yumon hovered in the air, surrounded by countless fragments as a system notification rang out. He had shattered 1,000 targets. Letting out a slow breath, he watched the lingering traces of mana swirling around him. This had been the perfect training session. His spear-throwing technique was sharper than ever, but this was the first time he had forged and controlled spears made from sacred flames. A glowing sign confirmed it. He had conquered the 19th floor and could now advance to the next challenge. His level had risen, and his strength, stamina, and intuition had each increased by a point. Standing on solid ground, he glanced at the massive system window beside him. A new notification flashed, 50,000 points credited. Kim Yumon frowned. He still had about 5 minutes left, but no more targets appeared. It seemed he'd wiped them all out. The minimum requirement for passing the test had been 100 targets, yet he had obliterated 10 times that amount. And for what? A mere 5,000 points? The reward felt ridiculously underwhelming. He recalled his time at the hotel on the 12th floor, where he had spent a staggering 22,000 contribution points. On the 11th floor, he had earned far more than expected, which allowed him to purchase a crucial item. But now, his rapid progress had pushed him to the upper limits, and the system's rewards no longer matched his achievements. Breaking away from the other players, Kim Yumon pondered his next move. If he wanted better rewards, he needed to reach the 20th floor. The trials at every 10th floor were brutal, but the prizes made them worth the effort. Still, the upcoming challenge would demand everything he had. It wouldn't hurt to slow down and prepare. His eyes landed on his mana stat, 99 points. It was the perfect moment to break past the double-digit threshold. The most efficient way? Acquiring an elixir worth 1,000,000 points. A mental image of a shimmering silver pearl formed in his mind. The Greater Scarlet Medicine Ball, crafted in Murim only once every 3 years. A vast stone plaza flashed through his thoughts. If he wanted the elixir, he'd have to seize it in the Great War of Murim. Without hesitation, he strode toward the massive archway, leaving the other players behind. The event was only a few days away, and it was time to move. The day before the Great War of Murim, 10th floor. The sun bathed the bustling city in golden light, its warm rays dancing across the streets. A young man with long white hair stood amid the lively crowd, while a girl beside him beamed with excitement. "Looks like another huge turnout this year," she said, her voice brimming with energy. The man nodded. "Not surprising. This is Murim's biggest event. The whole city's already buzzing." Festive energy filled the air, and stalls overflowed with food. A table nearby held golden brown meat pies, while plates stacked high with chicken legs sprinkled in fresh green onions tempted passersby. Among the chatter, a local remarked, "I bet Namgung who's going to win this time." Another nodded. "Yeah, I heard he's considered a genius, even in the Namgung clan. And they're the ones hosting the war, after all." As the bustling city streets filled with chatter, one man mentioned that he was still part of the Murim Guild, though it wasn't even the largest guild around. Conversations buzzed about the upcoming competition, and someone speculated that in that case, Hargang was the likely winner. Rumors swirled. He had already reached the 25th floor and was simply waiting there for the event to begin. A blur shot down the street, a man running at breakneck speed. A bystander shook their head. "This is madness," they muttered. "Give it 10 years, and he'll probably be a ranker." Suddenly, a loud slam echoed through the marketplace as a blond man smacked the table with both hands, startling the person sitting behind him. He grinned, his voice ringing with excitement. "I've got big news. The legendary Murim will have a new challenger, Kim Yumon." He hopped onto a bench, propping one foot up as he settled beside 2 men deep in conversation. One of them raised an eyebrow. "Isn't he just focused on climbing floors?" he asked. "Why would he be interested in this competition?" The blonde shrugged. "That's what I want to know too. A guy who's turned down offers from the biggest guilds, refused sponsorships, and yet he's stepping into an event where everyone fights tooth and nail for the prize." Seated near a small commercial building, a few more people speculated. "Maybe it's about the reward," one suggested. "If he's entering, he must be confident he'll win." Another nodded. "It's no coincidence that his name keeps coming up in every major event lately." Nearby, a towering white pagoda stood against the skyline. A man smirked. "If Kim Yumon involved, you can bet the guilds will be all over this war." He leaned forward, tapping the table. "I'll put points on how many try to recruit him." "Shut up and leave," someone muttered. The conversation took a sharp turn when a pink-haired girl approached, only to be met with rejection. Her eyes widened in shock. She wasn't the only one. Next, a dark-skinned man with jet black hair stepped forward, only to be dismissed as well. Then, a long-haired blonde tried his luck, only to face the same fate. Standing opposite a tall brunette in a black kimono was a formidable figure, a towering man with blue skin, the leader of the Earthly Branches Guild. A rancor, a dragon. Brunil. Kim Yaman crossed his arms. Leave. Brunil let out a breath and spread his arms. Shouldn't you at least invite me in first? These discussions don't happen on doorsteps. Kim Yaman found him irritating. Before he could respond, another voice cut through the tension. I heard the Earthly Branch clan's been struggling lately, but for the guild leader himself to show up in person? Brunil turned, his expression darkening as he recognized the newcomer. A blond man in a pristine white suit stepped forward, a large golden cross gleaming on his chest. Surreal, the dragon muttered. Surreal's gaze flicked to Kim Yaman, his lips curling into a smile. So, we finally meet, he said. I'm at the Zion Guild. Kim Yaman stood at the massive door, scanning the figures before him. His patience was wearing thin. Now, a high-ranking archangel, he muttered. Just how talented do they think I am? Then, with a sigh, he counted aloud. You'll be the 13th today. Surreal took a step closer, pulling out a card. Well then, let's get to the point. Surreal held out a card, his voice smooth. If you ever change your mind, there will always be a place for you in our guild. Kim Yaman scoffed internally. The arrogance. Without hesitation, he replied, even if you handed it to me, I wouldn't contact you. Surreal raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting such a blunt rejection. Before he could react, a hand suddenly snatched the card away. Huh, now, that is a classic Kim Yaman answer. Hargang grinned, twirling the card between his fingers before looking at Kim Yaman with a playful smile. So what about me? You gonna kick me out too? His tone was teasing, his wink full of mischief. Then, in one smooth motion, he burned the business card to ashes. Kim Yaman exhaled. Yeah, you too. Leave. The blonde smile faltered. Wait, seriously? His voice held a hint of disbelief. Kim Yaman nodded, dead serious. Standing nearby, both Brunil and Surreal silently observed the exchange. The two guild leaders wore grim expressions, processing what had just happened. Even Hargang, a rising star from Olympus, and someone who had apparently gone through the tutorial with Kim Yaman, had come all this way to recruit him. Hargang's face twisted in exaggerated displeasure before Kim Yaman smirked. I'm joking. Get inside. The blonde let out an exasperated sigh. You have zero sense of humor. Before any more could be said, the front door slammed shut in Brunil and Surreal's faces. The archangel clenched his jaw, fists tightening in frustration. Behind him, his fair-haired subordinate fumed. This is insulting. He didn't even let you inside. This dishonors our guild. Brunil let out a low chuckle. Don't take it too personally. We weren't the only ones turned away. With a shrug, he motioned for them to leave. Inside, in a spacious room lined with intricately carved wooden walls, Hargang took in his surroundings with an approving nod. Not bad, he mused. You've racked up quite a fortune, huh? Kim Yaman leaned back. The points are still coming in. Since I stopped climbing for now, I figured I might as well rest comfortably. Hargang turned toward the door, eyebrows shooting up when a sudden knock was followed by a loud, desperate voice calling for Kim Yaman. Kim Yaman barely reacted. Ignore it. If it was urgent, they'd break the door down. Hargang let out a chuckle, pushing his chair back as he sat. Nice place, but I don't see how anyone could relax with that happening all day. He leaned forward, resting an elbow on the table. How often does this happen? Today's been especially bad, Kim Yaman admitted. It's probably because of the Great Murim War coming up. Hargang smirked. Well, no surprise there. You're famous. Anyone with half a brain could figure out where you're staying just by looking around. Kim Yaman shrugged. They could have just asked. I would have told them. Hargang let out a dramatic sigh, shaking his head. Where's the fun in that? I wanted to surprise you. But judging by that face of yours, not much catches you off guard anymore. They both sat at the wooden table as Kim Yaman casually asked, What about your team? They're staying at an inn, Hargang replied. I came alone. Kim Yaman gave him a skeptical glance. No one slipped up? Not a single one, Hargang assured him. They're all sharp in their own way. Trust me, every last one of them will be rankers someday. Kim Yaman glanced upward, deep in thought. Kim Yaman pursed his lips as Hargang casually shifted the conversation. I heard you got into a pretty big fight recently, the blonde said, leaning forward. Something about stopping Hephaestus from being taken? Kim Yaman remained silent, his hands resting on the table as he listened. Not that it's my business, Hargang continued, tilting his head slightly. But do you have any idea who his father is? Kim Yaman's expression didn't change, but Hargang smirked. A lot of information gets around, and when I heard about it, I seriously thought you had lost your mind. His eyes narrowed slightly. What exactly is your problem with Olympus? Kim Yaman glanced at him. noting how confident he looked despite the weight of his words. Hargang shrugged. Not that I care about public opinion, he added, but this whole mess affected her the most. He absent-mindedly placed a hand beside a small cup. Aries too, though I never really got along with either of them. Kim Yaman eyes darkened slightly. And what about Zeus? Does he know? Hargang raised an eyebrow. You're the first person I've heard say his name so casually. His usual smirk faded as he leaned back. My father's been obsessed with reaching the last floor of the tower. That's all he cares about. For a brief moment, an image of a man clad in massive armor flashed through his mind. I haven't been back to Olympus in a long time, he admitted, so I have no idea what's going on there. Across from him, Kim Yaman clenched his fist, deep in thought. The 100th floor, the so-called last floor. No one had ever managed to clear it, which was why those who reached it were called rankers. They think that's the ceiling. His foot brushed against the carpet as he stood up. Either way, Hargang continued. Watching him, Olympus is keeping an eye on you, saving that criminal put a target on your back. So be careful. I'll try to talk to my father while I still have the chance. Kim Yaman gave him a sharp look. So, even you were calling your uncle a criminal? Hargang sighed as he got up from his seat, but before he could say more, Kim Yaman stepped aside. I need to go somewhere, he said abruptly. Hargang arched a brow. Where? Kim Yaman barely glanced back. The center. For the first time, Hargang's usually relaxed expression faltered. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. Meanwhile, in a blazing forge, the rhythmic clang of a hammer echoed through the workshop. Under the intense heat of the flames, Hephaestus carefully held a glowing blue stone with a pair of tongs. Sparks flew as he struck hot metal against the anvil, each impact sending tremors through the room. Sweat dripped down his face as he exhaled, momentarily pausing to wipe his brow. He studied the metal in front of him, its edges burning with an eerie glow, shaped into wicked claws. He wondered if he was going overboard, considering 3 days had already passed. His hands twitched. He needed to create. If he stood idle, his mind would race. With a heavy sigh, he stepped away from the fire, dragging a towel over his face. His thoughts drifted to the endless pile of weapons and armor before him. Half of what came to mind were blades, but he couldn't afford to hesitate. Not now. His gaze fell on the stack of unfinished armor and shields lying in wait. Time to get back to work. Hephaestus glanced to the side, his thoughts drifting. The weapon he had given to that idiot. No, he corrected himself, his benefactor. His gaze shifted to the open doorway, and he smirked slightly. Rumors had already reached the first floor. Kim Yaman had once again made a spectacular climb up the tower. Almost done, Hephaestus muttered to himself, hammering away at the metal. A sudden voice interrupted him. You hear? Startled, the blacksmith looked up, his eyes widening as Kim Yaman stepped into the forge. He scowled. Did no one ever teach you how to knock? Hargang followed behind, descending the stairs casually. Hephaestus shot him a questioning look. And who's this? The blonde stepped forward, meeting the blacksmith's gaze. Hargang, he introduced himself. A sharp scoff. Just a copy of your father, Hephaestus remarked unimpressed. Hargang's expression darkened, his jaw tightening. Are you going to call me little brother too? His voice carried an edge. The old man shook his head. Your family's conflicts run too deep for that kind of sentiment. Before another word could be spoken, emerald energy flickered around Hephaestus, his aura glowing dangerously. You here for my soul too? He snapped. Hargang sighed. Not at all. Hephaestus frowned, watching the exchange. You don't even have the strength for that, Hargang added with a smirk. I just came to see you. The blacksmith's eyes narrowed. Why? Kim Yaman suddenly spoke, his tone steady. Because I don't trust Olympus. The room went silent. Hephaestus studied him carefully, while Hargang lowered his head, his fists clenched. Since the day I was born, the blonde muttered, I was taught that my so-called respected older brother was a criminal. That's what Olympus drilled into me. He took a deep breath, but then I found out my friend was the one who saved him. Hephaestus stroked his gray beard thoughtfully. Hargang's voice was firm. That opened my eyes to a lot. And now, I want to see the truth for myself. The blacksmith observed him closely. Something about the boy's eyes, the way they burned with determination, reminded him of someone. He pictured a tall, golden-haired man in his mind. His father's son, through and through. The three stood there in silence, the forge crackling around them. Hephaestus finally broke it. What is it you're after? Hargang turned to Kim Yaman before answering. I can't say for sure yet, he admitted. I've only seen the surface. His eyes met the blacksmith's. But I did hear you stop forging for Olympus. Hephaestus didn't respond immediately, his expression unreadable. Hargang pressed on. That wasn't always the case. There are still plenty of weapons and artifacts in Olympus bound by your craft. He took a step forward. What made you stop? Kim Yaman shifted his gaze to the blacksmith, who hesitated for a moment. Hephaestus closed his eyes briefly, then exhaled. Because of the beginning of Gigantomachy. Kim Yamon turned away, quietly heading for the exit as the old man's voice deepened. In his mind, an image formed, an imposing warrior clad in massive armor, his long hair tied back in a ponytail. Giants, one of the few races that dominated the tower, their power and sheer presence unmatched. And with them came war. In the open field, warriors gathered. Their representatives stepped forward, standing in the center as onlookers whispered among themselves. Some feared them, pointing fingers, calling their power unnatural. But the truth was undeniable. The Olympians owed their very existence to the giants. And yet, they followed them into battle. Among the warriors stood Hephaestus, clad in armor. The giants had once seen the Olympians as comrades, even friends. He had, too, his gray brows furrowed as he recalled the past, a memory seared into his mind. He had trusted the giants, considered them his brothers. Until that day, his eyes widened in shock, his breath catching as pain exploded through his back. A sword had pierced him, not just any blade, his own creation. Another blade followed, ripping through his chest. His voice was hollow as he spoke. I was stabbed in the heart by my own weapon. Gigantomachy, a war started by Olympus, by Zeus himself, when the giants were deemed unworthy, disposable. The reason? Simple, ruthless. Politics. What followed was a massacre, a blood-soaked battlefield where two once allied races slaughtered each other. From the outside, the giants were seen as monstrous, dangerous. But the truth? Greed drove humanity. They no longer wanted to share power, they wanted to own it. An image of Odin on the battlefield surfaced in Hephaestus' mind. The giants of Asgard, the giants of Olympus. Their guilds torn apart, turned against one another in an endless war. Dragons soared around the tower, their mighty roars shaking the skies. Below, lifeless bodies littered the ground, a testament to the brutality of it all. Swords clashed like rolling thunder, and rivers of blood soaked the earth. Hephaestus clenched his comrade's lifeless body in his arms, grief breaking through his usually stoic demeanor. His voice cracked as he cried out, his heart shattered. This was all for Olympus, he said bitterly. They did this just to wash away the stain of ever working alongside giants. The forge blazed, its flames roaring in the silence as Hephaestus' voice lowered. That's why I stopped making weapons for them. Kim Yamon stood still, absorbing every word. He had heard this story before, a long time ago. Back then, he hadn't been able to grasp its weight, but now he understood. The blacksmith clenched his fists, his knuckles white. He was holding himself back, barely keeping his emotions in check. Hargang's expression darkened. Decades ago, they asked you to forge weapons again, he murmured, a grim realization settling in. Were they for the remaining giants? Hephaestus exhaled heavily. That's what I assumed. Hargang's fists trembled. Are they trying to repeat Gigantomachy? Hephaestus hesitated for a moment before answering. I believe it's still in the preparation stage, but the possibility is there. Hargang's eyes widened in disbelief. The blacksmith gave him a long, measured look. That's the end of my story, he said simply. Whether you choose to believe it or not, that's up to you. His back turned as he spoke his final words. I still stand against Olympus. Kim Yamon slowly descended the stairs, his mind racing. Behind him, Hephaestus waved a hand. You didn't just come here to introduce him, did you? His lips curled into a knowing smirk. Come on, let's head to the warehouse. As Kim Yamon passed Hargang, he cast a brief, sidelong glance before following Hephaestus down the corridor, leaving the blonde alone. For a moment, Hargang's hands were relaxed at his sides. Then suddenly his fingers curled into tight fists. Kim Yamon and Hephaestus moved through a dimly lit passage, the stone walls around them echoing their footsteps. As they descended a flight of stairs, the blacksmith spoke. Hargang seems like a good kid. I get why you brought him here. Kim Yamon exhaled slowly, shutting his eyes for a brief second before answering. Do you plan to make him an ally? Hephaestus asked. Kim Yamon opened his eyes. If you think he's worth trusting, that's good enough for me. Hephaestus suddenly stopped and turned, giving Kim Yamon a sharp glare. Don't try to rope me in. Kim Yamon smirked. So, I was right. You still don't trust him. The blacksmith grumbled, glancing at Kim Yamon over his shoulder. He's in an unstable period right now. No one knows which side he'll end up choosing, including him. I want to observe him first. Kim Yamon said nothing. He understood the caution. As they approached a massive iron door, thick chains wrapped around it gleamed under the dim light. Hephaestus placed a hand on the metal. Don't go running your mouth about this, he warned. With a heavy clank, the lock came undone. The sealing chain unraveled, and as the door creaked open, a black and blue aura seeped through the gap. Hephaestus exhaled. Your order is inside, but its nature is a little complicated. Behind him, thin, glowing chains shimmered, restraining the immense magical energy contained within. I saw what you named your last sword, Hephaestus muttered. Didn't trust you to name this one, so I did it myself. Kim Yumon gaze fell on the object, a black glove bound by several enchanted chains. Hephaestus placed a hand on the artifact. This is Kaini. Kim Yumon stepped closer, his thoughts flickering to another creation from long ago. The helmet my uncle made was also called Kaini, he murmured. His eyes traced the glove's sleek, lethal design. The name fit. Reaching forward, Kim Yumon grabbed one of the chains, and Hephaestus spoke up. I used up all the adamantium you brought me. Infuse the true, pure, dark, divine crystal on the glove's outer layer. He paused. You won't be able to see it, but it's there. Kim Yumon ran his fingers over the smooth surface. Can I wear it? Hephaestus gave a short nod. Go ahead. It's so thin, you won't believe it's made of adamantium. Kim Yumon slid the glove onto his hand. The moment it settled over his fingers, a faint glow began to pulse around it. Hephaestus watched closely, his gray brows furrowed. He fought a ranker back on the first floor. There's no doubt about his strength. But Kaini wouldn't choose an owner based on raw power alone. It had its own criteria. Is he worthy? As the glow intensified, Kim Yumon turned toward the blacksmith. So I can really remove. His words cut off. The world around him vanished. Darkness swallowed everything. Kim Yumon stood frozen in an endless void, alone. The silence was thick, suffocating. Then a flash. A yellow-green light flickered above his head. A moment later, a massive, glowing eye snapped open. Its vertical pupil locked onto him. The air grew heavy. A deep, otherworldly voice rumbled through the void. Who are you? Kim Yumon, standing before the luminous entity, lifted his head. Kim Yumon's eyes narrowed. If this thing had questions, maybe you should be the one doing the asking. Gritting his teeth, he furrowed his brows. This is Kaini test. I am Kim Yumon, he declared, his voice steady. The creature's massive eyes stared unblinking before its deep voice rumbled again. Another time. Kim Yumon stiffened. Another time? What does that mean? From the darkness, a figure in a red cloak stepped forward, approaching the luminous eye. Could it be talking about your time travel? The figure mused. Kim Yumon turned to face him. Who are you? What do you want from me? The dark pupil of the entity shrank slightly. I am I. Its voice was cryptic, unsettling. Kim Yumon's gaze remained locked on the glowing eye, a thick aura of darkness radiating from it. He exhaled sharply. You don't speak because you're just an eye, huh? A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. This is getting annoying. His mind raced back to what little he knew about Olympus' 3 divine relics, one of which was Kaini, crafted from a fragment of the dark divine stone. Bright red specks flickered in the fog surrounding them. Kaini disappeared during the Outer Gods' invasion. Even Kronos barely had any information on it. A vision flashed before him. Pieces of iron armor floating near the eye. Back then, it was Hades' helm. But now, sealed within a fragment of the dark divine stone, it had transformed, no longer a helm, but a gauntlet. Kim Yumon clenched his fists, determination setting in. I need to understand Kaini. If I can grasp its power, I can wield it properly in the future. Even if he couldn't hold a normal conversation with this entity, there had to be a way to uncover its secrets. Then, the monster spoke again. Egg. A sharp pulse of energy shot through the void. Kim Yumon's pupils shrank as dark energy surged around him. An egg, he muttered. Where did that come from? Before he could process it, a system notification appeared. He woke up. A glowing window materialized before him, displaying the egg's status. Hatching progress, 13.58%. A spherical egg, speckled with blue patterns, pulsed within the window. A bright pink flame flickered around it. Then, another notification. The egg has begun to scream. The piercing sound rattled Kim Yumon's mind. He staggered, bracing himself against the invisible force pressing down on him. He lifted his head, a scowl forming as he realized just how dense the surrounding energy had become. If I touch it directly, my body could explode. He glanced down, only to see pink markings beginning to etch themselves onto his skin. Damn it. I avoided direct contact, but it's already too late. Dark pink energy swirled around him. The force of it was immense. I have to block this with my sacred flames. But then, something made him hesitate. He turned his head sharply, his instincts screaming at him. This isn't an attack at all. A sudden flash burst from the system window. From within the glowing frame, the egg emerged, levitating, radiating dark energy. Hatching progress, 14.12%. A surge pulsed through the space. Hatching progress, 15.23%. The energy intensified. Completion rate, 17.97%. Kim Yumon's gaze flicked back to the system window. His jaw clenched in frustration. Hatching progress, 41.294,104%. His heart pounded. The energy wasn't just powerful. It was familiar. His thoughts raced. This is from an outer god, which meant Kim Yaman turned back toward the massive eye, his expression darkening. You know exactly where they came from, don't you? The consecrated creature loomed before Kim Yaman, its energy surging as he realized it had drastically accelerated the hatching process. Wait, he called out, his voice urgent. Tilting his head back, he fixed his gaze on a massive, glowing eye. Do you know what kind of egg this is? For a moment, the monster remained silent. Then, its deep red iris darkened, black energy swirling within. Kim Yaman breath hitched. It's trying to speak. Please, he urged. Tell me anything. The creature's pupil contracted sharply, as if struggling to form words. Kim Yaman eyes locked onto the eerie green glow that pulsed from it, black aura seeping into the void around them. Then, a flash of bright blue light erupted through the darkness. A voice echoed, Uncle. Kim Yaman barely had time to react before an iron object, radiating immense energy, hurtled toward him. A figure emerged from the light, an elderly man, his face lined with worry, gripping something in his hands. The shock hit Kim Yaman like a wave. His entire body trembled. The object surged closer, aimed straight for his head. You okay? The old man asked, his tone urgent. Your friend. He's completely covered in dark energy. Still reeling, Kim Yaman lowered his head, his mind racing. He had almost died just now. Hephaestus bared his teeth in frustration. How's the glove? Kim Yaman flexed his fingers. Fine, he muttered. The material's so light, I barely feel it. But something gnawed at him. He had been so focused on the creature, on its presence, its words, that he hadn't felt anything else. Did it say something more? His brows furrowed. He could only recall one thing clearly. I am watching you. Kim Yaman stared at the black glove on his hand. A realization struck him. Kaini, a fragment of the dark divine stone, held a far greater secret than he had anticipated. Including the dark divine stone's stone fragment, I've only encountered 3 of these relics. Power pulsed through the gauntlet. It wasn't enough. If he wanted answers, he needed more. 2 more fragments. A small smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Next, I need to find the Trident's piece. Just then, Hargang stormed into the forge, his eyes scanning the room. What the hell just happened? He demanded. The whole workshop was shaking. Hephaestus rubbed his chin. Beats me. Hargang's gaze locked onto the iron tool in the blacksmith's hands, suspicion flickering across his face. That hammer? Kim Yaman, still deep in thought, suddenly turned and began walking. Kim Yaman, Hargang called, quickly catching up. His eyes flickered to the glove. Is that a new item? Kim Yaman barely glanced at him. Are you okay? The blonde pressed. What was all that just now? Kim Yaman exhaled. I don't know. Hargang's brows furrowed. Something about Kim Yaman's expression wasn't right. You fought him, didn't you? He asked, his voice low. Kim Yaman smirked. If I took a direct hit from that hammer, I'd be dead. Hargang's pupils shrank slightly, his jaw tightening. So you did fight. Behind them, Hephaestus turned back to his work, hammering away as if nothing had happened. Kim Yaman, his mind clearer now, clenched his fists. This is just the beginning. Hargang exhaled, shaking his head. Honestly, I don't even know what just happened. Kim Yaman glanced sideways. Have you at least collected your thoughts? The blonde rubbed the back of his neck, still looking a bit dazed. I'm getting there. But first, I think I need to meet with my sister and brother. A single bead of sweat rolled down Kim Yaman's face. Which ones? He asked, tilting his head. Do you even know how many siblings you have? Hargang let out a small chuckle. Apollo and Artemis. Kim Yaman's expression hardened. The image of 2 warriors, clad in iron chainmail and radiating immense power, flashed through his mind. Apollo and Artemis, illegitimate children of Zeus, just like Hargang. But unlike him, they were already ranked among the top 10 strongest high rankers in Olympus. More importantly, they had both fought directly in the Gigantomachia War. Hargang scratched his head, looking troubled. So that's it, Kim Yaman realized. He wants to hear the truth from those who witnessed the war firsthand. Hargang looked up as Kim Yaman spoke. You're planning to investigate this yourself, aren't you? The blonde nodded, but quickly changed the subject. I'm also focusing on a great Miram War. He moved his hand to the side in a sweeping motion. I want to establish my presence. Make sure the Olympians know my name. Kim Yaman raised an eyebrow. Didn't think you cared about that sort of thing. Hargang bared his teeth in a grin. I'm not Ares. His tone carried an edge. If I want power of my own, I don't have the luxury of sitting back and waiting. I have to prove myself. Constantly. A vision flickered through Kim Yaman's mind. Iron weapons hovering over a battlefield soaked in blood. Hargang's expression turned serious. This time, the competition will be stacked. Way more skilled participants than before. You know what that means, right? Kim Yaman nodded. More rankers in the mix. Hargang clenched his fists, slamming them together with force. Exactly. A stage this big. The Great War of Miram. How can I not be there? His voice brimmed with excitement. Kim Yaman observed him quietly. He looks fired up. With an almost mischievous grin, Hargang stepped closer. Besides, this time, there's an especially important player in the war. Kim Yaman, draped in his red cloak, narrowed his eyes. Ooh, the image of a man with long hair, his body wrapped in an overwhelming aura, surfaced in his mind. Hargang's smile widened. The deputy head of the heavenly, demonic divine, cult vice lord, is joining. Kim Yaman stiffened. A drop of sweat traced down his face as realization set in. Is he talking about me? His mind flashed to the city skyline, where immense energy pulsed like a living force. The deputy head of the heavenly, demonic divine cult vice lord had the right to command any cult members within the war. That authority alone made him a dangerous presence on the battlefield. But there was one problem. The heavenly, demonic divine cult vice lord had been practically inactive in Murim. Their only stronghold was on Celestial Mountain, a place they refused to leave due to the unwavering will of the divine cult vice lord himself. But if they're stepping into the war now, Kim Yaman's gaze darkened. That means the demon's long-standing wish has finally been fulfilled. And that changed everything. A furious bearded man stood in shock. He never expected the legendary old master of the heavenly, demonic divine cult to declare an all-out war as his first move. Kim Yaman, however, saw an opportunity. If the cult truly established itself, they could play a crucial role in the future battle against the outer gods. Meanwhile, deep within the forge, flames roared from the cauldron. A blond man pondered aloud. There was no way they would appoint just anyone as the deputy head of the deputy heavenly, demonic, divine cult vice lord. He speculated that only rankers would qualify, realizing he himself wouldn't meet the requirements. At that moment, the brunette beside him smirked and admitted, "It was me." Hargang's face stiffened, sweat trickling down his forehead. He turned to the protagonist, seeking confirmation. Without hesitation, the main character stated that he was indeed the deputy head of the deputy heavenly, demonic, divine cult vice lord. Opposite him, a man in a red cloak stood silently, while the blonde spread his arms wide in disbelief. An elderly man shot them a look of disapproval as the blonde continued, guessing that the protagonist, now holding such a prestigious title, must be from a small, noble clan. He then questioned if this position was a reward for surviving the cult's grueling trials. Kim Yaman lowered his gaze, recalling that while the sacred flame had been the final prize, he had also been granted the role of deputy head. Hargang's curiosity grew. Should I have taken the test myself? He mused. Crossing his arms, the blonde smirked and asked, "If word got out, wouldn't your worth skyrocket?" The brunette, unfazed, simply replied that he had no intention of joining any faction. Hargang chuckled darkly, shaking his head. "That's just your opinion," he said. "The guilds, they see things differently." A devilish grin spread across his face as he leaned in. Tomorrow is going to be interesting. The next day, green banners adorned with ancient symbols fluttered in the wind as the Grand Murim tournament began. The system's voice rang out, declaring that through this war, the greatest warrior would be found among tens of thousands of players. Spectators filled the stands, buzzing with excitement. The announcer hyped up the crowd, reminding them that even among the audience, there were plenty of powerful players. But today, all eyes were locked on the rising stars of history. So, he called out, "Who will claim victory this time?" In the crowd, a green-haired girl clad in armor turned her head with confidence. The system then posed the question, who will seize an item worth millions of points? The massive battle arena came into view, surrounded by houses with blue rooftops. The moment had arrived. The qualifying stage was officially underway. A system window flashed. 10 players were to enter the battlefield simultaneously. As the warriors prepared to step forward, an excited voice rang out, pointing to a familiar face. "Look, Kamen, he just reached the 10th floor." Among the fighters, a warrior draped in a blue cloak clenched his fist, ready for battle. Another voice in the crowd recognized Yang Wono, a known member of the Blue Blade clan. The man grinned widely. His reputation wasn't exactly clean, but at least people knew his name. Yang Wono strode toward the arena, recalling his climb to the 18th floor. He knew that only players up to the 25th floor could compete. As he stepped onto the battlefield, his gaze locked onto a brunette with a ponytail. If he wanted to stand out, there was only one way. He had to climb the rankings, no matter what. Yang Wono knew he had to make a name for himself, to raise his clan's reputation and catch the attention of the guild leader. Suddenly, a murmur spread through the crowd as someone recognized a familiar figure in a red cloak. "You? I've met you before," the voice called out. Yang Wono, caught off guard, nearly stumbled in surprise before scowling. "You again," he muttered, calling the protagonist a few choice names. The audience stirred as Kim Yaman stepped into the arena. Across the battlefield, a green-haired warrior gritted his teeth. His worst-case scenario had just come true. He was stuck in the same qualifying group as the one opponent he didn't want to face. A system notification flashed in the air. 10 seconds until the qualifying round begins. The brunette glanced back at his opponent, already deciding to eliminate him first. Yang Wonol's voice rang out. Hey, red cloak. The countdown reached 4. A warrior in a blue cape tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. I haven't forgotten what you did to me, he snarled. The arena rumbled, shifting as the battlefield transformed. The Great Murim Wars qualifiers had begun. On a wooden bridge, the green-haired player bared his teeth in frustration. Kim Yamon wasted no time. He launched himself at his enemy. A sickening crack echoed as his strike connected, sending saliva flying from Yang Wonol's mouth. Staggering from the hit, Yang Wonol looked up at his attacker, eyes filled with disbelief. Who the hell are you? The protagonist asked casually. The warrior froze. He had been harboring this grudge for so long, and the guy didn't even remember him? Nearby, participants stood frozen, too scared to interfere. Among them, a figure in black robes with fire-like patterns narrowed his eyes. Seeing the familiar stance and speed, he realized immediately Kim Yamon was in the arena. Chaos erupted as fighters scrambled out of the way. The protagonist barely glanced at them. Come at me all at once, or one at a time, he said, voice steady. Either way, don't waste my time. His weapon crackled with energy as he raised it, a silent warning to his opponents. If you won't attack, he added, taking a step forward, then I will. The crowd held its breath. Fear crept into the warriors' eyes as they lowered their heads, hesitating. Then, in an instant, the battle began. The brunette moved like a storm, tearing through his enemies with ruthless precision. Pain cries filled the air as players were struck down, their bodies hitting the ground hard. Blood splattered across the battlefield. A ponytailed player watched in horror, eyes darting back and forth, struggling to keep up. Kim Yamon was too fast, too deadly. The gap between them was insurmountable. Nearby, a man clutched his sword, his grip trembling. He barely had time to process what was happening before the protagonist stepped in front of him. Siamun Chang looked up, expecting another merciless blow. But the attack never came. Kim Yamon wasn't even taking him seriously. He was holding back, treating him like a child. Siamun Chang's knees buckled as he collapsed, realization sinking in. Around him, the battlefield was littered with bodies, but not a single one was dead. Bloodied and battered, yes, but alive. From the sidelines, the ponytailed player clenched his jaw, watching as Kim Yamon casually approached. He had held back. He had spared them. A final system notification appeared. Kim Yamon has entered the finals. The main character turned his head slowly, taking in the battlefield around him. And he knew this was only the beginning. The competition was heating up. Sparks of golden light flashed across the battlefield as Hargang clashed with his opponents, his movements sharp and relentless. A powerful yellow aura spread across the arena as the announcement rang out. Hargang had secured his place in the finals. Watching from the sidelines, the brunette folded his arms, clearly unimpressed. He recalled how this guy climbed the ranks every time he advanced through the floors. Now, the battlefield was littered with fallen warriors, all bathed in the glow of Hargang's energy. Kim Yamon narrowed his eyes. His growth rate is insane. Not long ago, Hargang had only just reached the 25th floor. Yet here he was, standing among the strongest, easily rivaling high-level players. He's a monster, Kim Yamon thought, shifting his stance as he analyzed the flow of Hargang's mana. His skills, his overwhelming presence. He was like a walking embodiment of Zeus himself. With that thought lingering in his mind, Kim Yamon quickly ascended the stairs. But before he could go far, a voice called out, "Hey, stop right there." He looked up, only to see an enraged, green-haired man pointing at him. "Who the hell are you?" the man demanded. Kim Yamon's expression remained indifferent as he answered, "Yang Wonol, from the Blue Blade clan." Before the conversation could escalate, a hand suddenly clamped down on the green-haired warrior's shoulder. The man flinched as the newcomer spoke in a firm voice. "That's enough." The one who had intervened was an imposing figure draped in a flowing blue cloak. He glanced at Kim Yamon before shifting his gaze to his clan student, clearly displeased by his behavior. Kim Yamon immediately noticed the immense pressure radiating from this man. His aura alone was overwhelming. The man met Kim Yamon's gaze and spoke. "My name is Moon Sabak. I am the head of the Blue Blade clan." His voice carried authority, but his next words were even more surprising. "I came to offer you the chance to inherit our martial arts school." Kim Yamon stood in the corridor of an ancient building, processing the proposal. He tilted his head slightly before replying, "What school?" His tone was casual, almost dismissive. "I thought the head of the Murim clan would at least be an ordinary ranker," he mused. Then, without hesitation, he added, "I'm not interested." Behind Moon Sabak, Yang Wonol smirked. I've heard all about your failures, he taunted. Kim Yamon's gaze shifted to him. Then why bother coming? You already knew my answer. Moon Sabek's lips curled into a sly smile. The Blue Blade clan isn't a guild, he said. Yes, we're part of the Murim Guild, but our roots run much deeper. We're closer to a cult. Kim Yamon studied him, his expression unreadable. Moon Sabek continued, his voice carrying a hint of pride. Our clan has a long history, one you probably know nothing about. He allowed a sigh. Admittedly, we're in decline, but we are still the rightful heirs of the Murim traditions. The brunette raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Doesn't seem that impressive if I've never even heard of you. His boots echoed against the marble tiles as he turned away. But before he could leave, Moon Sabek made one final attempt. You could lead us, he declared. Kim Yamon cut him off before he could finish. Good luck with that. His tone was final. He had no interest in whatever they were offering. But just as he turned to leave, Moon Sabek's hand clamped onto his shoulder. A dark, suffocating aura seeped from the clan leader as he leaned in. I don't think you understand, he said, his grip tightening. This wasn't a request. Kim Yamon turned his head slightly, eyes narrowing. So that's how it is. And in that moment, he knew this wasn't over. Tension crackled in the air. The brunette's frown deepened as he locked eyes with Moon Sabek. You really have no idea what's happening to the rankers who dared to attack participants in the Great Murim War, do you? Moon Sabek bared his teeth, his grip tightening. But Kim Yamon wasn't intimidated. Are you afraid of the Namgung clan? He pressed. A dangerous glint flickered in Moon Sabek's eyes. Afraid? He scoffed. My brother is the head of the Eagle clan. You really think I'd be worried about them? Kim Yamon turned slightly, his mind clicking into place. So, someone's covering for him. His voice was calm, but pointed. Does your brother even know you're using his name like this? Moon Sabek's lips curled into a wide smile. Come on now, don't get so tense, he said smoothly. I just want us to get along. The blue-eyed warrior's expression darkened. Then maybe you should start by listening. Kim Yamon gripped Moon Sabek's wrist tightly, his tone unwavering. I've already given you my answer, and I'll say it again. I refuse. For a brief moment, the air between them stilled. Then, an ominous energy flickered around Kim Yamon. His reputation wasn't just hearsay. His strength was real. Moon Sabek's eyes narrowed as he calculated the situation. If things escalated, how much would it cost him? Kim Yamon leaned in slightly. Do you really think I rely on the Namgung clan? A bead of sweat rolled down Moon Sabek's temple. The brunette's grip tightened, his strength sending a sharp jolt through Moon Sabek's arm. I rely on no one but myself, he said coldly. The two warriors finally stepped back from each other. Moon Sabek instinctively reached for his weapon, but hesitated. Kim Yamon wasn't an easy target. He could tell just by standing in front of him. He had always used force to get what he wanted, but this time, things weren't going his way. Still, a smirk tugged at his lips. Looks like this isn't over yet, he muttered. But we won't have to settle things right away. The Great Murim War is far from finished. Kim Yamon studied him, but before he could respond, a new presence loomed behind them. Kim Yamon. A cold chill ran down Moon Sabek's spine as a powerful aura filled the space. He turned slightly, and his stomach twisted. Standing there was a man whose very presence commanded respect. The Lord. Moon Sabek's throat tightened as he instinctively took a step back. Ew, what are you doing here? He muttered. The Lord's voice was calm but firm. You've been wasting enough time. With a small bow of his head, the red-haired hero placed a hand over his heart and greeted Kim Yamon. Deputy Head. Moon Sabek's mind raced. Deputy Head? That title, in all of Mam, only one position held such weight. His breath caught as realization struck him like a hammer. Kim Yamon was the deputy head of the heavenly, demonic, divine cult vice lord. Shock settled in, and for the first time, genuine fear flickered in Moon Sabek's eyes. How had this guy, this nobody, risen so high? At that moment, Pung Baeklim turned toward Kim Yamon, his expression calm, yet sharp. What do you want me to do with a man who picked a fight with you? A deadly energy rippled through the air as he added, Should I kill him? Moon Sabek froze, body trembling as Pung Baeklim killing intent crashed over him like a tidal wave. But Kim Yamon remained composed. With a casual shake of his head, he dismissed the idea. We haven't even started fighting. Moon Sabek barely managed to suppress the shudder that ran through him. His hand clenched into a fist, trying to regain his composure. And in that moment, he knew he had gravely underestimated his opponent. Moon Sabek's grip tightened around the handle of his weapon, but deep down, he knew the truth. If he challenged Kim Yamon, he would lose 9 times out of 10, and even if he somehow managed to win, it would only create another problem. That victory would make him an enemy of the heavenly demon cult. Slowly, he exhaled and set his sword aside. His pride took a hit, but he had no choice. I had no idea you were the deputy head of the heavenly demon, he admitted. I overstepped. Three men stood in the corridor of the ancient building, its towering staircases stretching endlessly in the dim light. Moon Saba glanced between them before adding, "Had I known, I wouldn't have approached you in the first place." Pung Bakelim's expression darkened. "Don't lump us in with any clan," he warned coldly. Moon Sabak turned away, nodding stiffly. "I understand." Without another word, he stepped back and left, his retreating figure disappearing down the long corridor. Kim Yaman watched him go, his frown lingering. His gaze trailed along the ceiling, where intricate patterns adorned the stone. After a moment, he turned to the others. "Did you start the rumor?" he asked. "That the deputy head of the Heavenly Demon would be competing in the Great Muram War?" At that, someone chuckled. Pung Bakelim, walking just behind Kim Yaman, smirked. "We caused a bit of a stir," he admitted. "But that's only because everyone was excited to finally step into the world of Muram." Before Kim Yaman could respond, Pung Bakelim suddenly grabbed his head with both hands, ruffling his hair. "I was one of them," he said with a grin. Kim Yaman froze for a second before sighing. So that's his real personality. The red-haired hero finally let go, spreading his arms. "Anyway, the head of the Juga clan is covering for Moon Sabak. Once the tournament is over, we'll need to handle them carefully." Kim Yaman nodded, his gaze sharpening. Pung Bakelim's smile didn't fade as he added, "After the Great Muram War ends, the Namgung clan is hosting a dinner party. A perfect time to discuss things or deal with any interference." Kim Yaman knocked on a nearby door, his mind already shifting toward the next issue. Pung Bakelim tilted his head. "You coming to dinner?" Kim Yaman scoffed. "Not really my thing." The gilded wooden door creaked open slightly, and a voice from inside granted him permission to enter. Stepping into the warmly lit room, Kim Yaman's eyes landed on a Cheon Mujin draped in a red cloak. He stood near a small wooden table, carefully pouring tea from a clay teapot. Cheon Mujin looked up, his expression calm. "Well done," he said simply. Kim Yaman took a seat at the low table, his eyes flicking to a pendulum swinging gently nearby. "Did you come to watch the qualifying rounds?" he asked. Cheon Mujin chuckled, shaking his head. "There was nothing to see," he replied. "You were going to win anyway." A small smile tugged at Kim Yaman's lips. Cheon Mujin poured another stream of tea, and Kim Yaman casually positioned a clay bowl under it. "That's true," he admitted. But then something changed. A heavy, suffocating aura filled the room. Kim Yaman's body tensed. His eyes flickered to the tea, but what he felt had nothing to do with the drink itself. His breath hitched as he realized. The mana of the heavenly demonic cult was flowing directly into the cup. A bead of sweat trickled down his face. It felt as though an immense weight had suddenly pressed down on his shoulders, like he was standing beneath a roaring waterfall. The tea kept pouring. The bowl was nearly full. Cracks began to form along its surface. Kim Yaman clenched his jaw. "Is this a test?" The dark energy swirling around him grew stronger. The pressure was immense. Yet, as he bowed his head slightly, a single thought solidified in his mind. "I can't break." Kim Yaman struggled to keep his grip steady as the clay bowl in his hands continued to fill. The liquid poured endlessly, its weight growing heavier with every second. He glanced at the wooden stand where the teapot rested. Chinese mana had begun seeping out, its energy diffusing into the air. "It's reacting," Kim Yaman realized. "The flow of energy is responding to my emotions." His gaze snapped up to the elderly man before him. Cheon Mujin watched him closely before finally speaking. "Now I'm certain." Kim Yaman exhaled slowly, closing his eyes for a moment. Then, Cheon Mujin's voice cut through the silence. "Why are you even participating in the Great Muram War?" he asked. "This is nothing more than a battlefield for children." The brunette opened his eyes, his expression unwavering. "I still have a long way to go," he admitted. "I need the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball." Cheon Mujin turned away, his eyes drifting toward the cityscape beyond the window. Sunlight poured into the room, casting long shadows across the floor. "You're not a real martial artist," Kim Yaman continued. "I depend on the system. My stats matter more than anything." At this, Cheon Mujin let out a quiet chuckle. "The Great Scarlet Medicine Ball is a powerful elixir," he mused. "One of the reasons the Muram War has grown so vast." Across the room, Cheon Mujin turned toward them, his expression sharp. "Why are you here?" he asked, his voice carrying an edge. Cheon Mujin smiled slightly. "It's time for the heavenly demon cult to descend from the mountain." His tone was calm, but the weight behind his words was unmistakable. "We're planning to recruit new blood, and to solidify our influence, we'll be conducting a test." Kim Yaman remained seated at the table, arms folded, listening intently. With the advancement of technology, it's become easier to move between the mountain and the outside world, Cheon Mujin continued. "It's time we took a more active role in Muram." A smirk crept across Kim Yaman's face. His fingers tapped lightly against the wooden table. "Are you sure about that?" He leaned forward slightly. You do remember that I'm not exactly suited to be your deputy, right? I never planned on staying in one place for long. Cheon Moo Jin frowned, turning his head toward Kim Yamon. Even if I can't fulfill the responsibilities of my position, Kim Yamon said, his voice steady, I still intend to exercise my rights. That won't sit well with the cult. Cheon Moo Jin scoffed. You forget, I'm the head of the heavenly demon cult, he said. As long as I acknowledge you, no one will dare to oppose it. Kim Yamon studied him for a moment before responding. You really think so? He leaned back slightly. Even if there's a risk that the cult could fall because of me? Cheon Moo Jin expression darkened. He didn't like the suggestion. The golden light streaming through the massive windows cast an ethereal glow over the room as the conversation shifted. They spoke of gigantomachy. Cheon Moo Jin man eyes settled on the brunette. I never took part in that war, he admitted. I was on the Heavenly Mountain at the time, but everyone remembers it. His gaze was unreadable as he turned back to Kim Yamon. Do you intend to stop the next one? Without hesitation, Kim Yamon answered. Yes. A realization flickered across Cheon Moo Jin's face. So that's why. He finally understood why Kim Yamon had once called himself the enemy of Olympus. Kim Yamon met Cheon Moo Jin's stare and spoke plainly. Are you really willing to risk your cult for a war against Olympus? Cheon Moo Jin's expression remained calm. What's the point of being afraid to step outside just because there's a storm brewing? He asked. The only way to know the outcome is to face it. Kim Yamon tilted his head slightly, studying the man before him. He's so certain, but why? A part of him still couldn't understand. To them, I'm still an outsider. And yet, the storm is already on the horizon. Even those who share the same blood, born and raised together, aren't always willing to walk the same thorny path. Cheon Moo Jin bared his teeth in frustration and turned away. Meanwhile, Kim Yamon couldn't help but wonder, why was he so willing to take this path alongside me? As if sensing his doubt, Cheon Moo Jin's voice cut through the silence. Remember this, he said firmly. His eyes held an intensity that sent a chill through the room. Everything else doesn't matter. The air grew heavy as Cheon Moo Jin continued. There's only one thing you need to keep in mind. Then, in a tone that left no room for argument, he addressed Kim Yamon directly. Deputy Head. A soft blue light began to spread through the room, swirling around them like mist. The porcelain shelves reflected the glow, casting long shadows across the walls. Cheon Moo Jin's voice carried a finality that made Kim Yamon straighten slightly. You are now a member of the Sky Demon cult. Meanwhile, in another room, Moon Sabuk in a black robe sat comfortably, surrounded by several others. Across from him, a figure stood with a sour expression. The robe man studied him for a moment before finally speaking. Why so gloomy, head of the Blue Blade clan? The seated man smirked, lifting a cup of tea to his lips. The Great Miram War has been a success once again. So many remarkable participants this time. His companion sighed. You're not wrong. He shifted slightly. Take the Prince of Olympus, for example. A descendant of Asgard, Zion's, Angel, and that. Another voice chimed in. We should add Kim Yamon to that list as well. I'd love to get my hands on him. He'd be a perfect addition to our divine martial school. The man in the blue robe took a slow sip from his mug. Across from him, a bearded man chuckled. I heard he even passed the test of the heavenly demonic cult before coming here. His eyes gleamed with curiosity. Impressive, but it does make me wonder, why would he choose them over any of the other clans? The man drinking tea finally set his cup down and, without hesitation, cut in. That man is the current deputy head of the heavenly demonic divine cult vice lord. The room fell into stunned silence. One of the men shifted uncomfortably. Wait, are you saying he's really their deputy head? His voice carried a mix of disbelief and concern. All eyes turned toward the Moon Sabuk, waiting for confirmation. He exhaled slowly before nodding. A ranker from the heavenly demonic cult addressed him by that title. And you don't often come across someone so young with that level of talent. He paused. I had hoped to greet him personally as a sign of respect. The bearded man raised an eyebrow. And the Moon Sabuk expression darkened. I was blocked before I could even approach him. Their ranker stepped in, making it very clear that I wasn't welcome. Silence stretched between them. One of the men, sitting nearby, finally scoffed. Typical, he muttered. The cultists have always been like that. You should have known better. Another nodded in agreement. The Miram Guild and the Heavenly Demon Cult have never gotten along. That won't change anytime soon. The blue-eyed man across from them furrowed his brows. To those in power, the demonic cult is a threat, an enemy that could shake the authority they've built over centuries. He let out a slow breath. In other words, no one here will ever accept Kim Yamon. And just like that, the air in the room grew heavier. But then, he folded his hands calmly and said, Enough. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. One of the men leaned forward, his expression serious. So, Are we just going to sit back and let the deputy of the heavenly demon cult win this historically significant great Miramore? A man sitting farther down the table shook his head. Of course not. But do you have a plan? A smirk crossed the first man's face. Without a word, he flicked a knife across the table. It landed with a sharp thud, striking a roasted chicken and shaking the entire spread. I have an excellent plan, he said, his voice laced with amusement. Then, with a gleam in his eyes, he added, why not make our move in the final round? 2 days later, in the heart of a grand city with architecture reminiscent of ancient China, life bustled with energy. Hargang kicked at the ground in frustration. I can't believe they postponed the final. His voice carried a hint of irritation as he crossed his arms. And now, they've suddenly changed the competition format to a free-for-all? A short distance away, Kim Yaman stood silently. Hargang turned to him, his curiosity piqued. Even Miram is changing little by little. What do you think about all this? Kim Yaman shrugged. Who knows? Then, his expression sharpened. The sooner this ends, the better. Hargang frowned, considering his words. Yeah, you're probably right, he admitted. If they had stuck to one-on-one matches, this would have dragged on forever. Despite his words, he still seemed restless, absently swinging his leg back and forth. Kim Yaman raised an eyebrow. And where'd you dump your guys this time? Hargang laughed. They ran off to enjoy themselves, he said with a grin. Today's the last free day before the finals, so they went out to have fun. Kim Yaman tilted his head slightly. So, does that mean they won't be competing? With a playful smirk, Hargang lifted a hand, conjuring a glowing sphere above his palm. That's right. The light flickered, crackling with energy. They all backed out the moment they found out you'd be in the finals. His grin widened. Smart choice, in a way. Just then, the sphere above them pulsed and let out a ringing chime. A system notification appeared in the air. 5 minutes until the start of the Great Miramore. Hargang stretched and jumped up from his seat, sparks of lightning dancing around him. Well, time to move. Kim Yaman chuckled lightly and nodded. Yeah, let's go. As they made their way toward the grand arena, Kim Yaman couldn't help but think he's been waiting for this day. The final stage. The arena was overflowing with people. Thousands of spectators filled the stands, their excited murmurs blending into a constant hum. Massive screens flickered to life, displaying the images of the participants. Kim Yaman strode forward, his red cloak flowing behind him, Hargang walking beside him. Gasps and whispers erupted in the crowd. That's them. They're really here. The sheer weight of their presence sent a ripple through the audience. Kim Yaman narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the countless gazes locked onto them. There are even more people watching today. He glanced at Hargang. Is it because of him? Because he has an impeccable background? Ahead, a blond man stood with a serious expression. Unlike his usual talkative self, he had been completely silent since they left the inn. He's getting into the right mindset, Kim Yaman noted. Then, suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Well, it's been a long time. Kim Yaman turned, his sharp blue eyes locking onto the newcomer. A tall, stately man approached confidently, his piercing gaze unwavering. He spoke again, addressing Kim Yaman by name. As the distance between them closed, Kim Yaman studied him for a moment before smirking. Hard to forget you, Nam Gung-hoon. Hargang's eyebrows shot up. Wait him. Kim Yaman and the newcomer locked eyes. The man with the ponytail studied him for a moment before speaking. We went through the test on the 11th floor together, he said, even if we were opponents back then. Hargang folded his arms. So, you made it out alive, even after facing Ma's opponents? The tension in the air eased slightly as they shook hands firmly. The heir to Olympus introduced himself, stating his name and title. Kim Yaman raised an eyebrow. A lot of people claim to be heirs of Olympus, he said, unimpressed. The blonde smirked, resting his chin on his hand. Yeah, well, my family's a mess. The Chinese warrior standing nearby blinked. That was an unexpected response. He had expected arrogance or pride, not casual indifference. Got it, he said simply, but his expression shifted as his gaze landed on Kim Yaman. His brows furrowed slightly, a knowing look in his eyes. So it's true. He's really the deputy head of the heavenly demonic cult. His thoughts drifted back to the way the heads of the cult had spoken and the way they had observed them from a distance. Not long ago, a man with jet black hair had questioned the timing of it all. Strange, isn't it? He had said. The moment someone clears their trial, the cult starts moving. From afar, a gazebo stood over the water, a picturesque view masking the tension beneath the surface. And now, that same cult wants to take the Great Miram War, even without being part of any guild. Another voice scoffed. They must have decided their time has come, just because Kim Yaman passed their test. Someone else sneered. I've always thought they were nothing but cowardly scum. The atmosphere grew thick with unspoken accusations. But before the conversation could spiral further, a voice rang out. Loud, clear, and full of defiance. And what exactly is wrong with that? Namgung Hoon stood outside, arms crossed, his sharp gaze cutting through the crowd. Did the cult break any rules? He asked, his tone challenging. Are they scheming behind the scenes? Silence. His eyes narrowed. Or are you all just upset that a fighter stronger than you deserves to win? He tilted his head, his expression unreadable. Are you rejecting him just because he isn't from your world? His words hit their mark. Someone exhaled a puff of smoke from a long pipe, shaking their head. Still spouting that naive nonsense, I see. Zhuge Jinshin, standing to the side, smirked as he put his phone away. If you're so scared, he said, maybe you should just stay out of it. The Chinese warrior's jaw tightened. A snake. That's what Zhuge Jinshin was. The only reason he's speaking so openly this time is because his clan ordered him to. With the second most powerful clan in Mirim involved, most of the other clans are already working together behind the scenes, hiding in the shadows like children, spinning their schemes. But none of it would matter in the end, because all of them, every single one, would be crushed by him. The warrior turned to Kim Yamon. You have nothing to worry about. He took a step back, glancing at him one last time. I've seen your strength for myself. Then, without turning around, he added, be careful in the finals. And with that, he disappeared into the crowd, just in case they remained on high alert. But before they could dwell on it further, a system notification flashed before them. Finals of the Great Mirim War will begin shortly. All finalists must proceed to the arena immediately. As they moved through the passage leading to the battleground, the announcement repeated once more. Hargang glanced over. So, about what Hans said, why should we be careful? The air was thick with floating ash particles, the remnants of past battles still lingering. Kim Yamon exhaled. It's better if we head in first. A bright light shone from the tunnel's exit, and as they stepped forward, an enormous battlefield stretched out before them. Hargang scanned the scene before him, a grin forming on his lips. Now I get it, he said, realization dawning. But Kim Yamon remained silent, his gaze unreadable. All around them, warriors turned to face them with hard, aggressive stares. The tension in the air was undeniable. Hargang chuckled, his tone light but cautious. I take it I'm not the popular one here. Among the crowd, a man with red eyes observed them, shaking his head. Childish. The fair-haired man adjusted his glove, his expression growing serious. You're the only opponent I care about, he admitted. Don't let anyone else take you down before I get my shot. With that, he pulled out a dagger, flipping it between his fingers before pointing it at Kim Yamon. Take care of yourself. They bumped fists, exchanging knowing smiles. Not that it would ever happen to me, Hargang added, his confidence unwavering. As they prepared for the inevitable battle, a man in a flowing red robe strode forward, his white hair trailing behind him. In the distance, the excited voices of the audience echoed through the massive coliseum. This will be unforgettable, someone murmured. If it's come to this, another voice added, maybe we should make these new rules permanent. A deep laugh followed. Now, that's an idea. Meanwhile, in a more secluded area, a man dressed in blue lowered his gaze. He turned to the head of the Zhuge clan. You've made a significant contribution, he said. Yet nearly all the glory has been handed to the heavenly demon cult. The Zhuge clan leader merely smiled. I didn't do much, he replied. It was all part of the plan. Seated at an elegant table near an open balcony, several individuals shared a quiet toast. We should pay them a visit, one suggested. You'd be more than welcome. Another chimed in, nodding in agreement. But not everyone was in a celebratory mood. At a distance, a bearded man sat in silence, his expression clouded with discontent. He cast his gaze downward, deep in thought. Rot and stench. That's all this is. Mirim is no longer ruled by the strongest swordsmen, but by the most silver-tongued manipulators. His eyes landed on a pale-faced man, deep in conversation with another guest. That man, Yang Wonol, he seethed internally. The fact that he's climbed to the second highest position, gaining more influence than even a Namgung clan, is nothing but a testament to my own failure. His hands clenched into fists. I'll take responsibility. I'll bring change. This great war will be the turning point. His brooding was interrupted as the room suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned as a gray-haired man entered, his presence commanding instant attention. From the balcony, someone's voice carried over the hush. So, Kim Yamon is there. Another man's face twisted in frustration. How the hell did we let one person slip through? But before the tension could rise further, a figure clad in a red robe stepped forward, cutting him off. Seems their deputy head is handling things well, he remarked, though his expression darkened. Then, with a slight smirk, he added, I'm a bit late, but consider this my official greeting. His eyes gleamed. I came at the invitation of the Namgung clan. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Kim Yamon stood alone. His gaze, calm and unwavering, swept across the field before him, and the final battle was about to begin. He stepped to the side, introducing himself before declaring that he was the head of the cult of the heavenly demonic cult Cheonmujin. Instantly, the room tensed. Eyes widened in alarm as everyone shot to their feet. Moon Sabak trembled with unease, barely managing to stammer out a question, only to be cut off. A bearded man standing behind him spoke instead, greeting the unexpected guest. He had been waiting. Lifting his gaze, he acknowledged the long journey his visitor had taken. A suffocating aura filled the room. Instinctively, the warriors reached for their weapons, but the heavenly demon remained silent, his presence alone speaking volumes. The old man's sharp eyes locked onto one of them, a man gripping his blade too tightly. His voice was low but threatening. "If you draw that sword, you die." The leader hesitated. Then, slowly, he put his weapon away. A man in red stepped forward, resting a hand on his back. A wise choice. With a few measured steps, he advanced, surveying the room. "From what I hear, the deputy head of the heavenly demon cult is still leading the battle." He chuckled, then tilted his head. "Isn't it strange that the heavenly demon cult would actually win the Great War?" The gray-haired man turned to them, eyes flickering with something unreadable. "What's with those faces?" Silence. No one dared to speak. He smiled. "Do I look angry?" The tension thickened. "There must be some misunderstanding," he continued, his voice eerily calm. "Why would I be angry?" Then his gaze sharpened, fire igniting in his eyes. His voice rang with certainty. "No matter what obstacles you've put in place, they'll all be crushed." A sudden blur. Kim Yumon barely dodged as an axe came flying at him. It smashed into the ground beside him, the force cracking the stone floor. His eyes widened. A magical weapon? No. In the world of Mirim, this was known as a Kai weapon. That meant his thoughts halted as realization struck. This opponent was no ordinary fighter. Before he could react, another attack came. A spearman lunged, striking fast. Kim Yamon barely managed to block. His attacker's eyes widened in frustration, teeth grinding as he swiftly retreated, closing the distance again in an instant. Kim Yamon planted his feet, scanning the battlefield. He frowned. "Is it just me? Or is everyone only aiming for me?" His opponent scoffed. "Nothing personal." A group of warriors closed in. The spearman stepped forward, voice steady. "The cult of the heavenly demon has always been the enemy of the alliance." Off to the side, a red-eyed man observed the chaos. A smirk played on his lips as he lifted a fan to his mouth. "So they changed the rules of the final for this?" He chuckled to himself. Simple, but effective. His gaze shifted, watching as a warrior with a mace clashed with another wielding an axe. If thousands of people were thrown into battle at once, it was only natural that the strongest would become the primary targets. And those unfamiliar with the deeper workings of this fight, they wouldn't suspect a thing. His eyes landed on Kim Yamon, who was fighting fiercely. He nodded slightly. His effort is admirable. Then, gripping his sword, he let his aura surge, his voice cutting through the air. But chaos is still chaos. He activated his arcane sword skill, but a notification popped up. An unknown force was blocking his mana. Narrowing his eyes, he shifted the sword to the side, surrounding it with an aura. Another notification appeared. The effectiveness of the arcane sword was only partially reduced. The red-eyed man observed the weapon intently. Its movements, its presence, it truly lived up to its reputation. A key sword of this magnitude could only be forged by someone with a mana level above 60. Standing among his comrades, he analyzed the situation. The rumors had exaggerated Kim Yaman abilities. His skills weren't even close to those of a true ranker. Overrated. Manageable. Nearby, a long-haired man snapped his fan shut, his calculations complete. His lips curled into a knowing smirk. "It's time to begin." With a flick of his wrist, he pointed his fan at Kim Yaman. Everyone attacked together. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Warriors surged forward, only for a sudden crackle of energy to seize the air. A sphere of lightning formed above them. Hargang struck with electrified fury, sending crackling sparks through the crowd. An empty space formed around him as warriors were blasted back, their bodies thrown aside like rag dolls. He turned, eyes locking onto the blonde-haired fighter, who stood firm. Behind him, a stunned onlooker struggled to find words. "Don't you think this is a bit excessive?" the attorney muttered. Zhuge Jing stepped closer, unfazed. His gaze swept over them as he spoke. "After that little stunt, should I consider myself on Kim Yamon's side now?" The red-eyed man's expression darkened. "I was hoping our clans could maintain good relations." He didn't get a finish. Zhuge Jing smirked. Whoever made that decision, he let out a scoff. "They're an idiot." The long-haired man's smile vanished, his body tensing. Sparks of electricity crackled in the air around Olympus. "So should I pick a side?" Pale mused, amusement laced in his tone. His gaze sharpened. "People from the Evil Sea Otter clan sure love to run their mouths." The insult hit its mark. His opponent's face twisted in rage. You dare spew such filth? With a roar, he launched himself forward, fists crackling with energy. He swung a charged hand, landing a devastating blow that sent Pale hurtling through the air. The red-eyed man clenched his fist, feeling the burn sear into his skin. His mind reeled at the sheer power. Taking a step back, he lifted his fan once more. I'll handle the rest. You deal with Kim Yamon, and... Before he could finish, a blur of movement. Lightning struck. Zhuge Jing moved like a flash, landing another blow before his opponent could react. The impact sent him flying. The electric warrior glanced over his shoulder, eyes cautious. From the ground, the fallen fighter coughed, his voice hoarse. So, Olympus is against the hero. Zhuge Jing arched a brow. And what makes you think that? His gaze flickered across the battlefield, assessing. There was already an informant in Olympus. Kim Yamon must have figured it out by now. Without hesitation, he surged forward, his speed increasing. They're really overstepping, he muttered. With a sharp movement, he unleashed another lightning strike. Sparks flew as the red-eyed man's fan barely withstood the attack. Meanwhile, a black-haired warrior struggled under the relentless onslaught of blows. His mind raced, trying to process what was happening. Hargang, the one who had inherited the blood of Zeus. A talent like his was beyond anything they had anticipated. He was a brilliant player, one destined to be the future head of Murim. And yet, in the blink of an eye, a flurry of strikes rained down on him. His vision blurred as the impact sent him staggering. His red eyes widened. His creation, his carefully crafted plan, was slipping from his grasp. Meanwhile, the air of Olympus struck like lightning, landing a brutal blow to his stomach. Pain exploded through him. He had never imagined he'd be this powerless against him. But he wasn't done yet. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself back into position, trying to plant his feet firmly on the ground. A warrior from the Zhuge clan intercepted the next attack, blocking it with his fan. If I hadn't stepped in, they would have killed Kim Yamon. His words were met with a scoff. You really think so? Behind him, a thick cloud of smoke billowed, obscuring the battlefield. He smirked. Do you actually believe sheer numbers alone would be enough to take me down? Within the swirling haze, flickers of blue aura emerged. The hero parried incoming strikes, his magic sword slashing through the chaos. Then his eyes shifted. A split second later, an attack struck with crushing force, sending his enemy flying. Across the battlefield, the red-eyed warrior struggled to hold back Hargang's fists with his fan. The sheer pressure was overwhelming. This is just pathetic, he muttered, his voice laced with contempt. To think you'd resort to such underhanded tactics. His grip tightened. And yet, how could you allow yourself to be outdone by someone fighting at your own level? A sharp crack echoed through the air. His fan, his trusted weapon, was breaking. The black-haired man's expression twisted in disbelief. What does this mean? Olympus Air shattered the fan with a final, decisive strike. The impact sent him flying backward. Impossible. His thoughts spiraled. Was this proof that Kim Yamon was stronger than him? A ring of sparks scattered from the sheer force. The warrior from the Zhuge clan tumbled through the air before crashing to the ground. He lay still. Blood pooled beneath him. The red-eyed warriors stood frozen, staring in horror at their fallen leader. Then he rasped out a single, desperate plea. I lost. Please stop. His men hesitated only for a moment before panic took over. Weapons clattered to the ground as they shouted their surrender, scrambling to escape the battlefield. The hero stood firm, gripping his weapon as he turned to his last remaining opponent. Looks like it's just the two of us now, he said. Are you ready? The warrior smirked, slapping his chest. I've been waiting for this. Their eyes met. One gaze steady, the other burning with determination. You know, the warrior mused, they say the best fruits are picked at just the right time. Kim Yamon lowered his weapon. His opponent's expression darkened. What the hell are you doing? The gray-eyed man exhaled. I get that you're tired of waiting, but first, I have two questions for you. T-Sich. His opponent crossed his arms. Fine, but make it quick. Don't ruin the mood. Glancing at the bodies littering the ground, the man in the red cloak asked, Do you regret going against Olympus again? The blonde scoffed. I'm not an idiot. I knew exactly what I was getting into. Their standoff continued, unwavering. Of course, I don't regret it, the fair-haired warrior said, his voice firm. Now, what's your second question? Kim Yamon took a breath. Then he asked, Hargang had forgotten how he had crushed this man with a single strike in the past. But then, memories of their battles flooded back. His breath hitched, his face momentarily paling, his brows furrowed. No, how could he possibly forget? The humiliation of being taken down instantly by someone who wasn't even a ranker? Even now, that same man hadn't drawn the sword on his belt. Even his so-called magic sword, weak. Clearly, he was holding back. grinding his foot into the ground. He cracked the stone beneath him. Of course, I remember. His voice was sharp, unwavering. How could I forget? Lightning surged around him as he shifted into a fighting stance. Now, let me ask you something in return. His eyes narrowed. Do you still look the same as you did that day? Kim Yamon met his gaze, calm and steady. No, you seem even smaller. Hargang clenched his fist. I see. A new thought surfaced. This man had been hiding his strength all along, and now it was time to force it out. The air of Olympus charged, fist raised. His strike met steel, colliding against Kim Yamon's sword with a deafening impact. Sparks erupted, scattering in all directions. Warriors nearby shielded their eyes from the blinding light. This is madness, a bald warrior muttered. Are they really just players? Another asked, voice tinged with disbelief. Could they be rankers? Their weapons clashed again, movements so fast they blurred. The yellow-eyed man grinned, eyes burning with exhilaration. Use more force, he urged. He struck the sword once more, harder this time. Both fighters lifted off the ground, the sheer force of their battle sending shockwaves through the air. Sparks crackled, energy surging wildly. Then a thick, suffocating silence. In the distance, a black-haired warrior fell to his knees, struggling to breathe. His voice was hoarse, desperate. Hold back, your power. On the other side of the battlefield, the head of the blue blade stood firm, weapon raised to block the incoming wave of force. His teeth clenched. So this is finally worthy of being called a finale. He had never imagined Hargang possessed such overwhelming strength. His hand trembled. The name of Zhu Sun had always been spoken with reverence, worshipped even, a force that awakened the very essence of competition. But now, trying to challenge him was futile. An armored warrior watched from a distance, eyes scanning the battlefield. At this level, even several players of equal strength wouldn't stand chance. His gaze followed Kim Yaman movements. Even he was struggling. The clash resumed, steel against lightning, sword against fist. The head of the blue blade's mind raced. To defeat a ranker with just this level of skill. A glint in the sword's reflection caught his eye. A fist. A split second later, Kim Yaman was sent flying. He crashed into the ground, skidding back several meters before stopping himself. Gray eyes sharpened. He's playful, but a streak of electricity cut through the battlefield. The blonde warrior moved, leaving a trail of lightning in his wake. His agility, unreal. The air of Olympus struck from above. Kim Yaman barely had time to react, raising his blade to block the incoming attack. Lightning sparked on impact, and then the fair-haired warrior pulled back, preparing for his next move. Hargang clenched his fist, brows knitting together. Was this still not enough? Before he could react, the protagonist's hand shot out, gripping his face. Yellow eyes burned with fury. You bastard, he cursed, struggling against the iron grip. Kim Yaman, however, only gave a slight smile. Their battle unleashed another surge of energy, sparks crackling through the air. Kim Yaman's sword gleamed with aura, electricity dancing around it. They stood motionless, facing each other. The man in the red cloak broke the silence. You're strong, he admitted. Hargang scoffed, his grip tightening on his injured hand. This stick of yours, even as an unfinished sword, it's barely holding together. His voice was edged with frustration. Are you ready to keep going? A fresh cut had formed on his arm. He stared at it, then at Kim Yaman. What the hell are you even trying to? He stopped mid-sentence. Something fell off. The air of Olympus narrowed his eyes, studying the wound. That was when he noticed it. Kim Yaman wasn't just taking hits. He was enduring them. The blonde warrior gritted his teeth. He didn't like it. The way Kim Yaman barely flinched at his strongest lightning strikes. He had to admit, physically, Kim Yaman was a step above him. But magically, that was a different story. Hargang took a slow step forward. If he couldn't overpower him physically, then he'd crush him with raw magic. Let's start over, he muttered. Kim Yaman met his gaze, unshaken. As many times as you want. Without hesitation, the air of Olympus slammed his foot into the ground, shattering it beneath him. His mind locked onto one goal, destroying Kim Yaman's weapon. Charging forward, he struck again, fist slamming into the sword. A crack. Hargang's eyes burned with determination as he pulled back, raising his fist. Sparks ignited around him. His teeth clenched, his muscles tensed. Then he struck. A monstrous impact. The sword splintered. Cracks spiderwebbed along the blade. Another strike. With one final blow, the weapon shattered. Hargang smirked as the broken sword tumbled to the ground. Got you. But then, his eyes widened. Kim Yaman's voice cut through the moment. Not bad. Hargang froze. He had been one step from victory, so why did Kim Yaman sound so unfazed? A low hum filled the air. Then, all at once, a massive surge of purple energy erupted from Kim Yaman's body. Hargang's smirk vanished. What? Mana surged wildly, swallowing every trace of lightning. A fist shot forward. Too fast. Too late. The impact crashed into Hargang's face. The force was overwhelming. Blue energy burst outward, sending the air of Olympus hurtling back. Kim Yaman stood motionless, lowering his hand. The battlefield had gone silent. Then, he heard something, a groan. He turned his head. A man lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Barely conscious, Kim Yaman exhaled. Still holding on? I'm impressed. But there was no time to linger. He needed to finish this. A notification banner suddenly flashed before him. Winner of the Great Muram War, Kim Yaman. Countless screens flickered to life, all displaying his face. He stared at the broken Nomless sword in his grasp. The attorney stepped closer, inspecting the shattered weapon. A perfect sword for mana control, he mused. But it broke far faster than he had expected. His mind drifted to a gray-haired man wielding a hammer, and to the order he had given his uncle. The worst. Kim Yaman recalled the conversation about mana conductivity, the promise that since he asked, he would be bound and given the absolute worst of the worst. Now, with Hargang lying motionless before him, he analyzed the situation. With his mana suppressed, his condition should have mirrored that of the fallen warrior. Rankers weren't easily fooled by simple tricks, so he had to be sure. Still, that last hit had been a little concerning. Suddenly, a small doll-like figure with a blank expression leapt into view. Excuse me, just a minute of your attention. Holding a tiny microphone, it beamed up at him. The winner of the 834th Great Muram War is Hero. She shoved the mic toward his face. How does it feel to win? Kim Yaman responded casually. It was fun. They stood in the middle of a battlefield littered with defeated warriors. The doll tilted its head. That's all. That's all. Satisfied, the small figure in a suit lifted a box containing a glowing sphere. Well, we heard you loud and clear. Time to move on to the awards. Kim Yaman took the sphere as the doll continued. As everyone knows, the grand prize for this competition is the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball, and according to the manufacturers, this batch is of exceptionally high quality. He examined the pill. A dense energy radiated from it. It would take time to fully absorb. Smoke curled in his thoughts as he considered his next steps. The 20th floor was next. Before he could move forward with his plans, there was much to prepare. But first, he needed to focus on increasing his stats. A notification flashed, detailing the Great Scarlet Medicine Ball, an elixir crafted every 3 years at the Shaolin Temple. A sacred formula passed down among the monks, combining hundreds of rare ingredients. The system's voice echoed. Winner of the Great Muram War, Kim Yaman. Smoke and dust swirled into the air as screens across the battlefield displayed Kim Yaman's face. The commentator's voice rang out once more. How does it feel to win? Kim Yaman, unfazed, gave the same answer. It was fun. The man blinked. That's really all? Behind him, a few warriors frowned. The long-haired man bit his lip, brows furrowing. Why? Why would Hargang, the son of Zeus, side with him? He turned, eyes narrowing at the murmuring warriors behind him. They were smiling, casually discussing the outcome. A true warrior won. This competition was a huge success. The gray-haired man's irritation flared. A minute ago, these same people had spat venom at the heavenly demonic cult. Now, they were calling its deputy leader a blessing to the martial arts world. He scoffed. Ridiculous. Nearby, a dark-haired man spread his arms, his gaze locking onto Cheon Mujin. His voice dripped with frustration. What exactly are you planning? Bringing in a demonic cultist. Cheon Mujin met his anger with a calm, unreadable expression. Demonic cultist? He repeated, raising a brow. That's a bit rude, don't you think? His voice remained steady. He's called the Heavenly Demon. Then, frowning slightly, he added, and for the record, I didn't bring him. I'm officially proposing an alliance. The long-haired young man's face twisted in anger. This is exactly what I was talking about. There can be no alliance between the Muram Alliance and the demonic cult. Before he could continue, his words were cut off. A sharp voice interrupted him, laced with quiet menace. Would you rather let Muram be consumed by Olympus? A heavy aura filled the space, pressing down on everyone present. The long-haired man furrowed his brows, fists clenching at his sides. Muram's affair should be decided by Muram, he muttered through gritted teeth. Zhuge Jinshin took a half-step back, his jaw tightening as his eyes darted toward the others. Around him, murmurs filled the air, people whispering, trying to understand Namgung Jinwon's true intent. Then, Namgung Jinwon released his aura. The entire room seemed to glow in its presence. The debate stopped instantly. No more excuses, he said coldly. This is nothing short of disgraceful. Zhuge Jinshin stiffened. His breath hitched. He turned slowly, eyes scanning the warriors behind him. The real forces at play. They looked at him with nothing but contempt. Anger. Namgung Jinwon's words cut deeper. But you remain silent, because you know you can't stand against your own faction. Murmur controlled over half of Murim. Zhuge Jinshin knew it. His gaze flickered to the white-haired elder standing nearby. That old man knew it, too. Now that Namgung Jinwon had the heavenly demon at his side, he had both a foundation and a force strong enough to oppose them. The old man's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing his teeth as he watched Zhuge Jinshin struggle with the reality before him. This was it. Their era was ending. Zhuge Jinshin clenched his fists, glancing at the warriors surrounding him. Their teeth were gritted, their expressions bitter. He, the head of a great clan, the general, the strategist. No, this is unacceptable, he muttered under his breath, voice laced with frustration. But before the tension could escalate, a calm, unbothered voice cut through. Seems like your little family feud has settled down, the gray-haired man mused. Before I go, I have just one question. His gaze darkened. Which one of you is Moon Sabak? Silence. A man in a blue robe stiffened. His entire body trembled at the mention of that name. He swallowed hard, staring straight ahead in horror. Moon Sabak thoughts raced. I'm finished. A few days later, night blanketed the training cave, a light fog rolling across the ground. Beneath the massive gates, Kim Yumon stood, his figure illuminated by the faint glow of the moon filtering in from above. He stared into the vast darkness ahead, exhaling slowly. He was lucky. Access to this cave was rare. Securing a place like this, even for just 10 days, would normally cost an exorbitant number of points. A voice echoed in his head. For the winner of the Great Murim War, such privileges are only natural. The Namgung clan are serious people. Kim Yumon lowered his gaze, glancing down at his leg. When he had first entered the tower, he had dreamed of becoming a Namgung clan ranker. Back then, that title had seemed so distant, so great. Now, he sank to the ground, crossing his legs as he opened the system window. Within it, the great scarlet medicine ball glowed faintly. His eyes traced the item description. An elixir created once every 3 years at the Shaolin Temple. A sacred formula, crafted from hundreds of rare ingredients, known only to the monks of Shale. Effect: upon consumption, the user will receive a significant increase in mana. Plus 99 mana. He studied the pill, then glanced down at his own hand. His expression remained unreadable. Only one stat remained before he reached 100. But he knew this final step wouldn't come easily. Reaching 100 wouldn't be easy. Kim Yumon knew that all too well. He had learned it the hard way in his past life. Holding the great scarlet medicine ball between his fingers, he recalled an old truth. Its effectiveness wasn't absolute. The benefits it brought depended entirely on the one taking it. The past flashed through his mind. In Murim, everyone preached about key circulation and breathing techniques. But in reality, the most important thing was concentration. He swallowed the pill. The real question wasn't about how much mana he could gain, but how much his body could withstand. The moment the pill dissolved, streams of mana surged through the air, rushing toward him. Kim Yumon clenched his fists as energy coiled around his body. A pure, exhilarating force flooded his veins, spreading in every direction. His head remained bowed as the magic raged around him. The purer the mana, the stronger the resistance. A dense mass of mana gathered near his chest, restrained, almost as if something were holding it back. My mana mastery skill, he realized. It's controlling the flow, but it's not enough. The energy continued to swell, filling every inch of space around him. He exhaled sharply, his brows knitting together. It was getting harder to contain. His mana level was rising, but it had reached a bottleneck. Sweat rolled down his chin. At this rate, my chances of increasing my stats are barely 50-50. But if he failed, the system window flickered. His arcane power remained frozen in place. Meanwhile, on the 20th floor, Marine Kingdom Portugia. A double-sided axe slammed into the ground, shaking the island beneath it. On one of the 12 islands of Portugia Neptu, a group of terrified people cowered. One of them, trembling, clasped his hands in prayer. Please, we've done nothing wrong. Why are you doing this? A smirking bandit scoffed. Spare me the theatrics. He tilted his head. Oof. Are all giants this cowardly? The dark-skinned islanders flinched, fear in their eyes. A man stepped forward. This child, by your standards, he's barely 10 years old. His voice was tight. And yet, he already stands over 4 meters tall. Another islander murmured, they grow so fast, it's getting harder to hide them. A man with a yellow bandana crossed his arms, grinning. You should have behaved when Asgard was still protecting you. His smirk widened. But you had to get involved with demons. A bald bandit laughed, cracking his knuckles. Enough talk. His tone turned sharp. Tell us what we want to know. One of the giants swallowed hard. What do you mean? The man named Harang smiled lazily. The Legend of Portugias. A sea stone floating above an ancient city shrouded in dense manna. A red-haired warrior imagined it vividly in his mind. A treasure of the marine kingdom, one that carried a prophecy. Whoever finds the sea stone will become the god of the sea. A dark-skinned man scoffed. Ridiculous. Just another old folktale. The red-haired man chuckled. I don't believe everything either. His fingers grazed the hilt of his blade. But I've heard a more specific rumor. The giant shrank back as he stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with something dangerous. The rumor that you, the giants, hid the sea stone. Harang smirk deepened. Harang smirked. This information came straight from Olympus, so I trust it. A dark-skinned man's expression hardened. Then you should already know about our history with Olympus. Harang cut him off with a casual wave of his hand. That's exactly why I'm doing this. His voice carried a chilling certainty. If we get the answers we need, great. If not, well, the 20th floor is already under Olympus control. No one will care if a few giants go missing. The tip of his blade pressed against the shoulder of a trembling giant. If you don't want to die, then. A voice rang out, stopping a mid-sentence. That's some barbaric behavior for an era of so-called peace. The men turned toward the speaker, a dark silhouette standing on a rocky ledge above them. The red-haired man scowled, insulted by the interruption. His glare sharpened as he prepared to dismiss the newcomer. Then his eyes widened in shock. Kim Yaman stood above them, his red robe shifting in the breeze. He closed his eyes, drawing a deep breath. Mana surged through his body. His senses sharpened, first by 10%, then 25%. Memories of his training in the cave surfaced. The raging aura around him. The feeling of his body adapting, evolving. There's no point in resisting. The energy wanted to be absorbed. Keeping his eyes shut, he allowed it to flow freely. His mana level spiked, finally reaching 100. A system notification flashed. Threshold surpassed. Unique skill unlocked. Kim Yaman eyes snapped open, now glowing scarlet. The sensation didn't stop. His awareness expanded, 30%, then 50%. A green grid overlaid the space before him, illuminating every figure in sight. He had activated his new ability, Sensory Field. Within a 50-meter radius, he could detect everything. Every movement, every breath, every heartbeat. The guild fighters stiffened, their gazes locked on him. The man in the yellow bandana clenched his fists. No mistake, that's the winner of the last great Miramor. The giants watched in tense silence. The red-haired man finally spoke, his tone uncertain. Kim Yaman descended from the ledge, landing with effortless grace. The black blade rested in his grip. His gaze swept over them. You called it playing hero? A smirk tugged at his lips. From your perspective, I guess it would look that way. Then, with explosive force, he launched himself forward. The ground cracked beneath him as he closed the distance in an instant. Sword raised, he muttered, I'll show you. He swung. I'm not playing. A system window flashed, detailing his new skill. Sensory Field, one of the most powerful perception abilities, on par with the legendary Golden Cinder Eyes. Kim Yaman possessed this skill in his past life before returning. The guild members shuddered. The bald warrior let out a low growl, yanking an axe from his back. His grip tightened as he readied himself. Kim Yaman's approach was too fast, too precise. They clashed, steel against steel. The bald man's brows furrowed in fear. Where the hell did this kid get so much power? Kim Yaman remained planted firmly on the ground, his stance unwavering. The axe-wielding warrior gritted his teeth and pulled back. But Kim Yaman was already moving. The bald warrior steadied himself, taking a step back. His grip tightened around his axe. Speak, he demanded. What faction are you from? He narrowed his eyes. I don't know which clan you belong to, but you'd be wise not to meddle in our affairs. We have our own laws. Before he could press further, Harang raised a hand, cutting him off. The red-haired man studied Kim Yaman intently. Then, recognition flashed in his eyes. I've seen you before. Stepping in front of his ally, Harang's gaze sharpened. Your name, it's Kim Yaman, isn't it? A sharp intake of breath came from nearby. Var, standing beside a young girl, stiffened. Wait, try Kim Yaman. A tense silence followed. Harang's lips curled into a smirk. The deputy head of the heavenly demonic cult himself. Here on the 20th floor. His ally's face twisted in frustration. You mean this is the same guy? His voice dripped with irritation. He barely made it here. He's not like the small fry we've been dealing with. Harang silenced him with a subtle nudge to the shoulder. Lowering his voice, he whispered, That may be, but he's still the deputy head of the cult. Someone needs to keep him occupied and set up an ambush. A flicker of understanding passed between them. The bald man casually slid his weapon behind his back, feigning ease. Looks like the giants got lucky today. Meanwhile, Kim Yaman stood firm, his blade in hand, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Harang watched him carefully. A thorn in Olympus' side. An opportunity like this was rare. A reason to rob them further. His eyes narrowed as a plan began forming in his mind. He needed to contact the warden of the 20th floor immediately. Night fell over the forest. Kim Yaman stood on a narrow path, flanked by young giants. They shuffled uneasily, their hands clenching with nervous energy. A girl stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Thank you for saving us." The dark-skinned children stared up at him, curiosity and uncertainty in their gazes. Kim Yaman's expression remained unreadable. "You're giants," he said plainly. "No matter how young, killing a few humans shouldn't be an issue for you." The giant boy's brows furrowed. "You seem to know a lot about us." His voice carried suspicion. "Who are you? Are you from Olympus?" "Asgard." Before Kim Yaman could answer, a girl beside him interjected. "Whatever the case, he did save us." The boy exhaled sharply. "That's true." But then, his expression darkened. "Still, he's human, which means he didn't help us for free." Kim Yaman met his gaze calmly. "Smart guess." The giant boy's muscles tensed. His gut feeling had been right. "Then you're after the sea stone too, aren't you?" His voice grew louder. "Why don't humans ever believe us when we say we don't have it?" His fists clenched. "You're all the same." Kim Yaman remained silent. The boy's frustration spilled over. "Why do you only believe in nonsense? Why do we have to suffer for it?" Kim Yaman cut him off. "I know you don't have the sea stone." The giant stilled, eyes widening slightly. Kim Yaman's voice remained steady. "I'm not here for that." He took a step forward, locking eyes with the boy. "I'm here to meet someone. The elder, Urfa." The giant boy clenched his fists tighter. The name carried weight. "The elder doesn't accept visitors," he said firmly. "Especially not humans." His voice wavered slightly, but he pushed on. "So leave. If you don't." His jaw tightened as he corrected himself. "Even someone like you, no, even a crowd of people like you, wouldn't make a difference." Kim Yaman remained completely still, unfazed, and then he calmly, staring at his face, she couldn't deny the truth. Giants were anything but weak. They were born with immense strength, a gift that set them apart. The girl watched nervously as her brother clenched his fists, his expression tense. "They could fight back," he admitted, "but unnecessary conflicts with humans will only lead to another wave of extermination. That's why we have to hold ourselves back." With that, Var turned, gently pulling his sister along. He added, almost as an afterthought, "Even though he's a hammer, he's surprisingly wise." Then, shaking off the moment, he said, "It's time to go." Before they could leave, his sister hesitated. "Wait," she urged. Var turned back, surprised to see a glowing white sphere in her hands. His eyes narrowed. "You contacted the elder?" She nodded, lowering her head slightly. "He saved us. I thought he at least deserved to know." She held out the sphere. "It's not up to us whether he meets the elder or not." Var glanced at the sphere, his expression unreadable. A notification flickered across its surface. Meanwhile, wolves launched themselves off the ground, sprinting through the dense forest. Var and Noir sat atop their wolves, gripping tightly as the pack weaved between the trees. "I don't get it," the boy muttered, staring ahead. Kim Yaman raced alongside them on a massive wolf, deep in thought. "Why does the elder want to meet me?" He furrowed his brows, still puzzled. His sister, watching him, wondered aloud. "Do you have the taming skills of the druids? How else could you subdue a beast like that so easily?" Kim Yaman's mind flashed back to his encounter with the wolf. They had locked eyes, both brimming with defiance. Then, with a single blow, he had sent the creature flying. Var, still dissatisfied, looked away. But his sister grinned. "No matter what, I don't think you're just an ordinary person. After all, you proved yourself in the Great War of Miram." Kim Yaman scoffed. "And what does that matter now? I'm not even a ranker. And honestly," his gaze darkened, "something about the elder doesn't sit right with me." The wolves surged forward, their powerful limbs launching them off a cliff. For a moment, their silhouettes hung in the air before they landed gracefully below. The boy and girl dismounted. He started to speak, but his words caught at his throat as he noticed something unexpected. The wolf had begun licking Kim Yaman's face. "Hey, stop. He's not food," Var shouted in alarm. Kim Yaman barely reacted, only tilting his head slightly. "We're here." Before them stood the great tree of Adam, bathed in an ethereal blue glow beneath the moonlight. The boy placed his hands on his belt, a smirk playing at his lips. "Well," he asked, "what do you think of the view?" Kim Yaman gazed up at the towering tree, his expression calm. The boy beside him explained, "According to the elder, this is one of the world's trees, though whether that's true or not, I have no idea." As he spoke, Kim Yaman's mind drifted back to a memory, the great Adam tree, once believed to be indestructible, swallowed by flames. Fierce battles raged at its base, warriors clashing beneath its colossal branches. The very thought of that mighty tree which neither axe nor fire was supposed to bring down, burning to ashes in the second gigantomachy. It was something he had witnessed before his return in time. Lost in thought, he lowered his gaze. A voice snapped him back to the present. Hey, why are you just standing there? Get down here. Kim Yaman exhaled and leaped from his perch, landing smoothly beside them, his hand pressing into the sand for balance. From now on, the boy warned, his tone serious. You need to watch yourself carefully. One wrong move here, and you'll be flattened like a pancake. Without waiting for a response, he gestured for Kim Yaman to follow. The village of giants lay hidden beneath a moonlit sky, its streets illuminated by the soft glow of blue crystals. Their light cast an ethereal shimmer across the settlement, untouched by the outside world. As Kim Yaman walked, he could feel the weight of countless stares on him. The villagers, enormous in stature, watched with suspicion and curiosity. After all, humans didn't simply walk into a place like this. Is he a guest? One of the giants murmured. The girl beside Kim Yaman remained unfazed. Ignore them, she said coolly. You're the elder's guest. You have nothing to fear. Ahead, stone steps led up a hill toward a massive house. The air grew colder as they approached the towering entrance. Kim Yaman placed a hand over his chest, steadying himself. The elders inside? He asked. As if in response, the heavy door creaked open slightly, and a gust of icy wind rushed out, rustling the leaves around them. Come in, a voice called from the shadows. The doors swung open fully, the wind howling as it carried the scent of the ancient halls within. Kim Yaman took a step forward, eyes fixed on the dark silhouette waiting inside. So we finally meet. He ascended the stairs, peering into the dimly lit room beyond. Sitting within was a figure of legend, someone who had lived even before the first gigantomachy. Kim Yaman, thoughts sharpened. A high-ranking player, a living legend among giants. Urfa sat with an air of authority, his massive form resting in an ornate chair. A great wolf lay at his feet, its fur rising and falling with slow, steady breaths. The elder's hand moved rhythmically over the bee's head as he studied Kim Yaman with quiet amusement. Ah, a human child, Urfa greeted, his voice deep and measured. I've been expecting you. Kim Yaman stepped closer, but stopped a few meters away, maintaining a respectful distance. The elder exhaled a low chuckle. Forgive me, I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be. Tell me, what is your name? Kim Yaman met the giant's gaze, his expression unwavering. Kim Yaman. For a brief moment, he imagined Haast, a familiar figure, grinning with a piece of candy in his hand. Urfa lips curled into a faint smile. I see. The little one has mentioned you more than once. His hand idly stroked the sleeping wolf, lost in thought. Then, his gaze sharpened. Tell me, are you at odds with Olympus? The question hung in the air. But before Kim Yaman could respond, Urfa's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a closer look at the young man. You're not even a ranker, he observed. You've barely reached the 20th floor, yet here you are. A hint of intrigue flashed across his face before his expression hardened. This isn't a matter of courage, he stated, his voice turning cold. It's recklessness. Above them, blue mana flickered near the ceiling, casting eerie shadows along the walls. Kim Yaman stood firm, unshaken, as the elder's piercing gaze bore into him. If you value your life, Urfa warned, his voice heavy with authority, you'd stop going against Olympus. To them, you're nothing more than a speck of dust, easily brushed away. As the elder's mana thickened, pressing down like an unseen force, Kim Yaman lowered his head slightly. Then, with a small smile, he met the old man's gaze. I heard you were a pacifist, he said, voice steady. But in reality, you're just afraid. Silence filled the room. Urfa's expression darkened, his disdain unmistakable. The mana around them surged, wild and furious. The entire room trembled. You dare mock me? The elder's voice boomed. The force of his aura sent shockwaves through the ground. Kim Yaman's legs crashed through the wooden floor beneath him, but he didn't falter. Still standing firm under the immense pressure, he spoke. You must have heard by now. Olympus is preparing for another gigantomachy. He met the elder's gaze without wavering. Are you just going to sit and wait for them to wipe us all out? Urfa narrowed his eyes, watching him closely. He was intrigued. His mother refused to harm him. The young man's expression remained calm. Not once did he flinch. Not once did he avert his gaze. The elder studied him for a long moment. Your eyes, he muttered. There wasn't a single trace of fear in them. The pressure in the room began to fade as Urfa released his aura. The mana dissipated and the tension eased. Oomph, the elder exhaled. You're just as fearless as they say. Kim Yaman remained still, his mind sharp. He could feel it. In that brief moment, he had absorbed some of the elder's mana. Urfa let out a low chuckle. You're right. If we continue hiding, simply waiting for the inevitable, our destruction is only a matter of time. He glanced at the sleeping wolf beside him, then added, "It could even happen tomorrow." His hand moved gently over the wolf's head. "I heard from Hephaestus that you're looking for the legendary stone of the seas." Kim Yamon's head lifted slightly. But Urfa continued, "Despite the rumors, the artifact is not here." Kim Yamon's gaze sharpened. "Then, you know where it is?" The elder met his eyes, lowering his gaze calmly. "I do." Kim Yamon didn't break eye contact. "Why are you telling me this?" Urfa exhaled, his tone even. "Two reasons." He held up a single finger. "First, thanks to the recommendation of that little one, Hephaestus, I know you're not in league with Olympus." His expression hardened slightly as he raised a second finger. And the second, Kim Yamon listened intently. Urfa's gaze flickered downward, his eyes landing on the young man's clenched fist. Moonlight streamed in through the open door, casting long shadows across the stone stairs. Kim Yamon descended the hill, walking down the worn steps. His right hand rested behind his back as he recalled the elder's lingering stare. "He looked at my hand just now." Blue mana pulsed faintly around his fingers as he examined his own hand. His mind replayed the elder's final words. "The second reason is that you're the strongest player of this era." Kim Yamon paused. He scoffed. "No matter how much Uncle Hephaestus hypes me up, that's a serious overstatement." Pushing away from the tree he had stopped beside, he straightened. He wasn't sure if the elder had tested him just now, to see if he was truly worthy of the Stone of the Seas. But one way or another, he would find out soon enough. His gaze lifted toward the sky. The towering tree before him stood majestic, its silhouette bathed in silver light. The stone of the god of the seas. He would claim it. Kim Yamon gazed up at the massive tree, its branches stretching endlessly into the sky. His mind drifted to Sun Wukong, training tirelessly among the branches, wielding his staff with precision. "I wonder," he mused, "is this tree as strong as the sage's staff?" At his current level, even landing a single scratch on this tree would be nearly impossible, which meant only one thing. Spreading his stance, he steadied himself and summoned a surge of magical energy. Sparks of power flickered around him, gathering rapidly. A grin tugged at his lips. This is going to be one wild ride. Closing his eyes, he focused. The sheer number of magical charges he had created was overwhelming. He knew he wouldn't be able to control all of them. They would spiral out of control. But since that was bound to happen anyway, his eyes snapped open, glowing scarlet. Prediction combat, activated. Touch field, activated. A complex web of graphical markers appeared around every single magical sphere, feeding directly into his senses. His perception sharpened by 50%, allowing him to track the unpredictable movements of his own unstable projectiles. The first explosion erupted just inches from him. With a swift movement, Kim Yamon dodged, weaving through the growing storm of purple energy. Another blast detonated near his flank. Gritting his teeth, he pushed forward, navigating the chaos with rapid dashes. Then, without warning, a projectile fell dangerously close. The sudden shockwave threw him off balance. The sheer intensity of activating multiple high-ranking skills at once was making him dizzy. His vision wavered. Damn! Regaining control, Kim Yamon slammed a hand against the ground, using it as a pivot to launch himself into the air. Spinning mid-flight, he narrowly avoided another set of projectiles before landing further away. Above him, one last sphere pulsed ominously. A split second later, it fired. The explosion rocked the entire area. Smoke billowed in every direction, thick and suffocating. As the dust settled, faint embers of purple flame flickered against the tree's bark. Kim Yamon let out a shaky breath, resting his hands against the massive trunk as he sat on the floor. That was close. A tired smirk crossed his lips. He had only enhanced his sensory field and applied it to his cinder eyes, but even that had made everything around him appear with extreme clarity. The synergy between the abilities was flawless. However, the sharper his senses became, the more his brain struggled to process the information. "I'm going to need a lot of practice." A heavy footstep sounded behind him. Still catching his breath, Kim Yamon pushed himself up, only to find himself face-to-face with a group of giants. One of them, the leader, stepped forward. His gaze was sharp with disdain. "So, this is where you've been hiding." Kim Yamon met his glare silently. The giant's name was Quant, and his expression made his opinion of humans painfully clear. "You're supposed to be some kind of big deal, huh?" Quant scoffed. "I've heard the rumors, but I don't see anything special." Kim Yamon said nothing, merely observing. Another giant, standing beside Quant, crossed his arms. The elder invited him himself. "We all saw a bearer bring him to the village." Quant scoffed. "So what? That doesn't change anything." The boy next to him frowned. "What's the difference?" "The difference?" Quant's expression darkened. "Humans are our enemies." Blue flames flickered ominously in the distance. Deep within the village, the elder sat in his chamber, his eyes closed, dozing lightly. But in his mind, a single phrase echoed over and over again. A voice, persistent and unwavering, repeating the same words. With a scowl of irritation, the elder furrowed his brows. The voice would not stop. Humans were their enemies. The elder dreamed of a vast wave crashing over the bodies of the fallen. Urfa stood in its path, paralyzed, as the cries of his comrades echoed around him. The giants screamed in pain, cursing the Olympians as they fell. His hands trembled. The tsunami, it's coming again, someone shouted in terror. At the peak of the monstrous wave, a shadowy figure emerged, wielding a trident, his presence overwhelming. The god of the seas, he's here. Urfa breath hitched as his eyes locked onto the man atop the wave. A cold, menacing gaze met his own, and a blue aura erupted beneath the god's feet. Then, his hand twitched. The dream shattered. Urfa jolted awake. A warm weight pressed against his knee. His wolf nuzzled against him, its eyes closing in contentment as he ran a hand through its fur. It's fine, he murmured, but deep down, he knew otherwise. How many times have I had this nightmare? He exhaled, rubbing his temples. Was it just a coincidence, or had the arrival of that human child stirred something long buried? He rose from his chair, his thoughts clouded with images of Olympus and Kim Yaman. Outside, voices erupted. A fight. Who's fighting? Urfa turned slightly, casting a glance at the barred window as a familiar name rang out. Kim Yaman. His gaze lowered. This time, things won't go the way I want them to. Fog rolled through the wooden lattice. Shadows flickered above, silhouettes standing along the massive tree's branches. The elder's thoughts drifted once more. Poseidon. At that very moment, Kim Yaman stood firm, gripping a giant's massive fist midair. His expression remained calm, unfazed by the sheer difference in size. A thin mist swirled around them, making the battlefield seem almost otherworldly. Quant's jaw tightened. His brows furrowed as he stared at the human in disbelief. A smirk tugged at Kim Yaman's lips. The giant's eyes darkened in anger. You little puppy. Before he could finish, Kim Yaman's grip tightened. A sharp crack filled the air. Quant winced, his muscles tensing from the sudden force. He tried to yank his hand back, but Kim Yaman twisted his wrist sharply, cutting off his movement. A strangled groan escaped the giant's lips. His face turned red from the pain. The surrounding giants murmured in shock. He's forcing Quant down. How is a human suppressing one of us? Kim Yaman gave the giant a sharp pull, throwing him off balance. With a heavy thud, Quant crashed to the ground. Dust kicked up around him as he groaned, stunned by the impact. The others stiffened, watching with wary eyes. Kim Yaman's gaze swept over them, cold and challenging. There's only 5 of you. His voice was steady. Go ahead, call all your friends. His smirk deepened. I'll play with you for as long as you want. From a distance, Dee sprinted toward the scene, his heart pounding. How many people are there now? His sister ran alongside him, both of them breathless as they reached the crowd. All around, the giants whispered among themselves. He even took down Tulker and Vulcan. How is this possible? Another muttered. Dozens of us, and none can stop him. Kim Yaman didn't seem concerned. His hand clenched the fabric of another opponent's clothes. With one swift motion, he planted his foot firmly against the ground, pulling his opponent forward. The next second, a thunderous crash. The entire battlefield shook as he slammed the giant into the ground with immense force. Nearby, a red-haired giant bared his teeth in frustration. His fists clenched, his expression twisted in fury as he glared at Kim Yaman. Kim Yaman's grip tightened on the giant's chest, pressing down with controlled force. A system notification echoed in his mind. The giant's power is seeping into your hand. Partial gigantification activated. A green aura surged around his arm, pulsing with newfound strength. Kim Yaman met his opponent's gaze, his expression unreadable. Didn't I tell you? His voice was calm, almost teasing. Attack all at once. He glanced around at the others. Why are you still hesitating? Rising from his fallen opponent, he dusted himself off as murmurs spread through the crowd. More villagers had gathered, their eyes locked on him. Noir clasped her hands together, remaining silent as her brother spoke. I told you not to fight him, Var said, stretching his shoulder with a faint frown. But if he's asking for it, he trailed off before smirking. Well, shouldn't we properly respect our guest? His sister lifted a brow, but she said nothing. The tension in the air thickened as their silhouettes moved toward Kim Yaman. In the background, a few villagers helped the defeated giants back to their feet, casting wary glances at the scene unfolding before them. Kim Yaman looked up as the crowd began whispering about the brother and sister duo. Descendants of the giant god, someone muttered. First time I've heard that one, Kim Yaman thought, filing away the information. Var rolled his shoulders, his expression shifting into something more eager. All right, he said, cracking his knuckles. From the moment I saw you, my fists have been itching. His eyes locked onto Kim Yaman, glinting with anticipation. Let's see what the famous Kim Yaman can do. His energy spiked. Don't hold back, Kim Yaman replied, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Scarlet light flickered in his eyes as his battle aura surged. Var grinned. That's the spirit. Without another word, he leaped into the air, hands raised high, ready to bring them crashing down. Kim Yaman didn't move. His cinder eyes and sensory field activated in sync, painting a predictive grid across the battlefield. Every movement, every shift in Var's body, he could see it all. The trajectory was clear. At the last moment, Kim Yaman stepped back. Var's fist slammed into the tree, sending shockwaves through its massive trunk. A brilliant flash of impact flared from the point of contact. Kim Yaman's gaze remained steady, watching as Var pivoted immediately, using the force of his strike to spring off the ground. The giant twisted midair, launching a powerful kick. Kim Yaman raised his arm in defense. The impact rattled through him. His hand trembled slightly from the sheer force. Stronger than I expected. Before he could recover, a sharp voice cut through the air. Oi, catch! Kim Yaman's eyes flicked toward Noir. She was already in motion. He barely had time to react before she struck. Instinct kicked in. He unsheathed his blade, parrying the attack just in time. The force of the clash sent him skidding back several meters. Damn! His eyes widened slightly. Try to match them in raw strength without mana is reckless. But if this was about training, then he'd only use the skills he needed to refine. Var charged again, his neck struck a blur. Kim Yaman dodged, barely slipping past the attack. Grinding his teeth, Var scoffed. You know why I never argue with my sister? Without waiting for an answer, he leaped. Above him, Noir mirrored his movement, raising her arms for a devastating blow. Kim Yaman stood still, watching. The full force of their attack was coming straight for him, and he wasn't backing down. A powerful flash erupted as their blows clashed. The children's eyes widened as they took in the sight. Where the attacks had struck, the tree's bark shimmered with a glowing blue aura. But Kim Yaman was nowhere to be seen. Their heads snapped downward, searching for him. Where did he go? High above them, Kim Yaman hovered in midair. His gaze dropped to his feet, where a pair of sleek, enchanted sandals had appeared. System notification. You have equipped the Steps of Hermes. A translucent system window flickered before his eyes, detailing their abilities. Imbued with the power of Hermes, these long-lost sandals grant the wearer plus 50% jumping power. 1 mid-air double jump. Special skill. Heavenly Step. Usable once per day. Kim Yaman frowned slightly, recalling the moment he acquired the artifact. It had cost him a hefty amount of contribution points back on the 11th floor. The last skill I need to master. No time like the present. With explosive speed, he propelled himself downward, energy crackling around him. He had already used his jump. Now it was time to activate Heavenly Step. In an instant, he reappeared between the brother and sister. A sharp glint flashed through the air. Noir flinched, instinctively clutching her arm where Kim Yaman's blade had grazed her. Blood welled against her fingers as she stared in confusion. Noir! Var's voice rang out in alarm. Both siblings shielded their faces as Kim Yaman shot upward again in a blur of lightning-fast movement. Var's shock turned to fury. He bared his teeth, his fists trembling. You little brat. His voice seethed with rage. His muscles tensed as he turned to his sister. We're crushing him. Noir's expression hardened. Agreed. They launched themselves back into the air. Their battle intensified. Blows met over and over, their silhouettes streaking across the sky. To the onlookers below, it was chaos. The mere aftershocks of their clashes sent waves of energy cascading through the battlefield. Stay back, someone shouted as 2 beams of light carved through the air, barely missing the crowd. Once again, Kim Yaman found himself between his 2 opponents. Var and Noir raised their fists. A split second later, they attacked in unison. But just before impact, Kim Yaman slipped out of their reach. He moved effortlessly, dodging every strike with precision. He landed a few meters away. Panting, Var and Noir dropped to the ground, bracing themselves on their hands. Var exhaled sharply. Damn it, fighting the air is harder than I thought. Noir nodded, wiping sweat from her brow. And he dodges everything, like he already knows what we're going to do. Var's fists clenched. He's not even counterattacking. Red lightning flickered around his hand as his aura surged. He didn't know what Kim Yaman was planning, but he wasn't about to let him control the fight anymore. Lowering his head, he took heavy steps forward, his resolve unshaken. Enough of this. Noir's eyes darted to her brother in alarm. Var, wait. But he wasn't listening. His entire body pulsed with energy, and his next strike will be nothing like the ones before. Kim Yaman remained calm, watching him closely. He's not even a ranker. holding back his mana with a penalty will. His eyes narrowed slightly. He activated battle prediction. Var was aiming to throw everything he had into this next attack. Lightning crackled violently around him. White light gleamed in his eyes. Kim Yamon made his decision. This time he wouldn't dodge. He'd face it head-on. As they closed the distance, Var reeled back his fist, pouring every ounce of his power into the strike. Kim Yamon braced himself. The clash was imminent. System notification. Cinder Eye's skill is calculating the optimal path. Kim Yamon's mind sharpened as he took in his surroundings. His opponent's fist barreled toward his face, charged with raw mana. He only needed a moment, just enough time to find an opening. The energy swirling around Var's attack was like a raging storm, but in that chaos. There, Kim Yamon's gaze narrowed. His body tensed. In an instant, he shifted to the side. The giant's punch tore through the air, missing him by inches. The sheer force of the blow created a powerful shockwave, kicking up dust and shaking the ground beneath them. Var's eyes widened. He stood frozen, lips pressed into a tight line, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Kim Yamon had walked straight into his attack, then vanished behind him. A chill ran down Var's spine as he felt something cold against his neck. Kim Yamon soared. Var raised a hand in disbelief. Did you really just step into my attack? His voice was a mix of shock and frustration. You're even crazier than I thought. Kim Yamon smirked. That's just how I am. The crowd erupted into murmurs. The villagers, who had been watching the battle with awe, struggled to process what had happened. Noir's expression tightened. That was my brother's strongest attack, and he just walked through it. Kim Yamon lowered his sword, extending a hand toward Var. You're not bad, he admitted, but it's still not enough. Var stared at the outstretched hand, Kim Yamon's words echoing in his mind. Not enough. His expression shifted. He clenched his jaw before exhaling sharply, then broke into a confident grin. Then I'll take my revenge tomorrow, he declared. He grasped Kim Yamon's hand firmly, shaking it. Thanks for the fight. But in his mind, the thought lingered. Next time I'll win. The blue stone glowed under the moonlight. Var frowned as he stared ahead, absent-mindedly tearing into a chunk of meat. The past 10 days had passed quickly, yet the battle with Kim Yamon still played in his mind. Kim Yamon sat among the giants at a massive table. On one side sat Noir, and across from them, four other giants burned with barely contained frustration. Kim Yamon sighed, glancing at his plate. Suddenly, a loud slam shook the table. Var's fist rested firmly on the wooden surface as he declared, After we eat, we're having another match. This time, I will win. His brows furrowed in determination as he clenched his fist. The other giants exchanged glances. Eat faster. Var barked at them. Quit wasting time. One of them groaned. If I eat too fast, I'll get indigestion. Kim Yamon raised a hand, cutting him off. I'm not fighting today. Silence fell over the group. Var blinked. What? Kim Yamon exhaled, leaning back slightly. Tomorrow, I'm heading to the 20th floor trial. I need to save my strength. A moment of realization dawned over the table. Var scoffed but leaned back in his seat, chewing on his food with a frustrated expression. Noir studied Kim Yamon with interest. Var eventually sighed. Fine, he muttered. Guess I'll wait. As she ate, Noir found herself lost in thought. She recalled their fight, the first time she and her brother faced Kim Yamon. Back then, she had been sure they could take him down if they worked together. But even with 5 of them, they had lasted only a few minutes. A slow realization settled in her mind. And he wasn't even using mana. Just how strong was he when he did? Var grumbled under his breath, stabbing his food with a bit more force than necessary. Kim Yamon glanced toward Noir. You okay? She blinked and turned toward him. Just remembering our fight. Kim Yamon closed his eyes, listening, and she continued. Over the past 10 days, Kim Yamon had grown noticeably stronger. Yet, as he sat at the table with the others, he exhaled and muttered, Doesn't feel like anything's changed. Var raised a brow. Really? Even after everything? Kim Yamon shrugged. I haven't even tested my new skills yet. Noir frowned slightly. What do you mean? Var leaned back, arms crossed. You said you were looking for the stone of all seas. So, after the test, are you coming back here? Or are you heading straight to the next floor? Kim Yamon paused. First, I'll find the stone. His gaze remained steady. Then I'll move on. A flicker of concern crossed Var's face. Will you even have time? The test is tomorrow. While the others debated whether their food was still alive, Var narrowed his eyes. Wait, is the stone connected to the test somehow? Kim Yamon reached for his drink, but didn't answer immediately. Var scoffed. So the elder does know where it is. Kim Yamon set his cup down. Not just him. Var's expression darkened. What do you mean? All the divine giants know about the stones. The air grew heavier. Var stiffened. We're their descendants. His voice was quiet, but tense. That means our father probably knows about it too. His jaw clenched. He just never told us. Noir's expression remained unreadable. Is it really that important? Kim Yamon nodded. It is. Var exhaled sharply, looking down from beneath his bangs. Should we really be keeping the stone with us, like everyone believes? His eyes flicked back up. Why did the elder even tell you? Kim Yamon met his gaze. He didn't say. Silence stretched between them. But according to him, I'm the strongest player. The weight of those words settled over the group. Quant let out a sharp scoff, tossing a piece of meat onto the table. I don't believe it. His fingers curled into a fist. Why would the elder say that? His frustration boiled over. And why the hell did he stay quiet for so long? His hands trembled as he clenched his jaw. He knew what we were going through. He knew how much we were suffering. Because of this damn legend. Nor turned toward him, concern in her eyes. Quant, calm down. But he wasn't done. How many times have we been attacked? How many times have we nearly died? His voice cracked, but he forced it down. They almost killed me once. The red-haired giant and Var remained silent, their expressions unreadable. Quant extended his hand toward them. Not just me. All of us. We've all been through it. Kim Yamon wiped his mouth with a cloth as the tension in the room thickened. Noir's brows furrowed. Quant let out a bitter laugh. Is that damn stone really more important than our lives? His voice trembled with frustration. Every time I leave the settlement, I risk my life. I hide. I make sure no one sees me. His fist clenched on the table. And I can't even draw my sword when I need to. The table creaked under the pressure of his grip. Why? Quant's voice was raw. Why does the elder think the stone matters more than us? Before he could say anything else, Kim Yamon cut in. He was right. Quant's body went rigid. Slowly, his eyes turned bloodshot. What did you just say? Kim Yamon stood, his gaze unwavering. If the stone had been kept here, you'd all be dead by now. A heavy silence fell over the room. Quant rose from his seat, his steps slow but forceful. His foot slammed against the floor, shaking the table. Kim Yamon's voice remained steady. That secret saved you from complete extermination. Quant's breath came fast and heavy. Then his rage exploded. You bastard. He lunged. Quant pulled his fist back, preparing to strike. His voice was sharp with fury. Who do you think you are to say something like that? His fist came crashing down. But Kim Yamon was faster. With a swift step to the side, he dodged the blow effortlessly. Then, in one fluid motion, he grabbed Quant by the collar and slammed his face against the table. A dull thud echoed through the room. The crowd froze. Quant's breathing was ragged as he lifted his head, his darkened eyes burning with rage. Let go of me, he snarled. Kim Yamon's grip remained firm. His voice, however, was calm. The elder was protecting you, he said. You just refused to see it. Quant struggled against him, but Kim Yamon didn't waver. It's time to stop blaming him, Kim Yamon continued. He kept the stone a secret to keep you alive. To keep all of you alive. He released his grip. Quant staggered back, falling off the table. Without another word, Kim Yamon turned and began walking away. Noir stared after him, surprised. He's leaving? Nearby, the red-haired giant placed a hand on Quant's shoulder, trying to steady him. Calm down, he advised. You've been going at it with him for days now. Face it, he's just too much for you. Quant clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I don't care. His frustration hadn't faded. I'm going to the elder, he snapped. I want answers. But Var stepped in front of him, his expression firm. Enough. His voice was unwavering. The elder may have been reckless, but tomorrow everything will fall into place. Stop overthinking it. Quant glared at him, but after a moment, he exhaled sharply and looked away. His mind still swirled with doubt. Was the elder really hiding this from us? And more importantly, what exactly did he tell Kim Yamon? The blue moonlight cast a soft glow over the rooftop. Inside, Kim Yamon let out a heavy breath as he sank onto his bed. His body ached. His mind felt like it had been stretched to its limit. 10 days of nonstop battle. 10 days of using cinder eyes and sensory field without rest. His head pounded. I need sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, something caught his attention. Kaini flickered from his glove. He slowly raised his hand, watching the ominous aura swirl and pulse around it. Still emitting mana, his thoughts drifted to the stone of all seas. Poseidon's weapon. The trident that once wielded the power of the ocean, and the stone embedded within it. Kim Yamon extended his hand toward the ceiling. The dark energy thickened. It's been reacting more and more ever since I reached this floor. His gaze hardened. The stone of all seas, the energy it radiated, felt eerily similar to his glove. The energy of the black, divine stone. A new thought crept into his mind. Are they reacting to each other? He exhaled, exhaustion settling over him, but his mind refused to rest. If they share the same nature, then this makes sense. A small smirk formed on his lips. If my theory is correct, he clenched his fist, watching as the dark aura pulsed outward. Then this glove is my Dragon Ball radar. This was his key to finding the stone. Now he just needed to figure out how to control it. Kaini swirled, filling the room. Kim Yamon could feel it, a longing, a pull. The glove was searching. It wanted to find the missing piece. As the darkness coiled around his fingers, Kim Yumon closed his eyes, and mentally, he reached out. Kaini gathered around his clenched fist as the system announced that the feminine flame would power the glove. The young man smirked, declaring that his victory was inevitable. So much so that even Hephaestus would celebrate in delight. As he opened his eyes, he muttered that she had slept long enough. A surge of purple aura flared around his hand. With a commanding voice, he ordered the eye to appear. Instantly, a blazing scarlet eye materialized in the air. Below them lay an island surrounded by shimmering blue waters, basking under the golden sunlight. Jagged cliffs dominated the landscape, while dense forests teemed with giant monkeys and bears. As he approached Var and Noir, he remarked that for such a small island, the number of monsters was overwhelming. Then a thought crossed his mind. Was this place designed after him? Could Triton have been inspired by his existence? Noir shot him a questioning look, while his sister chuckled, asking if he still remembered the time he was nearly devoured by Chimera. Kim Yumon exhaled, closing his eyes for a moment. Meanwhile, the boy beside him awkwardly admitted that the elder had sent them to escort him to the test grounds. But honestly, he couldn't understand why. Nothing here was truly a threat to him. The girl turned to Kim Yumon, raising her hand slightly. Even their rankers viewed this island with caution, she explained, believing that it could become a battlefield at any moment. Her brother nodded in agreement. This trial was clearly on a much grander scale than before. Kim Yumon thoughts drifted back to his last conversation with the elder. The old man had safeguarded the secrets of the seas for years, and now, Kim Yumon understood his hesitation. Ever since the Gigantomachia era, Titans had been forced to remain in the shadows. But now, with the elder revealing his hand, it was only a matter of time before Olympus caught wind of the truth. And when that happened, the giants would be in grave danger. Determined, Kim Yumon clenched his fists. He had to find the stone. As he strode forward, Var and Noir watched him in silence. Then, the system's voice echoed once more. Test of the 20th floor will commence in 10 minutes. A wave of tension filled the air. Noir clasped her hands together, concern evident in her stance. The boy, however, straightened his shoulders, his expression sharpening with resolve. New times had come for the giants. Now that the elder had allowed them to leave the forest, they couldn't afford to fail him. With a confident yet serious look, the boy vowed that they would not disappoint. He had waited for this day for far too long. Suddenly, movement in the forest caught their attention. A swarm of guild members, the same ones who had attacked Var and Noir before, emerged from the shadows. Their leader, a bald warrior, gritted his teeth and snarled. Stop him. We can't let him reach the test. Before Kim Yumon could react, a sharp pain struck him. His enemies moved fast, but not fast enough. In an instant, Var lunged forward, driving his knee into the warrior's stomach. A sickening thud echoed as the man crumpled, his weapon slipping from his grasp. Then, a cloud of dust exploded into the air. The real battle had begun. The guild member struggled beneath the boy's grip, his throat trapped in an unrelenting hold against the cold ground. He gasped, glaring up at his captor. Cowards, he spat, his voice laced with fury. Are you all tired of living? The boy smirked. That no longer matters to us. The man's gaze darted toward the boy's sister. What he saw sent a shiver down his spine. She was ruthlessly pummeling his ally, blood splattering across the ground. Her knuckles were stained red, yet she merely wiped her chin, her icy stare meeting his. Terror crept into the warrior's heart. What happened to them? How had they become so merciless? The boy leaned in closer, a sinister grin stretching across his face. Now we fight for real. His fingers tightened around the man's neck. And you? You were just unlucky enough to land in our hands. High above, atop the jagged cliffs, two figures stood in the sunlight. One of them, the examiner, held a white sphere in his palm, his expression unreadable. So, you've sided with the giants. Behind him, a silver-haired man stood with his head bowed. His name was Theseus. He hesitated before speaking. Harangue from a Blood Wolves guild informed us of this. The examiner remained impassive. Theus continued, his voice steady. Not only that, but we've also confirmed that the Titans are protecting the young man on this island. The examiner exhaled, his voice eerily calm. As much as I despise those bloodthirsty wolves, Kim Yumon has defied Olympus twice now. Perched on a rock, Theus narrowed his eyes. He won't make it to the test. My people will handle him. While the players and the manager are occupied, we'll take him out. The silver-haired man turned to face him, his mind clouded with doubt. It's still strange. Why would the giants help him? After what happened with Gigantomachy, they should hate humans. There's no way their loyalty changed just because he stood up for them. The examiner remained silent, staring out into the horizon. No one can answer that. But Theus wasn't convinced. The words of his master echoed in his mind. The giants are hiding the stone of all the seas. He clenched his fists, recalling the moment he knelt before his master, the day he was appointed as the examiner of the 20th floor. His master's command had been absolute. Find a stone. Do this, and I will acknowledge you as my son. For a fleeting moment, an image of Poseidon filled his thoughts. His father's piercing gaze, his obsession with the stone. Poseidon had even defied Zeus himself in pursuit of it. Then, another vision appeared, the young man standing alongside the giants. Thea's breath hitched. Was he somehow connected to the stone? His mind raced. The moment Kim Yumon appeared, the giants left their forest. Coincidence? No, there had to be something more. The examiner remained still, his thoughts cold and calculated. If there was any reason for this alliance, he had yet to find it. His expression darkened. He lowered his head slightly, clenching his teeth. Forgive me, master. I failed to stop Kim Yumon. Meanwhile, Kim Yumon stood atop a towering cliff, gazing out at the endless waves below. The sea stretched far beyond the horizon, the wind stirring his hair. Then, the system's voice rang out. The test has begun. With an unreadable expression, Kim Yumon prepared for what lay ahead. Despite the obstacles along the way, Kim Yumon had arrived just in time. He was certain that the giants could handle the gill without issue. The waves churned violently against the shore as the system's voice echoed across the island. This land is home to countless sea creatures. Defeating them will reward participants with sea hearts. The more hearts collected, the higher the score. Then, the system added one more detail. The test will last 12 hours. Kim Yumon placed a hand on his forehead, deep in thought. This is just like the capture the flag test from the 11th floor. The only difference was that there were no limits on how many people could pass. Most participants were probably convinced that, with a team, they could clear this trial and advance to the 21st floor without much difficulty. Kim Yumon took a step forward and smirked. How naive. With a single leap, he launched himself off the cliff, diving headfirst into the ocean below. As he plummeted, he muttered, "No one else is passing this test, but me." The water engulfed him, and instantly, his mind drifted to the elder's words. Hephaestus told me you're searching for the stone of all seas. But according to the elder, all those rumors were false. The artifact was never with the giants to begin with. Kim Yumon opened his cinder eyes, scanning the vast, dark abyss before him. Glowing orbs of light emerged from the depths. Monsters. He recalled the elder's warning. If you truly want to find a stone, you'll have to go deeper, into the most dangerous waters. The depths are filled with creatures far worse than anything you've faced. As the monstrous figures circled him, Kim Yumon remained still. The elder had also said something else. Defeating these creatures will be the easiest part of your trial. A scarlet aura ignited around Kim Yumon's eyes as he focused. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, something caught his attention, a golden glow emanating from a rock deep below. His thoughts flashed back to the elder's voice. Tell me, boy, are you truly worthy of claiming the stone of all seas? Before Kim Yumon could react, a massive sea beast lunged forward, its jaws wide open. And in the next instant, its body was cleaved in two. The lifeless corpse of the monster crashed in front of a group of challengers. One of them, a man clad in armor, turned to his team. Is everyone all right? Another participant laughed. This test is easier than we thought. We've already gathered 15 hearts, one for each of us. The system timer flashed. 6 hours, 18 minutes, and 21 seconds remaining. The armored man wiped blue blood from his gloved hand, holding up a shimmering blue crystal. We still have half our time left. At this rate, we can collect another heart for every member of the team. Tucking the crystal away, he looked up, his gaze fixating on an unknown burning object hovering in the sky. He smirked. We might even have time to go for the bonus reward. But beneath his confidence, another thought lurked. His mission wasn't just about collecting sea hearts. He had orders from Olympus. Find Kim Yumon. Stop him at all costs. His fingers twitched slightly. Would that even be possible? There were so many participants here, but none of them had encountered Kim Yumon yet. The man's smirk faltered, and a cold shiver ran down his spine. We're lucky, he thought. Lucky that we haven't crossed paths with him yet. For now, their team sailed across the sea, hunting for more creatures. But deep down, he knew their luck wouldn't last forever. The man exhaled sharply, muttering, it'd be better if Kim Yumon never showed up at all. Shaking off the thought, he turned to his allies. All right, time to move forward. Let's split into two groups. But before he could finish his sentence, a massive column of water erupted from the ocean. The sheer force of it froze everyone in place. The man barely had time to react, his planned strategy slipping from his mind as he stared in disbelief. What the hell was that? The others took an uneasy step back, murmuring among themselves. Was it a monster? Snapping back to reality, the man barked an order. Get ready. Something's coming. Then, Kim Yumon landed behind them. Water dripped from his clothes, pooling on the ground as he stood with one hand still lowered. The captain of the group let out a shaky laugh. I nearly pissed myself. One of his allies whispered in disbelief. Did he just jump straight out of the sea? A blond man in the group narrowed his eyes, recognition dawning on him. It was him. Kim Yamon locked eyes with him, his stare sharp and unwavering. So, you're working with Olympus. The captain and his men instinctively stepped back, their expressions shifting from confusion to alarm. What? What are you talking about? The man asked cautiously. But inside, his thoughts raced. How does he know? Did someone spill the truth? His eyes darkened as he studied Kim Yamon's face. If the rumors were true, if this guy really was Olympus's enemy, then what would he do to them now? Kim Yamon remained eerily calm. Judging by your expressions, he said, raising a finger toward the sky, I'd say I was right. Silence stretched between them. The captain tensed before blurting out, So, you really didn't know? Kim Yamon smirked. Not for sure, but now I do. Fear gripped the group as Kim Yamon took a slow step forward. Relax. I'm not here to fight you. They didn't believe him. You should be more worried about what's coming next. Just as he spoke, the sea began to churn violently. Water near the cliffs surged in chaotic waves, swirling into massive whirlpools. Then, monsters erupted from the ocean. A colossal sea serpent reared its head, letting out a thunderous roar. Its body crashed against the jagged rocks, shaking the very ground beneath them. And it wasn't alone. Countless sea beasts surged toward the shore. The group could only watch in horror as monstrous forms broke through the surface, each one more terrifying than the last. Then, from the opposite side, came an even bigger problem. Land creatures. Dozens. Hundreds. Beasts of all kinds stormed toward them, cutting off any chance of retreat. What the hell is going on? Akale shouted, his face contorted in disbelief. How many are there? A panicked voice called out. Akale, this is bad. We got even bigger problems. He whipped around, eyes widening as he realized they were completely surrounded. The examiner must have lost his mind, someone yelled. Desperation set in. We need to get out of here. Now, if we don't leave, we won't survive this. Kim Yamon's blade slid from its sheath with a sharp, metallic hiss. If we leave, we'll be disqualified, one of the men reminded them. Akale clenched his teeth. I don't give a damn about the test anymore. Can't you see this is insane? But Kim Yamon's voice cut through their panic. The test is fine. Everyone turned to him in disbelief. Kim Yamon lifted his sword, his grip steady. I just changed the conditions a little. A wicked smirk played on his lips. Then, as if on cue, the system's voice rang out. Test conditions updated. Kim Yamon's mind echoed with the elder's words. Break the symbols of the sun and moon, and the seal will open. Nearby, Akale clutched the blue crystals, his expression filled with confusion. He turned them over in his hands, uncertain of their significance. The elder's warning rang in Kim Yamon's thoughts. Once the seal is broken, the trial will become much harder. The group commander frowned. What does that even mean? What rule changes? He turned to his team. What are we supposed to do now? One of the warriors yelled. We run. That's what we do. Before they could act, the crystals slipped from Akale's grasp, clattering onto the ground. Kim Yamon's thoughts remained fixed on the elder's explanation. Removing the seal will awaken the sea turtle, and within it lies the stone of all seas. A deafening roar shattered the air. Monsters surged toward them, their massive fangs bared, charging at terrifying speed. Kim Yamon clenched his fists, recalling the elder's final words. Once the seal is broken, control of the test falls to the manager. Even Olympus won't be able to interfere. But something about that didn't sit right. Kim Yamon narrowed his eyes. How did the elder know all of this? As if answering his unspoken question, his mind drifted back to the old man's story. Long ago, a great titan raised the sea turtle himself. He forced it to swallow the stone of all seas, and then he put it into an eternal slumber. That titan was Urfa. Two monsters lunged at Kim Yamon, only to be cut down in a single, fluid motion. Their lifeless bodies hit the ground as Kim Yamon steadied his stance. The elder's voice whispered in his mind. When the test ends, Olympus will come for the stone. They will try to take it from you, but the titans will not allow this. The stone of all seas must never fall into Poseidon's hands. The earth trembled violently. Kim Yamon's gaze sharpened. The monsters could feel it, the power of the stone. One by one, their eyes locked onto him, their primal instincts drawn to its energy. They're all after me, Kim Yamon realized. They know the test is no longer in their control. Then, a deep, rumbling quake shook the entire battlefield. Kim Yamon staggered slightly as the system's voice thundered through the air. The sea turtle has awakened. The test objective has been changed. Kim Yamon's expression remained unreadable, though a flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. Took long enough, he muttered. So this is my real challenge. Without hesitation, He stepped forward, walking toward the stone and the towering cliffs ahead. The system issued its final command. The test site has been relocated. The new objective: defeat the sea turtle and claim the stone of all seas. Elsewhere, Thea stood, gripping a white sphere tightly. A notification flickered across its surface. A new message from Search Group 2. Their report stated that they were thoroughly searching the island's central region, with Search Group number 1 staying in close contact. Soon they would find him. Theus clenched his jaw. How the hell have they not found him yet? His frustration grew. One person, on this tiny island, and we still can't locate him. But before he could dwell on it further, the rock beneath his feet cracked. The ground trembled violently beneath Theseus' feet. His eyes narrowed. There's no way. Did that bastard escape the test? But something fell off. The shaking wasn't stopping, and the monsters were acting erratic, as if they'd lost control. A deep frown settled on Thea's face as he looked down at the chaos below. What the hell is Kim Yumon up to? Then, the system's voice thundered through the air. Test rules updated. Theseus' expression darkened as he glanced at his white sphere, only for his eyes to widen in rage. Due to failure to comply with the new conditions, you have been stripped of your position as examiner. Theseus' mind went blank for a split second. What? Before he could process what was happening, the space around him fractured, distorted by unseen forces. A split second later, he was no longer on the mountain. Instead, he found himself at the foot of a forest, disoriented and furious. What the hell is going on? He growled. Meanwhile, the entire island continued to quake. Rocks crumbled, trees swayed violently, and a thunderous roar split the sky. Then the system announced it. The sea turtle has awakened. From the depths of the ocean, an enormous silhouette emerged. The titanic beast lifted its massive head above the water, its colossal body sending tidal waves crashing against the shore. Then it roared. The deafening sound rippled through the battlefield, a primal declaration of its dominance. The system's next message was even more chilling. The sea turtle is the ruler of the 20th floor, the strongest sea creature, rivaling the power of Chuanwu. Theseus clenched his fists. So, the test really did shift under the steward's control. He grimaced. If only they had known the truth sooner, that the stone of all seas was hidden inside the turtle. His gaze flickered to his white sphere, his thoughts sharp. This is Kim Yumon doing. No one else could have pulled something like this off. His jaw tightened. I need to alert everyone. We need backup. But before he could act, a body hit the ground behind him. Theseus turned sharply. It was Harang. He collapsed, barely conscious, groaning in pain. Another figure crashed down next to him. The guild captain. Theseus' eyes widened. These guys. Then, a voice rang out from behind him. It's been a while, hasn't it? Theseus turned, his gaze locking onto a towering figure wreathed in fire. Sitar, the fire titan ranker. Behind Sitar, more titans stood, their expressions unreadable. Theseus exhaled sharply, his glare unwavering. We haven't seen each other since Gigantomachy. Sitar gave a small smirk. And yet, you're still as stiff as ever. Theseus' body tensed as Sitar stepped forward. I hear you've been keeping busy, climbing the ranks, becoming an examiner. His eyes flickered with amusement. Shouldn't you be watching over the test, then? Theseus scoffed. The situation has changed. And what about you? What's a Titan doing here? His tone turned accusatory. Trying to sabotage the test. Sitar simply chuckled. Sabotage? Please. The flames around him flickered as he recalled the past. I only stepped in when the Blood Wolves launched a full-scale attack on 2 young Titans. The whole damn pack was hunting them. What was I supposed to do, stand by and watch? His gaze sharpened. Or is protecting my own people suddenly a crime? Theseus clenched his teeth. This was getting worse by the second. You trying to provoke me, Titan? He growled. Suddenly, Olympus soldiers rushed forward, drawing their weapons. Theseus didn't hesitate. I won't allow interference in this test. Sutar's allies stepped up behind him, their stance unwavering. The tension in the air was thick. Blades were drawn. Fire flickered. Sparks crackled. But Sitar? He just laughed. You want to talk about interference? His flames surged, and the battle was about to begin. Sitar drove his sword into the ground, flames flickering wildly around him. You think we came here to disrupt your precious test? His voice was sharp, filled with contempt. His grip tightened as he raised his head. We don't care about this damn test. His fiery gaze locked onto Theseus. We are here to carry out the Elder's will. Behind him, the Titans stood firm, their expressions unreadable yet resolute. Then Sitar added, his voice calm but unwavering. We won't let you lay a single finger on Kim Yumon. Meanwhile, Kim Yumon moved like a blur. With a single powerful push off the ground, he ripped through a monster, slicing it clean in half. He landed effortlessly, only to launch another flurry of strikes, his sword cutting through enemy after enemy. Then, mid-battle, his eyes flicked to the side. Something caught his attention. His sensor field had picked up movement on the distant shore, where Sitar stood with the Titans. A small smirk formed on Kim Yamon's lips. So the big guys have finally stepped in. He kicked off the ground with explosive force. The Elder's playing for keeps now. Higher and higher he soared, straight toward the massive, gaping mouth of the sea turtle. Below, giant sea serpents swirled around its body, their glowing eyes locked onto him. Kim Yamon's mind was clear. The stone of all seas is mine. As he dove, a serpent lunged toward him. He twisted in midair, using its massive body as a stepping stone, and kicked off, sending himself even faster toward the turtle's mouth. The snakes followed, surging after him into the abyss. Then, the system's voice rang out. Special ability activated, Moonlight Sword. Under the influence of darkness, stamina recovery rate increased by 112%. Mana recovery rate increased by 56%. A dark energy coursed through Kim Yamon's body. A shadowy projectile shot past him, piercing through one of the serpents. The system continued. Magical ability power increased by 56%. Dark blood exploded in the air, splattering across the battlefield. Thick liquid landed near Kim Yamon's feet, but he barely spared a glance. His sword flashed with dark energy as he cut down another monster. Its severed head tumbled into the abyss. Perfect. Kim Yamon's voice was low, almost amused. I'm so close now. His thoughts echoed the legend spoken by everyone on this floor. The one who finds the stone of all seas will become the god of the ocean. Suddenly, his glove pulsed with black energy, and a scarlet glow flared in his eyes. Dark purple mana flooded the battlefield, twisting through the air like a living force. More monsters rushed toward him at terrifying speed. Kim Yamon didn't stop. Bodies fell at his feet. He stepped over them without hesitation, his gaze locked forward. The sea turtle is part of the legend. Right now, it is the god of the seas. But that would change. Most of the monsters had already followed him inside the turtle, but not all of them. Kim Yamon's expression darkened. Something else was pulling them in. The call of the stone of all seas. His breath hitched as realization struck. The divine sea crystal. His eyes snapped open in shock. Something was waiting for him inside. This wasn't just the turtle's stomach. It was a full-fledged dungeon with its own ecosystem. A massive wave surged toward Kim Yamon, carrying countless monsters within its depths. Their roars and screeches filled the enclosed space. Kim Yamon glanced back, gritting his teeth as he sprinted forward. Damn it, with a body this massive, of course it can store an entire ocean inside. But there was no time to dwell on it. He was running from one thread, only to rush straight into another. Monsters, everywhere. Without hesitation, Kim Yamon activated the divine flame, his blade instantly shrouded in dark purple mana. The system's voice echoed. Special effect activated, sensory field. Darkness attribute enhanced. Kim Yamon's body blurred as he dashed forward. In a single spin midair, he slashed through a monster's neck, severing its head cleanly. Then, in a series of explosive movements, he leaped from one beast to another, cutting them down as he moved. As he soared above the battlefield, he brought his blade close to his face, narrowing his eyes. Even if this isn't on Hades' level of invisibility, my stealth should be enough for now. Below, the surviving monsters collided with each other, their heads whipping around in confusion. Then, one of the snake-like beasts suddenly froze. It lifted its head, its forked tongue flickering, before its eyes locked onto something. Kim Yamon. The serpent hissed violently, its mouth stretching wide. He didn't flinch. Instead, he pressed his blade against its fangs, smirking. So, you guys can't smell each other's fishy stench, but you caught my scent immediately? With a few precise movements, his sword flashed through the air, slicing the monster into pieces before it could even react. As its remains splashed into the rising water, Kim Yamon landed smoothly on the ground. They're treating me like an infection. The system's voice chimed again. Completion level of Star of the Heavens increased by 0.001%. His eyes flickered as he pulled up the artifact's description. Progress, 99.41%. Kim Yamon frowned. I thought I'd be able to use this ability before the test ended, but at this rate, it's not happening. He scanned the battlefield. The number of monsters is ridiculous. I need to avoid unnecessary fights. But now a bigger question loomed. Where was the stone of all seas? He doubted it was just lying around in the middle of his stomach. No, if it was hidden anywhere, it had to be in the most protected place. In his mind, he pictured it, a massive, pulsating organ of mana, shrouded in a scarlet aura. The heart. It made sense. The stone had to be inside the heart, the very thing that powered this colossal beast. Kim Yamon tightened his grip on his blade. Considering how everything shakes when it moves, there's no doubt. But this wasn't just about the stone of all seas. The mana heart itself was part of the ecosystem. The sea turtle would defend it with everything it had. Kim Yamon exhaled, his expression unreadable. I have no idea how many more monsters are waiting for me. But one thing was clear. He had to reach the heart while conserving as much energy as possible. His eyes flashed crimson as a scarlet aura began to pulse around them. Red eyes activated. The darkness ahead shifted. His vision adjusted instantly, revealing hidden paths through the shadows. Now, he just needed a plan. Kim Yamon knew that his cinder eyes consumed too much energy. If he sacrificed them, he could enhance his other senses instead. With that in mind, he formed a glowing purple projectile above his hand and activated his sensor field. The darkness around him erupted with violet light, revealing a swarm of monsters rushing toward him. He smirked. So, I've walked straight into a snake pit. His grin widened, but his eyes remained sharp. And all of these creatures think they can stand in my way. Without hesitation, he drove his sword into a monster's chest. Then, with a powerful jerk of his blade, he sliced straight through it and hurled the severed corpse into the oncoming horde. His teeth clenched as he glanced back, his mind racing. Where the hell are they all coming from? So far, he had encountered more monsters inside this turtle than on all 20 floors combined. With a quick burst of movement, Kim Yamon shot into the air, soaring above the chaos below. His black blade pulsed with purple energy once more. The system's voice echoed. Twilight Blade effect activated. Stamina recovery rate increased. Mana regeneration rate increased. Kim Yamon swung his sword downward, unleashing a surge of compressed mana that ripped through the monsters below. Even so, his brows furrowed slightly. I'm still burning through mana faster than I can recover it. He needed to reach the mana heart before his reserves ran out. A monstrous roar snapped him back to reality. One of the creatures lunged, only to be engulfed in purple flames as Kim Yamon struck with full force. Landing smoothly, he exhaled sharply, shaking his aching hand. Half my mana is already gone, he thought grimly. But I'm close, I can feel it. He looked ahead, his gaze narrowing. How many more do I have to cut down? He had been wandering through this turtle's stomach for over an hour, yet the heart was still out of reach. Blade flashing, Kim Yamon ripped through another wave of monsters, frustration creeping in. Where is it? With each attack, he felt his energy draining. Then suddenly, he stopped. His eyes widened. Scarlet particles floated through the air. The walls of the turtle's interior glowed red. Kim Yamon took a slow step forward. I finally found it. Before him stood a massive, pulsating heart, its fiery crimson glow illuminating the entire chamber. But what caught his attention wasn't just the heart itself. It was the massive army of monsters surrounding it. 100, no more. Their glowing eyes snapped toward Kim Yamon, sensing the intruder. For a moment, he simply stared at the sheer number of creatures. Then, gripping his sword tighter, he let out a low chuckle. What's this? A party. Dark purple mana engulfed his blade. Theseus' voice echoed in his memory. In a situation like this, there's only one thing to do. Show them what real power looks like. Kim Yamon's grip tightened. Theseus' words returned. That blade is my greatest masterpiece. A weapon rivaling Zeus' lightning. As if in response, his fiery red eye cracked open slightly. Then, in the next instant, it snapped open completely. Dark lightning exploded outward, twisting violently through the air. The system's voice thundered through the chamber. Skill activated, summoning hell. Kim Yamon's blade flared with golden light, the brilliance reflecting in the hungry eyes of the approaching monsters. He exhaled sharply. Half of his mana was gone. Dark energy crackled around his sword, shaping itself into black lightning that coiled up his arm. His voice was low, commanding. Move. The monsters roared in defiance. Kim Yamon's gaze darkened. Fine. I have no reason to hold back anymore. A fierce determination settled in his eyes as he took a step forward. The stone of all seas will be mine. His mind conjured visions of divine relics. Hermes' sandals, Athena's aegis, Apollo's sun chariot, artifacts forged by Hephaestus, the greatest smith of the tower. Then the image shifted. Zeus, standing atop Olympus, summoning golden lightning from the heavens. Kim Yamon's grip tightened. If you had to choose the greatest of Hephaestus' works, it would have to be Zeus' lightning, a weapon that could shatter entire islands with a single strike, a force capable of controlling the skies themselves. Kim Yamon's gaze flickered with something cold and resolute. And now, that weapon has a rival. The air around him grew heavy. The monsters sensed the shift, their eyes gleaming as they tightened their encirclement. Dark energy surged outward, wrapping around Kim Yamon like an extension of his very being. He clenched his teeth. Adamantium can channel the power of dark sea crystals to their absolute limit. But weapons alone didn't define strength. Their true power depended on the hands that wielded them. His fiery red eye burned bright. The original Kaini was forged by a mere apprentice. This time, mine was crafted by Hephaestus himself. Monsters lurched forward, their jaws snapping as they charged. A blinding blue flash illuminated the chamber. Kim Yaman narrowed his eyes. Even knowing they would die, they still came for him. The stone has them completely brainwashed. No hesitation. He swung his sword. Dark light erupted, slicing through space itself. A black void split open before him, summoning hell. The thick, churning mass of dark energy expanded outward, swallowing everything in its path. The monsters vanished instantly. Kim Yaman frowned. Where did they go? Then pain. A sharp, searing agony ripped through his arm. His breath hitched. He glanced down, his fingers twitching in confusion. It feels like my arm is being torn apart. His brow furrowed. Why? He had invested over 100 points into dark magic, and it still wasn't enough? A cold realization settled in. He wasn't controlling the power. The power was controlling him. Gritting his teeth, he crouched low, then activated the Hermes sandals. I just need to endure. With an explosive burst, he shot into the air, soaring past the monsters below. The system's voice echoed. Effect activated. Jump height increased by 50%. Blade in hand, Kim Yaman twisted midair, and as he descended, he slashed forward, tearing another rift into space itself. A black chasm yawned open before him, and whatever lay beyond was darker than anything he had ever seen. The space in front of him rippled as he activated Sky Step, propelling himself upward. Soaring toward the top of the tower, he felt the weight of countless monstrous eyes locked onto him. System alert. Movement speed increased by 100%. Airborne time, 5 seconds. He clenched his fist, pulling his arm back once more. His gaze sharpened. One more hit. His mind raced as his cinder eyes locked onto the target, calculating the perfect path. Scarlet energy surged around him, crackling in the air. A dense wave of purple mana materialized, blocking his path to the crystal. He scanned the area, searching. Then he felt it. A pulse. A surge of power hidden in the darkness. There it was. The stone of all seas suspended midair, glowing with a deep blue aura. The eye embedded in his glove flared to life, radiating intense mana. System alert. Kaini has detected the energy of the sea crystal. His vision tinged red as power coursed through him. He gritted his teeth, raising his fist once again. He had finally found what he was looking for. There was no hesitation now. He would reach it with a single decisive strike. Slashing through space itself, he tore open a black rift, its jagged edges pulsating with golden light. His attack exploded forward, ripping through the oncoming monsters. The impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield, tearing them apart in a blood-red storm. The air filled with the scent of iron as a crimson fountain erupted around him. The surviving creatures shrank back in fear, their grotesque forms wading through the pools of blood toward the crystal. Then the serpent moved, noticing a dark energy source. Its forked tongue flickered as it opened its maw, saliva dripping in anticipation. But before it could strike, slash, a single blow. Its massive body split in two, each half falling away in opposite directions. The young man stood still, arm outstretched, head lowered. His entire body was drenched in blood. He exhaled, rubbing a hand across his face. Things weren't looking good. His vision blurred. His right hand trembled. It wasn't just the glove messing with him. He had lost all feeling in his dominant hand. If I want to control this power, I need to push my dark magic and durability even further. He took a step forward. The monsters flinched, instinctively backing away. His mind was made up. In the days to come, he would focus on sharpening his abilities, strengthening himself until nothing could stand in his way. He tightened his grip on his blade and spoke, his voice cold and sharp. Move. The stone of all seas floated in his grasp, its blue aura pulsating. He exhaled. I'm done wasting time on you. Meanwhile, the Theseus and Sitar groups stood locked in confrontation. A man scoffed, calling Titan a fool. His fiery opponent only narrowed his eyes. Do you really believe that Kid can reclaim the stone of all seas? Titan didn't waver. If the Elder believes in him, then it will happen. The man scowled. Idiots. He doesn't stand a chance against this test. His thoughts darkened. How does he expect to defeat the monster that has absorbed the stone's power? The ruler of all beasts, a creature that no one had ever conquered. The colossal sea turtle opened its massive jaws and unleashed a deafening roar, shaking the battlefield. The man had barely finished his thought. I'll wait for now, but when this test is over, I'll kill them all. Then silence. The fire in the monster's eyes flickered out, and its roar abruptly ceased. Confusion flickered across the man's face as towering waves rose from the jagged rocks. surging toward the warriors. He narrowed his eyes, gripping the sphere in his hand while watching the unfolding chaos. Water droplets splashed against the ground, shimmering under the ominous sky. System alert. Kim Yaman has passed the test. Theseus's face twisted with rage. His teeth clenched, his brow furrowed. Impossible. Nearby, the flaming titan yanked his sword from the earth. A sharp voice rang out, an order. Capture the boy. Bring him now. The titan's eyes darkened. That's not happening. He raised his hand, and his comrades charged forward. You won't lay a finger on him. As warriors clashed, the tension between the two leaders thickened. Theseus turned, locking eyes with his opponent. You're really dragging the titans into this. His tone dripped with mockery. Afraid a second gigantomachy will rise. The titan scoffed. Empty threats. You knew this day would come. It's time we settle this. Right here, right now. Theseus smirked, then frowned, raising his hand. The sphere floated into the air, and the air around him twisted into a powerful vortex. So much time has passed, and yet, Titan, you're still the same fool. A weapon materialized in his grip, a gleaming trident. He raised it high, and a burning chariot appeared in the sky above him. Warriors emerged, stepping out from the flames. Theseus sneered. Do you remember our third battle? How you fled like a coward. He drove the trident into the ground, eyes darkening. What will you do now? There's no escape this time.